Chapter 1. The Tub Frogs and the Dashing Young Man. Su Ruqing, the esteemed director of the Chinese Medicine Research Institute in the 21st century, was a mature young woman wholly devoted to her studies. After an untimely demise, she found herself transported into a novel, becoming a neglected, illegitimate daughter of the second house of the loyal and brave Marquis, sharing the same name as a tragic supporting character who had met an early END in the narrative. The most accomplished figure in the loyal and brave Marquis estate appeared to be Su Mingxian, the young Marquis heir, who had attained the position of deputy Minister of Justice at a remarkably tender age. Su Mingxian was her cousin, and through her research, she had identified him as her potential ally, the most promising connection she could forge. Calculating the timeline within the story, she stealthily ventured with her maid Qing Feng to intercept her cousin Su Mingxian's path. If her memory served her right, it was during this fateful incident that Su Mingxian sustained a grievous injury, setting him on a course toward an early demise. Or she could save him. This presented a golden opportunity to strengthen their bond and secure her place by his side. Mississippi. This is utterly terrifying. I'm frightened. Qing Feng trembled as she surveyed the encroaching darkness, the howling wind seeming to carry the wails of countless restless spirits, inching closer to Su Ruqing. With a grave expression, Su Ruqing did not turn her head. Silence. Do not frighten me. Her gaze was fixed ahead. Indeed, a horse soon galloped forth, but the rider was unsteady, and, as the steed approached, the figure suddenly toppled to the ground. Quick! She urged Qing Feng and dashed forward. Miss Qing Feng, terrified, had no choice but to follow. Hurry! Help him! Su Ruqing observed the unconscious man sprawled on the ground, the scent of iron wafting from his injuries. She turned to see the horse returning. Lift him onto the horse. With that, she managed to mount the steed, which towered over her, and cautiously supported the man to prevent him from falling off, while Qing Feng led the horse, shivering in the front in the enveloping darkness. It took them quite some time to locate the dilapidated hut she had previously rented from a hunter. After much effort, the two women finally managed to carry Su Mingxian inside and place him on the bed, utterly exhausted. Qing Feng struck a match to light a candle. Under the flickering, dim glow, the man's features emerged before Su Ruqing. She gasped in awe. It was undeniable that this man was a masterpiece crafted by the goddess NWA herself. His brows arched like swords, a noble nose graced his face, his thin lips bore a sharpness, and his chiseled cheeks were the result of meticulous artistry, making it easy to envision how breathtaking he would appear upon awakening. Even in his current state, languishing in blood-stained finery, with disheveled hair, his beauty remained untarnished. The ornate crown of dark gold upon his head exuded an air of silent nobility. In the hazy light, he radiated an ethereal charm. And oh wonder, it is said, beauty shines beneath the lamp, and flowers bloom under the moonlight. Yet, despite his closed eyes, he emanated an aura that was both imposing and formidable. Let us retrieve the necessary items. Su Ruqing had previously concealed what was needed within the decrepit abode. Observing the dark garments now soaked in crimson, she reached forth to unfasten the man's belt, intending to inspect his wounds. Su Ruqing's hand gently brushed against the man's collar. He suddenly opened his eyes, in the next instant, his large hand clamped around her neck. "Hey, brother!" Su Ruqing exclaimed in shock, hastily adding, "I am Su Ruqing, your sister. Please don't choke me." Feeling the man's grip on her neck like an iron vice, she swiftly revealed her identity, fearing that a mere second's delay could cost her life. Su Mingxian turned his gaze toward her, and indeed, it was the inconspicuous and pitiable illegitimate daughter from the second household. "What are you doing here?" Su Mingxian's voice was hoarse as he forcefully swallowed the blood that surged in his throat. Observing her delicate face, which seemed on the verge of being crushed, he gritted his teeth against the sharp pain in his chest and reluctantly withdrew his hand. Nevertheless, his eyes remained fixed on Su Ruqing, infused with a blend of vigilance and a hint of murderous intent, as if he would eliminate her at the slightest suspicion. Irrespective of their familial ties, he appeared as a harbinger of death. If it weren't for the blood continuously flowing from his lips and the gory state of his body, his intimidation would have been even more convincing. "Brother, I was so hungry, I set traps to catch wild chickens, and happened to find you injured." She pointed to the corner where a wild chicken clucked. speaking nothing but the truth. The original owner of this body was indeed on the verge of starvation. The matriarch spent most of her time in the Buddhist hall, and the concubine consistently snatched her monthly allowance, while the servants treated her dismissively, bringing her barely edible meals. Upon arriving, she discovered that her body was emaciated, as if it could succumb at any moment without foraging for wild game. Survival seemed bleak. As the saying goes, a horse cannot thrive without night grass, and the same applies to humans. Su Mingxian cast a glance around before retracting his gaze. "Why are you removing my clothes? Do you intend to kill me?" Su Ruqing, face brimming with innocence, protested. "Brother, what are you saying? I'm trying to save you." At that moment, Qing Feng hurried in with supplies. "Mississippi, the heir has awakened." Su Ruqing took the items, swiftly unwrapping the bundle to reveal a row of silver needles and a common, inferior porcelain vial. Just as she grasped the silver needle, Su Mingxian seized her wrist. Startled, she was pulled closer, and before she could react, a pill was thrust in her mouth, dissolving instantly as it entered. Before she could comprehend the situation, it was swallowed. Simultaneously, Su Mingxian, due to the abrupt movement, coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the bed, his eyes remaining wide and filled with a mixture of shock and scrutiny directed at Su Ruqing. Ugh. Su Ruqing felt a wave of nausea. She smacked her lips, realizing the composition of the pill merely a deceptive poison. "Miss Heir, our miss truly intends to save you. How could you act this way?" Qing Feng, fuming, attempted to rush forward but was halted by Su Ruqing. "You must behave, apply pressure to stop the bleeding, and I shall provide the antidote. Otherwise, you may accompany me to the grave." Su Mingxian spoke, and with every word, more blood flowed from his lips. He understood that this illegitimate daughter's medical skills were likely rudimentary, yet in his current state of severe injury, even a simple act of staunching his bleeding would suffice. He would acknowledge this favor until his people arrived. Su Ruqing pouted, pondering just how terrified of death he must be, or whether he had developed trauma from being hunted. Even in the presence of a seemingly frail woman like herself, he maintained such an intense wariness. Grasping the silver needle, she realized that any further delay could lead to his demise. Qing Feng wished to assist, but was rendered motionless by Su Mingxian's penetrating gaze. Su Ruqing, feeling helpless, took matters into her own hands, disregarding the almost predatory stare upon her, and swiftly removed the clothing, revealing the chest beneath. It must be said, there was indeed substance to behold. With unwavering resolve, she wielded the silver needles, mercilessly piercing the skin with a flurry of precise strikes. Even a double-door refrigerator would be transformed into a hedgehog under her assault. She did not spare any hemostatic, anti-inflammatory, or even analgesic powders. Su Mingxian distinctly felt the improvement in his wounds. The pain subsided, and the bleeding ceased. This young girl truly possessed remarkable skills. Su Ruqing observed, the dark hue mingled with the blood. "I can dispel toxins. Would you require my assistance?" Su Mingxian regarded her with skepticism. After all, ordinary physicians could mend wounds, but purging toxins required profound medical expertise. Without further ado, Su Ruqing administered 2 detoxification pills. "Here, I offer you a chance for experience. If supplemented with my herbal baths and acupuncture, the results will be exponentially enhanced." The residence of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor was divided into 2 wings, east and west, with the main household occupying the east and the secondary household the west. As the heir of the Duke's estate, Su Mingxian resided in the most advantageous position of the main house, including the eastern side's corner door for convenient comings and goings. Su Ruqing stealthily entered through this very corner door to provide Su Mingxian with detoxification. Assisted by a servant, Su Lin had served the Su family for 3 generations with unwavering loyalty and had been assigned to attend to Su Mingxian from a young age. As was customary, Qing Feng stood guard at the entrance while Su Ruqing was ushered into Su Mingxian's residence. The Tinglan courtyard, Su Lin beckoned a young maid to present pastries and tea. "The heir is taking a medicinal bath. Please wait a moment." I shall wait for my brother here." Su Ruqing casually waved her hand. Accustomed to the routine, it was widely known that Su Mingxian's health was frail, rumored to stem from his mother's womb. However, she discerned that it was indeed chronic poisoning, to be precise, accumulated over many years, deeply entrenched for over a decade. The herbal bath, supplemented with acupuncture, had transitioned from once every 10 days to now once every half month. Su Ruqing held a box in one hand and opened it, revealing a frog adorned with green and yellow stripes that leapt onto the table. Yet this frog was peculiar, its body covered in the toxic sacs characteristic of toads, its round eyes wide open, the irises a startling red, a sight that could hardly be described with mere words. She and the little frog identified several locations infused with toxins. It was astonishing that a duke's residence contained such a variety of poisons. One might mistakenly believe this was the abode of the crown prince. So lavishly was it favored. Suddenly, the little frog leapt from her palm, its crimson eyes darting about before it bounded away. Little Ching, Su Ruqing gasped in alarm and swiftly pursued. This was the antidote frog she had painstakingly sought, its body teeming with toxins. Yet once cultivated, it would serve as the finest bait for counteracting poison. She had fed it every toxic herb she could find on the mountain, along with the toxins expelled from Su Mingxuan's body, to barely nurture it to this stage. If anything were to go awry, her heart would surely break. She watched in astonishment as the little creature leapt into her room. Glancing around, she gritted her teeth and steeled herself to follow stealthily. Lifting the curtain, she beheld the little thing plunging directly into a steaming hot tub. While she had heard of the saying about boiling frogs in warm water, she had never encountered the notion of boiling them in hot water. "Don't let it get scalded," she exclaimed. Su Ruqing's body acted faster than her mind, and she dashed forward, her hand reaching into the water to rescue the frog. Just as her fingers grazed a strange and soft texture beneath the surface, her wrist was suddenly yanked out, gripped tightly. She looked up to find Su Mingxuan's face radiating fury. Chapter 2. Enchantment at Midnight. Su Ruqing. The low voice, laced with a palpable warning and a hint of menace, squeezed through clenched teeth. Su Ruqing gazed at Su Mingxian, whose typically serene countenance was now shrouded in ominous clouds, radiating a palpable aura of threat. She shivered involuntarily. "Elder brother, I apologize. I meant no offense. I am merely here to retrieve my pet," Su Ruqing hastily clarified, realizing that this individual was not only her cousin, but also her formidable ally, one she could not afford to antagonize. As she spoke, a small creature leapt from the water to the edge of the bathing tub, and with swift reflexes, she reached out to catch it. "Elder brother, look, this is Xiao Qing, my pet," she exclaimed. However, she was met with a chilling gaze from the handsome face before her, the jawline taut with suppressed fury. Daring not to meet his dangerous eyes, her gaze fell to his sculpted collarbone and lean chest muscles. She coughed lightly, and in the next moment, she found herself sitting on the ground, only to hear Su Mingxuan's low growl from behind her. "Get out." All right. Su Ruqing hurriedly fled, colliding with Su Lin, who was entering the room with clothes in hand. Noticing the drastic change in Su Ruqing's complexion, Su Lin instinctively sidestepped to rush inside. Observing his usually composed master, now displaying an expression of furious wrath, with veins protruding on his forehead, Su Lin wisely knelt in submission. "Su Lin, go receive 20 strokes." The deep voice, barely concealing its ire, echoed from the room behind Su Ruqing. She stuck out her tongue, feeling guilty for implicating Su Lin, and resolved to have Qing Feng fetch some ointment, hoping it would ensure he would recover quickly without scars or aftereffects. Seated obediently in the hall, Su Ruqing rotated her sore wrist with one hand while cradling a box in the other, with Xiao Qing obediently feigning death inside it. She awaited Su Mingxuan's return, watching as he quietly practiced acupuncture in his undergarments, hoping he would overlook any grievances due to her docile demeanor. "Relax, elder brother," Su Ruqing gently prodded, noting the tension in his muscles. His physique was remarkably sturdy, the touch pleasant even through the fabric. She circled around, her gaze settling calmly on his chest, as her silver needle once again descended upon him. In contrast to her usual languid demeanor, she appeared solemn, as if engaged in a sacred and significant task. Su Mingxuan's eyes fell upon Su Ruqing, his gaze flickering slightly. The cool touch of her hand, even through his shirt, was fleeting yet profound, sending a tingling sensation that spread like a web of subtle pain, reaching deep into his heart. After completing the acupuncture, Su Mingxian handed her a box. I must attend to official duties, and my return is uncertain. I do not know if I will make it in time for your coming-of-age ceremony. So I present this to you in advance, your gift for the ceremony." Su Ruqing accepted the box and opened it. In the dim light of the room, a blue gemstone shimmered with an ethereal glow. This was a rare sapphire, invaluable and exquisite, not to mention the delicate craftsmanship. A true masterpiece of unparalleled artistry, truly worth its weight in gold. She hastily declined, saying, "Elder brother, I appreciate your kind intentions, but this hairpin is far too precious. It will be better to convert it into cash for me." As a daughter born of a concubine, her father stationed at the border, she was an overlooked secondary daughter within the sudden appearance of such a valuable hairpin was indeed too conspicuous. However, silver was different. She could deposit it in the bank, and a thin banknote would be easy to conceal. Su Mingxian retrieved a book from the shelf, extracted a 1,000-tael banknote from its pages, placed it in the box, and handed it to her. "You financial enthusiast. Here, take this banknote as a bonus. Keep it as a safety net. Before your coming-of-age ceremony, your second uncle will send gifts for you." Su Mingxian continued to extend his hand, implying that it would be easy to blend in when the time came. After all, no one would scrutinize the details of gifts sent back by a father to his daughter. Su Ruqing, observing his unyielding demeanor, sensibly accepted the offering. "Thank you, elder brother." Aside from being somewhat taciturn and cool in temperament, he was genuinely a good person. Previously, the profit from their collaboration on a skincare cream had only yielded 500 taels over a month, yet he had given her 2 months' worth of profits all at once. This transformed her, a concubine's daughter with a meager monthly allowance of 20 taels, into someone with a fortune of 1,000 taels. Alas, she regretted not witnessing the conclusion of events. Had she known which prince would ascend the throne, she would have promptly informed her brother, urging him to align himself properly and strengthen their ties for her continued benefit. Su Mingxian observed Su Ruqing's slender silhouette as she departed and instructed Su Lin, "Tomorrow, send a capable cook to the 3rd Mrs. Courtyard and have Mo Yi deliver a maid as well, but do so discreetly." "Yes," Su Lin responded, standing tall. "Young master, shall I select the maid who excelled in last month's women's martial arts class?" However, Su Mingxian countered, "Inform Mo Yi that loyalty is more significant than skill." "Understood." Mo Yi, the leader of the young master's covert guard, was tasked with choosing a maid who possessed both martial prowess and unwavering loyalty. Henceforth, she would be aligned with the 3rd Mississippi. It seemed the young master truly regarded the 3rd Miss as a sister, necessitating greater respect towards her in the future. Upon Su Ruqing's return to the courtyard, a maid hurried to greet her. "3rd Miss, where have you been? Why didn't you allow me to accompany you? It is dark, and should an ill-mannered individual bump into you?" Qing Feng swiftly interrupted. "Qing Yu, the Miss's attire is missing an embroidered flower." She then coaxed and led her away. Su Ruqing's gaze turned icy. A traitorous maid, she had already discovered that Qing Yu had, as described in the book, long since aligned herself with Su Ruyan. The schemes that the original character endured, resulting in her downfall, could not have succeeded without Qing Yu's significant contributions, were it not for Qing Yu's potential usefulness. Su Ruqing had countless methods to ensure her conspicuous disappearance. In the Tinglan courtyard, at the stroke of midnight, a soft voice called out, "Brother, do you not find me beautiful?" Su Mingxian opened his eyes to see a disheveled woman, her face veiled in red gauze, standing before him. His expression changed dramatically. "Get out. Leave at once. Otherwise, I will kill you." Before his words could fade, a slender and graceful figure had already leaped into his embrace, her fragrant breath enveloping his lips with an endless allure. His mind spun in a daze as his hand caressed her skin, as delicate as fine jade, cool to the touch like the highest quality stone, rendering his fingers utterly rigid. His entire body tensed, yearning to push her away. Yet he found himself unable to muster any strength. Damn it, where had Su Lin gone? How dare he wander off during duty? His mind was flooded with anger. Yet his hand, unbidden, continued to explore the exquisite coolness beneath his palm. A cool hand glided down from his forehead to his cheeks, neck, chest, and abdomen, slowly descending. Yet he felt no refreshment, Instead, an intense heat surged within him, ignited by her touch. Just beyond the sheer red fabric, a familiar fair forehead evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Struggling to raise his hand, he tore away the veil that concealed her face, revealing the familiar, slender yet exquisite countenance. No, he abruptly sat up, breathing heavily, realizing that the dim room was empty save for himself, devoid of any woman. Was it true that daydreams turned into nightmares? How could he ever harbor improper thoughts about his own sister? He had always regarded that little girl as just a sister. It was all that little girl's fault for her reckless wandering during the day, causing him to suffer nightmares at night. Suddenly frozen, his gaze slowly dropped, and after a long moment, he darkened his expression, rising to retrieve a clean pair of undergarments, tossing aside the ones he had worn onto a nearby chair. In the morning, Su Lin routinely gathered the clothes discarded by the young lord. Upon picking up the undergarments, he paused, feeling a touch, and a smile broke across his face. "My lord, has there been awakening?" In high spirits, he approached Su Mingxian, who was engrossed in reading, his tone betraying his excitement. "My lord, should I report that he has gestured towards the palace, requesting 2 maidens to attend to him?" Before he could finish, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him, and he abruptly halted, panic etched across his face. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. "Young lord, I was wrong. I beseech you to spare me this once." As he spoke, he repeatedly knocked his forehead against the ground, soon blood trickling down, yet he dared not cease. "Go receive 20 lashes. This is the only time. It shall not happen again." After a moment, Su Mingxuan's icy voice rang out. "Otherwise, you shall return whence you came." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Su Lin felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, his face covered in blood, yet too afraid to wipe it away. Hastily retreating, unwilling to tarnish his lord's eyes. To be in service to his lord was a stroke of fortune. He had truly lost his mind, daring to probe into such matters. It must be known that none had ever left alive from his lord's side. Chapter 3. Speaking nonsense if you do not want it. Just cut it out. Su Ruqing had just finished breakfast when she visited the old lady's pine and cypress courtyard at the Marquis's residence, encountering Su Rushuang, the legitimate second daughter of the first wife, and Su Rulian, the daughter of the aunt. Upon seeing Su Ruqing, Su Rushuang's face darkened. "What brings you here?" Her naturally pale complexion, now even more so after her recovery, made her jealousy towards the glowing Su Ruqing glaringly evident. "Su Zulking Tukka, you ought to ask grandmother. She sent for me." "Third sister, do not quarrel with fourth sister. She is still young. We must be accommodating towards her," Su Rulian chimed in, adopting the demeanor of a good sister. Aside from the eldest daughter, Su Rushua, who is already married at the age of 23, the second daughter, Su Rulian, is 15. The third, Su Ruqing, is 14, and the fourth, Su Rushuang, is 13. The heir, Su Mingxian, is 18, while the second son, Su Mingho, born of the concubine, is 16, and the twin sons, Su Mingxiang and Su Mingrue, born of the second concubine, are but 5 years old. Su Rulian's aunt is a maidservant who accompanied the first wife, and she has always been doting on Su Rushuang, with the two inseparable. The male head of the second household, Su Zitao, is the father of Su Ruqing and shares a childhood bond with the matriarch, Mrs. Wang, leading to a deep affection between them. The courtyard is sparsely populated with women. Aside from the primary wife, Mrs. Wang, there is only Su Ruqing's aunt, Lin Heir, who was taken into the household as a reward for her father's valiant act of saving an injured general, due to Su Zitao's long-term duty at the border. The second household's offspring are few, with only Su Ruqing as the sole, illegitimate daughter. In the eyes of the old matriarch, even though Su Ruqing is born out of wedlock, she is the only descendant of the second household and naturally receives far more attention than Su Rulian, who is also an illegitimate child. This disparity is one reason why Su Rulian, who enjoys her father's favor, has always harbored resentment towards Su Ruqing. If your vision is failing, consult a physician. Speaking falsehoods with your eyes wide open is pointless, Su Ruqing remarked coldly, her gaze devoid of warmth. "Sister, how could you speak of me, Su Rulian, in such a manner?" Su Rulian feigned a timid and aggrieved demeanor. Su Ruching sneered. Su Rulian had always been like a barking dog that bites, pretending to be weak while committing countless underhanded acts. Disinterested, Su Ruching entered the courtyard directly, followed closely by Su Rushuang, who could not allow Su Ruching to take the lead. Left behind, Su Rulian glared at Su Ruching's retreating figure, biting her lip in frustration. Previously, whenever the two had been together, they would engage in fights, and she would merely have to offer a few kind words to be praised for her understanding. Yet, why had they not clashed this time? Upon entering the courtyard, old Madame Su gazed at the three graceful young ladies and could not help but smile. Oh dear, how quickly you have all blossomed into young ladies. Quickly select 2 maids and have the sewing room prepare you new garments, for in a few days, you shall visit the Duke's residence for a delightful outing. Many young ladies of marriageable age are often introduced to various gatherings beforehand, becoming well known, and following their coming-of-age ceremonies, they begin to seek suitable matches. Su Ruching understood. The eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Rushua, has married into the Duke's residence as the heiress wife. In just 5 days, it will be her son's 7th birthday, and it is said that at such a tender age, he has already taken a renowned scholar as his mentor and will be ready to participate in the children's examination in 2 years. They plan to hold a grand celebration for the birthday feast. This presents an excellent opportunity for the Su family's young ladies to make their debut in society. Riding on the coattails of Su Rushua, the original protagonist of the story had been schemed against on that day, ruining her reputation, which led to a hasty and careless coming-of-age ceremony, exacerbating her already precarious situation, ultimately resulting in her, a daughter of a marquis and a general, hastily marrying a poor scholar. 5 days hence, if they dare to conspire against her, she shall bring them to ruin. Should they extend their claws, she shall sever them. The elderly matron, responsible for nurturing young maids in the Su household, approached with a group of girls around the age of 10. After they performed their greetings, they obediently lined up, offering themselves for the selection of the esteemed guests. Go on, you each already have 2 senior maids. Choose 2 more, starting with the younger ones, declared the matriarch of the Su family. Once your marriages are arranged, grandmother will ensure you each have 4 senior maids. Yes, the 3 young ladies responded in unison. Su Rulian observed the eager Su Rushuang and turned to Su Ruching, suggesting, Sister, why don't we let the 4th sister choose first? She is the youngest, and as elder sisters, it is only right that we allow her this privilege. Su Ruching feigned surprise. I thought the 2nd sister intended to give her own maid quota to the 4th sister. Su Rulian's gentle smile faltered, a flicker of annoyance surfacing in her eyes. As a young lady of a prestigious family, who would wish to have fewer attendants, the number of servants not only reflects the family's regard for oneself, but also presents an excellent opportunity to cultivate capable help. Su Rushuang had already stepped forward, exclaiming, You are all too slow. I shall go first. She scrutinized the selection, ultimately choosing 2 maids who appeared neat and capable, albeit rather ordinary in appearance. Despite her forthright demeanor, a noble lady raised in a well-to-do family understood the importance of not surrounding oneself with individuals more attractive than herself, as one must not appear overly unappealing. Now that the 4th sister has chosen, it is your turn, 3rd sister. I shall select last, Su Rulian said gently, her tone reminiscent of a caring elder sister. The matriarch smiled. It pleases me to see you sisters show such deference to one another. Qing, since your 2nd sister has spoken, you may choose first. Very well, Su Ruching replied, striding forward. Su Rulian's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that the matriarch would genuinely allow Su Ruching to choose first. After all, aside from the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, there is also the principle of seniority. As Su Ruching stood beside the 2 maids she had selected, her countenance darkened. Although all the maids were specially trained, their inherent natures were difficult to alter. There was a significant variance in temperament and appearance, with Su Rushuang having already taken 2. If Su Ruching were to select another 2, what would remain for Su Rulian? The remaining choices were either too voluptuous or excessively tall, and one was strikingly beautiful, drawing attention. Such beauty could pose a threat rather than serve as an aid. After all, who would wish to be overshadowed by their own maids in front of a future husband. The atmosphere grew silent as everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Su Ruqing deliberately lingered near the two maids chosen by Su Ruoyan, pushing her elder sister to the brink of frustration, her grip on her handkerchief tightening. Sensing the moment was ripe, Su Ruqing halted before a robust maid and asked, "Are you afraid of hard work?" The stout maid, not particularly appealing, felt as though luck had suddenly smiled upon her. She promptly exclaimed, "I am not afraid of hard work. I can do any task. As long as I am rewarded with a meal, I am quite strong." As she spoke, she extended her palm, large as a fan, and formed a fist. Her booming voice elicited disdainful expressions from those around her. Su Ruqing gazed at the excited, dark eyes and smiled. "Then it shall be you." She then turned her attention to the silent, yet strikingly beautiful little girl. "And you, looking quite lovely and pleasing to the eye." While others were captivated solely by her astonishing beauty, Su Ruqing noticed the calluses on her hands, seemingly revealed intentionally. Indeed, the lovely little girl approached quietly, standing behind Su Ruqing. One was a robust figure, not typically feminine, while the other was excessively beautiful, creating a stark contrast that drew the attention of many. Even the matriarch Su could not help but remark, "Qing girl, have you made your choice?" Her gaze lingered on the exquisitely beautiful face, laden with unspoken implications. A personal maid would become part of the dowry, frequently encountering the young master. Excessive beauty could lead to endless complications. Su Ruqing nodded, and although the matriarch furrowed her brow slightly, she ultimately said nothing. A child raised under a concubine's care, lacking the guidance of a mistress, would inevitably possess a somewhat narrow perspective. Yet, Su Ruqing felt a sense of anticipation. This little girl was bound to bring her unexpected delight. However, she noticed Su Ruoyan's gaze constantly directed at her, an undertone of mockery in her eyes. Su Ruoyan, unable to contain herself so soon. Chapter 4. Do you wish to escape from her grasp? Dream on. After Su Ruqing made her selections, Su Ruoyan hurriedly approached to choose the two she favored before feigning concern. "Sister, it would be wise to heed grandmother's advice and not be willful." Su Ruqing raised an eyebrow. "What if second sister were to trade with me?" Su Ruoyan quickly retorted, "Since third sister has made her choice, I shall refrain from taking what belongs to others." Her gaze swept over the beautiful face behind Su Ruqing, a smile in her eyes. The matriarch then summoned 3 matrons to distribute tasks among them before dismissing everyone. Su Ruoyan lingered at the back, and after Su Ruofang left, she hastened to catch up. "Third sister, I have something to discuss with you." As she spoke, her eyes darted to Qing Feng and the newly arrived maid and matron, laden with insinuation. Su Ruqing, growing impatient, replied, "Speak, or I shall take my leave." Su Ruoyan's expression stiffened. Fearing her departure, she quickly added, "I have a design that requires your assistance in altering it. I shall send a maid to collect it tomorrow." Su Ruoyan's personal maid, Ji Qin, extended an envelope towards Qing Feng, who, however, did not take it, instead looking to Su Ruqing. Su Ruqing regarded Su Ruoyan quietly, showing no inclination for Qing Feng to accept it. Unable to restrain herself, Su Ruoyan glanced around, gritting her teeth. Her voice lowered, "I would not harm you. What benefit would that bring me?" Only then did Su Ruqing reluctantly nod. "Very well. Let us accept it. It is kind of second sister to take such care." Su Ruoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I shall send a maid to collect it tomorrow," and hurried away with Ji Qin. Su Ruqing returned to the courtyard with a robust matron skilled in kitchen duties and the unnamed beautiful maid. Before she could speak, the beautiful maid had already begun. "Third miss, I have something to report. My lady, you must not heed her words. Should she wish to harm you?" Qing Shan immediately intervened. From the moment she laid eyes on this young girl, an overwhelming sense of impending danger enveloped her. Such beauty! How can my lady bring her home? In the future, she must not accompany my lady when she leaves, or else what chance will there be for her to shine? Very well. Let us first attend to Madame Ma and the plump maid. My lady shall make her own decisions. Upon receiving Su Ruqing's subtle signal, Qing Feng swiftly led Qing Shan out, shutting the door behind them. Once the door was closed, the young girl bowed and introduced herself. I am a maid sent by the heir to ensure my lady's safety. When you go out, please be sure to take me along. I humbly request a name from my lady." She astutely revealed her identity. Having been dispatched by the heir, she was no longer a mere hidden guard. For one who was destined to perish as a shadowy protector, this was indeed the best possible outcome. She must gain her lady's trust swiftly and secure her position beside her, and there was no quicker way to do so than to openly declare her status. Su Ruqing's face lit up with delight. "So, you possess considerable skill? How many adult men can you defeat?" Her elder brother was truly kind and thoughtful. With such a devoted maid by her side, her outings would be much safer. Defeat? The young girl's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, as if she found herself in a quandary, uncertain, perhaps 7 or 8, maybe a dozen. "I have not tried, but I will protect my lady with my life." She had mastered lethal techniques, having previously vanquished most of the guards in the shadowy camp, leaving them unable to rise again. As for ordinary individuals, as long as she refrained from killing them, she should manage to subdue them with ease. "That is sufficient. Your daily protection will do. You shall be called Qing Tian. Now, you may leave." Su Ruqing felt in fine spirits. This elder brother was indeed a generous superior, and she had not misjudged her fortune in securing such an ally. "Thank you, my lady," Qing Tian responded and exited respectfully, her smile fading as she withdrew. Su Ruqing opened an envelope, glancing at the words inside, her brow slightly furrowing. So soon, that scoundrel Zhao Chonghui was already plotting against her? In the western part of the city, the pear blossoms have fallen. I wish to invite you to enjoy them together, as the maple leaves blaze like the evening clouds, faintly reminiscent of a dream. In the west of the city lies a renowned spot for flower appreciation, known as Maple Leaf Pavilion, where one can view pear blossoms in spring, lotus flowers in summer, maple leaves in autumn, and peonies in winter. It attracts numerous talented scholars and beautiful ladies, serving as the ideal venue for suitors to invite their beloveds. More importantly, though the Maple Leaf Pavilion may sound modest, it spans dozens of acres, featuring not only seasonal blooms, but also a plethora of evergreen plants year-round. It is equally famous for its exquisite cuisine, reflecting the owner's meticulous efforts. This establishment is a favored locale for the affluent to host gatherings, and distinguished individuals frequently linger there. Just the entrance fees and meal costs bring the owner considerable wealth. One wonders who the proprietor truly is. Zhao Chonghui's invitation to such a place, couched in a simple verse, offered no grounds for accusations of impropriety, even if it were to be discarded. With similar sounds evoking longing, the young girl, filled with youthful infatuation, surely overthought the situation. The original owner had tarnished her reputation in the Duke's mansion, facing dire circumstances. It would not be surprising to fall for the affections of such a talented and devoted young man. Indeed, the fate of the original owner was not undeserved. Zhao Chonghui indeed possesses both talent and cunning. Otherwise, he would not have manipulated the female protagonist to pave the way for his ascent to the position of magistrate. Unfortunately, his intentions are not noble. "Miss, do you intend to visit young Master Zhao?" Xingfeng hesitated before speaking. "In a few days, I shall be going to the Duke's mansion." The implication was clear. She wished to persuade her that, at this critical juncture, the Duke's residence held greater significance. Although she was a secondary daughter of the Marquis's household, her father was a general, and there was no need for her to compromise herself by marrying a destitute scholar. Su Ruqing also valued her visit to the Duke's mansion, for it represented a significant turning point in her fate. As for Zhao Chonghui, he was merely a minor player. There were countless ways to deal with him. "Then I shall not go," Su Ruqing declared. "I need to study medical texts tomorrow. My brother's poison is being resolved too slowly. Shall I inform the second miss?" Qingfeng's face brightened with relief. She had always believed that her mistress was far too amiable, and it seemed absurd to her that a mere favor during an outing should lead to such connections. If news of this were to spread, it would be tantamount to private dealings. Furthermore, even without assistance, the young lady could easily extricate herself from those beggars and vagrants. Why would she need the intervention of a poor scholar? It was truly meddling. What is there to inform? It is but a trivial matter. The Marquis's household lacks for nothing. Su Ruching nonchalantly picked up a nearby medical book and began to peruse it. A distinguished young lady of the Marquis's household. Certainly not a madam, yet she continually found herself embroiled in the role of a matchmaker. Indeed, Ching Feng replied with vigor, having long harbored discontent towards the second Mississippi. Although they were both born of lesser status, the second Miss often relied on her aunt's favor with the matriarch to overtly and covertly belittle her mistress. At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Miss, your aunt has arrived." Su Ruching's expression darkened. She cast aside the medical book and rose to greet her guest. A slender woman, her complexion rosy and delicate, appeared in the courtyard, supported by a maid, making her way toward Su Ruching's study. Su Ruching stood at the entrance, waiting for her to approach before offering a perfunctory greeting. "Aunt, what brings you here?" Lin Huier gazed at her daughter, who had changed significantly since her illness, and spoke in a soft, tender tone. "Annie has missed you, Ching. May I come in for a visit?" Su Ruching turned and led her to a small parlor, where they both took a seat. Lin Huier surveyed the compact yet well-appointed courtyard, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. This was the most desirable courtyard, second only to the main residence. That obstinate girl had managed to win the favor of the old matriarch and moved here. Did she think to escape her grasp? Such a dream. With a demeanor that suggested she had the upper hand, Lin Huier regarded Su Ruching and slowly began, "Ching, your aunt has longed for you. Why not move in with me?" Chapter 5. Conspiracy and Marriage Schemes. The Marquis's household has its rules. "You cannot live with me, aunt." Su Ruching firmly rejected the proposition. "Oh dear, you are already of age. In 2 years, you will be wed. Your aunt wishes to spend more time with you," Lin Huier said softly, her eyes reflecting maternal affection as she looked at Su Ruching. "You should speak to the old matriarch. I'm certain she will agree." Su Ruching shook her head. "If it is your desire to come, then you should speak to her yourself." She had just arrived and discovered that the original owner was so frail that a mere gust of wind could carry her away, drawing the old matriarch's attention to her growth, while the concubine failed to care for her, thus granting her the opportunity to reside in her own courtyard. It was sheer folly to cohabit with such a woman. "You may leave. I wish to share some intimate words with Chinger," Lin Huier said with a faint smile on her face. Su Ruching was equally curious about Lin Huier's intentions. Thus she nodded to the motionless Ching Feng. Lin Huier's maid, Chow Chow, promptly pulled Ching Feng outside and closed the door. Once the door was shut, Lin Huier's smile vanished. Rising, she approached Su Ruching, her well-maintained visage now etched with fury. "I toiled to bring you into this world and nurtured you to this stage, and this is how you repay me? You have truly gone astray." With that, she produced a slender embroidery needle from her pouch and plunged it savagely into Su Ruching's arm. The act was executed with alarming familiarity, indicating a practiced hand. Su Ruching's countenance darkened as she seized Lin Huier's wrist and forcefully pushed her, causing Lin Huier to cry out and tumble to the ground. No wonder she had felt inexplicable pain upon her arrival, unable to locate any wound. The instrument of her suffering was this delicate embroidery needle. Though it would leave no scar, the pain was excruciatingly piercing. What kind of ruthless heart could treat her own flesh and blood in such a manner? Yet, it was rumored that during the journey back to the Marquis's residence, it was Lin Huier and the second madam, Mrs. Wang, who gave birth. Mrs. Wang delivered a stillborn, while Lin Huier brought forth her. Even if Lin Huier despised her for not being a male heir, such treatment was unwarranted, unless— "Su Ruching, how dare you push me?" Lin Huier shrieked, her eyes wide with disbelief and uncontrolled rage. After all, the once timid insect she had held in her palm now dared to rebel. "Auntie, how careless of you! You fell on your own accord. Yet you dare to accuse me?" Su Ruching clapped her hands as if brushing off dirt. This action only incited Lin Huier to grit her teeth in frustration. "You wretched girl, help me up at once." "Perhaps not. After all, you still wield a weapon, and I am genuinely terrified." Su Ruching remained seated, unyielding as a mountain. "I am of considerable age now, and you still dare to lay hands on me? Are you not afraid that grandmother will learn of this and send you to the countryside?" "You—" Lin Huier could hardly believe her ears or eyes. This insufferable girl, after recovering from her illness, had seemingly transformed now exhibiting defiance and threats. She was becoming increasingly unmanageable. This was absolutely unacceptable. Suppressing her fury, she retracted the embroidery needle, standing up with a smile plastered on her face, reaching out to stroke Su Ruqing's head. "You wretched girl, truly. I was merely so enraged that I thought to teach you a lesson. Have you really grown distant from your aunt?" Su Ruqing recoiled, evading the touch, her gaze icy as she regarded Lin Huier. "You may indeed be my aunt, but you are at most a half-hearted matron. Though I am a born daughter of the second house, I am its sole girl, and my status is recognized by grandmother." The implication was clear. If she continued to bully her, she would not hesitate to report her to the matriarch. Lin Huier clenched her teeth in silence, fully aware that this troublesome girl was the sole offspring of the second household. Nevertheless, as the year-end approached, she anticipated the return of the master, hoping he would pay her more visits. Considering her role in raising this insufferable girl, she intended to seize the opportunity to bear a son. Why should that old woman, who only knew how to pray and burn incense, secure the position of second wife? Once she bore a son, the status of the primary wife should rightfully belong to her. Just wait and see how she would discipline this insufferable girl. "You, my dear, I am your nurturing concubine, and how could I possibly wish you harm? Do not trouble the old matriarch over trivial matters. Be wary of inciting her ire. Never mind, rest well. I shall return to sew you some clothes, and come back to see you later." Lin Huier, having expressed her thoughts patiently, departed. Su Ruqing furrowed her brow, finding this meddlesome woman a nuisance. Though she ostensibly held the advantage of having given birth, Su Ruqing felt powerless to take direct action against her. Fortunately, she was merely a concubine, and thus dared not overtly manipulate her. At that moment, the main house welcomed an elderly nurse, the beloved caretaker of Su Ruqing, the eldest daughter of the Su family who had married into the Duke of England's household. Nurse Deng secretly met with the matriarch, Madame Yu. "How is Shui?" Madame Yu inquired anxiously. "What has happened? How did she fall gravely ill?" Nurse Deng wiped away her tears. "The eldest lady has suffered greatly. After giving birth to a son, her health deteriorated. For many years, she has taken great care of herself, all for the sake of her son. Yet the heir treats her as nothing more than a mere ornament, indulging himself daily in the rear courtyard. Just last month, he took in 2 courtesans, and that night, the eldest lady was so enraged that she spat blood." Madame Yu listened, tears streaming down her face. "My poor Shui, that scoundrel would be better off dead. He tarnishes my daughter's reputation." "Madam, you cannot speak so," Nurse Deng interjected hastily. "The young master is only 7 years old. Even if the father is merely a figurehead, he can still uphold the family's dignity for a few more years. Once the young master matures, things will improve. By the way, why did Shui send you to see me? Is there something she requires of me?" Madame Yu wiped her tears. Nurse Deng glanced around cautiously, lowering her voice. "Madam, the last time the eldest lady proposed a plan, she intends to act upon it now." Madame Yu's tears fell once more. "Is Shui truly beyond recovery? What did the physician say?" Deep down, Madame Yu understood that if her daughter's condition were not dire, she would not entertain such drastic measures. Yet, she remained reluctant to accept the harsh reality. Her daughter was still in her early 20s, at the peak of her youth. How had it come to this? Nurse Deng's eyes were also filled with tears. When the eldest lady spat blood last month, the matriarch sent for a physician. He stated that the eldest lady's burdens were too great, her worries too profound, and her health had reached a critical state. After a moment of shared sorrow, "Madam, you finally spoke. Rest assured, I will personally bring 3 maidens with me. If the plan succeeds, I shall administer the herbal concoction to ensure no future complications arise, allowing Shui to rest easy. Madame Deng has departed, and in her stead, Mama Wang, a trusted companion of the Yu family, entered. You shared her plans with this loyal confidant, yet Wang frowned, expressing concern. Madam, might this course of action be too perilous? After all, she is the sole daughter of the second branch, and even as a concubine's child, she is still a young lady of the marquisate. You sighed. Am I not aware of the disgrace this entails? However, our boy is still so young. should the new wife prove to be malicious. It would be difficult for him to even grow to maturity. His father is of no use, and without my assistance, what can I do for my dear girl? Moreover, only a maternal aunt with aligned interests would wholeheartedly care for my son in the absence of her own children. As he matures, she too would find hope in him. A glimmer of desperation shone in Yu's eyes. If retribution is to come, let it fall upon me. Chapter 6. Administering the infertility potion on the brother-in-law's bed, Mama Wang understood Yu's intentions well, recognizing that among the 3 eligible young ladies, the 4th was Yu's own daughter, who was dearly cherished, not to mention her fiery temperament. The second lady had the support of her esteemed aunt, who had solidified her position over the years and held considerable respect with the Marquis. Should the second lady be wed, with her aunt's backing, there would be no opportunity for Yu to administer the infertility potion, and with the cunning of the second lady and her mother, the boy's situation would become even more precarious. After all, the aunt was no longer the same as before. Thus, it seemed that only the third miss, a concubine's daughter from the second branch, was the most suitable candidate. With the matriarch indifferent to affairs, the father absent, and the biological mother a concubine. Even if the situation were to materialize, the old matriarch would have no choice but to acquiesce. Wang pondered, yet could not suppress her frown. This matter may be concealed from others, but it may not elude the old matriarch's notice. Should we consult her? After all, the matriarch of the inner court was not easily deceived. Administering an infertility potion on the brother-in-law's bed was exceedingly malicious. If exposed, while you might fare well, those of us serving her would certainly face dire consequences. It is unacceptable, absolutely not. Although the old matriarch values Schwerer and the boy, she would never risk the Marquis's reputation over a married daughter. Furthermore, the second branch has only this one offspring. She would surely not sacrifice him to benefit my dear girl. Do not speak further. I am well aware of the implications, Yu responded, her eyes glinting with calculation. Wang sighed, knowing that Yu was resolute in her decisions. Once her mind was made, it would not be swayed. She could only hope for a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, Su Mingxian stared intently at Mo Yi before him. Are you certain it is the Duke of England's residence? The subordinate personally followed. That individual entered the Duke's inner quarters. The guards are vigilant at night, and fearing to alert the snake, I plan to wait until the banquet day to send someone in, Mo Yi reported. Do not act rashly. I will attend the banquet personally. You will provide support, Su Mingxian instructed. Mo Yi grew anxious. Nothing was more critical than the safety of his master. It is settled then. Indeed. Su Ruqing observed the garments presented by the maid. Did this come from my aunt? Indeed, the esteemed lady has prepared garments for both you and the second young lady, stating that the needlework room's creations are to be kept for everyday outings. In such eminent gatherings at the Duke's residence, attire must not be taken lightly. Thus, she personally curated outfits for both you and the second young lady. Qing Feng echoed the words of the maid who delivered the items. Let us wear this, she decided. Given that these were openly gifted, there was no reason for any deceit, and she distinctly recalled that any such trickery would occur during the Duke's banquet. Moreover, as Madame Yu is the matron of the Marquis's house, there is no necessity to offend her publicly. As the day arrived, Su Ruqing promptly donned the attire sent by Madame Yu, though she prudently brought along 2 additional outfits. Early in the morning, after preparing herself, Su Ruqing resolved to take Qing Feng and Qing Teng to the Duke's residence. Qing Feng skillfully soothed the dissatisfied Qing Wei, saying, Your task is of great importance. You must keep a close watch on the people in the courtyard. The household feels secure only when you are attentive to the young lady. Qing Wei shot a sharp glare at Qing Ting before reluctantly agreeing, unaware that she was, in fact, the one being scrutinized. The group gathered at the entrance of the Marquis's residence, where the matron, the esteemed Madame Yu, stood observing Su Ruqing and her 2 maids approach. She merely cast a cursory glance, her gaze lingering momentarily on Qing Ting's face, yet remained silent. As it was a day of rest, not only Su Mingxian arrived, but also Su Rulian's twin brother, Su Mingho. The 2 younger twin masters, born of the second concubine, were too young to attend. Thus, only Su Mingxian and Su Mingho accompanied the adults, while Marquis Su Zhiqing went directly after finishing court duties. Su Ruqing greeted both her brothers with equal courtesy. Su Mingxian responded with a mere nod, his gaze resting on Su Ruqing's head for but a fleeting moment, whereas Su Mingho, embodying the role of a caring brother, offered gentle reminders to his three sisters. Su Rushuang disdainfully turned away, and Su Rulian, growing impatient, urged, "Brother, we must set off." Only Su Ruqing smiled and said, "Thank you, second brother. I shall be mindful." Encouraged, Su Mingho took the opportunity to offer more patient advice, making one wonder if they were truly siblings of the same mother. Suzuki Litstang Atten TV. She understood that Su Mingho was being pressured by the first concubine to vie for the title of heir, while her own ambitions were modest, her sole focus being her studies. Albeit somewhat old-fashioned, Su Mingxuan's gaze returned to the smile on her face, and with a stoic expression, he withdrew his eyes. Once everyone had gathered, Madame Yu instructed, "Today's banquet hosted by the British Duke will be attended by many nobles. You young maids must remain close to me and avoid straying, ensuring that you do not inadvertently offend any esteemed guests." "Yes," the three maids replied in unison. Su Rushuang joined Madame Yu and the attending maids in one carriage, while Su Rulian and Su Ruqing took another. As the carriage began to move, Su Rulian adopted an accusatory tone. "Why didn't you have someone return that design I requested? What is this nonsense you've given me?" She said this while snatching the design from another maid, Zhiqi, and tossing it at Su Ruqing. Su Ruqing remained unperturbed and casually handed it to Qing Feng to keep. "Didn't you say you wanted me to help you alter the design? That would have been quite troublesome. So I thought it best to simply give you a new one. If you do not fancy it, then so be it. What foolishness are you pretending?" Su Rulian felt that Su Ruqing had indeed become more difficult since her illness, confirming her suspicions. Su Ruqing, weary of dancing around the subject, said bluntly, "As for your cousin, if you fancy him so much, marry him yourself and stop bothering me." Su Rulian, taken aback by Su Ruqing's forthrightness, felt a twinge of guilt. "What are you talking about? It's not about marriage. My cousin is here to take the imperial examination and is bound to succeed as a scholar. His future is limitless." Su Ruqing scoffed coldly, uninterested in further conversation. Indeed, Zhao Chongwei had passed the examination, but with elections every 3 years, even the top scholar was not a rare find. Countless candidates awaited appointments in the Ministry of Personnel each year. It was perplexing what Su Rulian found to be so prideful. Not wishing to stir trouble, she decided to defer the matter until after the banquet. As their carriage approached the street where the Earl of England resided, they found it already thronged with people. Consequently, the group had no choice but to disembark and proceed on foot, whereas the men entered through another gate, as the majority rode horseback and quickly gained entry. Su Rushuang watched with envy as Su Rulian and Su Ruqing's fair complexions appeared even more radiant under the sun, her teeth clenched in secret frustration. Especially Su Ruqing, whose skin seemed to glow. Why couldn't a bolt of lightning strike them and turn them to charcoal? The group exchanged few words, merely nodding at acquaintances with the intention of engaging in conversation once inside. Upon reaching the inner gate, they encountered Mama Deng, dispatched by Su Rushue to welcome them. She greeted the three young ladies with a warm smile. Su Ruqing sensed that Deng's gaze lingered on her for a moment, but she feigned ignorance. After all, according to the records, today marked a significant turning point in her life, and she was curious to see how she could be maneuvered into her brother-in-law's bed. Chapter 7. What should be seen was not, yet what should not be seen was the group was led to the courtyard where the heir's wife resided, and Su Rushue emerged, supported by the matron. Upon seeing Su Rushue's condition, Mrs. Yu's eyes reddened, and she hurried forward. "Shuer, why are you out here? Quickly, go inside. It's cold out. We can talk inside." "Su Zusist my..." "All right, my three younger sisters have grown so much and are becoming more beautiful." Her warmth and natural charm stunned Su Rulian. Su Ruqing was also taken aback. Despite being in her early 20s, Su Rushue appeared emaciated, lacking vitality, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. It was no wonder she was beginning to consider matters beyond this life. Su Rushuang, lacking subtlety, blurted out, "Elder sister, why are you so ill? Did you hire incompetent doctors?" "Shvangya." Mrs. Yu's expression darkened. "The physicians attending your sister are all imperial doctors. What sort of talk is that? It's all right, mother. Fourth sister is merely concerned for me, Su Rushua interjected diplomatically. You three should accompany the matron and have something to eat, perhaps sample the delicacies from the new pastry chef at Ilo. The three sisters understood this was a signal to give the mother and daughter some privacy after their long separation. Even Su Rushuang refrained from objecting, suggesting that Mrs. You had likely given her prior instructions. Su Ruching maintained her composure, seemingly unaffected by the two piercing gazes, quietly following as they exited. Three individuals harbored their own thoughts when, within the span of a tea ceremony, Aunt Deng arrived. The young master has come, and the young madam has sent me to invite the three young ladies to meet their brother-in-law, lest they encounter him in the future as strangers. Su Rulian furrowed her brow slightly, feigning confusion. As ladies of the inner chamber, is it not rather inappropriate for us to meet a man from outside? Aunt Deng, unmoving, displayed a somewhat insistent demeanor. Su Rushuang rose and departed, with Su Rulian reluctantly following suit, while Su Ruching maintained her composure, discreetly touching her own face. Within mere breaths, she sensed an inexplicable swelling upon her visage. Aunt Deng lifted the curtain, intending to usher the three inside, when her peripheral vision caught Su Ruching's face, prompting an exclamation. Third miss, what has happened to your face? It appears swollen. Both Su Rushuang and Su Rulian turned their gazes toward her, with the latter feigning concern. Third sister, what is amiss? Have you had an allergic reaction? Su Ruching frowned, adopting a startled expression. It may indeed be an allergy. I inadvertently consumed a pastry containing peanuts, having done so mistakenly in the past as well. It should subside shortly. Su Rushuang, reveling in her misfortune, remarked. You truly resemble a bloated bun. The whiter, the more so. Huh. With that, she was the first to step inside. Aunt Deng, her expression grave, was about to speak and drop the curtain, intending to enter and report, but Su Ruching had already followed her inside. Su Rulian and Su Rushuang also entered, and upon seeing Su Ruching's asymmetrical, swollen visage, Su Shui and Madame Yu exchanged glances of concern. The once delicate-faced girl had transformed in an instant into this state. How were the two to meet now? Su Shui's gaze, sharp and scrutinizing, fell upon Aunt Deng. What is the matter with third sister's face? In response to the young madam, the third miss consumed a pastry with peanuts, to which she is allergic, resulting in her swelling. Aunt Deng's face bore an expression of distress. She was acutely aware of the schemes devised by the young madam and Madame Ho. Who could have anticipated that the third miss would suffer an allergic reaction? How fortuitously unfortunate. Her heart raced with an ominous premonition. How careless. Madam Yu was at a loss for words. If you know you were allergic to peanuts, why did you not exercise caution? Madame Yu's misplaced ire was utterly unreasonable. Yet Su Ruching remained unperturbed, wearing a countenance of understanding. Aunt, I had no knowledge that the pastry contained peanuts, hence the mistake. Please do not worry. I am quite fine. Mother, I know you are also concerned for third sister. I shall immediately send for the physician, Su Shui interjected, instructing a nearby maid to fetch assistance. Is this truly my three sisters-in-law? At that moment, a fair-skinned, delicate-featured young man of slender build, adorned in sumptuous attire and evidently indulged, emerged from the inner chamber. His gaze, imbued with intrigue, swept past the dark-skinned Su Rushuang and the white-faced Su Ruching, finally resting upon Su Rulian's visage, where interest emerged in his eyes. He had long heard his wife speak of her sister-in-law's beauty, and upon this encounter, though she was not a breathtaking vision, she possessed a charming, demure allure that was quite captivating. The speaker was none other than Meng Yutong, the heir of the British Duke. A glimmer of pride flickered in Su Rulian's eyes as she smiled and spoke first, Greetings, brother-in-law. I am a second younger sister of the eldest sister. Su Rushuang and Su Ruching followed suit with their greetings, yet they refrained from introducing their birth order. Greetings to you all, she responded, and then called out to those outside, Please bring in the gifts I have prepared for my three younger sisters. Su Rushuang, being the biological sister of Su Rushua, was naturally known to Meng Yutong, who had little interest in her round face. The people outside complied, entering with a tray that held three exquisitely crafted hairpins, each showcasing innovative designs and meticulous workmanship. The delicate wings and petals appeared to flutter with life, a testament to the skill of a master craftsman, and their value was certainly considerable. The designs were similar, featuring a butterfly, a bee, and a lotus, respectively. Even for the young ladies of the Ho residence, such precious hairpins were not easily acquired. Su Rulian's eyes brightened at the sight of the lotus hairpin, and she could not help but step forward, yet she restrained herself from reaching out due to the presence of others. Meng Yutong approached slowly, taking the lotus hairpin and offering it to her. This hairpin is suited for the second sister. The third and fourth sisters are still a bit too young to carry the elegance of the lotus. As he spoke, he intended to place the hairpin in Su Rulian's hair. She swiftly extended her hand to receive it, saying, "Thank you, brother-in-law," and deftly intercepted his gesture. Although she adored the hairpin, she understood the necessity of maintaining propriety, especially as she aspired to marry into a prominent family. He nodded in satisfaction and then addressed the pouting Su Rushuang and Su Ruching, third sister and fourth sister. "Do take yours as well. Do not be shy with your brother-in-law. If you like them, I shall prepare more next time." Su Rushuang reluctantly picked up the butterfly hairpin and handed it to her maid, while Su Ruching gestured for Qing Feng to take the remaining one, refraining from extending her own hand. In contrast to the coldness of the two, Su Rulian expressed her gratitude with a radiant smile that caught Meng Yutong's eye, prompting him to glance at her a few more times. She was both endearing and perceptive. It was a pity that she was merely a sister of the Su family. Such attraction could lead to complications. However, this predicament was not insurmountable. Madame Yu's expression had grown somber, and Su Rushue forced a smile as she ushered the others away. "All right, you may return to your duties. My sisters and I have matters to discuss, so please do not linger here." Su Rushue feigned a playful demeanor, gently pushing Meng Yutong away, projecting an image of a harmonious couple. As Meng Yutong's furrowed brow relaxed, he smiled graciously at everyone and took his leave. Su Rulian watched his retreating figure, her gaze flickering with an inexplicable meaning. Madame Yu and Su Rushue exchanged glances, both recognizing the disappointment reflected in each other's eyes. What they wished to see had eluded them, yet what they should not have noticed had caught their attention. What sort of predicament was this? The household physician came to examine Su Ruching's face, prescribe an ointment, and departed. After applying it, though her swelling remained, it had diminished considerably, allowing a glimpse of her former beauty. Soon, a maid reported that many guests had arrived, prompting Su Rushue to instruct the servants to escort the three maids out to greet them. Madame Yu lagged a step behind, inquiring, "Have we planned for what comes next?" Chapter 8. She fears she may have fallen into a trap. Su Rushue's face displayed a moment of hesitation. "Mother, perhaps it would be best to let it be. Everything is fated. Recently, I have been too obstinate. It is one thing for me to be ensnared in this predicament, but why should I drag my sister down with me?" Yusha remained silent, grasping her hand tightly. "But what about Lingur? He is only 7 years old. At this juncture, you cannot afford to exhibit maternal pity." Her words struck at the very essence of Su Rushue's resolve, causing her grip on Yusha's hand to tighten slightly. "Mother, let's adhere to the plan. Should any misfortune arise, you must place all the blame upon me. After all, my body is already destined for my third sister's marriage. Mother, please take care of her. She must not be left without a maternal home." She understood that relying on aunt and her third sister's maid was unwise. Since they had wronged them, it was better to offer some form of compensation. Yusha sighed. "We have wronged her first. If she truly cares for Ling Er, I shall treat her as my own daughter and protect her." Yet, there was an undercurrent of uncertainty. Given the unfavorable circumstances, she had initially thought that the scoundrel would be enamored with Su Ruching's beauty. Who could have anticipated that face would become swollen? Instead, he seemed to have taken a liking to Su Rulian. "No, it cannot be. We must try. It must not be Su Rulian." Su Ruching sat quietly in a corner. Thanks to Su Rulian and Su Rushuang, the original owner's notorious arrogance had become widely known, leaving her infamous and friendless. An uncherished, illegitimate daughter with a poor temperament. Who would deign to associate with her? Yet, Su Ruching found solace in her solitude. Accompanied by 2 maids, Qing Ting suddenly remarked, "Miss, Just now, when the eldest uncle came out, he saw us waiting in the hall and asked which maid we belonged to. Oh, what did you say? Su Ruqing raised an eyebrow, noting Meng Yutong's lack of decorum, even coveting her sister's maid. I told him I was a second-tier maid from the young master's ladies' courtyard. Qing Ting smiled faintly, her exquisite face glowing even brighter. Let that scoundrel pursue the eldest young lady for her maid. If the eldest young lady cannot produce her, there will surely be entanglements between the couple. How mischievous! Su Ruqing chuckled, observing the other's expression. She understood that sometimes being excessively beautiful could be perilous. Innocence is no defense for the beautiful. She rummaged through her purse. Here, consuming this will render you plain for a while. When the time comes, I shall inform you. Qing Ting accepted it earnestly, saying, my appearance is of no consequence. If Miss does not find me bothersome, I can destroy it. Do not. Your face is quite pleasing to the eye. It must be well protected. Su Ruqing quickly intervened. She had discerned the girl's temperament. Such devotion to self-sacrifice ran deep. This would not do. Life is the most precious gift, and one cannot cavalierly gamble it away. Soon, the banquet commenced. Su Ruqing sat at a table with Su Rushuang, Su Rulian, and several other young ladies from noble families. Suddenly, a maid beside her stumbled, causing the delicacies to tumble into her lap. Here it comes. Su Ruqing looked down calmly at the girl kneeling before her. I know my fault. Please, noble guest, punish me. The little maid knelt, fervently knocking her head against the ground, her forehead quickly turning red. Before Su Ruqing could utter a word, Su Rulian interjected. It's not a significant matter. If you haven't brought any clothes, you may borrow mine. I have enough. Su Ruqing arose. Take me to change. Qing Feng remained behind, while Qing Tong accompanied her. Qing Feng acknowledged her request, stepped out to retrieve the spare garments, and handed them to Qing Tong. The two followed the young maid towards the rear guest quarters, which grew increasingly secluded. Su Ruqing feigned ignorance of their surroundings. But one could not deny the grandeur of the British Duke's residence, a testament to its illustrious founding family, sprawling enough to rival 3 or 4 loyal marquis estates. The third miss has worked hard. It is just ahead. The young maid pointed to a nearby row of exquisitely constructed houses, evidently designated for distinguished guests. Su Ruqing nodded in agreement, following the maid's direction as she and Qing Tong entered one of the rooms. Upon entering, the maid promptly closed and locked the door behind her. Inside, Su Ruqing beheld Meng Yutong reclining upon the bed. A tired old trick, yet invariably effective. A woman's reputation is often deemed more precious than her very life. Once tarnished, her only recourse may be to submissively accept marriage. What a pity. She inhaled deeply, her gaze falling upon the incense nearby. As Qing Tong approached to extinguish it, Su Ruqing halted her. Let us step outside first. Without further ado, Qing Tong delivered a swift kick to the locked rear window, and the pair climbed through. Meng Yutong stirred, on the verge of awakening. Su Ruqing changed her attire in the adjacent room, while Qing Tong circled to the front, discarding the young maid onto Meng Yutong's bed, just as shouts of fire echoed from outside, accompanied by billowing black smoke rising from the farthest house. Su Ruqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What a spectacle! Is it truly ablaze? However, it would take time for the flames to reach this area, and prompt firefighting efforts would likely avert disaster. Moreover, the blatant commotion would draw a crowd without arousing suspicion that the fire was set merely to facilitate a clandestine rendezvous between her sister and brother-in-law. Su Ruqi's cunning was indeed remarkable and rather ruthless. What shall we do, miss? Qing Tong inquired, her ears perked up. Many people are arriving. At this juncture, their exit would raise questions regarding their presence here, and with Meng Yutong embroiled in scandal, it would be prudent to remain hidden. Take that pill, and we shall go there. She pointed toward a nearby pavilion. Once Qing Tong ingested the drug, she would be unremarkable to anyone, easily forgotten as if she had never been seen. Earlier, she had approached with the intent of using the window to reach that very place. The Duke's library would surely not disappoint. What began as mere curiosity had now transformed into an unexpected opportunity. It would be a shame to forego it. Typically, the library would be heavily guarded, yet Su Ruqi's audacious act of arson would divert attention, compelling those nearby to prioritize extinguishing the flames. Should the library catch fire, the repercussions could be fatal for anyone involved. Indeed, Qingtong's eyes sparkled with realization. Having taken the drug, she swiftly scaled the window, assisting Su Ruqing as they cautiously navigated their way, successfully infiltrating the library. Su Ruqing handed the sedative to Qingtong, who incapacitated the two guards stationed inside. The duo then hastened to the third floor, where treasures surely awaited them. Initially, it was presumed that there would be some sort of mechanism. However, it was surprisingly easy to ascend. Su Ruqing felt an unsettling sense of abnormality. She hastily arrived at the location of the hidden books and discovered two rare medical texts. Realizing there were no traps, grasping the books, she intended to leave promptly, feeling a twinge of regret for her impulsiveness. What if the fire had not been set by Su Ruqing? What if someone had orchestrated the fire to draw the crowd, with intentions akin to hers? At that moment, Qingting made a startling discovery. Miss, it appears the mechanisms here have been sabotaged. Her heart raced, and she felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. She feared she had fallen into a trap. Qingting reacted swiftly, seizing Su Ruqing's arm to flee, but in the next instant, she forcefully pushed Su Ruqing aside. Miss, be careful. A sword materialized out of thin air. Had it not been for Qingting's intervention, Su Ruqing might have suffered a fatal blow. Trembling, she touched her neck, while Qingting engaged in combat with a man whose face was obscured. Su Ruqing felt an inexplicable familiarity with the figure, and in the next moment, he suddenly spoke. Wait. Chapter 9. Strip him of his garments. That voice. Su Ruqing furrowed her brow. Stop. Su Lin, what are you doing here? Qingting then realized the newcomer was a retainer of the heir, Su Mingxian. She was unfamiliar with Su Lin, as their training was overseen by Mo Yi. Su Lin tore away the cloth obscuring his face, gazing at Su Ruqing and Qingting. Third miss, you must leave immediately. This place is perilous. Soon enough, you won't be able to escape. With that, he turned it apart. He had initially come to clean up after his master, but had not anticipated encountering the third miss and her maid. Su Ruqing, however, pursued him. Where's my elder brother? Her gaze swept over the scattered droplets of blood in the corner, and she offered Qingting a handkerchief to wipe it. Su Lin hesitated. Third miss, this is not your concern. I advise you to leave at once. Saying this, he leapt out of the window. Su Ruqing realized she could not extract more information, but speculated. If Su Lin was uninjured, who then was wounded? Was it Su Mingxian? Let's follow, she urged. Her intuition suggested that Su Mingxian was indeed the one hurt. Determined to cling to her support, she was unwilling to miss any opportunity to do so. Su Lin, I Sapata, watched as Qingting led Su Ruqing from afar. Unable to eliminate them without drawing attention, he had no choice but to halt. Is my elder brother injured? Take me to him. I can save him, Su Ruqing asserted, recognizing that the bloodstains indicated that whoever had breached the mechanisms was hurt. Su Lin, observing Su Ruqing, quickly made a decision. Very well. He was out of options. A physician would take time to arrive, and his injured master could not afford to wait. If discovered, the consequences would be even more troublesome. It was better to trust the third miss this once, especially since she held a unique place in her master's heart. The master and servant duo followed Su Lin through winding paths until they reached the quarters of the maids, where daytime activity made it less likely to be noticed. Su Lin stood at the entrance of a room, knocking in a specific rhythm, and soon, Su Mingxuan's voice called out, Enter. The third miss has arrived. Su Lin announced as he entered and knelt. Your servant went to handle the aftermath and discovered the third miss and her maid. Enough, my brother. Do not blame Su Lin. It was my insistence that brought me here. As Su Ruqing entered, her eyes fell upon Su Mingxian, who was leaning against the wall in a rather distressing state, his complexion pale, blood staining his lips, with a feathered arrow piercing his chest and left arm. You need not concern yourself with this. Return to the banquet promptly. Anyone who is missing for too long tends to become a subject of suspicion, especially with the matter of the library soon to be discovered. Time is of the essence. If you remain absent too long, your suspicion will be the greatest. Su Ruqing approached Su Lin, commanding, Fetch a set of clothing identical to my brother's. Noticing Su Mingxian's silence, Su Lin complied and exited. Su Ruqing intended to inspect Su Mingxuan's attire when he grasped her wrist with his right hand. "What are you doing?" "I merely wish to examine your injuries. What can be discerned through fabric?" Su Ruqing replied. Seeing Su Mingxian's expression as though he were being violated, she sighed. "We must tend to your wounds and leave at once. Extract the arrows, apply the medicine, and then hurry away." Su Mingxian, however, continued to grip her wrist stubbornly, while with his other hand, he struggled to draw a dagger from his waist. Su Ruqing, losing her patience, commanded, "Qing Ting, remove his clothing." "Yes." Qing Ting stepped forward. "Presumptuous." Su Mingxian shot a cold glance at Qing Ting. "Dare you act against your superior?" His stern face and lethal gaze bore down on Qing Ting, instilling a primal fear in her. Instinctively, she knelt. Su Ruqing could not suppress her irritation and slapped Su Mingxian lightly, eliciting a muffled groan from him. "Brother, he is mine now. What? Do you wish to reclaim him?" She turned to Qing Ting. "Consider carefully who your true master is." Facing Su Mingxuan's murderous glare, Qing Ting gritted her teeth. "My lord, I beg your pardon." She advanced and seized Su Mingxian's arm, neutralizing his strength. Su Ruqing quickly withdrew her hand and produced silver needles, puncturing several acupoints on Su Mingxian's body, causing him to feel a loss of strength. His mind became clear, yet he found himself unable to move. His gaze was penetrating, while Qing Ting averted her eyes, reminding herself that her current master was the young lady, the young lady, the young lady. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and, with swift motions, stripped Su Mingxian of his garments. Su Mingxuan's face darkened as he felt the coolness of the air against his exposed skin, his body stiffening uncontrollably. This girl, truly audacious. She resembles a bandit. Su Ruqing, seemingly oblivious to his discomfort, directly placed a pill into Su Mingxian's mouth. "It takes time to take effect. Bear with it, brother. Conditions are limited outside." Su Mingxian felt her cool fingers brush against his lips as the pill dissolved instantly in his mouth. The next moment, an excruciating pain surged from his wounds. As she spoke, she grasped the dagger, and with a swift motion, accompanied by Su Mingxian's muffled groans, 2 barbed arrowheads fell to the ground. Sweat beaded on Su Mingxian's forehead as he felt a numbing pain envelop him. Just then, Su Lin returned, holding clothing and white cotton fabric. Su Ruqing crushed several hemostatic pills and sprinkled them onto the wound. Only after the bleeding gradually subsided did she withdraw the silver needles used for clotting, skillfully bandaging the injury on her slender arm. She then took a long piece of cotton cloth, bent down to wrap it around the person's back, only to discover that beneath the seemingly thin exterior there was indeed flesh. At that moment, the medicinal effect began to take hold, and the pain gradually dissipated. As she felt the fragrant breath wafting against his chin, her soft hair fell onto his neck, causing a tingling sensation. He tightened his nerves and said in a hushed voice, "Su Lin, come here." "Yes." Su Lin stepped forward, and without further ado, Su Ruqing produced a porcelain bottle. "There are only 2 left. Take them in 2 hours. They will last until midnight. Remember to come back tonight for more medicine." Su Mingxian suddenly sat up. "Give the book to Su Lin. He could take it out." Su Ruqing nodded, and Qing Ting handed the book to Su Lin before turning to leave with her. Su Mingxian watched her retreating figure, his gaze growing somber. The two quietly mingled into the crowd that had gathered to witness the fire. And it was then that "Madam," you noticed her. "Are you all right? How could there be a fire?" Her tone was laced with concern, yet her eyes fixated on Su Ruqing. It was expected that she would be in the same room as that scoundrel, and with the incense burning, she should have appeared disheveled. Naturally, nothing untoward would truly occur. It was merely the tarnishing of her reputation that mattered, and her virtue would remain intact until her wedding night. However, the two were absent, and the one in the bed was merely a maid. Was there a hidden hand behind this? I changed my clothes and came out, only to find a fire, and ended up getting lost. Su Ruqing casually fabricated an excuse. The Earl's estate was vast. It was entirely reasonable for her to lose her way. Madame Yu, perceiving no unusual behavior, nodded perfunctorily, her heart laden with fatigue. Her plans had failed twice in succession. The raging fire had even startled the nobles within the palace. Fortunately, aside from 2 young servants who perished while trying to extinguish the flames, no esteemed guests were harmed. A stroke of luck amid misfortune. Yet that scoundrel had once again gained notoriety for his antics with a maid. It would have been better if he had simply perished. The banquet was abruptly dissolved, and naturally, the scheduled games of kuju and tupu were cancelled, leaving many young ladies and gentlemen disappointed. While Su Ruching felt a wave of relief as she boarded the carriage, the ladies returned home immediately, while the gentlemen were personally invited by the Earl to the western outskirts for a hunt. It was said that a fresh batch of game had been brought to the hunting grounds. The Earl's estate boasted a hunting ground granted by the late emperor, once belonging to the previous dynasty. Although it could not compare to the royal hunting grounds in size, it was unparalleled among the nobility. In no time, everyone had forgotten about the fire at the Earl's estate. Not just the young lords, but even many military officials joined in. Su Ruching, however, understood that this was a deliberate ploy by the Earl to capture those who had trespassed into the library. Whoever was injured would be identified as the intruder. What awaited them next was the Earl's ruthless vengeance. Now was not the opportune moment to confront the Earl directly. Thus, Su Mingxian, fully aware that this was all for his sake, felt compelled to go. Chapter 10. More formidable than the chief of the Imperial Medical Bureau, as night fell. Su Ruching instructed Qing Ting to administer a sedative to everyone in the courtyard, ensuring they would sleep soundly until dawn. She left only Qing Feng to guard the premises, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances, while she and Qing Ting made their way to the back gate of the heir's residence. Indeed, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, 2 riders emerged. The one in front stumbled off his horse upon entering the gate. "Master!" Su Lin exclaimed as he fell to the ground. Qing Ting stepped forward to support the semi-conscious Su Mingxian. Together, they helped him into the house and lit a lamp, revealing the black riding attire soaked in blood. He had lost consciousness from excessive blood loss, and the situation was dire. Su Ruching toiled throughout the night, and only after considerable effort did Su Mingxuan's condition stabilize. Exhausted, she could scarcely move her fingers, allowing Qing Ting to carry her back. After a brief freshening up, she retired to sleep. As dawn approached, Qing Ting entered the bedroom. "Miss, there is news from the heir. He is running a high fever that shows no sign of abating." Su Ruching opened her eyes, enduring the aches throughout her body as she rose. "I will go take a look." In the Tinglan courtyard, Su Ruching observed Su Mingxuan's flushed face. Although she had treated his wounds and applied medicine, he should not have been burning with fever to such an extent. Taking his pulse, she discovered that the poison had struck again. "Fetch some strong liquor to wipe down your master, and bring Shaoqing over." Qing Feng stood motionless, while Qing Ting promptly complied. She soon returned holding a croaking frog. Qing Feng looked at Qing Ting with admiration. Was she truly unafraid of such an ugly and frightening creature? Unfazed, Qing Ting handed the frog to Su Ruching, who did not take it but instructed, "Hold it tightly." Then, she produced a silver needle and directly pierced the largest swelling on the frog's back, black liquid oozing forth. The frog struggled and bit Qing Ting's hand. Instantly, the flesh on her hand visibly darkened, yet she remained oblivious, swiftly sealing the acupoints on her arm to slow the spread of the toxin. Only after Su Ruching completed her task did she carefully place the frog into a box prepared by Su Lin. Su Ruching cast an appreciative glance at her, handing her a vial of medicine. "Take this 3 times a day for 2 days to detoxify. Continue for another 3 days, and thereafter, the poison will have no effect on you." After addressing the toxin, Su Ruching cautiously incorporated it into a pill. Noticing that the color had not deepened, she administered it to Su Mingxian. "If the fever does not subside in half an hour, give him another. If 3 hours pass without improvement or if other symptoms arise, send someone to summon me." "Understood." Su Lin respectfully escorted Su Ruching out, who said the 3rd young lady was a worthless creature unloved. Her self-taught medical skills were truly remarkable, surpassing even the chief of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Observing the sky, Su Ruching realized she needed to return swiftly. It was time to visit her grandmother. The news of the fire at the British Duke's residence had spread widely, and as the matriarch of the loyal and valiant Marquise, her grandmother would undoubtedly inquire about it. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Ruqing hurriedly washed and changed her clothes before rushing to the Sonbai courtyard. Su Rulian and Su Rushuang were already present, along with Madame Yu. Seeing her, the matriarch smiled and beckoned. "You must have been frightened yesterday. Why did you not sleep a little longer?" "Grandmother, yesterday I was soiled by the maid, and just as I finished changing my clothes, the house caught fire. Fortunately, it was separated by several rooms. In my haste to find help, I ended up lost. Truly, I am quite foolish, trying to assist while almost losing myself." Su Juqing, with a hint of embarrassment, recounted her conversation with the Yu family. The old lady smiled and patted her hand, inviting her to sit beside her. "You are simply kind-hearted. It is inevitable to stray when one is unfamiliar with the surroundings." You glanced at Su Ruqing, her eyes flickering slightly. Her lips moved, yet she ultimately remained silent. Soon, they dispersed, and Su Ruqing exhaled in relief. The time she had gone missing had finally passed without incident. The old lady declared she was merely lost, and that would be the final word on the matter. No one would dare use it against her in the future. Upon returning to the courtyard, you could not help but inquire of Wang Mama, "Do you think that foolish girl encountered that scoundrel? The fire yesterday had been so sudden, disrupting all plans." Wang Mama quickly replied, "Madam, in my humble opinion, it would be wise to deliberate further." The third young lady's suddenly swollen face, along with the unexpected fire, it is implausible for her to be involved. The household is well aware of her allergy to peanuts, and it is not surprising that the kitchen of the Earl's residence would be unaware. Furthermore, that fire could not have been ignited by a mere girl. You dismissed such conjectures. Wang Mama quickly clarified, "That is not what I meant. What I suggest is perhaps it is fate. Why would the heir of the Duke take an interest in the second young lady while entangling himself with a mere maid?" She said this, lowering her gaze, afraid to meet Yu's expression. Yu's face fluctuated between emotions. "I shall discuss this further with the eldest young lady. Even if the third young lady is unsuitable, we cannot send the second young lady there. Su Rulian, that wretched child, is just as skilled at deceit as her mother. If she were to marry into that family, it would surely be a death knell for Ling Guer. I must reconsider." Su Mingxian opened her eyes to meet Su Lin's astonished face, her eyes red and swollen. "Master, you have finally awakened. How long have I slept?" Su Mingxian felt utterly weak, gazing at the dim sky outside, momentarily uncertain of the date. Su Lin carefully assisted Su Mingxian to sit up, pouring a glass of water and handing it to her. "You have been in a deep slumber for a day and a night. Thanks to the third young lady, your fever has finally subsided. It was truly alarming." Su Lin quickly recounted the perilous events of Su Mingxuan's severe injury, the ensuing unconsciousness, and the high fever that persisted through the night, emphasizing the third young lady's role in saving her. Su Mingxian lowered her gaze to drink the water, and after a moment stated, "I shall give her the 60% profit as well." Su Lin responded, "Master, this is a life-saving grace. Should you not inquire what the third young lady desires? Simply handing over money seems rather disrespectful and too casual. What else could she want? A money-loving person must surely adore silver." Su Mingxian thought, yet still nodded. "When she arrives, I shall ask her personally." Su Ruqing entered, sitting by the bedside, extending her hand to check Su Mingxuan's temperature, only to have Su Mingxian block her hand. He cleared his throat. "I'm no longer feverish." Su Ruqing placed her hand directly on Su Mingxuan's wrist. "Do not move. I shall take your pulse." Su Mingxian looked down at her delicate, pale fingers resting against his pulse point. "The issue is not grave. The wound appears free of infection." Su Ruqing, embodying the responsibilities of a physician, intended to conduct a thorough examination. Su Mingxian, adjusting her clothing, replied, "There is no infection. I feel much improved." "Very well. Let's change the dressings for a couple more days, and I shall bring you the newly prepared detoxifying medicine in a few days." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "I am in need of certain medicinal herbs. Allow me to compose a list for you to arrange." While she could procure common herbs, the more precious ones were beyond her reach. After all, her modest savings were reserved for her future security. Once Su Ruqing completed the list, and prepared to depart. Su Mingxian suddenly interjected, "I owe you my gratitude for your assistance this time." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Is there anything you desire?" She then mentioned, "I had intended to share with you 60% of my profits, but upon reflection, I thought it prudent to inquire if there is something you wish for more." Su Lin cast a resentful glance at Su Mingxian, feeling that she was undermining his suggestion to consult the third Mississippi. Why must the master encroach upon his merits? Could he not have an opportunity to impress her? Su Mingxian, seemingly oblivious, calmly regarded Su Ruqing and said, "You may ponder this carefully, but do not overstep. Anything illicit is out of the question." Su Ruqing responded candidly, "Elder brother, I wish to acquire a shop. Let the funds come from my share of 40%. Once I have repaid you, you may distribute the profits accordingly." She contemplated her desire for the shop, while yearning for the 60% profit from her elder brother. Yet, she understood the necessity of restraint. No one should oppose monetary matters, for the most stable alliances are forged through shared interests. However, Su Mingxian readily agreed. "There is no need for repayment. Consider it your pocket money. Tomorrow, I shall have Su Lin escort you to select a shop." Meanwhile, she contemplated reserving that 60% for Su Ruqing to serve as a financial cushion when she eventually marries. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. It seemed that this injury had indeed affected her health, and she must exercise greater caution in the future. Chapter 11. How shall she approach that ailing individual? "Thank you, elder brother." Su Ruqing quickly expressed her gratitude. A generous leader is a rare treasure, and she was determined to remain loyal without hesitation. The following day, as Su Ruqing observed Su Lin guiding her through several shops, she could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "Are these all owned by you, elder brother? They occupy the finest locations and attract the best clientele. As long as one does not act foolishly, they are bound to be profitable. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. I am truly envious." Su Lin, slightly confused, remarked, "These are the shops the master has selected for you. Third Mississippi. What type do you wish for?" It was perplexing. These establishments were already among the finest in his master's possession, yet the third Miss did not seem satisfied. In the capital, where land is invaluable, such shops are a rarity, held by prominent families and officials, were it not for her connections within the palace. Even the heir of the loyal and brave marquis could not have acquired so many. I prefer a location that is somewhat secluded, yet spacious enough to accommodate living quarters with a garden. Su Ruqing mused, it need not be in such a critical thoroughfare. After all, who desires to be scrutinized by passers-by while tending to the sick? A fine wine does not fear a deep alley. My medical skills are such that I have no fear of a less prominent location. Although Su Lin was perplexed by Su Ruqing's choices, he nonetheless guided her to explore a few more secluded locations. Su Ruqing ultimately selected a site of lesser significance, yet its layout and dimensions aligned perfectly with her requirements. "Third Miss, are you not inclined to reconsider? This shop is hardly worth a quarter of those others." Su Lin could not resist the urge to dissuade her, concerned about the implications of such a remote choice. What if it failed? Surely, her master would not hold him accountable. "That is unnecessary. This is the place." Su Ruqing promptly affirmed, mentally orchestrating her plans for procuring medicinal herbs and preparing for the grand opening while devising strategies to elude the scrutiny of her household. She had already identified a supplier with commendable herbal properties, albeit at a slightly higher cost, which could render her vulnerable to manipulation. Thus, she contemplated cultivating her own herbs for a more secure endeavor. Clutching the land deed and property contract, she gazed at the site, growing increasingly satisfied. This leader is undoubtedly amiable. Aligning myself with such a powerful figure is undeniably the most astute decision of my life. From this point forward, she vowed to hold tightly to this newfound alliance, aspiring to be his most cherished, devoted, and indispensable sister. Even if she were to marry in the future, she would possess a formidable ally. The heir of the marquisate may not be extraordinarily rare, yet a young minor official in the court undoubtedly boasts immense potential. As she approached her coming-of-age ceremony, she sensed that her marriage would soon be arranged. Resisting the conventions of the Su family regarding marriage felt futile. The world was structured as such. Lacking the strength to combat the entire feudal system, she resolved to leverage it to maximize her benefits. Seeking a prosperous, albeit short-lived, spouse from a prestigious lineage seemed a prudent strategy, allowing her to bask in the shade of a grand tree. Thus, when she learned that the matriarch of the Marquisate, her Aunt Yu, intended to take her and Su Rulian to a banquet, she did not decline. She aimed to cast her net widely, seeking the largest pond to catch a rare yet ephemeral fish. She envisioned herself as a widow from a noble family, one with a supportive maternal home, preferably without concubines or illegitimate children. In this scenario, should her husband pass away, she could live unabashedly and freely, enjoying a life of wealth, leisure, and purpose without the demands of serving a man. What need had she for a husband or children? Wealth and independence sufficed. In her twilight years, she could find a serene environment, sipping tea, attending to ailments, researching new remedies, basking in the sun, indulging in her culinary desires, and occasionally venturing out to admire the scenery, all of which filled her with joy. Third miss, what are you contemplating? Yu's voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. She looked up. Aunt, what is it? Have you grown bored? Such is the nature of these gatherings. Yu, with a knowing glance toward the nearby gentlemen and ladies engaged in a throwing game, suggested, why not introduce yourself to some of the young men? You are of age now and should consider matrimonial prospects. The more suitors you meet, the better your chances of finding a suitable match. Su Ruching offered a faint smile, her gaze fixed on Yu. She harbored doubts that the latter would relinquish her ambitions so easily. Yu pointed towards two young men nearby. The one in the deep blue attire is the son of a vice minister. He was once betrothed to a princess, but lost the match due to having an illegitimate child. After the engagement was annulled, he became engaged to his cousin. The one beside him is the illegitimate eldest son of the Yushur family. The Sun family lacks a legitimate heir, having only two legitimate daughters, who do not treat him well. His stepmother also disdains him, introducing him only to lowly daughters of minor families, and it is likely that marrying one would bring him difficulties. Thus, at the age of 21, he remains unmarried. Then there is the one preparing to toss the pot. He is the sole son of General Zheng. His parents are affectionate, and he has no concubines, yet his mother has been ill for years, relying on medicine, while his father's salary barely sustains the family. Their financial situation is precarious, and he himself is of mediocre talent. Many noble ladies, though attracted by the absence of concubines in his household, are reluctant to use their dowries to support the household. Third miss, when it comes to marriage, one must not merely consider appearances. In families without power, one is often treated as inferior. When two carriages meet, one must yield and step back. At banquets, former friends are now titled ladies, and one must pay respects, a humiliation that can linger throughout one's life. Do you comprehend the meaning behind your aunt's words? Su Ruching began to grasp the intentions of the Yu family. They aimed to extinguish her hopes for a future husband and make her recognize the advantages of marrying into a high-status family, thereby conforming to their subsequent arrangements. Was it not? Third miss, your mother spends her days in the Buddhist hall, your aunt is unreliable, and your father is at the border. Even if he returns, he is merely a man of high status. Your marriage has been entrusted to me by your grandmother to find a suitable match. If I discover someone fitting, I shall assist you. On the return carriage, Yushur deliberately seated Su Rushuang and Su Rulian together, while she shared a carriage with Su Ruching. I will trouble you. Aunt, Su Ruching replied with a composed demeanor, feigning enthusiasm. Assist her? Help her ruin her chances? During her recent outings, she had already identified suitable candidates. She would be foolish to disclose this to Yushur now. In a few days, there will be a banquet at Maple Leaf Residence. You and your sister should go and enjoy yourselves. I shall not attend. She paused. I will send Wang Mama to accompany you. Yushur added, your elder sister will also attend. Please look after Lingu for her. Su Ruching responded affirmatively, realizing that this mother-daughter pair was relentless in their pursuits. If so, she would ensure they were thoroughly disheartened. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Su Ruching suspected that Su Rulian would soon share this good news with her cousin. Furthermore, she had learned that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, her target would likely appear at Maple Leaf Residence, reportedly residing there for an extended period, cultivating himself and seldom returning home. The legitimate second son of the Duke of Zhenghua, Yu Wuyo, is overshadowed by his healthy elder brother and will not inherit the duke's estate. His lineage is commendable, yet he is a frail invalid, condemned by numerous physicians to live no longer than 20 years. He is now nearing 19. The Duke of Zhenghua's status surpasses that of the Duke of England. His two sisters, one being the matriarch of the loyal and valiant Marquis family, and the other married into the palace, becoming the Empress. Although the Empress is gravely ill and has remained secluded, the power within the six palaces has shifted to the favored consort Zheng. Nevertheless, the Duke of Zhenghua's family remains steadfast, and the Emperor continues to hold them in high regard. As long as no foolish person attempts treason, the Duke of Zhenghua's family can endure for a century. With the protection of the Duke, even if she were to become a widow, none would dare to look down upon her. Behind her stood the promising young official of the Dali Temple, a man trusted by the Emperor himself. As long as her actions did not infringe upon the interests of the Duke's household, no one would be foolish enough to trouble her. The question now was how to approach that frail youth. Ideally, an opportunity for interaction would arise. Chapter 12. A gathering of oddities. It was said that the Yu family had once defied the Duke's wishes, insisting on marrying the then heir of the loyal and brave Marquis, Su Zhiqing, resulting in a somewhat strained relationship with the Duke. Over the years, their interactions have been infrequent. While the Yu family could dictate her marriage prospects, marrying into the Duke's household would undoubtedly ease tensions between them, and the Yu family would be mindful of the Duke's stance, not overstepping their bounds. Though her social standing was elevated, the suitor was a frail individual, and no noble young lady would willingly marry to live a life of widowhood. However, if she merely expressed her intentions, the Duke's household would likely be most eager to accept her, a high-born, illegitimate daughter. If she were to find a seasoned Taoist priest to proclaim her auspicious fate in husbandry, it would serve to bolster her position. And even if her husband were to pass within a year, she could not be held accountable. Instead, her willingness to remain loyal would garner her greater care and favor. Her future would surely be bright. The immediate task was to devise a means of engaging with Yu Wuyo. If he were willing to marry her, her endeavors would be greatly simplified. The next day, the Duke of England's residence would surely host Meng Yutong, along with Su Rulian and her detestable cousin Zhao Chongwei, as well as the Duke's second son, Yu Wuyo. She lowered her gaze momentarily, then smiled slowly. A gathering of oddities, how delightful. The following day, the three sisters shared a carriage. Su Rulian turned to Su Ruqing, saying, "I have heard that the peonies are beginning to bloom. Sister, why not take a look? What is there to see in just a couple of blooms? The sky is adorned with vibrant red maple leaves, falling gracefully. Now, that is a sight to behold." Su Ruquang scoffed at Su Rulian, as if she were a country bumpkin lacking an appreciation for true beauty. Su Rulian remained unfazed, knowing full well that Su Ruqing understood her sentiments. Young ladies often felt a measure of gratitude and affection towards heroic men, and she could not believe that her cousin, with his talent and charm, would allow the simple Su Ruqing to escape his grasp. Upon their arrival, Su Shui's nurse awaited them, clearly having received word in advance. "Ladies, please follow this old servant. The eldest young lady is already expecting you." It was the familiar figure of Nurse Deng, who regarded the three young ladies with a benign smile. "Let us proceed," Su Ruquang spoke. "Is my elder sister already here?" "The heir has also arrived, accompanied by friends to admire the maple leaves. The madam is waiting for you with the young master." Nurse Deng led them directly to the quarters long rented by the Duke of England. Through the window, they could see Su Shui seated at the table with a young boy, teaching him to write, personally fanning him. Upon noticing their arrival, she smiled and stepped outside, ensuring not to disturb the boy at his studies. "Let us sit here. The space is limited, and I apologize for the inconvenience," Sister Su Shui remarked, appearing much more vibrant than last time. Yet, Su Ruqing discerned that it was merely a thicker layer of makeup that enhanced her appearance. Spoke with an unhidden pride. Lu Daru has acknowledged Linger's intelligence and suggested that he first practice writing strategies, so as not to disturb him. Once he completes his work, he will be allowed to meet our three aunts. Su Ruo Shuang expressed her astonishment. Isn't Ling Gur only 7 years old? Truly impressive. As her own sister, a smile graced Su Ruo Shuang's face. It is indeed a testament to our elder sister's efforts in allowing Ling Gur to study under Lu Daru. Su Ruo Shui corrected her. Lu Daru is known for his integrity and impartiality. Emotions hold no sway over him. He accepted Ling Gur as his disciple solely because he recognized the boy's brilliance. Su Ruoyin chimed in with a smile. Precisely. Lu Daru is famously disinterested in worldly matters, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to scholarship. It is only due to Ling Gur's exceptional qualities that he has been granted this rare opportunity. Su Ruo Shui nodded in agreement, then turned to Su Ruo Qing. Third sister, why are you so silent? Typically, in such conversations, one would offer polite compliments about the child, yet you seem indifferent. I am merely listening to your discussion, Su Ruo Qing replied, fully aware of their intent to highlight Ling Gur as commendable attributes, suggesting that being the mother of such a child would be both rewarding and advantageous. However, she felt no connection to this notion. At such a tender age, the child already harbored his own thoughts and would undoubtedly remember his biological mother. No matter how well he was treated afterward, no one could replace her. It would be absurd for her to take on the burdensome task of raising another son, especially when she had no desire to bear children of her own. Noticing Su Ruo Qing's steadfastness, Su Ruo Shui refrained from pressing further, but was left puzzled by her sister's apparent indifference towards Ling Gur. Was it intentional? As Su Ruo Shui sought rest, she instructed someone to take the three of them for a stroll, while Su Ruo Shuang decided to stay and accompany her. Su Ruo Yin followed Su Ruo Qing outside. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Su Ruo Yin suddenly inquired, "Do you know something?" Su Ruo Qing shook her head. "I do not." Just as Su Ruo Yin was about to respond, she noticed something ahead and cheerfully exclaimed, "I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I shall return now. You can explore on your own." Catching sight of a corner of fabric ahead, Su Ruo Qing's expression hardened slightly as she grasped Su Ruo Yin's arm. "You are returning? Then I shall accompany you." Su Ruo Yin halted, her impatience evident. "Why do you insist on holding on to me? Surely, you and the maidservant can wander without getting lost." Su Ruo Qing stood her ground, resolute in her decision to not venture alone. Su Ruo Yin gritted her teeth in annoyance. "Very well, I will accompany you for a stroll." As they walked, a slender, scholarly young man approached and, upon seeing Su Ruo Qing, displayed an expression of just the right amount of surprise. "Are my two cousins here to enjoy the scenery as well?" Su Ruo Qing observed Zhao Chongwei, noting his refined demeanor but somewhat lacking in masculine vigor, appearing overly delicate as he fanned himself despite the brisk weather. Su Ruo Qing remained silent, prompting Su Ruo Yin to speak up. "Cousin, what a coincidence to see you here." "Indeed, I am here discussing literature with my classmates in preparation for the upcoming examination," he replied. Zhao Chonghui's gaze fell upon Su Ruqing's face, his eyes reflecting admiration. Though his cousin Su Ruoyin was undeniably beautiful, she paled in comparison to Su Ruqing. Sensing his gaze, Su Ruqing felt a chill in her heart. If he were to lose his sight before the imperial examination, would he still achieve the title of Jinshi? Su Ruoyin observed the scene, and despite her dissatisfaction at being overshadowed by Su Ruqing in her cousin's eyes, she could not help but feel a thrill of happiness considering their impending union. She teasingly remarked, "Cousin, do you only have eyes for the third sister and not for me, your cousin? Is it that my third sister is too beautiful?" "Indeed, you are mistaken. Both you and third sister are equally lovely," Zhao Chongwei responded, caught off guard by Su Ruoyin's playful banter. Faced with her cold demeanor, he felt an inexplicable unease. Did she forget that he had once saved her? Otherwise, why such indifference? As Su Ruqing noticed Zhao Chonghui's classmates approaching, her expression darkened. "Master Zhao, while you are my second sister's cousin, does it not violate the principles of a gentleman to openly compare the beauty of my second sister and myself? Is your pastime merely to discuss women while you should be studying?" Su Ruqing's blunt words criticized him for wasting his scholarly pursuits, a stern rebuke. Zhao Chonghui's classmates clearly heard her words, halting in their tracks before turning to leave. Zhao Chonghui's face paled. "Cousin Ruqing, I meant no offense." I was merely offering a compliment. Just a bit of small talk, he pleaded, striving to defend his innocence. No, that is not right. I'm not a lecher. Su Rulian was also irritated with Su Ruching. Even if she did not wish for others to know of her cousin's past rescue. Did she need to tarnish his reputation in front of his classmates? Her tone softened, yet her words lacked courtesy. Third sister, cousin was only joking. Must you escalate matters to such an extent? Moreover, he saved your life, and this is how you repay your benefactor? Su Ruching scoffed coldly. How could he, with that fragile physique, drive away anyone? Should I seek out those who were present and inquire why they were there? It was evident that their supposed gratitude was merely a scheme. She was far from the naive original owner of this body. Su Rulian bit her lip. Third sister. Even if you wish to keep Cousin S' assistance a secret, there is no need to deliberately ruin his reputation in front of his classmates. Suddenly, Su Ruching noticed Qing Ting signaling her discreetly, deducing that it was likely someone from Su Shue's circle arriving at this hour. She realized it could conveniently relay this matter to Su Shue and the Yu family. She declared loudly, Second sister, he may be your cousin, but he is not mine. Furthermore, men and women of 7 years do not share the same seat. Not even a biological brother can be treated as such, let alone a cousin. And you openly jest about me and him. Are you intent on ruining my reputation, forcing me to marry him? If this is your conspiracy, I lay it bare. Will you dare to acknowledge it? Su Rulian's complexion turned pale instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? I was merely joking. How can you compare a young lady with an adult man in jest? Su Ruching offered Su Rulian no opportunity to defend herself. You have consistently hinted that I should admire the peonies, and fourth sister has also heard this. She remarked that the maple leaves are particularly beautiful at this time. Now, you are leading me toward the peony pond, and by mere coincidence, we encounter your cousin. You claim this is all in jest. You are spouting nonsense. I simply wanted to see the peonies. The encounter with my cousin was purely coincidental. Su Rulian retorted, confident that without evidence, she could deny any accusations. However, Su Ruching smiled faintly. So many coincidences, yet you call me a liar? She may indeed possess evidence. At that moment, Zhao Chonghui began to sense that the relationship between the sisters was not as harmonious as it appeared. This third miss seemed reluctant to marry him. That simply wouldn't do. He had promised his mother he would marry a noble lady to serve her. And with a substantial dowry, she would no longer have to toil in the harsh winter washing for others, finally enjoying the comforts befitting an elder. Third miss, I saved you. A life-saving grace should compel you to offer your hand in return, Zhao Chonghui suddenly declared, stepping forward. Moreover, last time you smiled at me. Clearly you have feelings for me. How could a mere absence erase your gratitude for my rescue? Su Ruching suddenly comprehended how repulsive it was to have a toad leaping on one's back. Just then, Su Rulian sensed someone approaching from behind, and her expression darkened. Desperate to cover up the situation, she gestured frantically to Zhao Chonghui, but he was too consumed by anger from Su Ruching's words to notice her distress. I find it amusing even to see a foolish dog. Since you speak of a life-saving grace, why not recount how you saved me? Su Ruching knew that if she evaded this topic today, it would be impossible to clarify in the future. I saved you from a mob of vagrants. Zhao Chonghui responded defiantly. Had it not been for me, you would have been captured by that group, your reputation ruined, and you would have faced a dead end. Is that not a life-saving grace? Su Ruching chuckled softly. If memory serves, those individuals were led by you, were they not? Did you not inform them that I had provisions? Otherwise, how would they have so fortuitously appeared at the entrance of the embroidery house, bowing before me, beseeching my mercy? I possess evidence. Would you dare confront me at the authorities? Though she had gleaned this knowledge from her readings, it did not hinder her from using it to outwit Zhao Chonghui. You slanderer, you privileged individuals twist the truth. Do you think I am unaware? Once we reach the authorities, even if I have no connection to this, they will still implicate me. Zhao Chonghui retorted, his voice strained, only to be interrupted by Su Rulian. Cousin, cease your words. This concerns my sister's reputation. It would be prudent to speak less. Su Rulian could no longer contain herself. For the first time, she realized that her cousin, while appearing clever, was in fact rather foolish, revealing his vulnerabilities with just a few words, nearly exposing their secret. What would outsiders think of their cousinly bond if they overheard? Upon returning, she would surely inform her mother to deal with those individuals swiftly, ensuring there would be no witnesses left for Su Ruching to leverage her eloquence against this life-saving grace. Su Ruching observed the pair of siblings, one feigning a life-saving grace, intending to leverage it for repayment, the other incessantly attempting to manipulate my thoughts. Truly, you siblings have devised a cunning scheme. Let me ponder. Are you planning to return and silence witnesses, thereby creating a situation devoid of evidence? Su Ruching contemplated the narrative within the book, recalling how the original protagonist was adamant about marrying Zhao Chonghui, leading her father to investigate, only to find that all inquiries were silenced, leaving no evidence to disrupt her forced marriage, further ensnared by this so-called life-saving favor. Third sister, how could you think so poorly of me? You have truly wronged me. Su Ruolian hastily clarified, her expression innocent. Today was merely an accident. Rest assured, I shall ensure my cousin's silence, and I would never tarnish your reputation. Your classmate is still waiting for you. You should go. Zhao Chonghui felt a sense of humiliation, realizing he had been led by a mere girl. And with a remark that was less than dignified, he departed with haste, as though pursued by a phantom. Su Ruching sensed that those behind her had gathered enough information, and she turned, feigning an intention to leave, only to fortuitously encounter old Madame Deng approaching. Old Madame Deng, you have arrived? My sisters and I merely had a few words. I hope you found it amusing. Su Ruching pretended to have just noticed old Madame Deng. Despite any discord between her and Su Ruolian, they could not openly acknowledge it. To the outside world, they hailed from the loyal and valiant Marquisate, where one's disgrace was a shared burden and one's honor a collective pride. Even if blood were to be shed, they must claim it was an accident. Whether outsiders believed it or not was of no concern to her. Otherwise, those who openly confessed would find themselves branded as traitors to the Marquisate, facing retribution from those in power. Indeed, we sisters bickered over whether to admire the maple leaves or the peonies. Each has its own affections, and it is natural to debate our preferences, old Madame Deng chuckled. Su Ruolian's complexion drained of color as she sensed someone approaching, wishing to amend the situation, yet found Su Ruching and Zhao Chonghui still embroiled in their quarrel. How utterly humiliating! Yet she could not overtly intervene. Doing so would only cast suspicion upon herself. Old Madame Deng was Su Rushue's personal maid. Surely she had not overheard anything, had she? Even if she did, it could merely be perceived as a jest between cousins, with no scandalous implications. Moreover, Su Ruching owed her cousin a debt of gratitude for saving her life, and the household ought to express their thanks to him and his mother. Furthermore, should this matter leak, it would also reflect poorly on Su Rushue. With these thoughts, Su Ruolian sighed in relief. Su Ruching regarded Su Ruolian as she regained her composure, a slow smile gracing her lips. Su Ruolian, you celebrate too soon. There remains a grand surprise awaiting you in the manor. Let the dogs tear at each other, she mused. Chapter 14. Two men in bed. Upon returning to Su Rushue's side, the four sisters enjoyed a midday meal together. Su Rushue, embodying the role of a capable elder sister, attended to her three younger siblings. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of a certain individual, the meal would have been quite delightful. Meng Yutong's sudden appearance darkened Su Rushue's expression, prompting her to instruct old Madame Deng. Please inform the young master that I am dining with my three sisters and ask him to wait in the next room. Then she stood up and said, Please take your time with the meal. I shall return shortly. Before she could finish her sentence, the voice of Meng Yutong interrupted. I heard that three sisters have arrived. I came specifically to see if there is any inadequacy in your hospitality. While speaking, he shoved the obstructive Granny Deng aside, exclaiming, You old fool, truly lacking in sense. The young mistress ought to manage you better, allowing you old folks to take advantage of your age. His words were quite rude, yet he had already entered the room. Su Rushue's expression had darkened to an extreme. It was evident that this was not her arrangement. Upon entering, Meng Yutong's gaze immediately sought out Su Ruolian. Ah, the second sister is here as well. The third and fourth sisters have come too. Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly froze upon Su Qiqing's face. And this new sister is. A strong scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Su Rushua gritted her teeth. This is my third sister. Did you not meet her last time? Meng Yutong's face displayed unabashed astonishment. Last time, my brother-in-law was indeed blind. The third sister's face was so swollen that I failed to recognize her true beauty. Su Rulian's expression soured. The disparity in his words was rather significant, and even a rogue would find it quite embarrassing. A flicker of coldness crossed Su Qiqing's eyes. Fortunately, upon knowing she would be here, Qingting had taken medicine and donned a mask, claiming to have a swelling. Otherwise, this shameless man would undoubtedly have asked for her hand. Su Rushua clearly could not rein him in, and it was uncertain what would become of Qingting in due course. The feeling of inferiority due to her status truly rendered her exceptionally frustrated. Su Rushua felt utterly humiliated. To be embarrassed at home was one thing, but to have such disgrace in public was intolerable. Would her third sister willingly marry such a disgraceful character? This blundering fool, whose presence was more of a hindrance than a help. Were it not for Ling Gur, she would have long since put an end to him with poison. Are you all dead? Just allowing the heir to confront my family like this. I shall return and report to the old lady. I will have you all sold off. Su Rushua was acutely aware that she could not control Meng Yutong, so she angrily ordered the guards to keep an eye on him. As expected, upon hearing the threat of being sold, they rushed in, coaxing and persuading Meng Yutong to leave. Su Rushua's expression darkened. She forced a smile. I apologize for the spectacle. My brother-in-law has had too much to drink and is speaking nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. Su Qiqing remained silent, disinterested in exchanging pleasantries. She had no desire for such rubbish to be thrown at her. Su Rulian also refrained from speaking, genuinely at a loss for words. Being so rudely interrupted was a significant blow to their reputation. Su Shuang, with a displeased expression, finally spoke up. Elder sister, this behavior of the brother-in-law is utterly unacceptable. Is it permissible to run about and speak incoherently just because he is drunk? Had he not been dragged away, would he have intended to act inappropriately? Feeling it inappropriate to articulate her feelings, she merely cast a glance at Su Qiqing and vaguely remarked, had I known my brother-in-law would disgrace himself in such a manner, I would not have come. Su Rushua could no longer maintain her composure. You all take a moment to rest. I shall arrange for a carriage to take you home. Saying this, she hurriedly made her way outside. I need a change. Su Ruqing, under the pretense of convenience, led Qingting out, diverting the attention of the guards. Qingting, with a light step, effortlessly tossed a man onto Meng Yutong's bed. As Su Ruqing saw Qingting emerge after closing the door, she hastily sprinkled the medicinal powder inside, which quickly evaporated into the air. We must hurry, Su Ruqing urged, tugging at Qingting, who nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with excitement. She had been utterly frustrated moments before, having encountered two brutes in succession. Had it not been for the fear of causing trouble for her young lady, she would have surely crushed their skulls. Finally, she could release her pent-up anger. As the two women made their way around to the back of the quarters, they came upon a tall servant pushing a slender man in a wooden wheelchair for a stroll. Upon noticing them, the servant frowned and inquired, What are you doing here? Just as Su Ruqing was about to respond, the seated man spoke up. My apologies for the intrusion. Please carry on. He then glanced into the distance, directing his gaze elsewhere as if he had not seen them at all. If Su Ruqing's intuition served her correctly, this man ought to be the legitimate second son of the Duke of Jinghua, Yu Wuyo. She had intended to engage him, yet fate had led to this unexpected encounter. The two women, having approached the back of the man's residence, clearly had unclear intentions. Should word of this situation spread, it would undoubtedly reveal her involvement. Qingting looked at Su Ruqing, her expression inquisitive as she mimicked a cutting gesture with her hand. Su Ruqing shook her head. There is no need. He will not speak of this. Renowned not only for his frail body, but also for his aloof demeanor, Yu Wuyo was infamous for his indifference towards family matters, exhibiting no curiosity about the affairs of others, and thus would not meddle. Even if he intended to act, she felt instinctively that he would not. If he truly meant to threaten her, She would ensure he met an untimely fate, unbeknownst to him. Su Ruqing smiled. Let us depart and regroup with them. It is time to return. Upon her return, Su Ruolian frowned. Third sister, where have you been? I felt a bit unwell, so I was delayed. Su Ruqing nonchalantly replied. Has the carriage for elder sister been found? She wishes to join us. I believe she has gone to call for Lingu, and is likely gathering his belongings now, Su Ruishuang explained. Then let us go find elder sister. It would save her from sending someone to notify us later, avoiding unnecessary delays, Su Ruqing suggested, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. The three women stepped outside, where they soon spotted Su Ruxue emerging with Lingu. Lingu spoke, Mother, please allow me and my three aunts a moment. I must greet father. Hurry along. Your father has had too much to drink. If he has fallen asleep, do not disturb him. Just return directly, Su Ruxue advised. Yes, Meng Shuling affirmed, swiftly heading toward a particular room. Su Ruqing, with a composed demeanor yet filled with anticipation, watched as Meng Shuling knocked on the door, then stumbled out in haste. Su Ruxue's expression darkened as she quickly followed suit. Su Ruolian's eyes gleamed with mischief. Let us also go see what is happening, she declared, advancing swiftly before Su Ruishuang could intervene. Su Ruishuang bit her lip and said, Third sister, let us go over and see if there is any assistance needed. Su Ruqing was naturally delighted at the prospect of witnessing the drama up close. Meng Shuling's face turned ashen, panic evident in her eyes as she clutched Su Ruxue's garment, unable to utter a word. The cultured, pristine countenance of Su Ruxue was marred by confusion and disbelief, as if she had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. Unable to press him further, Su Ruxue approached the door and pushed it open. Once she beheld the scene within, she could no longer contain herself. In a state of utter despair, she rasped, Meng Yutong, why don't you just go die? As she entered, the attendants surged in after her. Su Ruolian hesitated at the threshold, glancing back at Su Ruqing, who remained unmoving before retreating. Concerned for Su Ruxue, Su Ruishuang followed inside, her expression grim, filled with disdain and revulsion as she supported Su Ruxue in exiting. Just as Su Ruxue stepped through the doorway, she coughed up blood and collapsed. Eldest sister, Su Ruishuang called out in a panic, but could not halt Su Ruxue's fall. Mama Deng and the others, pale-faced, supported Su Ruxue, utterly at a loss on how to handle such a scandal. The one capable of addressing this matter had already fainted. In no time, the news that the heir of the British Duke, Meng Yutong, had shared a bed with a man spread throughout the city, creating a tempest of gossip. Two men in bed together shattered all moral conventions. Chapter 15. She would ensure that the British Duke's household was reduced to nothing but a plaque. Two men entangled in a scandal. One was the heir of the British Duke. The other, merely a scholar preparing for the imperial examination. The world had fallen into disarray, and the hearts of men had turned cold. With Su Ruxue's fainting, Su Ruqing and the others found themselves unable to leave, compelled to remain by her side. It was not until the British Duke arrived that Su Ruxue regained consciousness. She appeared even more frail, mustering her strength to reassure the panic-stricken Meng Shuling before leading the group away, leaving the matter to the Duke's discretion. Before boarding the carriage, Su Ruxue beckoned Su Ruqing to share her carriage. Su Ruqing thought Su Ruxue might seek to shield Meng Yutong, but to her surprise, Su Ruxue only wept with reddened eyes, finally uttering, Third sister, I am sorry. Su Ruqing could not fathom what this apology entailed, whether it was for scheming her marriage to Meng Yutong or for exposing her, a delicate lady, to such sordid affairs. She remained silent. While Su Ruxue was indeed pitiable, it must be acknowledged that those deserving of pity often possess qualities that are equally detestable. Her current plight was, after all, a result of her own choices. Had she known from the outset that Meng Yutong was a scoundrel, she could have taken decisive action to prevent such a future. Her son was capable enough to inherit the title directly from the Duke, and by eliminating the root of the problem, Meng Yutong, she could have prevented further complications, leaving him alive merely as a talisman until Ling Guer grew up. Then disposing of him when he became an eyesore would have been a far more prudent course of action. knowing full well that the man was untrustworthy. Why would she not take the path of least resistance? Did she truly believe herself to be so benevolent? If she were to find herself wed to him, she would undoubtedly ensure that the British Duke's household was left with nothing but a mere plaque. Su Ruxiue was engulfed in despondency, the atmosphere laden with tension, while Su Ruqing remained quietly preoccupied with her thoughts. Suddenly, a figure lunged onto the carriage, accompanied by the coachman's panicked screams, tumbling to the roadside. The horses were mercilessly whipped, and the carriage bolted away. Su Ruqing and Su Ruxiue exchanged a glance, instantly realizing that bandits had seized the carriage. Su Ruxiue, terrified, clung desperately to the carriage, fearful of being thrown off. Inside the carriage were Grandma Deng and Qing Feng, the third maid of Qing Ting. Qing Feng rushed over, wrapping her arms around Su Ruqing, striving to shield her. "Hold on tight. Don't fall out. The danger is still behind us." Su Ruqing's heart raced. If she understood that panic was futile, she needed to stabilize herself and wait for the carriage to come to a halt. Since the assailants had commandeered the carriage, they would not easily drive it off a cliff. They must have deemed them of value. If given a chance, she could escape. With a hoarse voice, Su Ruxiue gasped, "Third sister, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't invited you onto this carriage, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Enough of that. Conserve your strength. Let us focus on surviving." Su Ruqing snapped, irritated by the unnecessary chatter at such a critical moment. Finally, the jostling carriage came to a stop, the door flung open, and the curtain was violently ripped down. A burly man, with a face full of coarse features and a fierce glare, brandished an axe at them. "Get down immediately, or I'll chop you to pieces." The four of them, supporting one another, disembarked from the carriage. The man's gaze fell upon the Su sisters. "Which one of you is the sister of the heir of the Zhuangyong Marquis? Speak up. If you dare deceive me, I'll have your heads." Just as Su Ruqing was about to speak, Su Ruxiue interjected, "It's me. I am his elder sister. I will come with you, but you must let them go." "Miss," Grandma Deng exclaimed, panic-stricken, slipping into a familiar form of address. She looked at Su Ruqing, speaking without a second thought. There's still the third. Silence. "Su zibut angili. Do not implicate the innocent. Let them go, and I will be your hostage." "Miss," Grandma Deng gazed at Su Ruxiue, unwilling to accept her decision. "You cannot do this. You will perish." "I will." Su Ruqing was taken aback by Su Ruxiue's resolve. It was natural for Grandma Deng, loyal to Su Ruxiue, to sacrifice herself for her. Yet it was surprising for Su Ruxiue to step forward at such a critical juncture. After all, just previously, Su Ruxiue had sought to cast her into the flames merely to safeguard her son. How could she now stand resolutely in the face of death? "I brought you out, so I must find a way to ensure your safe return," Su Ruxiue declared, her gaze shifting to Su Ruqing. "You must flee. I am Su Mingxian's elder sister, the legitimate daughter of the Zhuangyong Marquis. I have enjoyed the honors bestowed upon me by the Marquisate. These are the burdens I must bear. You must return and inform the heir to come to my rescue." Su Ruxiue's words were merely a ruse, since the assailants had captured her. They surely had means to notify Su Mingxian. Her statement was aimed solely at urging Su Ruqing to escape quickly. Su Ruqing observed Su Ruxiue, who appeared utterly terrified, yet resolutely stepped forward. For the first time, she perceived the complexity of human nature. The very person who had sought to exploit her, in this crucial moment, had chosen to protect her. How profoundly touching. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" A robust man wore a menacing grin, gripping Su Ruxiue with one hand while the other held an axe poised dangerously against her neck. "Since you share such deep affections, you might as well depart together. Should any of you three disobey, I shall sever her head." The trio resignedly followed his lead, with Su Ruqing fixated on the man ahead, her eyes flickering as she contemplated the possibility of incapacitating him with a drug. After all, Su Ruxiue remained in his grasp. A failure would undoubtedly cost her sister her life. She needed to await the opportune moment, one that guaranteed success. Although rumors suggested that Su Mingxian and Su Ruxiue shared a fraternal bond akin to that of mere acquaintances, and the texts illustrated his cool demeanor towards his elder sister, Su Ruxiue was nonetheless his biological sister. to secure her safety and fortify her standing with him. She was determined to devise a plan to save Su Ruxue. Suddenly, the burly man halted, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the surroundings. "Who goes there? Step forward. Otherwise, I shall promptly slay the one in my grasp." His voice thundered, the axe pressing against Su Ruxue's neck, crimson droplets beginning to stain her fair skin, as if blood would soon cascade forth. Su Ruxue bit her lip, stifling a cry as her complexion turned pale, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Moments later, two figures emerged from the shadows, dressed in azure robes, tall and elegant. They resembled refined scholars were it not for the swords they wielded. Behind them, Su Lin, bow in hand, remained vigilant, aiming at the villain who held the young lady hostage. Su Mingxian approached with an air of calm. "Is it not more advantageous for you to take me as a hostage? Escaping with a feeble woman in tow would prove cumbersome. Allow me to serve as your prisoner, and in return, release them." "Absolutely not. Stay right there. Do not approach, or my axe will not hesitate to strike." The villain pressed the axe closer to Su Ruxue's neck. "Remain where you are, and ensure a horse is brought to me immediately, or I shall execute her. One after another, I shall slay them." "Very well. I shall remain still. Do not act rashly." Su Mingxuan's eyes deepened with resolve as he raised a hand. "Go. Prepare a horse." After a brief official duty, he had finally tracked down the mastermind, only to find him elusive, leading to a frantic chase to the capital. He had not anticipated the adversary's cunning, having discovered the whereabouts of his family and resorting to using his elder sister as a hostage. Allowing him to escape would be tantamount to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Capturing him again would be a formidable challenge. Yet, if he did not release him, his sister's frail constitution would surely not withstand such turmoil. Su Ruqing discerned Su Mingxuan's concerns with clarity. In that moment, she charged at the villain. "Release my sister, or my brother will not spare you." Instinctively, the villain swung the axe towards Su Ruqing, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Su Lin's bow fell into Su Mingxuan's hands, the taut string emitting a sharp hum as the arrowhead zeroed in on the assailant. Just as the axe was about to descend upon Su Ruqing, he abruptly shoved Su Ruxue aside and yanked Su Ruqing toward him, instantly swapping hostages. "Ah, so you two are a sister of Su Darren. Why not let you take her place? At least you are not an ailing waif, unlikely to expire at a whim." The villain seized Su Ruqing by the arm, his other hand clutching an axe, pressed menacingly against her neck. Su Ruqing felt the cold steel of the axe, as if it could slice through her throat at any moment. She confessed it was indeed intentional. In the presence of Su Mingxian, she saved his elder sister, thereby deepening the debt of gratitude. Fortune favors the bold. Though perilous, she was aware that the villain would not kill her. After all, the rogue sought a hostage, intending to use her as leverage for escape. Should Su Ruxue fail to provide the villain with an opportunity to flee, Su Mingxian would undoubtedly exact vengeance upon him. Both she and Su Ruxue were not foolish. They knew who to choose as a hostage. Her actions stemmed from a lingering suspicion. From the various poisons that emerged around Su Mingxian to the later bestowal of Qingting upon her, it was evident that Qingting, a person of both valor and wisdom, had engaged in a fierce exchange with Su Lin, showcasing formidable skills. Such a capable individual being given to her could only imply one thing. Qingting held little value in Su Mingxuan's eyes, as he possessed an abundance of talented individuals at his disposal. This was not something a mere heir of a noble house could acquire. After all, the illustrious house of Loyal and Brave was not particularly noteworthy among the prominent families in the capital. Particularly, those shops situated along the vital thoroughfares of the capital could not thrive without considerable strength. The numerous high-ranking officials and royal relatives in the capital were not to be trifled with. Therefore, she could not help but question Su Mingxuan's true identity. Did he perhaps hold a status of even greater nobility? It was said that the empress in the palace was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Tranquility, a childhood companion of the emperor, yet she had fallen from grace after giving birth to a stillborn, relegated to the cold palace. While the power over the 6 palaces had shifted to the favored consort Zheng, who bore the second prince. Rumor suggested that the Duke of Tranquility's standing prevented the empress from being deposed. Interestingly, it appeared that the Duke had not suffered any repercussions due to the Empress's fate, remaining in the Emperor's favor. This was quite intriguing, even if she were mistaken, and Su Mingxuan's abilities were merely exceptional, and all he had achieved was through his own merit. He would still be a worthy investment, a potential worth following with immense promise. Regardless, she would seize every opportunity to firmly grasp this powerful ally. There could be no error in that. As long as Su Mingxian was present, the villain would not dare to take her life, for he needed her to negotiate terms. This afforded her a chance to counterattack. Soon a horse arrived, and the villain forcefully mounted Su Ruqing, positioning her defensively in front of him. Facing Su Mingxian, she dared not utter a word, as the villain sharply urged the horse, galloping away while Su Ruqing watched the distance grow ever larger. Su Mingxuan's expression darkened as he issued a flurry of commands. He understood well that the adversary, in his haste to flee, would abandon the dry route for the waterways, which were far more challenging to ambush. He ordered them to follow closely and not lose sight of him, instructing them to intercept at the ferry on the outskirts of the capital. Su Lin's countenance was equally grim as he swiftly set about making arrangements. Qing Feng knelt on the ground, her face as pale as a ghost, pleading, "Please, young master, you must save our young lady. Get up, I will rescue her," Su Mingxian replied, his expression cold and his heart filled with an indescribable agitation. As Su Ruqing was assisted to come over, she locked eyes with the grim-faced Su Mingxian. "Brother, you must save our third sister," Su Ruqing implored, fear still etched on her countenance, clearly unable to recover from the recent upheaval. He glared fiercely at Su Ruqing, reprimanding, "Eldest sister, why are you not staying safely in the city? What business do you have in the outskirts of the capital without guards? Are you so unwell that your mind is faltered?" Su Ruqing gazed at Su Mingxian in shock. "Brother, it is my fault. I merely, please return. Do not cause any further trouble." Su Mingxian, growing impatient, calculated quickly in his mind, then swiftly mounted his horse, racing off like the wind in a single direction. Su Ruqing, overwhelmed by a series of blows, swayed precariously. Granny Deng helped her into the carriage, hastily reassuring her. "The young master is merely furious because he has been pursuing the villain for so long, and they have now taken the third young lady of the second house. It is not a displeasure directed at you." Su Ruqing shook her head. "It is not because of that." She reflected on how Su Ruqing had risked her life to save her, a swell of complex emotions and regret filling her heart. How could she have thought ill of such a good sister? Contemplating that loathsome individual who could embrace any man. She had even considered dragging her third sister into such filth. She pressed her lips together, determination gleaming in her eyes. Su Ruqing remained silent, extraordinarily calm. When the villain commanded her to dismount, she did so without protest, and when instructed to eat, she complied. She resolved to cooperate as much as possible. The villain swung an axe down beside her, warning, "Do not attempt any tricks, or I can end your life at any moment." Su Ruqing quickly shook her head. "I will do my utmost to cooperate. I do not wish to die." "Ah, at least you are perceptive," he sneered. Su Ruqing discreetly felt her sleeve. She had been taken from the carriage in haste, losing most of her medicine along the way, leaving only a small amount of sedative in her hairpin. Unless she could ensure he consumed every last bit or somehow got it into his system, the effectiveness would be severely diminished if it evaporated into the air. She must find a suitable opportunity to strike decisively. Failure would mean certain death. She could not afford to act impulsively. As darkness descended, the villain showed no signs of resting. Instead, he gagged her and bound her hands, forcing her onto a horse as they sped away in a particular direction. Su Ruqing glanced at their route and immediately understood. They were heading towards the waterway. That direction led to the ferry crossing. She could not allow him to take her onto the water. Even though she could swim, the frigid depths of the vast sea would be beyond her endurance. Should she cramp up, she would undoubtedly perish in the ocean. Approaching the ferry crossing, several boats were docked as usual, with boatmen bustling about, unloading cargo and pulling vessels into the harbor. Everything appeared normal. It was this very normalcy that rendered the villain anxious. Though he had rushed here at great speed, he was not necessarily quicker than the authorities. With this thought, he dismounted cautiously, using Su Ruching as a human shield, inching closer to the dock. Suddenly, he shouted, "Come out! I know you are lying in wait." With his thunderous shout, the porters on the shore fled in terror. Countless officials appeared on the ship, while numerous guards congregated on the bank. The villain was instantly ensnared like a fish in a barrel. Unless he could soar to the heavens or burrow into the earth, escape was utterly impossible. Alas, he held a hostage in his grasp. Su Ruching caught sight of Su Mingxian riding through the ranks of soldiers, bow in hand, her striking visage exuding an eerie calm reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. "Release her, and I shall grant you a swift end." The villain gritted his teeth. "If you have the courage, shoot. As long as I draw breath, I can take her life." A man clad in the attire of a fifth-rank military officer approached on horseback, halting beside Su Mingxian, his voice audible to all. "Young master, you may act directly. Should the hostage be harmed, I shall take her for myself. Of course, if she finds favor with you, then you may claim her as a concubine. After all, a few more mouths to feed in the household will provide her with support for the latter part of her life, and she will not have lived in vain. Naturally, if she meets an unfortunate end, her family shall receive a substantial sum of silver, and if need be, we can report to the emperor to reward her kin. Nevertheless, this individual must not be released. She must be captured alive." Su Ruching's heart sank. Where did this fool come from? Indeed, upon hearing the man's words, she could sense the villain's fury intensifying, the sharpness of the axe in his grip pricking her skin. "Come on, let's see who dies first. Dare to move, and I will kill her." The axe was already pressed against her flesh, the pain becoming increasingly acute, a wetness beginning to seep through. She involuntarily stiffened. Damn it. She was bleeding. Surely, she wouldn't die here, would she? Chapter 17. Scoundrel. That is my sister. Su Ruching, however, could not speak, her hands moving subtly as she desperately attempted to free herself from the ropes. Cautious not to alert the villain, her breathing deliberately slowed. Was the man opposite her a fool? Instead of buying time, he provoked the villain, seemingly intent on ensuring her demise. If she truly perished, she would haunt him as a vengeful spirit. "Scoundrel, that is my sister." Su Mingxian was instantly engulfed in rage upon hearing the man's words. Silence. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such a perilous degree. How could Su Ruching have been abducted? Under different circumstances, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. He owed Su Ruching 2 lives. He could not possibly be the one to bring about her end. The mere thought of such a possibility filled him with an indescribable anxiety and agitation. He needed to remain composed. He could certainly save her. The military officer evidently did not realize that the hostage was Su Mingxuan's sister. What he had thought was a clever tactic had turned out to be utterly disastrous. "I apologize, young master," the officer said, lowering his voice to Su Mingxuan's ear. "The emperor has decreed that no matter the cost, the target must be captured, regardless of the consequences. This is the most crucial bait to ensnare the prominent families of Jiangnan. Information painstakingly gathered through numerous trips to and from the capital, at great expense of manpower and resources. Remove your men, or I shall kill her. If need be, I shall take her down with me. A beauty, such as her accompanying me on my journey, would not render my life in vain." One cannot help but wonder whether young Master Su is willing to part with his beautiful sister. The villain, realizing that Su Mingxian did not issue an immediate command, instantly recognized the worth of his hostage and became emboldened. He must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, once he reaches the sea, recapturing him will prove exceedingly difficult. The military officer hastily interjected to obstruct him. "Stand aside, or I shall slay her at once." The villain threatened, pressing closer to Su Ruching's neck. Su Ruching, in pain, longed to scream, yet found her voice stifled. Warmth began to trickle down her body. Aware that time was of the essence, she understood that if the villain did not kill her, she would perish from excessive blood loss. Su Mingxian narrowed his eyes, having spotted the girl as hand. He immediately grasped that she was scheming and spoke in a grave tone. "I require your assurance that if I release you, you will not seize the opportunity to abduct my sister." He deliberately engaged the military officer in tedious conversation. "I apologize, but it seems your efforts may be in vain. Though she is not from our main branch, she is the sole offspring of the second branch and the only descendant of my uncle, who guards the frontier. Despite being a girl, she is held in high regard by my grandmother. If anything were to happen to her, I would be unable to account for it." The military officer's expression darkened. "Are you so concerned about explaining this to the Marquis of loyalty and valor? How do you intend to justify it to His Majesty? Are you not afraid of incurring His Majesty's wrath?" A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Mingxuan's eyes. "If His Majesty were to punish me, I would accept it. Rest assured, I shall not implicate you." The military officer was incensed, having anticipated a successful operation, only to find Su Mingxuan's judgment clouded. "Stand aside, or I shall kill her immediately." The villain brandished his axe threateningly, inching towards the ship's edge. Upon seeing Su Ruqing's signal, Su Mingxian commanded, "Step back. Allow him to leave." At his command, the soldiers on the ship retreated to the sides. "Do not let him go," the military officer bellowed. "His Majesty has decreed that he must be captured alive at all costs." Upon hearing this, the villain sensed the tide turning, seizing Su Ruqing and leaping onto the ship. However, as Su Ruqing's foot touched the deck, she pretended to stumble, creating distance between her neck and the axe. "Damn it! Get up!" The villain, exasperated, had not anticipated such frailty from the woman. In his fury, he attempted to hoist her up, but suddenly felt a sharp pain at his throat as a silvery flash caught his eye. Suzuki Gapet, unable to discern whether it was tension or fear overwhelming her. The hairpin had pierced the villain's neck. Though it did not strike a fatal blow, it drew blood. "Curse you! I will cleave you in two." Enraged, the villain discarded the pin that had embedded itself in his neck, raising his axe to strike Su Ruqing down. Instinctively, she recoiled. At that moment, Su Mingxian loosed an arrow that struck the villain's arm, which held the axe. The very next instant, Su Ruqing felt the ground vanish beneath her as she plummeted into the water. "Damn it! Is this how I meet my end?" She barely managed to remove the gag from her mouth before the icy water engulfed her. Miss Qing Ting, finally catching up, screamed as she dove in. Yet, Su Mingxian was swifter, plunging into the water. Su Ruqing. Third miss. Su Lin was startled and quickly intercepted Qing Ting to offer assistance. Su Zuqing Shuam but felt an excruciating pain in her neck, her mind growing increasingly foggy and her limbs heavy. Was she to perish here? At that moment, a strong arm encircled her waist, and she was inadvertently lifted upward. Had she been saved? In the next instant, she found herself on a boat, enveloped in a large cloak. She gazed at Su Mingxian, drenched and cradling her, his warm body radiating heat against hers as he carefully handed her to someone else. "Administer medicine to the third miss first." "Miss, I apologize. It is my failure to protect you." Qing Ting's voice brimmed with remorse. "From now on, I shall never leave your side." She took Su Ruqing into her arms, her tone laced with fear as she cautiously applied medicine to the wound on Su Ruqing's neck. "It's not your fault." Su Ruqing steadied herself and turned to see the fate of the villain. There she saw him, wielding an axe with one arm while the other bore a broken, feathered arrow, hastily boarding another boat and frantically paddling away. The boat sped off. "Quickly pursue him. You must not escape." The military officer bellowed in fury, his voice cracking with rage. Su Mingxian drew back the bowstring, ready to shoot the moment it was taut. "You want to get away. Suzuki, you know nothing." The military officer, frustrated, blamed Su Ruqing, convinced it was her fault that the man had fled. Yet, before he could finish, they saw the man's paddling slow to a halt, and with a splash, he collapsed onto the boat and did not rise again. Was he dead? The officer, in a state of panic, pondered whether it was a greater offense to let him escape or to have killed him. If he had escaped, he could still be captured, but if he was dead, he could never speak again. He not dead. Send men to retrieve him. Su Mingxian tossed the bow to Su Lin and bent down to lift Su Ruqing, but paused as he glanced around, suddenly recalling something. "Bring the carriage over." He turned to Qing Ting. "Quickly escort your miss back to the Marquis residence. I shall fetch the physician." He mounted his horse and galloped away. Upon Su Ruqing's arrival at the residence, Su Mingxian and the physician were already waiting. The physician conducted a brief examination and took her pulse. The third miss has caught a chill. It is imperative to dispel the cold promptly. The bath is still a bit small. I recommend soaking in a hot spring to drive out the chill. Although the wound on her neck is not deep, she has lost a significant amount of blood and needs proper nourishment. I will prescribe a remedy to dispel the cold and replenish her vitality, which the third miss should take diligently. Su Mingxian escorted the physician out, and the household gathered around. The matriarch gently patted Su Ruqing's hand, her heart aching. You, child, truly do not allow your grandmother to rest easy. You are far too reckless, daring to undertake anything. Grandmother, please don't worry. I am fine, Su Ruqing reassured her, well aware of her own condition. However, adhering to the principle of not treating oneself, she welcomed the physician's examination to ease the concerns of those around her. The elderly matriarch sighed, casting a glance at Su Ruqing and the Yu family beside her, ultimately saying, You have saved your elder sister. The bond between you is profound, and thus, your grandmother shall remain silent on the matter. Take good care of yourself. Should you require anything, send word to your grandmother. At dawn, I shall arrange for someone to escort you to the hot springs. Quickly regain your health, for upon your return, I shall personally preside over your coming-of-age ceremony. Thank you, grandmother. Su Ruqing replied weakly, Please take care. You also gazed at Su Ruqing with a face full of gratitude, saying, Third girl, your aunt has previously overlooked you, but from now on, I shall treat you as my own daughter. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Rest well. I shall take my leave and return to visit you in a few days. As you departed, Su Ruqing slowly took a seat, observing Su Ruqing's pale complexion, which starkly contrasted with her usual rosy glow, and suddenly she burst into tears. Chapter 18. There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Su Ruqing was no saint. She remembered the schemes they had plotted against her. However, in a moment of crisis, Su Ruqing had stood up to protect her, and she felt indebted for that. She did not consider their bond to be a profound sisterly affection. If they intended to scheme against her again, she would not show mercy. Third sister, I owe you an apology, Su Ruqing declared, disregarding the presence of Qing Feng and Qing Tian, who were attending to Su Ruqing. With reddened eyes, she continued, Since childhood, I have been taught that I am the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, and I must not bring shame upon the family. I strive to bring glory to the house. I am proud and determined to excel in poetry, music, and all feminine arts. Among the noble ladies in the capital, I aim to be the most distinguished, and I succeeded. She paused. Even in marriage, I aspire to a noble match, and I achieve that as well. Her tone suddenly turned somber. Yet, I never anticipated that after years of effort, believing myself the most talented in the estate, with only a handful of women able to rival me in the entire capital, I would find myself married to a man who is not a good person, but rather a scoundrel. Tears streamed down her face as she reflected on nearly a decade at the Duke's residence, which had drained her of all passion and filled her life with heartache and bitterness. I have been strong all my life, sacrificing my happiness, health, and well-being. I even risked my future child. She grasped Su Ruqing's hand. My health is failing, and I wish for a good mother for my child. I hope the stepmother I marry will treat my child kindly. Is that why you thought of me? Su Ruqing inquired calmly, her expression serene, leaving Su Ruqing uncertain of her intentions, making her anxious. Yes, Su Ruqing replied, holding Su Ruqing's hand tightly, but I will not do that again. It was my mistake before. I will never let my sister marry that beast. From now on, I promise to help you choose a worthy husband, ensuring you do not follow the same path as I did. Taking the medicinal soup brought in by Qing Feng, she personally fed it to Su Ruqing, exclaiming, That man has come for me. I never intended to drag you into this, yet you still suffered for it. I schemed against you first, but you saved me at the crucial moment with your life. I shall never forget this for the rest of my life. Su Ruqing quietly took her medicine, grimacing at the bitterness, yet she dared not refuse it. She had truly caught a chill, and if she desired to attain good health, she must endure. Su Ruqing's words were merely for her to consider. She would never recklessly trust anyone's promises. The human heart is intricate, and, as she had just escaped danger, Su Rushue's gratitude towards her would inevitably fade over time. When interests come into play, it is uncertain how Su Rushue would choose. Such matters could be discussed later. Watching Su Ruching endure the bitterness of her medicine in silence stirred an inexplicable sense of compassion within Su Rushue. A child who has never been cherished learns early on that they have no right to throw tantrums, which perhaps shaped her third sister's detached and indifferent nature. At the brink of life and death, Su Ruching realized that no obstacle is insurmountable. Nothing is more important than being alive. She vowed to fight for her survival, to witness her son grow into adulthood, and to live long enough to see him marry and have children. Therefore, trust in me. I shall not harm you, now or in the future. I acknowledge my past mistakes and the debts I owe you. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will never refuse as long as it is within my power. Su Ruching smiled, handing the empty bowl of medicine back to Qingfeng, and playfully remarked as she savored the candied fruit Su Rushue offered. Well then, elder sister, you must not go back on your word. I shall remember this. She understood that, although her current situation appeared improved, she remained the third daughter of a secondary wife, overlooked by the matriarch, disliked by the concubines, and with her father far away at the frontier. The gratitude of Su Rushue and the matriarch of the Ho residence, Madame Yu, was not to be taken lightly. It would significantly enhance her circumstances. To have both of them indebted to her was no folly. Having allies would facilitate many of her future endeavors. Thus, taking a step back to gain greater benefits was far more prudent than seeking immediate gratification through vengeance, which would only complicate her situation. There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. She possessed no capital for capriciousness. Her duty was to weigh the pros and cons and make the most advantageous decision. Gazing at Su Rushue's gentle smile, she hesitated before finally speaking. Actually, elder sister, I know of a remarkably skilled doctor. She then divulged the new clinic's address to Su Rushue. For your ailment, why not seek her out? She will be available in 10 days. With half a month until her coming-of-age ceremony, she planned to return 3 days prior, spending 10 days at the hot springs before attending to her shop's affairs. Calculating the timing so that Su Rushue would coincide with her arrival. Upon mentioning her health, Su Rushue visibly sank into despondency, yet replied, "Very well. I shall go and explore every possible avenue for healing." She clasped Su Ruching's hand tightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, third sister, for being willing to assist me without holding grudges. Of course, we are sisters. It is only right," Su Ruching said, feeling a twinge of guilt. While she genuinely wished to save Su Rushue, she also harbored aspirations for financial gain. Su Rushue's illness was well known, and should she recover, she would undoubtedly become a living advertisement, attracting wealthy ladies who value their health and ready to shower her with gold. "Sister, you should rest. I shall take my leave for now, but I will return to see you shortly." Su Rushue gazed tenderly at Su Ruching, her demeanor astonishingly amiable. Once Su Rushue departed, Qingfeng could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Miss, you have just returned. But the second miss has only just arrived home and has already been punished by the first lady to kneel for 2 hours, after which she must transcribe the women's precepts 100 times and is confined for a month to reflect upon her actions. She has also been penalized a month's allowance, and even the concubine who interceded on her behalf has been fined for half a year's worth of allowance." Su Ruching surmising that Granny Deng had faithfully conveyed the news to Madame Yu. As the legitimate mother, dealing with a concubine's daughter was hardly a daunting task. While she could not overtly retaliate against Su Rulian, she could still deliver a severe lesson by leveraging the situation. Previously, Madame Yu and Su Rushue had intended to marry her off to the Duke of England to safeguard Meng Shuling. However, Su Rulian sought to wed her to that wretched cousin, hoping to exploit her dowry and familial ties to elevate the scoundrel-esque status and bolster Su Mingho's claim to the title of heir. Su Rulian was essentially challenging Madame Yu's authority. Now, with the favor of having saved Su Rushue today, this was the most opportune moment. And yet Su Rulian had brought upon herself misfortune. If she were not to be punished, who would be? Though the concubine had accrued some savings over the years, Su Mingho's education was quite costly, compounded by the fact that both the concubine and Su Rulian had always favored luxury, demanding the finest in food, clothing, and other indulgences. Meanwhile, the concubine's family was impoverished, lacking a dowry, and even the occasional gifts from her elder brother and sister-in-law were likely limited. With such a sudden depletion of their monthly allowance, Su Rulian was bound to face hardships ahead. At that moment, Qing Ting hurried in. "The heir wishes to see you. The eldest miss was speaking with you, and has been waiting outside, sheltered in the corridor." Su Ruqing paused, contemplating whether Su Mingxian had overheard Su Rushu's words. Those who trained in martial arts possessed keen hearing. With that thought, Su Ruqing quickly tidied her attire, ensuring everything was in order before speaking. "Please let my elder brother in." Upon entering, Su Mingxian's expression was less than favorable. He understood that even if no one else was aware, he could not linger for long. He spoke succinctly. "Did the eldest sister wish for you to become the concubine of that despicable Meng Yutong after her demise?" Su Ruqing nodded, acknowledging that since he had overheard, there was no point in concealing the truth. "Why did you not inform me?" His tone was calm, but his eyes betrayed a storm of emotions. "You risked your life to save the eldest sister. Was it to dissuade her from this notion?" Su Ruqing sensed his mood was rather somber. Chapter 19. "Cousin, my heart yearns for you. I wish to marry you." Su Zuqing Buinget. Aunt and elder sister made these choices for Ling Gu out of necessity. Is it not resolved now? The eldest sister will not pursue such a course in the future. She refrained from disclosing the plot to have her consume the poison of despair before being married off. Firstly, there was no evidence. As her knowledge stemmed from previous readings, it had not yet come to fruition. Secondly, the matter was settled, and after all, Madame Yu and Su Ruxue were his mother and elder sister. There was no need to burden him with such distress. To put him in a difficult position brings her no advantage. Only by instilling guilt in him could she maximize her benefits. Indeed, Su Ruqing avoided the main issue, which only served to darken Su Mingxuan's expression further. In the end, he merely stated, "You still regard me as your elder brother. If you encounter any problems in the future, come to me. I may lack other abilities, but I can ensure that you live comfortably at home." With that, he turned and left, his back carrying a hint of desolation. Su Ruqing, however, did not take it to heart. She believed in resolving matters on her own. If she truly could not manage, she would then seek his assistance. Relationships are depleted with each use and should be employed judiciously. The next morning, just before Su Ruqing set off for the hot spring estate, she received 2 shops from a Yu family, 1 from Su Ruxue and 2 from the old matriarch, leaving her somewhat astonished. Qing Feng quietly approached. "I heard that the heir visited the old matriarch and the madam before entering the palace this morning." Su Ruqing joyfully gathered the deeds and contracts for the 5 shops, handing them to Qing Feng. "Take good care of these. Once I return from the hot spring estate, we shall go and have a look." What an unexpected windfall. This would serve as a strong foundation for her future. She firmly believed that in any dynasty or place, possessing wealth grants one's strength and confidence. There is no problem that money cannot solve. If there is, it simply means there is not enough money. As far as she knew, the Su family's hot spring estate was not far from Maple Leaf residence. On pleasant days, she could visit Maple Leaf residence for a chance encounter. Su Ruqing, accompanied by Qing Tin, the chubby girl, and Mama, made her way to the hot spring estate, leaving Qing Feng behind to tend to the yard. Recently, Qing had been quite obedient, and she was not comfortable leaving her alone in the yard. Who knew what mischief she might concoct? She did not want to return after nursing her health, only to find her home ransacked. Su Ruqing directed the spring water into the designated hot spring pool, adding her specially blended herbs. As she soaked, she sighed with pleasure, feeling the warmth seep through her pores, slowly dispelling the chill within her. After enjoying the hot spring, she slept soundly and awoke to find her complexion radiant and fair in the mirror, lifting her spirits. "Mama, I crave your cloud-shaped cake." Su Ruqing smiled at Mama, who was busy in the kitchen. "Very well, I shall steam some milk to accompany it." Mama replied with a cheerful smile. Since Mama's arrival, her meals had significantly improved, and Su Ruqing could clearly sense that she was no longer the wan and frail Su Ruqing of yore. She had become more robust and appeared much healthier. Su Ruqing donned a fresh and simple makeup, taking Qing Tin and the chubby girl for a stroll, which led them directly to Maple Leaf residence. The trio took a shortcut to the previous location, and sure enough, they spotted the sturdy servant pushing Yu Wuyo toward them. Su Ruqing feigned casualness as she wandered, and upon seeing him approach, she exclaimed, "Cousin, what a coincidence." Yu Wuyo was the son of Yu's eldest brother and was related to her cousins, so addressing him as cousin was not an inappropriate display of kinship. Unbeknownst to Yu Wuyo, Su Ruqing's presence was unexpected. He paused momentarily, adopting a tone that belied his seemingly innocuous demeanor, and remarked, rather impolitely, "I presumed Miss Su would be quite reluctant to see me." This implied that he had stumbled upon the incident from the previous encounter. Typically, individuals who have committed wrongful acts prefer not to face witnesses of their misdeeds. Moreover, he did not anticipate that this young girl possessed such audacity. Meng Yutong, that scoundrel, was not only her brother-in-law, but also his cousin, and he had assumed she was merely wandering out of curiosity. To his astonishment, she dared to scheme against her own brother-in-law, engaging in a liaison with a man, a true testament to the adage that appearances can be deceiving. A seemingly harmless young girl had undertaken such a scandalous act. Yet, the motivations behind her actions remained a mystery. Did Meng Yutong covet her beauty, provoking her ire? Surely not. His cousin was overthinking, as she merely chanced upon him and wished to greet him. Su Ruqing smiled, "Cousin, I have matters to attend to, so I shan't intrude on your enjoyment of the scenery." With that, she departed with her two maidservants, leaving Yu Wuyo perplexed about her intentions. Typically, one would expect her to seek to silence him, or was she genuinely unconcerned about him revealing their encounter to her aunt? If that were to happen, her aunt would undoubtedly suspect her involvement, and the matriarch of the Ho family would surely make life difficult for her, a mere illegitimate daughter of the second house. Was she truly unafraid? In the days that followed, their encounters became increasingly frequent. Once or twice could be attributed to coincidence, but more than that suggested a premeditated scheme. When Su Ruqing, holding a paper kite, appeared before him once more, Yu Wuyo commanded his servant to halt, regarding her with a leisurely demeanor. "Miss San, what are your intentions towards me?" Su Ruqing knelt before him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Cousin, I am smitten with you. I wish to marry you." A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Wuyo's eyes, quickly followed by derision. "Is this the reason behind your orchestrated coincidences? Merely to gaze upon me?" Su Ruqing endeavored to embody the demeanor of an infatuated young woman, casting him a bashful glance while desperately conjuring praises. "I have never encountered someone as extraordinary as you, who, knowing my transgressions, still chooses to shield me from exposure. Unlike others, you do not admonish me for my misdeeds. You appear like a celestial being, aloof and indifferent, as though nothing and no one could penetrate your gaze. Despite enduring physical suffering, you possess an understanding spirit, devoid of cynicism, gracefully composed, and an enigma that seems unattainable." However, confronted with Yu Wuyo's mocking expression, she found herself at a loss for words. Yu Wuyo replied with sarcasm, "You must have never seen a person with a body as wretched as mine, or perhaps one who, on the brink of death, chooses to restlessly wander rather than wait for demise, only to become a nuisance. Unattainable? Hardly. I'm not above you." Su Ruqing prided herself on possessing a discerning heart, adept at fathoming the thoughts of others. In her interactions, she adhered to the principle that facilitating others' convenience ultimately benefits oneself, as long as one does not overstep boundaries. However, faced with such a sharp-tongued individual, who relentlessly engages in conversations that seem to drag on for eternity, she genuinely wished to strike him. She endeavored to suppress the surging anger within her, unable to shake the doubt regarding the soundness of her decision. Would she, having not married him, succumb to her frustrations? Or perhaps, after marrying him, she would find herself compelled to hasten his departure long before his natural end? Slowly exhaling, she forced a smile, saying, "Cousin, how could you speak of me in such a manner? I truly hold you in my heart, even if you do not reciprocate my feelings. You ought not to trample upon my sincerity." She intended to make another earnest declaration to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, planning to excuse herself to devise a better strategy. wholly oblivious to the persistent gestures of the dragonfly beside her, as she immersed herself in thoughts of how to earn Yu Wuyo's trust. To her astonishment, before she could act, Yu Wuyo glanced over her shoulder and remarked, "Cousin Xian, your third sister claims to have affections for me and wishes to marry. Did you hear that?" Chapter 20. That wretched individual dares to have designs on his third sister? Su Ruqing's expression froze, her body rigid as she turned to face Su Mingxuan's impassive countenance. "Brother, what brings you here?" Su Mingxian replied nonchalantly, "If I hadn't come, how would I have known my third sister could utter such astonishing words?" Having completed his tasks and received a bounty of fruits from the emperor, he intended to deliver them to her at the hot spring resort for her recovery, but instead found himself here. It certainly was not a wasted trip, as he witnessed quite the spectacle. "Su Ruqing, you have truly opened my eyes." Yet, what was his cousin's intent? Was he testing him? A sense of unease suddenly crept into his heart. Brother, you've misunderstood," Su Ruqing attempted to clarify, but found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to rectify the situation. Just as she had mustered the courage to confront the matter, Su Mingxian caught her off guard. Was fate conspiring against her? Although Su Mingxuan's expression remained calm, she inexplicably felt a sense of guilt, as if danger loomed nearby. Su Mingxian turned to Yu Wuyo, stating, "Cousin, my sister is still young and naive. Please do not hold her accountable. I shall take her home for proper guidance and will return later to visit you." Yu Wuyo, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama, softened his tone. "Your sister has yet to come of age. She is still a child. It is forgivable for her to make mistakes. Do not punish her, dear cousin. She meant well." Su Ruqing's heart raced. This Yu Wuyo was certainly cunning. "Then there is no need for you to worry, cousin. I shall take care of my third sister's matters. You should focus on your own well-being and recuperate." Su Mingxuan's tone remained gentle, but his words were far from pleasant. Yu Wuyo, seemingly unperturbed, waved his hand with a good-natured smile. "Cousin, feel free to visit more often. Spending time with you will surely aid in my recovery." "Very well." Su Mingxian gave a glance at Su Ruqing and turned to leave. Unable to contain herself, Su Ruqing shot a fierce glare at Yu Wuyo and hurried after Su Mingxian. Yu Wuyo, indeed a despicable character, was the reason for his poor health, burdened by his own malevolence. He found this girl, who could barely be called his cousin, rather intriguing. With a serious demeanor, she spoke nonsense and, when confronted, dared to glare back at him. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone so vivacious, a true gem. Upon returning to the hot spring estate, they entered to find 2 or 3 baskets in the courtyard. Su Lin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of fruit. Upon seeing them, he promptly announced, "Third miss, the heir has specially sent you these fruits, caught by the emperor's grace and rewarded to the heir. He thought of your health and brought some for you." "How noisy." Su Mingxian chastised Su Lin lightly before turning to enter the hall. Su Lin was somewhat perplexed. If he was not meant to speak, why not silence him from the start? Yet, if he was permitted to speak, why then reprimand him? "Thank you, elder brother," Su Ruqing murmured, quickly accepting the fruit and following him. She placed it before Su Mingxuan's table and sat across from him, offering the ripest peach. "Elder brother, do try it first," she said with a smile, striving to appear natural, as if the earlier awkwardness had never occurred. Su Mingxian accepted the peach, idly toying with it, neither eating nor refusing, causing the atmosphere to grow increasingly tense, extinguishing Su Ruqing's smile. "Elder brother, I was wrong," she said hastily as Su Mingxuan's gaze fell upon her. "Oh, and where did you err?" Su Mingxian turned the peach in his palm, his eyes fixed on Su Ruqing. An inexplicable pressure caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead. "Elder brother, you are becoming ever more intimidating." Clearing her throat, she continued, "I should not have engaged with a man in private, nor should I have spoken recklessly." She thought to justify herself a little. As a concubine-born daughter, my status dictates that those ambitious young men will overlook me. I merely hope to find a noble family, at least to avoid being bullied. Yet, what noble family would choose me as a legitimate wife? I refuse to be a mere concubine, so I thought it best to lower my expectations for my future husband. Noticing Su Mingxuan's silence, she pressed on. "A scion like my elder brother-in-law, with such a temperament, is unbearable. I fear I might inadvertently poison him. I certainly do not wish to contend with the countless concubines in the back courtyard. Stealing a nervous glance at Su Mingxian, who remained inscrutably fixed on her, she continued. Thus, I sought someone of frail health, a clean back courtyard. At least I would not be preoccupied with managing a horde of concubines. Elder brother, you know I am soon to come of age. My mother spends all her time in the Buddhist hall, and I can only rely on myself. I want to scout for a suitable match, and if that fails, I will wait for grandmother and aunt to have time. I do not wish to enter a blind marriage. If I were to end up with someone like my brother-in-law, I would rather meet a clean demise. Her tone softened gradually, her words a blend of truth and pretense. Truth in the reflection of her predicament, and pretense in her yearning for marriage. The highest form of deceit is to utter two truths alongside one falsehood. She remained uncertain whether Su Mingxian truly believed her. However, at the very least, he did not appear angry, which, perhaps, indicated his belief. Suddenly, Su Mingxian rose to his feet, asserting, "This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Focus on nurturing your health. As your elder brother, I cannot bear to see you wed to a scoundrel." He took a few steps toward the door, but halted abruptly, stating, "I have secured a favor from the emperor on your behalf. The reward has been placed in your courtyard." He paused momentarily before adding, "You shall find it pleasing." Su Ruqing's eyes lit up instantly as she watched Su Mingxuan's retreating figure at the door, exclaiming, "Thank you, elder brother." Without glancing back, Su Mingxian departed, his mind occupied with the words he had just heard. A twinge of discomfort stirred within him. Was this young woman truly so eager for marriage? This little girl, inexplicably anxious about her status and fearing disdain from others? If she could afford to wait, once he ascended to prominence, her standing would naturally elevate, and, at that time, she could choose from any accomplished suitor. Lost in thought, he entered the side gate, tossing the reins to the stableman before dismounting and striding toward the courtyard. He could not help but inquire, "Su Lin, at what age do girls from prominent families typically marry?" Su Lin paused, scratching his head in contemplation. "Generally, they start considering marriage once they reach the age of 14, after their coming-of-age ceremony. After a betrothal is established, they usually marry within 6 months to a year. The last time I had a day off, my mother asked if I had any young lady in mind, as she was keen to find me a wife." Su Mingxian entered the study in silence. As he settled down, he discovered a peach nestled in his robes. He placed it on the table, observing its delicate, ripe skin. It was indeed ready for consumption. Unbeknownst to him, the peach had ripened without his notice. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up a brush, and just then, the sound of hurried footsteps announced the arrival of two diminutive figures who paused at the door. One of them, with a hint of caution, inquired, "Su Lin, is my elder brother inside? May I enter?" Su Mingxian replied, "Come in." The two children dashed inside, followed by two maidservants who bowed respectfully. "What brings you both here? Xiang and Rui?" Su Mingxian felt little affection for the two younger brothers born of his stepmother, largely due to the considerable age difference and his inherent lack of patience for children. He was puzzled as to why these two little ones, who often avoided him, would seek him out. "Elder brother, Xiang and I are celebrating our birthdays and would like to invite you to our birthday feast," the chubby Su Mingrui announced, mimicking the demeanor of an adult as he took an invitation from one of the maidservants and placed it reverently on the table. The thinner Su Mingxiang followed suit. "Elder brother, this is mine." His gaze fell upon the peach on the table, and his eyes brightened. "Elder brother, I wish to eat the peach." Chapter 21. Indeed sweet. No wonder it is sought after. Su Mingxian suddenly called out, "Su Lin, have the peaches been delivered to the second madam?" Su Lin hurriedly replied, "Yes, my lord. The peaches have been distributed to all the courtyards of the residence." "Then, why has the second madam not provided the two young masters with peaches?" Su Mingxian cast a half-smile towards the two young maids trailing behind him, who promptly bowed and exclaimed, "We've given them some. The two young masters have eaten too." As they spoke, they attempted to usher the young masters away. "No, I want to eat the peach." Su Mingxiang immediately protested, stretching out his little hand to grasp the fruit. Strangely, Su Mingxian felt a twinge of annoyance. Why was everyone so eager for his belongings? He reached for the peach, selecting the ripest spot, and took a hearty bite. Delicious. He continued to indulge, and before long, only the pit remained. It must be said, this peach was indeed sweet. No wonder it attracted such attention. Upon seeing the peach depleted, Su Mingxiang burst into tears. Su Mingxian leisurely wiped his hands and mouth, teasingly remarked, "What is wrong? Can't carry the young master? Should this noble son escort you on your way?" The two maids were horrified, fearing that the noble son truly intended to send them away, and disregarding the possibility of harming the young master. They hurriedly scooped him up and fled. Su Lin was somewhat taken aback. Had not the master always been indifferent to fruit? After pondering, he ventured, "Young master, should I fetch 2 more peaches for you?" "No need," Su Mingxian replied coolly, picking up a brush. "Let this matter spread." Su Lin quickly acquiesced, thinking to himself that the second concubine was in for a rough time. If one could not teach their children properly, they ought not allow them to roam free. How dare they covet the master's possessions? Su Ruqing, having not encountered Wu Yu since Su Mingxian's visit, decided to maintain a low profile out of respect for her benefactor. She hoped to avoid any trouble, and thus remained discreet for a few days. She instructed Mama Ma to return directly to the residence, while she herself, accompanied by Qing Ting and the plump maid, donned a hood and went to the shop. Observing Su Lin's arrangements for the renovations, she noticed he had even kindly brought over 2 workers from Su Mingxian's store. These workers were not household servants of the Su family, but rather purchased bonds from a trader, ensuring her peace of mind, as they remained unaware of her identity, thus minimizing the risk of exposing her apothecary in front of the Su family. This was her own establishment, belonging to Su Ruqing, not to the 3rd daughter of the Su family. Upon entering the shop, Su Ruqing found the 2 workers idly sitting and daydreaming. Upon seeing her, they jumped to their feet. "Miss, our shop is yet to open. Please come back later." The plump maid swiftly produced the deed, asserting, "Our miss is the owner. Hurry and get to work." The 2 workers immediately brightened. Without the owner present, how could they expect their wages and bonuses? "I will make a list. You are to purchase these items from the specified shop," Su Ruqing instructed the plump maid. The plump maid quickly changed into male attire, her face darkened, exuding more masculinity than the 2 workers. Su Ruqing felt at ease giving her the money, while she appeared rough around the edges. Her meticulousness, patience, and resilience were indeed rare qualities. Su Ruqing then set out with Qing Ting, procuring various items for opening promotions, as well as commissioning a signboard for 100 Herb Hall. She even arranged for a troupe of lion dancers to perform on the opening day, intending to draw in a crowd. After completing her tasks, Su Ruqing returned to the Marquis's residence accompanied by 2 maidservants, leaving 2 attendants to oversee the shop. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed several boxes arranged in the hall. Qing Yue, upon seeing her, approached with an expression of delight, exclaiming, "Miss, you have finally returned. How wonderful! Yes, please assist me in preparing my toiletries. I shall take a bath before visiting grandmother." Of course, Qing Yue cast a reluctant glance at the items in the hall, somewhat disheartened, before departing. Su Ruqing opened the boxes to inspect their contents. Aside from some tribute fabrics, there were fashionable jewelry pieces and exquisite gold and jade vessels, evidently intended as bridal gifts. Additionally, she discovered a banknote worth 3,000 taels of silver. This was indeed substantial. It seemed unlikely that such a practical gift originated from the emperor, as royal rewards typically prioritized aesthetics to highlight the grandeur of imperial favor. Silver notes, after all, lacked the brilliance of gold and silver ingots. Qing Feng approached, stating, "Qing Yue visited the second miss and stole your intimate garments from the laundry room to present to her." A cold glimmer flickered in Su Ruqing's eyes. She had been wary of Qing Yue since her arrival. Her personal clothing was closely monitored by Qing Feng, ensuring that only replicas made their way to the laundry. As a precaution against Qing Yue's intentions, she was not disappointed. "I will send these 2 pieces of fabric to grandmother. The rest, please keep," Su Ruqing declared, personally carrying the 2 pieces in suitable colors for the elderly to the old lady's quarters. The old lady examined Su Ruqing closely and smiled. "It appears you are recovering well. Your complexion has finally regained its rosy hue. That pale visage from the other day certainly frightened this old woman. You should indulge in hot springs more often. It is beneficial for your health." She glanced at the fabrics Su Ruching brought and added, "Then I shall graciously accept your filial offering." Su Ruching smiled, engaging in light conversation about trivial happenings at the hot spring resort. Who married whom? Amusing incidents from nearby villages, and tales of children fighting or brides fleeing. These stories, shared by Mama Ma to amuse Su Ruching, were now recounted to the old lady, bringing forth peals of laughter. After dinner, Su Ruching took her leave, yet the old lady's smile lingered. Ping Ping, the old lady's personal maid, approached with a grin. It has been quite some time since the old lady has been this joyful. It seems the third miss knows how to bring you happiness. None of us sisters have succeeded in making you laugh so heartily. And then also entered with a nourishing soup, cheerfully commenting. Standing behind the old lady was Mama Jiang, her lifelong maid, who had never married and remained by the old lady's side, holding the highest regard in her presence. She too smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it has been long since we have seen you so relaxed. If the third miss can bring you joy, you ought to see her more often. A good mood is essential for good health." The old lady sighed. "I once thought the third girl to be foolish, unaware of how to please her legitimate mother, merely following her aunt and being worn down by her. Yet, after falling ill, her once muddled heart has transformed into one of clarity and brilliance. Your grandchildren are nothing like her. You worry for no reason." Mama Jiang teased, "Are you satisfied now? The third young lady possesses both courage and wisdom, is deeply loyal and filial. Surely, you can rest assured now? Indeed, I once feared she would be rendered ineffectual by that Lin Hewer. Yet she has proven to be a remarkable young lady of the Ho family, distinguished in character. Moreover, her beauty surpasses that of her peers, and she has yet to reach the age of maturity." Suddenly, old Madame Su fell silent. "What occupies your thoughts?" Jiang Momo sighed and approached old Madame Su, taking a seat on a stool. "Is it not a good thing that the third young lady is so beautiful? Furthermore, I perceive that she increasingly resembles you in your youth. You have noticed as well?" Old Madame Su lowered her gaze, and after a long pause, remarked, "Sometimes, a woman's excessive beauty can lead to misfortune rather than fortune. This third young lady is even more stunning than I was at her age. Yet her background is regrettable." Jiang Momo instantly grasped the old madame's concerns. The third young lady, still not of age, is already captivating enough to draw the eye. Once she blossoms, her insufficient status, combined with her striking appearance, could spell danger. It is difficult to secure a high marriage, as noble families seek to match their sons with daughters of illustrious lineage. However, if she were to marry into an ordinary noble family, her beauty could attract the attention of someone of high rank, potentially leading to calamity for both her family and herself. History has shown that beautiful women often meet with tragic fates. Even as a concubine in a prestigious household, she would remain a thorn in the side of the legitimate wife. What household is devoid of resentful spirits? Moreover, it is better to be the wife of a humble man than a concubine to a noble. The old madam could never bear to see the third young lady become a concubine. "Rest now. I too must venture out tomorrow. Accompany me to visit some old friends." Old Madame Su spoke slowly. Jiang Momo immediately understood the old madam's intentions and reflected on the fortunate destiny of the third young lady. Chapter 22. The Coming of Age Ceremony. The Grand Princess arrives. In the following 2 days, Su Ruching's Baichao Hall opened for business. On the opening day, the sounds of drums and firecrackers filled the air, and lion dances attracted many onlookers. Most were common folk, and Su Ruching remained composed, confident that in time, the name Baichao Hall would resonate throughout the Li dynasty. Throughout the morning, after the first customer arrived, the flow of visitors was unceasing. Su Ruching found herself busier than ever, yet the sense of fulfillment she experienced was unparalleled. She may lack a lover, family, or friends, but she cannot be without her career, nor can she lose her sense of self. As the evening approached and the crowd thinned, Su Ruoxua unexpectedly appeared, despite having previously indicated she would come the following day. Clearly, Su Ruoxua had been closely monitored, although Su Ruching had already taken her pulse. She carefully checked it once more, and without uttering a word, she began to write a prescription. Su Ruoxua suffered from both qi and blood deficiency, having experienced excessive bleeding during childbirth. coupled with irregular menstruation and persistent discomfort. Her inability to let go of her worries and frustration only exacerbated her condition. The continuous blood loss had weakened her to a critical point. Without proper nourishment, any remedies would be futile. There was nothing seriously amiss. She placed the prescription before Su Ruoxiue and gestured for her to leave, mindful that lingering too long could lead to her recognition, which would complicate matters. Su Ruoxiue felt uncertain. Her grip on the prescription was as if she were clutching her very life. "Doctor, my illness." A robust figure, disguised as a man, swiftly assisted her, urging her forward. "Oh, since the doctor has prescribed medicine for you, it is surely curative. Let us hasten and not delay the next patient." The boisterous demeanor of the stout figure instilled a sense of confidence, compelling Su Ruoxiue to fetch her medicine. After attending to several others, Su Ruoxing noticed the evening sky and posted a recruitment notice, offering generous compensation before departing. She had summoned the guards from the escort agency to maintain order, and soon competitors who might have caused a disturbance fell silent. The first day of business went unexpectedly well. Unbeknownst to her, as she entered the courtyard, a shadow hurried eastward, slipping through the corner gate into the main yard, reporting back to another courtyard. "Your Grace, the third miss has had a successful day. My subordinates and I have been stationed nearby. Should anyone attempt to create trouble, we shall apprehend them directly." Many competitors are now aware that the third miss has backing, and even those with ill intentions will think twice. Su Lin respectfully conveyed this to Su Mingxian. "Very well, let us keep watch for a few more days. In the future, assign 2 dedicated individuals to monitor the situation and inform me immediately of any issues," Su Mingxian instructed, her hand continuously writing with a brush, her gaze unwavering. "Understood." The following day, Su Ruoxing arrived at the shop to find several applicants for the position of resident doctor. Most were elderly, save for one who appeared to be in his early 40s. Ignoring the dismissive attitudes of the older doctors, she casually posed a few questions before selecting the young man. Bai Yi. She sought not those who relied on age for authority, but rather a true physician with patience for patients. Bai Ji's eyes were clear and his demeanor calm. His family had once owned a pharmacy, but had fallen into misfortune. However, their ancestors had produced imperial physicians, and he was the most talented in his generation. His siblings, Bai Xiao and Bai Fu Ling, had some knowledge of medical texts, although neither was proficient. His brother was more adept at cultivating herbs. Su Ruoxing felt as if she had found the perfect fit and decided to invite him to visit in a few days. She was mindful that the following day marked her coming-of-age ceremony, leaving her little time to venture out. She entrusted the stout figure, disguised as a man, to remain at the shop to ensure she was informed of any issues. With several herbal packets designed to aid sleep in hand, she returned to the... Upon entering the courtyard, she learned that the old matriarch had sent someone to find her. Carrying the packets, she proceeded directly to the Songbai courtyard. "Grandmother, you summoned me?" Su Ruoxing inquired, handing the packets to Jiang Momo, offering a few instructions before settling beside the matriarch. Jiang Momo smiled and promptly accepted the items. The third Mrs. Medicinal packets are remarkably effective. The old matriarch's sleep has improved significantly, and her complexion is visibly better. The day after tomorrow is your coming-of-age ceremony. Have you considered inviting any friends? Su old matriarch asked with a smile, presenting Su Ruoxing with an exquisite set of headwear. Prepare well for the occasion. My old friends will be attending and will bring their granddaughters. I shall introduce you to them. That sounds wonderful. Su Ruoxing felt a sense of anticipation. She indeed had few companions, and her grandmother's introduction suggested that their character would be commendable. Only after Su Ruoxing had departed did the venerable matriarch instruct the maidservant in a calm tone. "Go summon the second madam to complete today's scriptures, and then come to see me." In the blink of an eye, the day of the coming-of-age ceremony arrived, and Su Ruoxing profoundly recognized the significance of this rite for young women. The garments, solemnly bestowed by her grandmother, were only now revealing their splendor to her. From the unadorned robe and skirt to the intricately designed, long-sleeved ceremonial dress, they were exquisite and costly. Accompanying these were the hairpin, hair ornaments, and crown, all masterfully crafted with designs as delicate as gossamer, each a rare work of art. Su Ruqing had initially presumed that the gathering would not attract many attendees. Even with the easing of relations with the Yu family, she thought that only those who had befriended them would show up. After all, she was a daughter of lesser status, and those of higher standing would likely refrain from attending. To her astonishment, long before the appointed hour, many had already arrived. The atmosphere was bustling and vibrant. Even those who usually treated her with indifference did not utter unkind words, merely nodding with a friendliness that bordered on excessive. Moreover, ladies of far superior rank than her grandmother and the Yu family had come with their legitimate daughters, an occurrence that seemed somewhat irregular. As she scanned the crowd, she did not spot any of her grandmother's so-called old friends, who should have been of a similar age. With time slipping away, Su Ruqing couldn't help but wonder if something had delayed them. Just then, a booming voice from the doorman, barely concealing its excitement, announced, "The Grand Princess has arrived. The Madam of Yeoman Marquis is here. The Princess of Anyang is present." Su Ruqing's heart raced, and she saw her grandmother rise with a smile, heading toward the entrance. Everyone was taken aback. The Grand Princess had truly come. It seemed the rumor that the old matriarch of the loyal and brave Marquis had once been a close friend of the Grand Princess was indeed accurate. It is essential to note that the Grand Princess was not merely a sister of the current emperor, but rather his aunt, the sister of the late emperor. Her lineage was extraordinarily elevated. Even the current emperor would respectfully address her as aunt. It was said that the Marquisate of Loyal and Brave held a modest position in the capital, and no top-tier families would attend. It was initially believed that the presence of the Yu family and the lady from the Meng family would suffice. Yet unexpectedly, such a prominent figure graced the event. Once the Grand Princess made her entrance, no one dared to linger. In a flurry, everyone rushed out, faces alight with joy, warmly welcoming the Grand Princess. In that moment, Su Ruqing comprehended why so many ladies of lofty status, both legitimate and illegitimate daughters, had gathered. They had all come for the Grand Princess. She now understood that her grandmother's so-called old friends were none other than this remarkably distinguished, reclusive Grand Princess. The Grand Princess had married the late Yeoman Marquis, and the current Marquis, Qi Hui, was her eldest son. The Marquis's wife, the Lady Qi, was the Grand Princess's eldest daughter-in-law, while the Princess of Anyang was her most beloved granddaughter, Qi Tingting. Before long, the Grand Princess approached with a smile, accompanying Su Ruqing's grandmother, and waved to the surrounding guests. "Today, I am not the main host. Feel free to relax and enjoy yourselves." The last few words carried a hint of jest. No one dared to take the matter lightly. The Grand Princess was using jest to deliver a subtle admonition. She insisted that all guests refrain from mischief and prioritize the comfort of their host. In an instant, everyone hurriedly laughed along, secretly relieved that they had arrived promptly upon receiving the news. The gaze of the assembly shifted towards Su Ruqing, infused with newfound respect, while the younger ladies harbored a tinge of jealousy. Madame Su, the matriarch, beckoned Su Ruqing with a smile, saying, "Come, pay your respects to the Grand Princess." Su Ruqing promptly performed a deep bow of reverence, and the Grand Princess, eschewing formality, waited until Su Ruqing had completed her greetings before smilingly appraising her. "Indeed, quite remarkable. You possess a striking beauty reminiscent of my youth, and your manners are commendable. You are truly an understanding child." With that, the Grand Princess signaled her personal maid to present Su Ruqing with a box. Under the envious gaze of the onlookers, Su Ruqing expressed her gratitude once more. The complexity of the gazes directed at her deepened. With the Grand Princess's endorsement, any future attempts to find fault with Su Ruqing's conduct would require careful consideration. Madame Su exchanged a few polite words before graciously ushering the Grand Princess to her seat. Turning to the gathered ladies, she cheerfully announced, "I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed ladies for attending my granddaughter's coming-of-age ceremony. Before we proceed, I have an important announcement to make." Chapter 23. What noble family can surpass that of the palace? At that moment, a woman with a pale, slender visage approached, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Su Ruqing was taken aback as she recognized her. Mother? The newcomer was none other than Su Ruqing's biological mother, the second wife of the Duke of Loyal Courage. Mrs. Wang. It was well known that Mrs. Wang had devoted herself to fasting and prayer for over a decade in memory of her daughter who had passed away at birth. It was unexpected for her to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of the only daughter of the second house. With a warm smile, Mrs. Wang greeted the crowd before making her way to Su Ruqing, her face radiating tenderness. "Qing, forgive me for my tardiness. I have not fulfilled my duties as a mother for the past 10 years, but today I wish to do something for you." Her words piqued the curiosity of everyone present as she continued with a smile. "From this day forth, Su Ruqing shall be recognized under my name as the legitimate daughter of the second house." Such a simple declaration sent a wave of excitement through the assembly of illegitimate daughters. More so, envy and admiration. It is widely accepted that one's birth can dictate the course of one's life. The circumstances of one's birth can create a chasm of difference. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring is as profound as an abyss. While a son born out of wedlock may strive to alter his fate through the paths of civil service or the battlefield, a daughter, from the moment of her birth, bears the indelible mark of being illegitimate. Legitimate daughters can ascend to the status of affluent matrons and primary wives, whereas illegitimate daughters are relegated to match with lesser sons of insignificant lineage or remain unmarried altogether, even upon entering the palace as a concubine. A legitimate daughter may become a high-ranking consort, while an illegitimate daughter is confined to the lowly ranks. The circumstances of one's birth can determine the trajectory of a woman's life, and the impact of that initial birth resonates deeply with any subsequent reincarnation. Su Yuqing, born as an illegitimate daughter, could scarcely believe that on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, not only had the Grand Princess graced her with her presence, but she was also recognized by her biological mother as the legitimate daughter of the second house. Furthermore, she was the sole legitimate daughter of that house. In an instant, the gazes of all present upon Su Ruqing shifted dramatically. Su Ruqing stared in astonishment at Mrs. Wang, hardly able to believe her ears. The elder Mrs. Su chuckled, nudging her gently. "What are you daydreaming about, you silly girl? Aren't you overjoyed?" Mrs. Wang smiled, addressing Su Ruqing. "Qing, it's time for you to adjust your title." Both legitimate and illegitimate children refer to the matriarch as mother, while only the legitimate sons and daughters may call her mama. Su Ruqing's lips quivered slightly, and after a long pause, she finally uttered, "Mother." Upon hearing her words, Mrs. Wang was suddenly moved to tears. Affectionately patting Su Ruqing's head before taking a box from the handmaid, "This is your coming-of-age gift from your mother." She smiled, exchanged a few polite words with the assembly, and then departed. Everyone understood that Mrs. Wang showing up at this moment was a considerable gesture, and no one could doubt the sincerity of her demeanor. Such a genuine smile could not be feigned. Subsequently, the Duchess of Yong'an personally took on the role of the main guest. She was one of the rare individuals blessed with both parents and a complete set of children, and many had hoped she would preside over the coming-of-age ceremony. However, the Yong'an Duke's residence was no ordinary noble house, but rather that of princess, and it was seldom that she could be persuaded to attend. To everyone's astonishment, she chose to serve as the main guest for the third daughter of the Duke of Zhongyao. Although both were noble houses, their standings were worlds apart. Most assumed the role of the main guest would go to Su Ruqing's sisters, yet to their surprise, it was Princess Anyang who stepped forward. At the location of the Zhongyao Duke's family, Su Ruoxue and Su Ruoyin sat quietly, while Su Ruoxue was filled with joy for Su Ruqing. Su Ruoxiang felt a twinge of discomfort, unable to suppress her thoughts. Could her coming-of-age ceremony possibly be more splendid than this? Meanwhile, Su Ruoyin seethed, her teeth clenched, her expression barely contained. How dare she? What gives Su Ruqing the right? Her own coming-of-age ceremony was of the standard for an illegitimate daughter, with her main guest being the friend of a legitimate daughter, the lady of the censor, while the praise came from her own friend, the illegitimate daughter of the censor's family, with guests barely numbering a quarter of today's assembly. The status of the main guest and the praise far surpassed hers. Even the Grand Princess had attended. Such a vast disparity existed despite both being illegitimate daughters. What right did Su Ruqing have to such privilege? And she was even acknowledged by Mrs. Wang as a legitimate daughter. How could this be? It was one thing to fall short of Su Ruoxue and Su Ruoxiang. What gave Su Ruqing the audacity to overshadow her? That fool, how dare she? Su Ruqing would soon see. The coming-of-age ceremony concluded smoothly, leaving Su Ruqing in a state of disbelief, as if she were caught in a dream. Within a single day, her circumstances had transformed utterly. Once the ceremony was over, Su Ruqing felt immense gratitude for Mrs. Wang's presence. She gathered the calming incense, a sleep aid, and a vital tonic for women, and made her way to Mrs. Wang's courtyard. Upon learning that Mrs. Wang had gone to the Buddhist hall after the ceremony, she patiently awaited outside. After approximately an hour, Mrs. Wang finally emerged. Seeing her, she sighed. Everything I have done was at your grandmother's behest and for your father's sake. It was but a simple effort. There is no need for your gratitude. Just carry on as usual. Su Ruqing continued to bow respectfully, expressing, though it may be a mere gesture for you, for me, it is akin to rebirth. Regardless, I shall henceforth devote myself to honoring you. After presenting the items to Lady Wang's personal maid, Jiu Xiang, she took her leave. Jiu Xiang, cradling the items, turned to Lady Wang with a questioning gaze. Madam, put them away. It is a testament to her filial piety, Lady Wang replied lightly. Do light that calming incense before bed. Yes, Jiu Xiang responded, carefully storing the items away before departing. Su Ruqing made her way to the Songbai courtyard, where the elder Mrs. Su smiled at her and remarked to Granny Jiang, Look, this child has matured. Her hair, styled differently, gives her an altogether new appearance. Indeed, the third miss is increasingly remarkable, Granny Jiang replied, her gaze towards Su Ruqing more affectionate. It is no small feat for the elder Mrs. Su to have the Grand Princess attend on her behalf, and, astonishingly, the Grand Princess consented to let Lady Yongin and Princess Anyang serve as the main guest and supporter respectively. They had initially prepared to seek alternatives had the Grand Princess not agreed, yet she unexpectedly granted her approval upon seeing Su Ruqing. Truly, the whims of fate are most capricious. By the end of the day, from being a mere daughter of a secondary branch to the esteemed status of a legitimate daughter, with Lady Yongin as the main guest and Princess Anyang as the supporter, such news would surely incite envy among many noble young ladies. From being an uncherished daughter of the loyal and valiant Marquis's second household, she had ascended to the spotlight of the capital's elite. This remarkable change in status would undoubtedly draw the attention of many. It could be a stroke of fortune, or perhaps a harbinger of calamity. The question remains whether the third miss can establish her footing in the days to come and earn the acceptance of the esteemed ladies of the capital. Su Ruqing, with utmost respect, performed a deep bow before the elder Mrs. Su. Grandmother, I am profoundly grateful for your thoughtful arrangements. I shall forever cherish your great kindness and virtue. The elder Mrs. Su smiled. This child still treats her grandmother with such formality. Nevertheless, her smile widened, and she personally bent to assist Su Ruqing to her feet. Dear girl, be prudent and avoid perilous endeavors. That alone would suffice to honor me. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Ruqing took her leave, fatigued from the day's events. There was no need for haste. There was ample time ahead. Granny Jiang observed the elder Mrs. Su and inquired, Do you intend to find a prestigious match for the third miss? Otherwise, why cultivate such relationships and extend favors just to elevate a mere daughter? The elder Mrs. Su merely chuckled and shook her head, contemplating that early morning when her nominal legitimate grandson had rushed to meet with Madame Yu before the court, specifically to pay his respects to her. His words of defense were perhaps not merely fraternal affection. She murmured to herself, what high status can surpass that of the palace? Yet, it was still premature to discuss such matters. Chapter 24. Since she seeks her own demise, I shall not hold back. Upon returning to her courtyard, Su Ruqing found the atmosphere electric with excitement. With a smile, she instructed Qingfeng, reward all those serving in the courtyard with 2 months' wages. Everyone rejoiced as though it were the new year. However, Qingting followed Su Ruqing into her room and noticed her demeanor was less jubilant than expected. Curiously, she asked Miss You seem somewhat troubled. Is this not a cause for celebration? After all, transforming from a concubine's daughter to a legitimate daughter would bring joy to anyone. Su Ruqing, however, responded slowly. Indeed, during the coming-of-age ceremony, a concubine's daughter becomes a legitimate daughter, and even the Grand Princess attended the event. The Grand Princess's daughter-in-law was the main guest, and her favored granddaughter, Princess Anyang, was the one offering congratulations. This is a fortune that many legitimate daughters could only dream of. Yes, your situation has improved tremendously. Why are you still not happy? Qing Ting inquired. Puzzled. Isn't this a splendid event? Su Ruqing felt an inexplicable unease. While it was true that the old matriarch Su was her grandmother, she was not solely hers. Merely holding the status as the only offspring of the second house did not justify the old matriarch seeking out an old friend from her youth, the Grand Princess, to elevate her status, nor did it warrant the acknowledgement by the Wang family designating her as a legitimate daughter. This series of events had raised her too high, from an overlooked concubine's daughter to a highly regarded legitimate daughter. What was the true intention of the old matriarch Su? More precisely, what value did she possess that warranted such treatment? The uncertainty of the unknown weighed heavily on her heart. Qing Ting pondered, could it be that the eldest daughter, now out in society, has had a falling out with the Duke of England's residence, prompting the Marquis to urgently seek a legitimate daughter for marriage? Su Ruqing shook her head. That is unlikely. Given my uncle and elder brother-esque characters, they would not cause trouble in their official capacities, unless someone were to frame them. Moreover, if the loyal and brave Marquis had truly stirred up trouble, the Grand Princess would not have come today. Even the closest of friends would avoid association if the loyal and brave Marquis found itself in dire straits, requiring a legitimate daughter to save them. Never mind, starting today, you, Qing Feng, and Mammy Mom must all be cautious. Stay vigilant and do not let anyone exploit any weaknesses or create a spectacle, Su Ruqing advised, aware that the number of those eager to see her fail was likely beyond counting. At that moment, Qing Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Annie, why are you here? Su Ruqing could not help but frown. Lin Huier was as foolish as ever. Just as she was acknowledged as a legitimate daughter, her biological mother rushed to announce it to the world, as if to imply that even if she were mistakenly recognized, she was merely a counterfeit born of her aunt. This Lin Huier seemed intent on ensuring her life remained tumultuous. Since she had come, she might as well not leave empty-handed. Su Ruqing instructed her to inform Lin Huier that she had taken a lover and should return home. Her tone was calm, yet the weariness enveloping her rendered her indifferent to Lin Huier's presence. Lin Huier, overhearing Qing Ting's words, exclaimed, Qing, your aunt has come to see you. Su Ruqing pressed her lips together, a flicker of anger in her eyes. If she sought to provoke her, she would respond accordingly. She beckoned Qing Feng over and whispered something in her ear. Qing Feng hurriedly departed. Su Ruqing then retrieved an incense stick from her drawer and lit it before instructing Qing Ting. Please bring my aunt in. She rose and moved the fruit plate from the tea table to the dressing table near the door, placing the fruit knife on top. When Lin Huier entered, she beheld Su Ruqing, who had yet to change out of her attire, although she had changed from the formal gown worn at her coming-of-age ceremony. The everyday clothing she wore was still of exceptional quality. A shadow flitted across her eyes, yet her face bore a cheerful smile. King Ye, you are now the only legitimate daughter of the second house. I am truly happy for you. As you ascend to prosperity, do not forget your aunt. Su Ruqing observed her with a calm demeanor until Lin Huier's smile faltered. Why do you gaze at your aunt in such a manner? Is there something amiss with her? Lin Huier touched her face and the ornament in her hair. Is my aunt truly happy for me? Su Ruqing sao ziplit. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that my aunt secretly wishes for my misfortune. On the very day I was acknowledged as the legitimate daughter, my aunt, who gave me life and nurtured me, could not wait to proclaim to all that, despite being recognized as the legitimate daughter, I emerged from her womb. If she genuinely cared for my well-being, she should have exercised discretion at this moment, striving to minimize the visibility of our connection, especially during such a pivotal time when I had just been acknowledged as the legitimate daughter. Lin Huier's eagerness to assert her presence reeked of ill intent. Was she not hoping for my downfall? This blatant disregard for subtlety seemed designed to provoke disdain from Madame Wang and to cast me as a worthless wretch in the eyes of the old matriarch. If I were to maintain my distance from Lin Heir, it would convey to all that I had begun to disdain my own mother. A person who disdains even the aunt who bore her is utterly ungrateful. How could Madame Wang and the old matriarch expect me to show filial piety? I too would earn their contempt. The moment Lin Heir pays a visit, I find myself in a precarious situation. Surely this is Lin Heir's intention. Lin Heir was taken aback by Su Ruqing's directness, her guilt prompting her to avert her gaze, only to turn back with a look of feigned grievance. How could you say such a thing? I am your aunt who bore and raised you. After enduring countless tribulations to bring you into this world, I cherished you as if you were a fragile treasure, fearing you might break or dissolve in my mouth. As she spoke, she rubbed her eyes, pretending to wipe away tears. Su Ruqing remained unmoved. Why have you come today? Is it not enough that you wish for my demise? Lin Heir, shocked that Su Ruqing could confront her so boldly, felt an uncontrollable rage swell within her. Today's events had far exceeded her expectations. Su Yin, born of the first household, was not even worthy of a coming-of-age ceremony. How dare the second household's illegitimate daughter create such a spectacle? This disaster, born on the same day, had stolen the life of her own daughter, leading to the tragic fate of her poor child. How could she live joyfully when her daughter never had the chance to see the world? She ought to be trampled forever, despised by all, living a life worse than that of a pig or dog. You little wretch! What insolent words! How dare you defy me? As Lin Heir spoke, her hand instinctively withdrew a silver needle from her purse. Su Ruqing observed her approach. Her face flushed with an unnatural hue, her eyes reflecting madness. She realized the potency of the poison had taken effect. She sprang to her feet and dashed outside, inadvertently toppling the incense burner. Upon witnessing the shattered remnants of the incense, she turned in a flurry, shoving Lin Heir, who fell to the ground, her silver needles scattering in the chaos. Su Ruqing's gaze swept past the partially concealed window, a flicker of a mysterious glimmer passing through her eyes. In a feigned panic, she tossed the fruit platter to the ground, causing the fruit knife to roll directly beside Lin Heir. Lin Heir, infuriated by the audacity of the once timid girl who had begged for mercy, found her anger ignited further by this act of rebellion. Su Ruqing bent slightly, her voice low yet clear, taunting, "Aunt Lin, I am now the legitimate daughter of the second household. You have no authority to reprimand me. You are but a concubine, a mere half-master. From now on, you shall pay your respects to me. How dare you defy me? Do you believe I want to inform grandmother and mother? They will support me and send you to the countryside. Once I marry into a prestigious family, you shall never return." Lin Heir's eyes reddened, her gaze fixed on Su Ruqing with undisguised malice. "You wretched little creature, you deserve to die. I should have suffocated you at birth." She panted heavily, her hand brushing against something, and upon glancing over, she beheld a gleaming dagger. Seizing it, she declared, "I shall mar your face, even if you are a legitimate daughter. You shall never marry." Su Ruqing glanced at the approaching crowd outside, retreating nervously toward the window. "Aunt, please calm down. I was wrong. I truly want to defy you again. I won't marry. I will only accompany you. I will heed your every word. Please, don't be angry. Now you know fear? It's too late. I will teach you a lesson. I shall mar your face so that you will never marry." Lin Heir, in a frenzied state, glared fiercely at Su Ruqing, the dagger descending towards her face. "Stop, Aunt!" Su Ruqing screamed, yet her hand firmly grasped Lin Heir's wrist, forcing the blade toward her left arm. The delicate silk garment, though exquisite, was fragile. The dagger pierced through the fabric, slicing into her skin. Blood quickly soaked the material as Su Ruqing feigned collapse onto the floor. Seeing the blood, Lin Heir appeared invigorated. "This is for your insubordination. This is for your disobedience. I will teach you a harsh lesson. I will mar your face so that you cannot marry. Let us see if you dare defy me again." With the dagger in hand, Lin Heir prepared to plunge it into Su Ruqing. However, Su Ruqing suddenly extended her left hand, gripping the dagger. A sharp, Piercing pain coursed through her, but she did not waver. Blood flowed freely from her palm. "Curse it! It hurts!" Su Ruching gasped in pain, yet she endured, crying out in terror, "Aunt, please don't kill me." At that moment, the door was flung open with great force. The old matriarch Su, supported by Mama Jiang, appeared at the threshold, accompanied by her attendants. As the door swung wide, the scene within the room was laid bare before all present, drawing sharp intakes of breath and even startled exclamations from the more faint-hearted. The dragonfly let out a shriek and lunged forward, forcefully pushing Lin Huier aside. Although this was all part of the plan, the sight of the bloodied Su Ruching terrified the dragonfly, who clenched her fists, ready to strike her down. Yet, Su Ruching clung tightly to her clothing, cowering behind her, appearing utterly frightened. The dragonfly immediately regained her composure, warily fixating on the approaching Lin Huier. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and subdue Aunt Lin." The old matriarch Su, with a grim expression, bellowed, prompting two maids to rush out, seizing the dagger and pinning Aunt Lin to the ground. Lin Huier's head struck the floor heavily, the pain jolting her back to clarity. Her eyes darting as she gradually comprehended the situation. She let out a piercing scream. "Old matriarch, I have been wronged. It is that little wretch Su Ruching. You must seek justice for me. Quickly restrain her, lock her up." The old matriarch Su waved her hand impatiently. Silencing Lin Huier, she swiftly entered the scene, glaring at the blood-soaked Su Ruching, scolding, "Why are you still standing there? Quickly assist the third miss. Fetch a doctor. What are you dawdling for?" Su Ruching seemed stunned, allowing the female physician to hastily bandage her wounds without moving, as a maid helped her change out of her blood-stained garments. Only then did she react, bursting into tears. Her voice was hoarse and filled with despair, as if she had been cast aside by the entire world, tears cascading down her cheeks, bringing a moistness to the eyes of everyone present. At that moment, Qing Feng suddenly rushed out. She dropped to her knees with a thud, bowing her head repeatedly. She lifted her face, tear-streaked. "Old matriarch, please save the young lady. Aunt Lin has gone mad. Ever since I began following the young lady, Aunt Lin has been excessively strict with her, resorting to beatings and scoldings. When in a good mood, she would deny the young lady clothing, leaving her to freeze, forcing her to copy texts, making her kneel while holding water, claiming the young lady's demeanor was insufficiently graceful. Only through suffering could she be invigorated for the best results. When in a foul mood, she forbade the young lady from eating. She made her stand without sleep. Whenever the young lady closed her eyes, it was the switch that awaited her. She claimed the young lady was too plump, asserting that a woman should be more delicate to find a husband. As the young lady grew older, these trials could no longer bind her, so she resorted to pricking the young lady with the thinnest embroidery needle, leaving no marks but causing the greatest pain. Later, she took away the young lady's monthly allowance, denying her food, leaving her to starve and only able to consume the maid's rations. Qing Feng stopped. Su Ruching said, her face filled with mortification and shame, "Do not speak any further. Aunt Lin has raised me. It was all for my sake. I bear her no grudges." "My lady," Qing Feng exclaimed loudly, "every time you receive the old matriarch's rewards, it results in Aunt Lin's escalated punishments. I had thought today, as you became a legitimate daughter, you would finally escape this fate. Yet Aunt Lin has come again. You wished for Aunt Lin to leave, but she barged in. I suspected Aunt Lin would punish you again, which is why I risked my life to find the old matriarch. I never anticipated that this time Aunt Lin would resort to a blade. My lady, Aunt Lin has truly lost her mind. You cannot continue to indulge her. Next time, she may genuinely take your life. I have only heard of those who have lost their sanity, not recognizing their own children. Aunt Lin has long since lost her mind. No, it was I who inadvertently shattered the fruit bowl, prompting Aunt Lin's anger, as she believed I intended to strike her with it. In her desperation for self-preservation, she inadvertently harmed me." Su Ruching covered her face, tears streaming through her fingers, soaking the bandages on her left hand. "Enough. You're already so injured, yet you still defend her. Grandmother, I'm not yet so blind." Initially, old Madame Su harbored doubts about the coincidence of events. But upon witnessing Su Ruqing's injuries and recalling her previously emaciated appearance, it was evident that she had been subjected to prolonged mistreatment. Even the attending maid could no longer bear to witness the situation and risked her own safety to inform her. Otherwise, the third young lady might have faced dire consequences today. Could it be that Aunt Lin has truly lost her senses? Startled by old Madame Su's outburst, Su Ruqing quickly apologized. "I am sorry, grandmother. It is late, and you have had a long day. I did not mean to trouble you." Her face was filled with remorse. "I have delayed your rest, and it is truly my fault. This matter is not your fault. You were injured not long ago, and now you have sustained further harm. Take good care of yourself. Do you understand?" Old Madame Su, gazing at Su Ruqing's pale visage, gently stroked her head. "Child, you have grown. You must understand that indulging in wrongful actions and individuals will only lead to harm for both yourself and others. Do you comprehend my intent? Aunt Lin must be severely punished." Su Ruqing nodded lightly. "I understand. Grandmother, you only wish for my well-being. I'm also aware that Aunt Lin's continued presence in the household is perilous. I only ask of you, grandmother, to spare her life and not sell her away. Simply send her to the estate to recuperate. Is that permissible?" Old Madame Su, who had also been pondering the need to thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding Lin Huier over the years, nodded in agreement. "Very well, considering that Aunt Lin bore you. Let us send her to the estate for recovery. Find a physician to examine her and ascertain whether she has truly lost her mind." Su Ruqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude, yet internally felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Aunt Lin, this is merely the beginning. What lies ahead for you will be a reckoning for the suffering endured by the original owner over the years, with a bit of interest to be collected." After old Madame Su departed, Su Ruqing watched a retreating figure, a slow smile gracing her lips. "Grandmother, do ensure you investigate thoroughly." Chapter 26. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall personally send her to her end. Old Madame Su, accompanied by Nurse Jiang, returned to her quarters, sipping a calming herbal concoction when a thought struck her. "Do you recall what the Grand Princess said upon her departure?" Nurse Jiang pondered for a moment. The Grand Princess remarked that the third Miss bears a striking resemblance to the second Madam, suggesting that she was praising the third Miss for her noble demeanor. Old Madame Su contemplated this for a while before responding slowly. "The Grand Princess has never been one for mere pleasantries." Suddenly, Nurse Jiang contemplated a possibility. If the Grand Princess's words were not mere courtesies, could it imply a deeper meaning? However, how could the third Miss possibly resemble the second Madam? She was not born of her. As she spoke, Nurse Jiang abruptly stopped, and both mistress and maid exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. Old Madame Su forcefully placed her calming potion on the table. "Immediately investigate. Uncover the truth of what transpired after Lin Huier became associated with the second master." Madame Su's countenance darkened, and she spoke with a heavy tone. "If it truly is her, do not blame me for my ruthless heart. I shall personally send her to her demise." Indeed, Nurse Jiang, aware of the grave implications of confusing legitimate and illegitimate offspring, hastily issued orders. Su Ruqing had sustained injuries to her left arm and hand, leaving Qing Feng and Qing Ting in a state of fright, while Qing Wei exhibited an unbearable concern, continually gravitating towards Su Ruqing, which became rather irksome. Upon noticing Su Ruqing's indifference towards her presence, she discreetly withdrew. Qing Ting stealthily followed and soon returned, nodding towards Su Ruqing, confirming that she had indeed gone to Su Rulian's side. A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed Su Ruqing's eyes. Such reckless self-destruction was truly commendable. After resting for a few days to recuperate, Su Ruqing could no longer resist the urge to venture outside and made her way to the apothecary. Bai Ji had resumed her duties there and was now well established. Su Ruqing stood silently by, observing as Bai Ji prescribed remedies. With a mere nod, she suggested slight modifications to the prescription, replacing 2 herbs, adding 1, or removing another, effectively doubling the efficacy of the entire formula. As the afternoon wore on, Bai Ji reaped considerable benefits from Su Ruqing's insights. He gazed at her with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed owner." Su Ruqing replied with a smile. "Continue to work diligently, and feel free to consult me with any queries. Also, do inquire if your elder brother and sister would like to join us here. A contract of servitude will need to be signed. If they choose not to come, I shall seek others. After all, in the realm of the apothecary, should someone be swayed and a life be lost, it would be her who bore the consequences, as she required the signing of a contract to ensure loyalty and commitment. Thus, she offered such generous terms. With a substantial amount of silver already in her possession, she could cultivate her own herbs. The cultivation of herbs must remain under her control to prevent any potential betrayal. Consequently, anyone wishing to work alongside her must sign the contract. Otherwise, she would prefer to take her time in finding suitable individuals rather than settling for less. Bayanodid eagerly. My brother and sister's family is struggling even to put food on the table, with elderly and children to care for. They are uncertain about their future with temporary jobs. To secure stable employment, signing a contract is essential. Compared to other places, I have greater faith in you, and they would surely be willing to come. He recalled the questions posed to him during his interview and the treatment he received from the establishment towards ordinary people, as well as the unreserved guidance he received regarding the prescriptions. It is known that prescriptions are the cornerstone of a physician's legacy, passed down as invaluable treasures solely to their descendants, often reserved for the most favored heirs, sons, while daughters and outsiders were deemed unworthy. Yet, the owner had generously shared her knowledge with him for an entire afternoon, opening his eyes to new possibilities. The trust she placed in him moved him deeply. Therefore, he was convinced that aligning himself with her was undoubtedly the wisest decision for their family. Please bring them over tomorrow if it is convenient, Su Ruqing said with a smile, confident in her judgment of Bai Ji. Of course, it will be my pleasure, Bai Ji responded, filled with joy. The following day, Su Ruqing met with Bai Xiao and Bai Fuling, and as she had anticipated, Bai Xiao was a simple man, so awkward that he could only bow repeatedly in gratitude. Bai Fuling, unexpectedly, appeared quite astute, her gaze resolute and imbued with an indomitable spirit against the injustices of the world. She looked at Su Ruqing, somewhat astonished to find her so young, yet recalling her second brother's words, she was unwilling to relent. She boldly inquired, "Could you teach me the art of medicine? My second brother claims your skills are exceptional. I aspire to become the most distinguished female physician. I can assist you in becoming an outstanding doctor, but I require your unwavering loyalty," Su Ruqing replied candidly. Her status would inevitably bring numerous inconveniences, but with Bai Fuling by her side, many obstacles could be surmounted. "I shall prove it through my actions, esteemed one." Bai Fuling decisively signed the contract, her eyes fixed on Su Ruqing, burning with the fervor of her convictions, a passion ignited by her dreams. As Su Ruqing observed Bai Fuling, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Perhaps she could establish a training program to enable countless individuals like Bai Fuling to realize their aspirations. This would empower many women to live with the same dignity as men, allowing impoverished families to break free from the shackles of poverty and become physicians themselves. She envisioned a modern chain of hospitals spreading across the nation, alleviating the burdens of soldiers on the battlefield, ensuring that the entire dynasty thrived with robust citizens and valiant warriors, free from invasion and humiliation. Her modern aspirations could indeed find fulfillment in this realm. Yet, accomplishing such a feat single-handedly would likely require years, if not decades. However, she had a strong ally. She had secured a formidable supporter. This endeavor would also benefit Su Mingxian. Once successful, it would yield a mutually advantageous outcome. Furthermore, she considered it prudent to subtly reveal her subordinate's capabilities to her benefactor. Should she ever find herself in dire straits, her value would compel him to assist her, even at a cost. Lost in thought, she noticed the sky darkening and hurried back to the estate, eager to meet Su Mingxian. As Su Ruqing sat in the carriage, contemplating how to present her ideas to Su Mingxian, the vehicle suddenly lurched to a halt, followed by a violent jolt. The coachman exclaimed, "Third miss. Another carriage has collided with ours." This was soon accompanied by an irate shout from the other party. "Are you blind? Can't you see our carriage approaching? How dare you crash into a noble?" It was clear that the opposing party was brazen and would not relent easily. Qing Ting quickly steadied Su Ruqing as they emerged. Upon exiting, Su Ruqing beheld their carriage at a skewed angle on the road, while another carriage was awkwardly wedged against it, its horse sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. The coachman, seeing Su Ruqing had disembarked, promptly explained, "Third miss, our carriage was traveling normally. The other party suddenly emerged from around the corner, and there was simply no way to avoid the collision." Su Ruqing nodded in understanding, and from the other carriage emerged two maids, assisting a lavishly adorned woman, who dismounted with evident frustration, furrowing her brow as she queried, "What on earth is happening?" The coachman loudly proclaimed, "I was driving the carriage perfectly well when they suddenly squeezed in. I couldn't evade in time and collided." This young lady observed closely. "Our carriage was in its rightful position. It is, in fact, your esteemed carriage," as Su Ruqing pointed to the vehicle that had encroached into the middle of the road. "It has intruded over here. The facts speak for themselves." The lady gazed at the horse, which remained incapacitated, even letting out two pitiful whinnies. Unable to suppress her frown, she turned to Su Ruqing and stated, "I reside at the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, and I urgently need to return. You must let me use your carriage." She then lifted her chin slightly toward her maid. The maid approached, her head held high, and handed over a pouch of silver coins, saying, "This should suffice for you to find another carriage home." Chapter 27. The people of the Duke of Zhenghua are not so foolish. Qing Ting observed the outstretched hand with a scowl. "Are you dismissing us like beggars? Do you have any idea how much it costs to maintain a carriage? Have you lost your mind in a bid for advantage? A carriage itself may be inexpensive, but the true expense lies in the upkeep of the horse and all associated costs, which certainly exceed the value of a single pouch of silver. Moreover, families capable of affording a carriage would hardly be concerned about such a trivial sum. The money is of little consequence, but the loss of face is paramount. Which household do you belong to?" The young lady raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with disdain. However, Su Ruqing sensed that this was not quite the demeanor she expected from the Duke of Zhengguo's household, known for its unassuming nature. How strange to encounter such a brazen descendant. Though Su Ruqing understood that the Marquis of Zhongyong could not compare to the Duke of Zhenghua, she did not wish to be a pushover. Instead, she offered a gentle smile. "We too have urgent matters, so we shall take our leave. You may wait as you please." Qing Ting raised her hand and spanked the horse, which took 2 steps forward. The opposing carriage, now devoid of support, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, causing the horse to rear back sharply, letting out a whinny of distress. Su Ruqing and Qing Ting climbed onto the carriage, and the coachman leapt up, preparing to depart. "You shall not leave. Our young lady has not dismissed you." Another maid dashed in front of the horse, arms outstretched, blocking their path. Su Ruqing frowned. "Are you attempting to brazenly hijack our carriage in broad daylight? How outrageous! One might mistake you for a princess. Our young lady offered money. It is you who rejected it." Another maid, supporting the young lady, approached, commanding, "Quickly dismount and escort our young lady back home. You shall be generously rewarded upon arrival." Her tone was condescending. Su Ruqing raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to drag this pair to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence to inquire if such was their family's etiquette. Was the carriage to be simply handed over? Or perhaps she would consult the authorities to determine if a public carriage snatching constituted robbery. What transpired? A familiar voice called, bringing both horses to a halt. Su Ruqing turned to see her brother, her eyes lighting up. "Elder brother, this young lady, is there a reason your maid is obstructing my sister's carriage from departing?" Su Mingxian assessed the scene, quickly grasping the situation, especially given the carriage was still overturned. "Suzuking linit ko to Su Mingsun at Vi Sing." She claims to be from the Duke of Zhengguo's household. The Duke of Zhenghua is related to the Yu family, her maternal kin. "Esteemed young sir, your sister's carriage has collided with mine, and I demanded compensation for the damages, yet she attempted to flee." The woman, upon recognizing Su Mingxian, was momentarily captivated, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Su Ruqing, feeling exasperated, replied, "Your carriage remains overturned. It is clear who is at fault. Yet you obstruct my path and attempt to seize my carriage. What reasoning lies behind such actions?" Addressing Su Mingxuan's relatives, she asserted her innocence. Young sir, I am in urgent need of a carriage, and it was indeed your sister's vehicle that overturned mine. It is only just that you allow me the use of a carriage to return home. The woman, suppressing her irritation, gazed at Su Mingxian with a hint of shyness. However, Su Mingxian suddenly interjected, Su Lin, go to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence and inquire if the household has fallen to such depths as to resort to commandeering others' carriages. I shall personally deliver this carriage to their estate. Yes, Su Lin responded eagerly, preparing to mount his horse. I no longer require your carriage, the woman retorted, her voice tinged with anxiety. I have other matters to attend to, and I shall ensure that someone from the Duke's estate comes to inquire whether your household holds the Duke in high regard. With a tone of bravado, she hurriedly departed with her 2 maidservants. The onlookers soon realized that she was an impostor pretending to be associated with the Duke of Zhenghua, and as the spectacle lost its allure, they dispersed. Su Ruqing chuckled. So, it appears she was merely masquerading as someone of importance? Surely, individuals from the Duke's household are not so foolish. Su Mingxian mounted his horse. It is getting late. Let us return. Although she was not truly of the Duke's household, she had connections that warranted a show of strength. After all, it was the Duke's esteemed name at stake, and one must tread carefully. Brother, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Su Zuqing in Guit Ugenti. Let us go, Su Mingxian replied, easily riding alongside the carriage. He escorted Su Ruqing directly to his courtyard and into his study. Once tea and refreshments were served, the two sat across the table. Su Ruqing took up a brush and began sketching on paper, articulating her plans with fervor. She shared her thoughts candidly, outlining the potential impacts and benefits of her ideas, save for the particulars she could not disclose. At that time, the cost of medicine will be uniform across the nation, with standardized prescriptions for various ailments, thus preventing exploitation and minimizing the chances of misdiagnosis by incompetent physicians, ultimately reducing mortality rates. The population remains the greatest challenge facing the Li dynasty. Natural disasters and human calamities have led to a significant decline in health and numbers. The court has long encouraged procreation, yet the infant mortality rate remains alarmingly high. This signifies that many, both adults and children, succumb to illness, all of whom require medical attention. With an increase in patients, the financial gains will naturally follow. And as mortality rates decrease, the adult population will rise, thereby strengthening the nation. Moreover, we are not nameless heroes. Wielding the power to influence the fate of many is an invisible authority. Su Mingxian regarded her with surprise, listening intently, undeterred by her youth or gender. After posing a few detailed inquiries, his interest visibly piqued. He commanded, Su Lin, summon Manager Zhou at once. Su Lin cast a surprised glance at Su Ruqing. The shopkeeper Zhou was the chief steward under their master, overseeing all the shops under his command. Regarding the apothecary, you may instruct shopkeeper Zhou and consult with him. Su Mingxian said, as for cultivating medicinal herbs, I have land and estates at my disposal. You may select suitable plots for planting, and they shall be allocated to you. If you require additional hands, enlist Su Lin. Should any problems arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Su Ruqing had anticipated Su Mingxuan's agreement, yet she was taken aback by how readily he consented. The feeling of being entrusted by a superior, granted the freedom to spread her wings, was exhilarating. After exchanging a few pleasantries with shopkeeper Zhou, Su Ruqing arranged to meet him the following day before departing. Su Lin saw her out, while he and shopkeeper Zhou remained standing, unmoving. What is it? Su Mingxian asked, picking up a book only to put it down again, his brow slightly raised. His expression calm and unaffected by any annoyance at being interrupted. Master, is this not too risky? Could it provoke the higher-up suspicion? It could bring trouble upon us. Su Lin voiced his concern. Indeed, Master, various factions are gathering and interests are being divided. The Jiangnan region has always been a tough nut to crack. Rife with collusion between officials and merchants, entangled interests, and local powers forming alliances. It is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to penetrate. Could our rash involvement not incite widespread ire? Shopkeeper Zhou, who had previously exuded confidence in front of Su Ruqing, now wore a worried expression. After all, This matter could be framed as beneficial to the country and the people, yet also risked winning the hearts of the entire Li dynasty populace. Should the motives be misinterpreted, one might be accused of treason. Su Mingxian remained unfazed. Do you truly believe that contentment with the status quo guarantees longevity? I nearly succumbed to poisoning myself. Since the third miss wishes to engage in this venture, let her indulge fully. He paused, rather than await death. This may indeed be a path worth pursuing. His gaze flickered with a hint of excitement as he regarded the two men. After all, it is in murky waters that one can catch fish. He spoke firmly, make it imperative to protect the third Mississippi understood. Su Lin and shopkeeper Zhou exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Returning to her courtyard, Su Ruqing felt a surge of exhilaration that dispelled any remnants of fatigue. She retrieved paper and ink, laboring through the night to draft a simplified project proposal. The next morning, Su Ruqing was astonished to receive a delivery from Su Mingxian, a pair of exquisite ruby jewelry sets, quite a lavish gift. The young master said, "It is a token of gratitude from the Duke of the State," Qing Ting announced, her smile radiant. Su Ruqing immediately understood. The gift was likely intended for her elder brother, having publicly unmasked an individual's identity to prevent damage to the Duke's reputation. It seemed the Duke was aware of the previous day's events, and thus had extended this gesture. She pondered whether it might serve to mend the relationship between the Duke and the Yu family. The Duke was a formidable entity, and aligning with Su Mingxian could prove advantageous. As Su Ruqing grasped the box, her grip suddenly tightened, and her pupils dilated. No, it did not matter whether Su Mingxian was the son of the Yu family or the lesser branch. The Duke was still Su Mingxuan's maternal family. The loyal and brave Marquis bore no deep-seated grudge against the Duke. So how could it be that after over a decade, with the Yu family having borne 2 or 3 children, this father-daughter relationship had not yet been reconciled? Thus, only one possibility remained. Chapter 28. If you desire something, just seize it. Su Mingxian, the late crown prince born of the empress residing in the Cold Palace, had passed away tragically 18 years ago. The actions of the Duke of Jinghua were meant to maintain a distance from Su Mingxian, thereby safeguarding him from inciting the jealousy of the one above. In this regard, Su Mingxuan's identity had already been rendered transparent to those in power. Only when he was devoid of protection would the rulers feel secure enough to safeguard him. Ensuring his safety, the Duke of Jinghua could ostensibly maintain a protective distance. As long as they chose to intervene at crucial moments, it sufficed. What significance did the fodder of allegiance hold? A superficial alignment, whether for Su Mingxian or the Duke of Jinghua, would not bode well. Preserving the status quo was the wisest course of action. If she were to marry Yu Wuyo, it would indeed pose a considerable dilemma. At that juncture, the ties between the Duke of Jinghua's household and the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor would be strengthened, shattering the illusion of discord. The fodder of tranquility would dissipate, leaving everyone with no recourse but to fight desperately, for failure would mean ruin. She was truly foolish, nearly jeopardizing everything inadvertently. Su Ruqing took a seat, clearing her mind to contemplate the situation. The secrecy surrounding this matter suggested a latent apprehension. Who was the source of this trepidation? The greatest beneficiary of the absence of Crown Prince was none other than the powerful consort Zheng, who wielded authority over the 6 palaces, along with her second son. Moreover, Consort Zheng's father was the esteemed Grand Tutor, revered by scholars and a figure of immense influence, boasting countless disciples and a plethora of students in the Imperial Academy. All civil officials could be considered his protégés. What did Su Mingxian possess? An ephemeral favor from the emperor? A mother relegated to the Cold Palace? Or perhaps a maternal grandfather stripped of military power? Alternatively, a foster father with no real authority, merely a minor uncle by marriage? Su Ruqing suddenly felt the complexity of the situation. The Marquis of Loyalty and Valor had already boarded Su Mingxuan's ship, if calamity were to befall him. The Marquis's vessel would capsize, and she, too, would be unable to escape the fate of drowning. She had no choice but to forge ahead with determination. What could she do? How could she enhance his odds of success? The action she was currently undertaking, if exposed, would be akin to placing him upon the pyre. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Should this endeavor succeed, he would garner the admiration of the military commanders. The mindset of these generals was quite simple. Their duty was to fight, yet none were impervious to the fear of death. The one who could guarantee their survival on the battlefield would earn their loyalty. By significantly reducing the casualty rate, the number of able-bodied men would naturally increase. Not to mention, the more lives saved, the greater the influx of wealth. And wealth could nurture more soldiers. Grasping military power meant wielding weapons. With wealth and manpower at one's disposal, who would still concern themselves with the patronage of those in power? If one desires something, seize it without hesitation. She had an inkling of Su Mingxuan's thoughts. Elated, she opened her meticulously crafted plan, scribbling alterations and adding numerous new ideas. If Su Mingxian truly harbors such intentions, then she must devise a means to amass a considerable fortune. This endeavor is no longer a trivial pursuit. The Li dynasty is rife with corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants, and these individuals hold death in the highest dread. She possesses numerous strategies to compel them to relinquish their ill-gotten gains. For a fleeting moment, Su Ruqing felt an exhilaration she had never experienced before, a sensation akin to a caged bird finally soaring through the skies, embracing freedom. Armed with her proposal, she sought out Su Mingxian, who, as the vice minister of the Dali Temple, was obliged to attend court before dawn and had yet to return. Thus, she summoned manager Zhou to her side. While financial matters were not her forte, she excelled in healing and saving lives. Manager Zhou, adept at generating profit, merely needed to understand how to monetize her medical expertise. The execution of the plan would be entrusted to professionals. Manager Zhou examined the simplified version of the proposal with astonishment, his previously restless heart settling miraculously into calm. He tightly grasped the sheets of paper in his hand. "Third miss, I must report this matter to the young master. Please await my news." His heart raced with excitement, and he could hardly contain his trembling hands. The moment for grand ambitions had arrived. He had never envisioned that business could be navigated in such a manner. Once established, the entire Li dynasty would be firmly within the grasp of their master. In the ensuing days, Su Ruqing accompanied Su Lin as they traversed the outskirts of the capital, ultimately discovering a suitable parcel of land, which they had commenced to expand as per their specifications. Manager Zhou took charge of selecting shops across the nation, while Su Lin was responsible for locating individuals, be they skilled medical practitioners or orphans. All were to be gathered. Those proficient in medicine were trustworthy individuals under Su Mingxuan's control, destined to become the backbone of their future operations, tasked with training and emergency responses, seeking Su Ruqing's assistance only when confronted with insurmountable challenges. The orphans, previously gathered for the purpose of training assassins and spies, would now also learn to recognize medicinal herbs. Su Ruqing meticulously organized the vital pulse conditions, ailments, and corresponding remedies that required attention, awaiting the arrival of all participants to commence their training. In no time, aside from Su Mingxian and Su Ruqing, everyone was bustling with activity. With the year-end approaching in a month, all were engaged in purchasing festive goods. Even those of modest means began to reward their families for a year of hard work, ensuring that everyone enjoyed a taste of luxury. Su Ruqing spent half the day at the shop, primarily guiding by fooling with various women's health issues, discussing methods and prescriptions, and highlighting crucial points for her to memorize, intending to personally assist her when faced with medical challenges. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, lively as if it were the new year. Qing Ting swiftly exited and returned, whispering, "I have heard that the Prince of Southern Town has returned to the capital under the Empress Dowager's decree to report on his duties and to celebrate the new year with her." Oh, Su Ruqing's eyes sparkled with interest. The Prince of Southern Town was the youngest brother of the current emperor, stationed for years at the southern border of the dynasty. His father served alongside the general of the Western Front, safeguarding the western frontier. With the prince's return to the capital, did this mean her father would also be returning? Previously, a letter had arrived, stating that her father would return to the capital by the end of the year to report on his duties. She was uncertain if he had set off yet. Su Ruqing had grown up without a mother, and her father had been exceptionally kind to her, never remarrying. Raised in a single-parent household, she later gained admission to medical school, only to lose her father to illness, leaving her utterly alone. The original owner of this body shared a similar fate. The only warmth she had known came from her father. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. At that moment, a carriage halted before the apothecary, and Su Lin entered, stating, "Third miss. The heir has sent a carriage to fetch you. There is an urgent matter." Without hesitation, Su Ruqing grasped her medical kit, accompanied by Qing Ting, and boarded the carriage. It wound through the streets and entered an alley. Upon stepping out with Su Lin, she encountered Su Mingxian striding towards her with urgency. "My person has been injured." "Third sister," Su Mingxian murmured. "The arrow struck perilously close to the heart and is poisoned." He gestured for Su Ruqing to follow him into the east chamber. Su Ruqing merely nodded and entered, where she beheld a figure slumped on a low couch, an arrow lodged in their left chest, blood staining their entire body. The wounds on their limbs had been tended to, but the chest wound remained exposed, dark blood oozing from the injury. The person's complexion was ashen, lips turning black, exuding a sense of utter weakness. Clearly, they were deeply poisoned and had lost considerable blood. In a few swift steps, Su Ruqing approached, retrieving silver needles from her kit. With deft precision, she quickly sealed the acupoints, halting the blood flow towards the heart. As the poison had yet to reach the heart, neutralizing it would be manageable. However, this toxin appeared to be more than one type. After wiping away the congealed blood and scrutinizing the wound, she inhaled deeply, frowning. "Is this a goo poison?" "He is Mo Yi, sent to investigate the sudden return of the Prince of Southtown to the capital, to discern if there is any underlying conspiracy and whether there have been any movements among the troops under his command, but he ended up ambushed," Su Mingxian suddenly explained. Su Ruqing glanced at him in astonishment. Was he confiding in her, indicating a deeper trust? It was rumored that the prince's concubine was a saintess from Yaojiang, renowned for her mastery over goo insects. Su Mingxuan's expression darkened. Chapter 29. The Miaojiang saintess, as concubine, the Prince of Southtown had indeed arrived in the capital, accompanied by that concubine, currently residing in a villa on the outskirts, awaiting the Ministry of Rites to select an auspicious date for an audience with the emperor. Su Mingxian candidly remarked, "When the welcoming banquet occurs, all civil and military officials will be present. Are you concerned that something might go awry at the banquet?" Su Ruqing inquired, skeptical that the prince would dare to orchestrate an assassination or poisoning in front of such a crowd. After all, Miaojiang was a region rife with toxic miasma, difficult to defend against, and its people, young and old, were adept at manipulating goo insects. One small insect could control a person, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Indeed, the prince's ambitions for the throne are far from extinguished. Previously, while away for the summer, he had sent assassins after the emperor. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. He has repeatedly sought to gather intelligence about the capital and covertly bribed certain officials. Investigations are still ongoing, Su Mingxian revealed without any intention of concealing the truth from her. During this time, various factions in the capital will undoubtedly be restless. "You must exercise caution when you venture out," Su Mingxian advised. "The prince, accompanied by the goo poison adept from the southern region, is certainly not there merely for frivolity. He will undoubtedly exploit the Miaojiang goo insects for his schemes." Su Ruqing nodded in understanding, indicating that the so-called goo worms were not as terrifying as they seemed. In truth, these worms were specially cultivated creatures, resilient to toxins and sustained by various poisons, each type yielding a different breed of worm. Although she lacked the skills to raise goo, she possessed the knowledge to detoxify. In her previous life, she had served as the head of a medical college, where she had studied all kinds of flora and fauna, both toxic and non-toxic. Many considered research to be a tedious endeavor, yet she found it profoundly intriguing. Different medicinal properties, when combined, could either repel each other or enhance their effects. Once her studies on herbs were complete, she began to capture various venomous insects, nurturing them with the herbs. While she could not cultivate goo, nor did she possess their extraordinary qualities, she discovered the secrets of detoxification. Thus, although she excelled in concocting poisons, her true expertise lay in the art of antidotes, as her vocation was to heal and save lives. Given sufficient time, She could neutralize any toxin related to her craft. In the grand tapestry of existence, where everything is interwoven in a cycle of creation and destruction, poison inevitably invites its antidote, much like the interplay of light and shadow. Su Mingxian observed as Su Ruqing retrieved a small porcelain vial, pouring the black powder within into a small bowl, followed by a few drops of Emoye's toxic blood, and then adding some white powder. The transformation of the dark blood was visible, lightening yet not entirely becoming red. Instead, it retained a hint of black, indicating that the poison had not been completely neutralized. Frowning, she remarked, "This is not mere poison. It is indeed goo poison. The method of using poison to counter poison cannot wholly resolve it. Goo poison requires medicinal herbs from the southern frontier. I have exhausted all available resources this month. Otherwise, I shall have to personally journey to the southern frontier after the new year. Traveling on horseback would take at least 10 days to reach the southern frontier, while by carriage, it could extend to 2 or 3 weeks. Although she was capable of riding, her skills were modest, and her physical condition would not permit continuous travel day and night. With her father soon to return and the year drawing to a close, she could not afford to venture out. She needed to devise a way to mitigate the poison's effects, delaying its onset until after the new year. Very well. I shall send someone to gather all the medicinal herbs from the southern frontier. If it becomes necessary for you to go after the new year, I will accompany you." Su Mingxian proposed thoughtfully. He was not only the heir of the loyal and brave Marquis, but also held the title of Deputy Minister of Justice, making any outing a considerable undertaking. Su Ruqing refrained from questioning how he would manage his departure. It was evident he had his own means. As Su Mingxian observed Su Ruqing deftly draw out an arrow, splattering blood onto her face without her apparent notice, he suddenly felt a slight itch in his fingers. As he raised his hand, he noticed her turning toward Qing Ting, who swiftly helped wipe the blood away, their teamwork flawless. He cleared his throat, expressing, "Thank you for your efforts. Do take care and rest well." "All right, brother. I shall take my leave now," Su Ruqing replied, having gathered her belongings and preparing to depart. However, after maintaining the same posture for too long, she suddenly felt dizzy, her body uncontrollably tipping in one direction. Su Mingxuan's expression changed. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to catch Su Ruqing, but grasped nothing but air. Qing Ting, being closer, promptly steadied Su Ruqing. "Miss, are you all right?" she inquired with concern. Su Ruqing steadied herself, remarking nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I will just rest in my carriage for a bit. Brother, I shall take my leave now. If there is anything, send someone to find me." With a casual wave of her hand, she turned her back and walked away. Qing Ting felt an inexplicable chill, a vague sense of danger, and hurriedly quickened her pace to follow Su Ruqing. Su Mingxian watched Su Ruqing's retreating figure, his right hand slowly clenching into a fist. As soon as Su Ruqing entered the courtyard, the old lady's personal maid rushed over. Su Ruqing quickly changed her clothes and departed in haste. "Grandmother, did you call for me?" Su Ruqing's gaze first assessed the old lady's expression, her hand instinctively resting on the old lady's pulse. Finding no irregularities, it was evident that there were no health concerns. The old lady chuckled lightly. "I am perfectly well. It is just that you seem to have been going out quite frequently lately. Is there something amiss?" Su Ruqing smiled naturally. "You and Annie have given me a shop, so of course I must go and inspect it. After all, that will be my dowry." "You little rascal, how shameless of you to already be contemplating your dowry at such a tender age." Su Laofuren teased with a laugh before shifting the topic. "Your father is returning soon. He is already halfway back. At that time, we will pay respects to our ancestors and also inscribe your name into the family register." Only by being recorded in the family register could Su Ruqing be recognized as the legitimate daughter of the second branch. Otherwise, it would merely be a verbal acknowledgement by the Wang family, and only the male heirs could conduct ancestral rites. "Yes, I understand, grandmother. Is there anything you need me to do?" Su Zuqing inquit ao set stili. "Take care not to catch a chill. It is getting colder, and during critical moments, do refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary," Su Laofuren advised. "Yes, I will," Su Ruqing replied, sensing that her grandmother's concern extended beyond mere physical well-being. Did her grandmother know about her recent closeness to Su Mingxian? After all, it was customary for males and females of the family to avoid unnecessary contact, even with a cousin. Indeed, she had been rather careless lately, venturing out too often. Although Yushur was not inclined to restrict her, she ought to have exercised more discretion. Just as she stepped out of the courtyard, Su Rulian appeared. She seemed somewhat lacking in spirit, adorned with jewelry previously worn, and her garments were only moderately new, indicating that she had not recently acquired new attire. Clearly, the recent punishment had taken a toll on her and her mother. Su Ruqing chuckled. "Second sister, are you finally free?" During her confinement, apart from Su Ruqing's coming-of-age ceremony, Su Rulian had only been allowed out momentarily before being locked away again. It was rumored that she sought to lift her restrictions, but Yushur had resolutely denied her, ensuring her confinement was absolute. Listening to Su Ruqing's words, a flicker of envy crossed Su Rulian's eyes, yet her face wore an innocent smile. "You jest, third sister. With the Buddha Bath festival approaching, I wish to visit the temple to pray for a good match and seek blessings for our family's peace and prosperity. Will you accompany me?" Su Ruqing smiled. "Certainly. Wouldn't it be a waste for them to have prepared for so long otherwise?" She was eager to see what grand performance Su Rulian and Zhao Chonghui had orchestrated for her. Chapter 30. Su Ruqing was truly infuriating, yet undeniably enviable. The following day, Su Ruqing informed Su Lao Furin that she was going to the temple with Su Rulian to pray for a match. A peculiar glimmer flitted through Su Lao Furin's eyes. Though her expression remained unperturbed, a change of scenery is beneficial. Just be cautious. Dear sisters, please exercise utmost caution. Take the maid and the coachman with you, and seek out your elder brother so that he may assign 2 guards for your protection, old Madame Su advised. The 2 sisters complied. Stepping out from the pine and cypress courtyard, Su Rulian, feeling somewhat impatient, remarked, "Isn't that a bit excessive? Indeed, what if we were to encounter vagrants or beggars?" Su Ruqing teased, recalling how Zhao Chonghui had previously exploited the guise of the so-called destitute to concoct a life-saving favor for her. "Never mind, you go ahead. I do not wish to trouble our brother," Su Rulian replied, fully aware of Su Mingxuan's disdain for her, which was as palpable as a fly's presence. His aversion was unmistakable. She had no intention of provoking his ire. Furthermore, she was disinclined to witness his sour countenance. Once he ascended to the title of heir, who would dare to look down upon her? Su Ruqing promptly instructed Qing Tong to fetch Su Lin, believing this trivial matter did not warrant troubling Su Mingxian, as Su Lin was more than capable of handling it. True to her expectations, Su Lin, upon hearing the request, dispatched 2 astute guards to accompany Qing Tong, along with a most comfortable carriage. Su Rulian frowned, perplexed by her brother's unexpected willingness to oblige. As they settled into the carriage, Su Rulian observed the assortment of delicacies and tea laid out within, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "Sister, it seems that since you have become the legitimate daughter, even our brother treats you differently. Not only did he promptly assign you 2 guards, but he also arranged this luxurious carriage with refreshments. How superficial they all are." Su Ruqing responded coolly, "Sister, you are overthinking this." Su Rulian bit her lip, her gaze directed at Su Ruqing, nearly ablaze with resentment. She was determined that, after today, Su Ruqing would not retain the status of a legitimate daughter. Suddenly, Qing Tong interjected, "Second miss, are you perhaps envious of our miss?" Su Ruqing turned her head sharply, and Su Rulian's expression instantly transformed into a feigned smile. "How could that possibly be? I am genuinely happy for my third sister," she said with a false gentleness, though her demeanor was anything but natural. "Do not harbor ill thoughts about our miss. She is the epitome of kindness and is exceedingly gracious to her sisters." Jiqin quickly defended Su Rulian. Feigning annoyance, Su Ruqing lightly tapped Qing Tong. "Do not speak in such a manner. Who does not know that the second sister is always accommodating towards her younger siblings? Even her cousin is to be relinquished to me. However, I am but a worldly person, fond of gold and silver. Perhaps you could gift me that golden hairpin you wear? I would not mind that it has been worn by you." "Sister, you jest. Your hairpin is far more valuable than mine. As the elder sister, I should not overreach." Su Rulian's expression darkened immediately. Her gaze fell upon Su Ruqing's intricately designed golden hairpin, adorned with a ruby the size of a fingernail. As the curtains fluttered, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the pin's shimmering gold and the ruby's dazzling brilliance, which felt painfully glaring to her. This single hairpin was worth 10 of hers, not to mention the translucent green comb glimmering amidst her dark tresses, and the earrings crafted from golden threads entwined with soft jade. Each pearl on the most unassuming floral ornament was of the finest quality, so exquisite that one could almost discern reflections within. Were all these gifts from her second aunt and grandmother? She cast a resentful glance at Su Ruqing, whose fair complexion shone brilliantly under the sunlight, exuding an air of casual nonchalance as she reclined comfortably in the carriage, utterly unconcerned about the possibility of her adornments slipping away. Even the fabric of her attire was of considerable worth, surpassing the finery worn by Su Ruqing. During the previous spring banquet, Su Ruqing had appeared as a mere shadow of her former self, pitiably destitute. Yet now, clad in seemingly effortless elegance, her garments, upon closer inspection, revealed their substantial value. It was merely a visit to offer incense, not an extravagant soiree, yet she presented herself with such grandeur. Su Ruqing scrutinized her own attire, clothes that were only slightly worn and jewelry that had graced her on several occasions, making her feel like a mere servant in comparison to Su Ruqing. She bit her lip, feeling a mixture of disdain and jealousy towards Su Ruqing. It seemed that since her recovery, Su Ruqing's fortunes had flourished. As the sole legitimate daughter of the second branch, once her uncle returned, he would likely bestow upon her even greater treasures. It was well known that her uncle was the most trusted general under the Marshal of West Town, although he held only the 4th rank. It was a crucial threshold for military officials. Surpassing this rank opened doors for further advancement, whereas falling below, it marked a definitive end. Rumor had it that during the last conflict with the Shidi, her uncle had distinguished himself once more, and it was said that the marshal had promised to commend him upon his return. At that point, this insufferable girl would undoubtedly revel in her triumph. Su Ruqing pursed her lips. If her plans unfolded favorably, she could secure the marriage between Su Ruqing and her cousin before her uncle's arrival. Once Su Ruqing wed her cousin, she could surely borrow some of the bridal jewelry, as her aunt and cousin would likely be generous. Considering her efforts in orchestrating a match, Su Ruqing sensed Su Ruqing's gaze upon her, but she remained unperturbed. She was adorned with numerous pieces of jewelry and fine fabrics gifted by her grandmother and aunt, as well as those from Su Mingxian, compensation from the Duke of Jingguo's household, and some rewards from the palace. Moreover, she had purchased items she fancied during her outings. Life is but a fleeting span of decades. As long as one does not squander their fortune, a touch of adornment can elevate one's spirits. A woman's beauty should not solely be for the admiration of others, but can also be an expression of self-love. The pursuit of beauty is inherent to womanhood. Judicious expenditure can enhance dopamine levels, contributing positively to one's endocrine balance, allowing for a radiant health that emanates from within. No one understands the art of self-care better than Su Ruqing, the physician. Soon they arrived at the temple gates, and the sisters disembarked from a carriage. Su Ruqing suggested, "Let us first retreat to the guest chamber we reserve at the manor to rest for a while. Then we shall proceed to offer our incense." Renowned temples often have designated guest rooms available for the families of officials to recuperate, and naturally, the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence provided such accommodations. Very well, Su Ruqing agreed, her intentions not being solely to offer incense, but rather to find a moment to address certain bothersome matters that could impede her progress, thus preventing unwelcome distractions from leaping onto her path. Under the guidance of a young monk, they made their way to the guest chamber arranged by the Duke of Loyalty and Valor. Su Ruqing swiftly refreshed herself with a change of attire before seeking out Su Ruqing. Upon entering, she found Su Ruqing reclining on the bed, while Qingting stood beside her, providing a massage to alleviate her discomfort from the prolonged carriage ride. "Sister, please wait a moment. I've been in the carriage for quite a while, and Qingting is helping me ease the tension." Su Ruqing remained comfortably nestled in her repose, casually turning over. "You go ahead with your tasks," she said. Su Rulian observed her with an inexplicable sense of discomfort, casting a glance at Ji Qin, who stood idly brushing her hair. A tinge of regret washed over her for not having chosen Qin Ting, realizing that this girl possessed a remarkable skill. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that Ji Qin had lost some of her former brilliance, appearing much more ordinary than before. Had she known, she might have selected her after all. The two sisters rose and departed with ease after offering incense. Su Rulian placed 2 taels of silver into the incense basket, as both she and her aunt had been penalized with a reduced monthly allowance, leaving their finances rather constrained. In contrast, Su Ruqing contributed 10 taels of silver, not for any particular reason, but simply for her own peace of mind. Su Rulian pursed her lips, contemplating the sum. 10 taels represented half a month's allowance, and it was rather easy for her sister to part with such an amount. She must have substantial wealth. Suppressing her discomfort, Su Rulian moved aside to draw a fortune slip. She picked one up and urged Su Ruqing, third sister, do draw one as well. Since we are here, we might as well enjoy the experience. Although Su Ruqing was not particularly superstitious, she felt it harmless to indulge in the tradition. Thus, she drew a slip, and the two proceeded to interpret their fortunes. Su Rulian handed over her slip, and the monk retrieved another from the fortune bucket to present to her. Upon inspection, she found it to be a mediocre fortune. Struggling against the current brings much toil, and all endeavors yield unsatisfactory results. Only after the clear spring rains of Qingming will the path to wealth be tranquil. Su Rulian's expression shifted slightly as she carelessly tossed her slip back into the bucket. It is merely a game, nothing to take to heart. What does your fortune say? Third sister. Chapter 31. Cousin Hui, did you write this love letter to me? Su Ruqing received the slip handed to her by the monk, which was a favorable one, reading, "A sudden message soars to the heavens. Treasures of Mount Tai return in abundance. If you seek a fortunate path, a noble patron awaits ahead." Su Rulian, filled with indignation, yet wearing a facade of insincere cheer, remarked, "Third sister, it appears that your romantic prospects are drawing near." Oh, Su Ruqing placed the slip back, amused by Su Rulian's fanciful words. I never expected second sister to possess such a vivid imagination and a sense of humor. As her words fell, laughter echoed nearby. The two turned to see the source of the sound, and Su Rulian's demeanor darkened, while Su Ruqing smiled brightly. Princess Anyang, what a delightful coincidence. Indeed, it seems fortuitous. I sent someone to your residence with an invitation, and upon hearing you were here offering incense, I thought to join the festivities, Qi Tingting said with a smile, instructing her maid to present the incense, offering coins. Approaching Su Rulian, she merely offered a perfunctory nod before turning her attention to Su Ruqing. Have you been busy of late? You haven't sought my company. Su Zuqing Juke Sopti. I have come of age and can no longer wander about frivolously like a child. Qi Tingting pouted. You are fortunate. My situation is far worse. My grandmother insisted on consulting a master, claiming my fortunes have waned. She has confined me at home to learn proper etiquette, only just allowing me out yesterday. It has been suffocating. Su Ruqing quickly grasped the situation. The Prince of Zhen, Nan, had recently arrived in the capital and was resting at a nearby palace, while waiting for the Ministry of Rites to calculate an auspicious time for a banquet at the palace. After a fortnight of travel, these few days should afford some rare tranquility, but once the palace schedule was determined, Qi Tingting would likely be confined again. Princess, should you find yourself bored in the future, feel free to send for me and third sister. We are always available to keep you company. Su Rulian smiled as she spoke, her tone laced with a subtle hint of flattery. Qi Tingting glanced at her, then turned to Su Ruqing with a smile, saying, I will come to visit you whenever I have time. Do not hide from me. Su Ruqing chuckled in response. That sounds good. Just let me know in advance. Or else, if I step out and miss you, I cannot be held responsible. Qi Tingting began recounting her recent experiences, detailing how the Grand Princess had summoned a wet nurse to teach her the proper etiquette, expressing her frustrations for quite some time. Su Ruqing occasionally responded with a smile, showing no sign of impatience. Su Rulian felt a twinge of discomfort. It was ironic that a noble lady would disdain the learning of etiquette, unaware that it was precisely women like her who sought such knowledge, but found it elusive. After all, How many families possess the stature of the Grand Princess? Able to summon court ladies to instruct their daughters in the ways of the palace? Learning from palace ladies would elevate one's status. And only a pampered paragon like the county princess of Anyang would perceive it as a burden. Even if the county princess disregarded her, Su Rulian could not bring herself to leave. Being seen alongside the county princess would certainly enhance her reputation. She observed Su Ruching interacting effortlessly with the county princess, engaging in lively conversation, and felt an inexplicable pang of discomfort. However, considering the forthcoming arrangements, having the county princess as a witness could prove advantageous. It was likely that once this matter surfaced, the county princess would grow weary of her. Through the county princess's words, the grand princess would hear of Su Ruching, the so-called legitimate daughter, and even if she donned the skin of a phoenix, she would ultimately revert to being a mere wild hen. As the three of them strolled leisurely, a monk approached, presenting an envelope to Su Ruching. "A distinguished guest has requested that I deliver this to you," he stated. Su Ruching raised an eyebrow. "Is this for me? Please hold on a moment." She casually took the envelope and was about to open it when Su Rulian interjected. "Third sister, perhaps it would be prudent to step aside first." She coughed lightly, her gaze subtly indicating the county princess. Su Ruching raised an eyebrow and defiantly opened the envelope. "What if someone is plotting against me? With the county princess here, it serves as a witness." Su Rulian felt as if she had swallowed a fly. Yet perhaps it was best to let the county princess witness the contents of this letter, thereby substantiating any illicit intentions. As Su Ruching unfolded the letter, the words read, "The scent of tea mingles with our shared writings." At that moment, I thought it was nothing extraordinary. "I only wish your heart mirrors mine, that we may not betray our longing. You send me socks as a token, while I reply with letters to express my feelings. The ink may be limited, but my unsaid words are abundant." Su Ruching's expression darkened. What appeared to be a love letter was, in truth, a veiled threat. The items taken by Qinghua had likely made their way through Su Rulian's hands to Zhao Chongwei. Did he think that by seizing her personal belongings, he could forcibly bind her? Qi Tingting, upon seeing the words on the paper, paled slightly. "Qingmei, you are being foolish." Her gaze towards Su Ruching was filled with exasperation. Su Ruching, however, directed her attention to the county princess. "Princess, do you have anyone with you?" "Of course," the county princess replied. Qi Tingting sensed something amiss and hesitated. "Do you need them?" "My grandmother instructed me to bring a contingent of guards," Su Ruching stated. "I would be grateful if the county princess could assist me in capturing someone. It pertains to my reputation, and I humbly request your support." "Very well." The county princess acquiesced. Qi Tingting directly instructed one of her maids to summon someone. Su Rulian sensed that something was amiss. "Third sister, what are you planning? How could you trouble the county princess? What is this foolish girl doing, bringing people from Anyang County? Is she planning to capture someone, to apprehend my cousin?" In a state of urgency, she cast a glance at Ji Qin, who appeared ready to leave. Qi Tingting stepped forward, questioning, "Where are you going?" "There are urgent matters. I cannot delay changing my attire." Ji Qin's expression shifted. "This place is unfamiliar. I will accompany you." Qi Tingting advanced a step, while Ji Qin bit her lip. Seeing Su Rulian shake her head slightly, her frustration mounting, "I will not go." Qi Tingting remained unperturbed, merely fixing her gaze to ensure no one could leave. Before long, Qi Tingting's maid arrived with a contingent of guards. Su Ruching addressed the messenger monk directly. "Someone has maliciously tarnished my reputation. I implore you, young monk, to guide me so that I may clear my name. Otherwise, I shall hang myself at the entrance of that grand hall to prove my innocence." Su Ruching resolutely pointed at the largest hall of the temple. The monk, initially intending to feign ignorance to extricate himself from the predicament, was taken aback by Su Ruching's death threat. Should someone perish at the hall entrance, the temple's incense offerings would surely be curtailed by the authorities. Even if it were later determined that the temple had no involvement, a temple with a death would be considered ill-fated, and visitors would cease to come. In a moment of clarity regarding the gravity of the situation, the monk resigned himself. "Follow me, please." Qi Tingting, united in purpose, accompanied Su Ruching to apprehend the individual. Zhao Chonghui awaited news in a modestly rented room, skeptical that with those intimate garments in possession, the third young lady would not wish to ruin her reputation. He believed that as long as she did not desire to be disgraced, she must marry him, with the flickering lamp and ancient Buddha as witnesses. Though lacking vast wealth, he was a man of handsome stature, fitting for a less favored legitimate daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis. However, he had heard she was recognized as the legitimate daughter and that when General Su returned at year's end, ancestral halls would be established. Thus, he would be the rightful son-in-law of the loyal and brave Marquis household. Once he succeeded in the imperial examinations, his literary talent would surely earn him a place among the scholars, and with the backing of the loyal and brave Marquis family, he would not fear the inability to secure an official post. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. He approached with a smile, opening it to reveal Su Ruqing, who stood at the threshold, her face radiant as she gazed at him. "Cousin Hui, is this love letter indeed penned by you?" Her fair countenance, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more enchanting. Zhao Chonghui's heart skipped a beat as he beheld Su Ruqing's visage, oblivious to the frantic signals from Su Rulian behind her. Upon hearing Su Ruqing's inquiry, he nodded instinctively. "Of course, third cousin, have you given it due consideration? Will you marry me?" Chapter 32. Why the hurry? The best is yet to come. Upon hearing his words, Su Rulian could no longer contain herself. "Cousin, what nonsense are you spouting? What does this letter have to do with you?" Before Zhao Chonghui could comprehend Su Rulian's meaning, he noticed that Su Ruqing's once cheerful demeanor had darkened. "Seize him and take him to the loyal and brave Marquis estate." In an instant, numerous guards surged forth, binding Zhao Chonghui. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Zhao Chonghui's servant rushed forward, only to be swiftly incapacitated. Su Rulian, her face etched with anxiety, implored, "Third sister, what exactly do you intend to do?" She was acutely aware that escalating the situation would only heighten the risks. Although her cousin had possession of Su Ruqing's intimate garments, if the matter were to become public, the whole residence would be embarrassed and might take drastic measures against Su Ruqing. Consequently, Zhao Chonghui, who had caused the embarrassment, would not escape unscathed either. Naturally, she and her aunt would also face repercussions. This matter required Su Ruqing's consent. Only then could she approach their grandmother and second aunt to seek resolution. The distinction between private agreements and coercion bore significantly different implications. "What shall we do?" Su Ruqing responded with determination. "We shall return home and request grandmother to intervene on my behalf." She turned to Qi Tingting. "Princess, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I will need your company on this journey." Without hesitation, Qi Tingting agreed. When women are coerced, it invariably pertains to their reputation, and ultimately, they tend to capitulate. In Su Ruqing, she found a kindred spirit. Why must one endure humiliation and silently bear the burden of injustice? The group made their way directly to the Zhongyong Ho residence. Su Ruqing briefly conferred with Qing Ting, who nodded and swiftly mounted her horse to set off ahead. Su Rulian was in a state of turmoil, struggling to comprehend how the situation had spiraled out of control while feeling the weight of other scrutiny. How could she promptly inform her aunt of these developments and urge her to devise a solution? A sense of dread regarding the unknown enveloped her. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Su Ruqing noticed Yuqin had already fled, while Su Rulian trailed closely behind. Together with Qi Tingting, they escorted the silenced Zhao Chonghui toward the matriarch's pine and cypress courtyard. Qi Ting soon rejoined them, stating, "The heir has left for an urgent matter. Su Lin has sent someone to notify him. The matriarch is en route and mentioned she would seek out the Marquis." Su Rulian's heart raced at the revelation. The situation had alarmed her father and stepmother. She glanced at the silenced Zhao Chonghui, who could only feebly struggle, and a troubling thought crossed her mind. Surely, her cousin would disclose the truth about her and her aunt. What could she possibly do to ensure he remained silent? Only death could silence him. Su Ruqing cast a glance at Su Rulian, whose eyes flickered with anxiety and derision. "What are you so anxious about? The real drama has yet to unfold." They soon arrived at the pine and cypress courtyard, where the matriarch, already informed of the situation, wore a serious expression. Upon seeing Qi Tingting, she managed a strained smile. "Thank you, Princess, for making this trip. It is my pleasure," Su Ruching is a dear friend, and I am more than willing to assist her, Qi Tingting replied, clapping her hands. This individual has tarnished her reputation. Let us not rush. We shall wait for everyone to arrive before proceeding. The matriarch interjected, turning to Su Ruching. Are you unharmed, my child? Su Ruching shook her head. I am well. I remain vigilant, as you instructed. Fortunately, the princess was present. Otherwise, with just this letter, I would be beyond redemption. She produced the letter and placed it on the tea table. The matriarch fixed her gaze on Su Rulian. Second girl, does this matter involve you? Su Mingxian, having listened to the report from Su Lin's covert agent, squinted his eyes. You go and quietly instruct him, he commanded, then mounted his horse, heading straight for the Ministry of War. The valiant Duke Zheng squinted his eyes as he savored his tea, contemplating how to pass the time until his next appointment, when he heard the hurried footsteps of a servant approaching. Upon receiving the servant's report, he sensed that something was amiss. As he exited the Ministry of War, a horse came galloping towards him, its form strikingly familiar. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the steed rushed past him, and with a startled cry, he found himself hoisted onto the horse's back. How could a man of his stature be so unceremoniously thrown onto a horse? You rascal, put me down, he bellowed in indignation. The only person daring enough to treat him thus was that young master from his household. Father, perhaps it would be wise to hold your tongue to avoid further complications. Su Mingxian retorted, tugging on the reins, which only prompted the horse to gallop faster. Slow down, I might be sick, the Duke exclaimed, his distress only encouraging the horse to increase its pace, perhaps out of fear of the potential mess. In no time, they reached the gates of the Duke's residence, where Su Mingxian, ever considerate, assisted the dizzy Duke down from the horse. Ugh, you wretched boy. The Duke could not suppress a dry heave. Enough. Do not embarrass us further. Someone might see. Su Mingxian gently patted the Duke's back, and, seeing he was not about to be sick, urged him onward. Let us hurry, lest grandmother grows impatient. As they approached the pine and cypress courtyard, Su Mingxian suddenly remarked, It is time for my second sister to wed. I believe Zhao Chongwei would be a commendable match. Absolutely not. How could that scoundrel be worthy of Lianer? The Duke rebutted without a moment's hesitation, only to be met by Su Mingxuan's unwavering gaze. He struggled to reason, but she is still your sister. Should she not be cautious in her choice? Do not forget, Uncle will soon return, and should he discover your sister's scheming against his daughter, who knows what desperate actions he may take? Su Mingxian replied calmly, In truth, the quiet light of a lamp beside an ancient Buddha nurtures one's character. The Duke froze momentarily, feeling as though his strength had been sapped. Very well. Let us bear our own burdens, he conceded. Meanwhile, Su Rulian listened intently to the words of the matriarch, feeling the weight of her questioning gaze upon her heart, which raced with anxiety. Grandmother, what do you mean? Su Rulian grasped her handkerchief tightly, her nerves fraying. Dear, does this matter bear any relation to you? The matriarch inquired patiently, her tone surprisingly gentle, yet it only deepened Su Rulian's trepidation. I do not know, Su Rulian stammered, her mind racing. She realized that any response could worsen her predicament. The prudent choice was to wait for her aunt to arrive and follow her lead. Grandmother, I do not understand what you are implying. She feigned calmness, intending to stall until her aunt could provide guidance. Disappointed, the matriarch withdrew her gaze. If you're unaware, then it is best for you to remain silent. Before long, the Yu family matriarch arrived, followed by the Lady Wang, Duke Su Zicheng, and Su Mingxian, while the lady aunt hurried in, coinciding with the entrance of Duke Su Zicheng. Upon seeing Zhao Chongwei being restrained, her brow furrowed with concern. Matriarch, may I inquire what offense my nephew has committed? If there are any missteps on my part, I kindly ask for your understanding. The child is young, and I shall certainly ensure that my sister-in-law provides her with proper guidance. Qi Tingting observed the woman, who was clearly in her 30s, yet still carried herself in a beguiling manner, and felt an immediate distaste. Madame Su, your household truly exemplifies kindness and tolerance toward your servants. The mistress has yet to speak, yet the maid has already taken it upon herself to speak out of turn. With each mention of kindness and tolerance, along with the terms of mistress and maid, The concubine's face flushed crimson with humiliation. Silence. You possess no sense of decorum. The old matron rebuked. Madam, you, indifferent to the spectacle, cast a scornful glance at Lord Sickling, who felt his composure wane. Be quiet. This is not a place for your words. If you cannot hold your tongue, then leave. The concubine, having not faced such disgrace in many years, felt the sting of embarrassment. For years, she had relied on the upbringing of her son and daughter, winning the Lord's favor, and had enjoyed a status akin to that of a second wife in the household. Even the old matron had granted her a measure of respect, and the lady had never reprimanded her harshly, save for the recent deduction of her monthly allowance. It had been a long time since she had endured such a merciless scolding. Her complexion reddened, and she yearned to disappear into the ground. Now that everyone is present, may I trouble the county princess? Madame Su Gao Dodons Inquit. Chapter 33. Could this little wretch be skilled in sorcery? Chi Tingting, unperturbed, replied, It is only fitting as I happened upon the situation. She gestured toward Zhao Chongwei, who lay on the ground, devoid of spirit from being bound for too long. I sent someone to find Sister Ruching today, and the household informed me she had gone to the temple. Thinking there was no pressing matter, I decided to seek her out at the temple, where I encountered her and her sister. She recounted the events in detail. Then, while Sister Ruching and I were admiring the scenery, a young monk entered after I clapped my hands. The young monk, glancing at the assembly, hesitated and quickly recounted what he knew. I remained at Sister Ruching's side as she perused this letter, which could be deemed a love letter. She stepped forward and presented it to the assembly, then borrowed assistance from the young monk to find the letter's owner. She pointed to Zhao Chongwei on the ground. Lo and behold, he was the one responsible. Her tone brimmed with uncontrollable anger. This shameless wretch threatened Sister Ruching with marriage upon seeing her. Consequently, she borrowed my assistance to bind him, and we returned here. That is the entirety of what I know. As an observer, Chi Tingting was not a member of the loyal Su family, and her position allowed for utmost objectivity. After concluding her account, she recognized her presence was no longer appropriate, offered her farewells to those present, nodded to Su Ruching, and discreetly departed. The concubine's expression soured to an extreme, casting a scornful glance at Su Rulian, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Fools, one and all! With a thud, she sank to her knees, bowing her head repeatedly. Madam, Lord, young master, lady, second lady, it is all due to my unambitious nephew. Ever since he inadvertently saved the third miss, he has been infatuated with her, constantly muttering that she harbors feelings for him and even bestowed upon him a token of their affection. I dare say he is like a toad aspiring to consume swan meat. How could the third miss ever be within his reach? Please consider that my nephew acted out of pure admiration for her, leading him to commit foolish acts. I implore you to show leniency. The concubine spoke rapidly, seemingly confessing, yet in reality, she was dragging Su Ruching into the mire. If Zhao Chongwei were to be dealt with so summarily, Su Ruching's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Su Ruching, perplexed, interjected, A token of affection? What token? I am unaware of such a thing. She turned to the concubine. What do you mean by this token? The concubine shook her head. Third miss. I have merely heard my nephew mention it. I am not privy to the details. Perhaps it would be best for my nephew to clarify this for you. The concubine, astute as she was, had deftly absolved herself of any connection to the so-called token. Su Ruching regarded the concubine with a mix of incredulity and disdain. No wonder the matriarch had failed to gain any respect from her. With an audacity that was both brazen and cunning, she employed every means at her disposal. Truly, those without shame are invincible. At this juncture, allowing Zhao Chongwei to speak would render the situation uncontrollable. Conversely, silencing him would imply Su Ruching's guilt, solidifying the notion of impropriety between her and Zhao Chongwei. What a cunning calculation! Unfortunately, the expressions of both old Lady Su and the Marquis darkened, while Yu Shi regarded Su Ruching with pity, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, Su Mingxian spoke up. Let him speak. Let this heir hear what he has to say. What valuable information could he possibly provide? He gazed calmly at Zhao Chongwei, his eyes shimmering with malice. How dare this worthless wretch covet his younger sister? Even if he spoke the most outrageous lies, once he left this room, his words would hold no weight. As soon as Zhao Chonghui was released, he discarded the obstruction in his mouth and crawled desperately towards Su Ruqing, exclaiming, "Third cousin, you must speak. It was you who gave it to me." He reached out to grasp her skirt. Before Su Ruqing could react, Su Mingxian stepped forward and, with a swift kick, sent Zhao Chonghui tumbling. Zhao Chonghui grimaced in pain, recoiling in fear, hesitant to advance any further. His gaze flickered uncertainly as he contemplated the most advantageous course of action, occasionally glancing towards the concubine. How dare he utter such foul words? Someone, teach him some manners. Su Mingxuan's expression darkened, intent on delivering a severe reprimand to this bothersome individual. "Wait, brother," Su Ruqing quickly interjected. Su Mingxian shot her an incredulous look. "This vile creature speaks not but lies. He will cling to any chance for advancement and never let go." His words were aimed not solely at Su Ruqing, but rather directed at everyone present, condemning Zhao Chonghui's behavior. No matter what he uttered, it would only serve to implicate Su Ruqing. As the heir of the loyal and courageous Marquis and the Deputy Minister of Justice, his words represented the very stance of the loyal and courageous Marquis himself. The demeanor of the aunt darkened, perplexed by the fact that the heir, clearly of the principal lineage, would so ardently defend the second branch, which had only recently elevated their status from illegitimacy. Logically, there should have been no connection between the two. Upon witnessing Su Mingxuan's attitude, the aunt sensed impending trouble. "My elder brother claims to possess a token. We cannot rely solely on his word. I demand to see this token, for I refuse to bear the blame for stolen possessions." Su Ruqing turned her gaze towards Zhao Chonghui, asserting, "Produce it. If it belongs to me, I shall acknowledge it. If it does not, do not think to frame me." At that moment, Su Rulian dared to meet Zhao Chonghui's gaze, and upon noticing his attention, she nodded slightly, oblivious to the warning glances cast upon her by the aunt. She had indeed procured Su Ruqing's personal garments and delivered them to Zhao Chonghui, confident that once he revealed them, even if the Marquis's household ultimately disapproved of Su Ruqing's union with her cousin, Su Ruqing's reputation would still be tarnished by the misunderstanding, leaving her in a diminished position. Zhao Chonghui retrieved the items from his bosom, a purple embroidered belly band, a handkerchief, and a bodice. It was no wonder the garments appeared loose and bulging. They concealed so many unsightly items. As the items were presented, the ladies present averted their eyes in disgust, while Su Mingxian regarded Zhao Chonghui with a gaze akin to that of a predator poised to pounce. Su Ruqing cast a glance at Qing Ting, who stepped forward, inspected the items, and shook her head. "These do not belong to the third miss. It is impossible," Su Rulian instinctively blurted out, only to be met with the aunt's admonishing glare. Startled, she realized that all eyes were upon her, prompting Su Ruqing to tease, "Oh, how does the second sister know so much? Have you perhaps seen them before? I certainly recall you wearing them," Su Rulian stammered, feeling guilty, as these items had been acquired through Qing Wei, Su Ruqing's maid. Though somewhat dim-witted, the foolish girl was adept at betraying her mistress. "Su Zuqing Juke. The second sister is so certain. I cannot recall a time when we shared a resting space." Turning her attention back to Zhao Chonghui, she inquired, "You assert these belong to me. Is there any evidence to support your claim?" She offered him an opportunity to implicate her, urging him not to squander it. Zhao Chonghui sensed something amiss. These belongings had indeed been handed to him by Su Rulian, and observing Su Ruqing's demeanor left him uncertain about their true ownership. Unable to restrain herself, Su Rulian chastised him inwardly. "You fool," then blurted, "Cousin, if these items are tokens of affection from the third sister, how exactly did she present them to you?" As her words lingered, the aunt interjected sharply, "Silence. Even if you are concerned for your third sister, such matters are beyond the purview of an unmarried daughter." The aunt's keen intuition warned her that the situation was turning dire. The very reason they had dared to target the third young lady was her father's absence and her mother's indifference, rendering her a largely invisible, illegitimate daughter. Yet, unexpectedly, circumstances had shifted dramatically during this time. Not only had her status changed, but her demeanor as well. Even the heir and the matriarch began to protect her. And it seemed that both the first and second madams were also coming to her defense. Could this little wretch possess some form of sorcery? Observing the unfolding scenario, the aunt felt a twinge of regret. Would this predicament ensnare her as well? Contemplating this, she averted her gaze from Zhao Chonghui, who sought her assistance. Intuition urged her that, at this moment, safeguarding one's own interests was the wisest course of action. Zhao Chonghui hesitated momentarily before stating the truth. These were entrusted to me by my second cousin, who claimed they were meant for her third sister. Chapter 34. Third sister has made progress. I'm most comforted, brother. Su Rulian's face turned pale. She never expected this useless individual would cast the blame upon her at such a crucial moment. She hastily replied, "It was not me, but Qing Yue. Qing Yue is the maid of the third sister. She cannot go out herself, and said that the third sister asked her to deliver the items to cousin. I thought that since cousin is infatuated with the third sister, I would pass them along. It was all Qing Yue's doing. You foolish girl. Is your third sister the only one lacking in sense? Are you not equally dim-witted?" The concubine's expression darkened further, realizing that what should have been a straightforward matter had been complicated by these two simpletons who had entangled themselves in the issue. She had to speak up. Such private transactions, if revealed, will leave your third sister with no future. Her implication was clear. This matter must end here. Any further investigation would only exacerbate the situation, and should it become public, it would be Su Ruqing who would suffer the consequences. Upon hearing the concubine's words, everyone present turned their gaze toward her, eyes reflecting a hint of incredulity. Was she truly distressed? Her words were rather blunt, directly leveraging Su Ruqing's reputation to halt any further inquiry. Su Mingxuan's derisive gaze fell squarely upon the Duke of Loyal Courage, who, feeling guilty, averted his eyes. He had never anticipated that a seemingly gentle and harmless aunt would behave in such a manner. Indeed, one cannot judge by appearances. It seemed he would have to maintain his distance from her, for if he provoked her, he too could find himself in peril. Su Ruqing paid no heed to the concubine's remarks. Instead, she glanced toward her maid, who began to nod slowly. "Oh, Qing Yue." She cast a look at Qing Ting, who hurried out and soon returned with someone in tow. As Qing Yue entered, she felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, causing her to shrink back involuntarily before she managed to bow and kneel in greeting. Su Ruqing regarded Qing Yue. "The second young lady said that I instructed you to deliver my personal belongings to Master Zhao Chonghui, and since you were unable to go out, you asked the second young lady to pass them along. Is that correct?" Su Ruqing's tone was gentle, her words soft and measured, devoid of any anger at the perceived betrayal from her personal maid. However, Qing Yue felt a sudden jolt, recalling what Qing Feng had just advised her regarding what to say and what to withhold, all while considering her family. Biting her lip, she replied, "Third miss, I am wronged. I have never given anything to the second young lady. I admit, I am greedy. Whenever I share trivial news with the second young lady, she rewards me. I was wrong. Please grant me mercy, miss." Su Rulian's complexion drained of color instantly, and she could not restrain her hysteria. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little wretch? It was you who gave them to me." Qing Yue bowed her head earnestly. "I truly did not. Please, esteemed matriarch and lord, bear witness. I am the maid of the young lady. I fully understand the gravity of delivering her personal items to others. I will not admit to something I did not do. Second young lady, please do not make it difficult for me." Su Rulian murmured, "It was you who gave this to me. How dare you deny it?" A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Su Ruqing's eyes as she slowly replied, "Since these items were handed over by my second sister, perhaps it would be best for her to clarify whose they are." Hearing Su Ruqing's question, a tempest of anger surged within Su Rulian, and she blurted out, "It's not mine. How would I know whose it is?" Upon her utterance, the concubine sensed impending disaster. At this point, if she remained oblivious, it would only attest to her foolishness. She cast a pleading glance towards Lord Su Ziqing, only to find him averting his gaze. It dawned on her that the current situation was irreversible. Resigned, she closed her eyes and stood silently, unwilling to become ensnared in this predicament. for she had not only a daughter, but also a son to consider. Su Rulian's words provoked a chuckle from Su Ruqing, who continued, "Since these items originated from my second sister, let us summon her maid to discern the owner. If she holds such affection for this young Master Zhao, why not facilitate their union?" Su Mingxian regarded her with an added hint of amusement. Following Su Ruqing's words, he joined in. "Bring forth the maidservant who attends to the second miss." Zhiqin and Zhiqi were soon ushered in. Su Rulian seized upon this final straw. Zhiqi, you witnessed it. These were all the personal garments entrusted to me by Qingwei. Zhiqin merely bowed her head to the ground, remaining silent. Zhiqi hastily replied, "Miss, aren't those your personal garments? What are you saying?" Su Rulian could hardly believe her ears, and in a fit of rage, she lunged at Zhiqi, grasping her arm. "You wretched girl! What nonsense are you spouting? If you dare to lie, I shall sell you. Speak." "Those were given to me by Qingwei. You both were present." Zhiqin withdrew her arm but insisted, "I do not understand what you are saying, Mississippi. I only know that those garments were entrusted to me by you for the young master." Su Rulian turned to Zhiqin, who remained motionless on the ground. "Speak. You saw it was given to me by Qingwei. Why do you not speak?" Zhiqin gazed at Su Rulian with pity and replied, "Miss, I know nothing at all." Unable to restrain herself, Su Rulian struck both maids harshly, one after the other. "Tell me, who bribed you? Was it Su Ruqing?" The two maids simply bowed their heads, allowing Su Rulian to vent her frustrations. "Enough." The old matriarch finally interjected. "Since the second girl and this young Master Zhao are mutually enamored, having engaged in such private dealings," her tone carried a sigh, "her reputation is tarnished, so let them marry after the examination." The old matriarch's words were decisive. Following her pronouncement, Zhao Chonghui was led away. Though he did not marry the legitimate third daughter, who was of noble birth, marrying a cousin from the main branch was still an acceptable outcome. After all, the lord's biological daughter was superior to a niece. Even if the cousin lacked the beauty of the third daughter, a slight disappointment. Zhao Chonghui, albeit reluctantly satisfied, was obediently led away, intending to share this good news with his mother. "No, grandmother, it wasn't me." Su Rulian crawled towards the old matriarch, crying out frantically, "It was Su Ruqing. She set me up. It was she, not I, who engaged in private dealings." "Old madam," Su stood up and declared, "Enough. Return and prepare the wedding garments." Having spoken, she turned and departed. The Yu and Wang families also took their leave, while the Marquis, observing the scene, allowed a cold snort and exited. Su Mingxian maintained his impassive demeanor as he passed by Su Ruqing, remarking, "Indeed, younger sister has made progress. It brings me great comfort." His tone suggested a semblance of good spirits, yet he shot a cold glance at Su Rulian before walking away. Su Rulian raised her head, glaring hatefully at Su Ruqing. "Su Ruqing, it is you who has brought this upon me. I shall not let you off lightly." Su Ruqing feigned innocence, replying, "Second sister, was this not your meticulous scheme? If it were you in my position, could you endure it?" She added, "Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. You deserve this." "You!" Su Rulian cried, drawing the hairpin from her head and charging at Su Ruqing, only to be intercepted by Qingting, who effortlessly pushed her to the ground. "Second sister, time is of the essence. We should hasten to embroider the wedding dress," Su Ruqing said with a smile. "Otherwise, we may have to purchase a ready-made one." "You shall pay for this, Su Ruqing. I will not spare you." Su Rulian screeched like a madwoman. "Enough." The concubine rose from the ground and approached, delivering a sharp slap to Su Rulian's face. "Are you calm now?" Su Rulian covered her face, feeling utterly wronged as the concubine dragged her back into the courtyard. Upon entering, she could no longer contain herself. "Aunt, why do you not support me? I refuse to marry that worthless cousin." The concubine had regained her usual gentle demeanor, her expression softening. "Very well. Then you may accompany the ancient Buddha in the dim light of a solitary lamp, should you choose to endure such a life of hardship." Su Rulian's eyes reddened instantly. "Aunt, would you plead with father? He holds you in such high regard. You must be able to persuade him to change his mind. I wish to marry into a prestigious family, to become a lady of rank. I will not marry Zhao Chonghui, that impoverished scholar." The concubine looked at her with disappointment. Do you truly believe today's events were solely orchestrated by the third girl? You are woefully naive. Chapter 35. Seeking a frail companion to live as a carefree widow of high standing. And what the eldest son? He has intervened as well, has he not? Yet, he is clearly my brother. Why would he assist the second household's Su Ruching? Su Ruian could not fathom the reasoning behind this. Even if her brother sought to usurp the marquisate, was he not yet in action? Must he aid Su Ruching in causing her distress? Foolish, the concubine lamented. If this matter did not have your father's consent, how could your personal maid betray you? Why would Qing Yue suddenly deny everything? Do not forget, the maids attending you are all born of the marquisate. Their fates lie in whose hands? Why? I must confront father. He has always cherished me. How could he support Su Ruching? Su Ruian found it hard to believe the words she heard. The father who had always doted on her could treat her so harshly. Go ahead and make a scene if you are not afraid of provoking your father to the point where he disowns you, leaving you without a dowry. By all means, create a ruckus. The concubine was determined to prevent Su Ruian from further antagonizing Su Ziqing. After all, provoking the head of the marquisate would yield no benefit for them. She is merely a concubine. If she provokes the duke's displeasure, her days ahead will be far from pleasant. What right does she have to contend for the title of heir on behalf of Hauer? Moreover, she directly stated, do not rush to create a scene over this matter. As long as you have not yet married and performed the wedding rites, there is still room for negotiation. She perfectly avoided the dismal fate of marrying that scoundrel Zhao Chonghui depicted in the book, and she mused that this could be considered an explanation to the original owner of her body. Suddenly, she felt a wave of indescribable relief wash over her. The next day, early in the morning, Su Rushu arrived and scrutinized Su Ruching from head to toe. Third sister, I heard from my mother that you are well. This second girl has truly lost her mind. How dare she scheme against you? What a pity that she harms both herself and others. She deserves it. Su Ruching glanced at her, but remained silent, her thoughts reflecting back to a time when she, too, had been the target of such machinations. However, you had abandoned your plot midway, while Su Ruian persisted relentlessly, thus suffering the consequences she so rightfully earned. Third sister, have you noticed that my complexion has greatly improved? Su Rushu leaned closer to Su Ruching, lowering her voice. Moreover, my monthly cycle has normalized. I previously felt drained and fatigued, but now I feel much better. The pharmacy you recommended is indeed remarkable. I was feeling unwell and fortuitously encountered that doctor. She later mentioned her intention to open a shop there. Since her medical skills are commendable, I thought it prudent to suggest you try her services. Su Ruching responded dismissively. I have already consulted her, otherwise. How could I have recuperated so swiftly? It was absurd. Why would she seek help elsewhere when she could procure her own remedies? Indeed, Su Rushu examined Su Ruching's complexion closely. It was a healthy shade of rosy white. Suddenly, a thought struck her. By the way, I heard the palace has scheduled a welcoming banquet for the Prince of Jiannan in 3 days. Officials of the 5th rank and above are invited to bring their female relatives. I've heard that both of the prince's sons have come of age and are seeking marriages from the palace. If that is the case, I doubt any noble lady would be willing, as it entails leaving one's homeland so far behind. Any grievances would find no avenue for expression. Indeed, but presently, the Prince of Jiannan is riding a wave of success, having defeated the last attack from the southern Liao and subdued the southern frontier. Although southern frontier is a small border nation, it pales in comparison to southern Liao in our own country. It plays a crucial role in the struggle against southern Liao. Su Rushu cautioned softly, this upcoming marriage arrangement might very well target someone. Third sister, be wary. The southern Liao has always engaged in a back and forth with the Li dynasty, maintaining a balance of power. With the addition of southern frontier, the scales of victory gradually tilt in favor of the Li dynasty. The court is now relying on the Prince of Jiannan to guard the borders against southern Liao and the Li dynasty. Even if the prince were to make an extravagant request, the court would exert every effort to accommodate him. Her gaze fell upon Su Ruching's face. After all, such a striking visage is conspicuous and could prove perilous in critical moments. What if the Prince of Jiannan's sons were to judge solely by appearances? Regardless of whether the marquisate would offend his majesty for the sake of the third sister, the fact remains that this is something the loyal and valiant marquisate cannot resist. I understand. Rest assured, elder sister. Su Ruqing comprehended Su Rushue's concerns. After all, the Duke of Jinan is not the same as the General of Jinshi. The General of Jinshi is a devoted military officer, loyal to the imperial family, while the Duke of Jinan is of royal blood, the brother of His Majesty. A marriage alliance with the Duke could yield unpredictable consequences. It might provoke His Majesty's jealousy without guaranteeing the Duke's trust, potentially rendering the parties involved mere pawns in their contest. Should the Duke ever rebel, those who are allied with him through marriage would become sacrifices. Su Ruqing soon departed, and unexpectedly, Lady Wang arrived. Su Ruqing was taken aback. "Mother, what brings you here? Next time, simply send a maid to summon me, and I shall come to see you immediately." Observing Lady Wang, who had long been devoted to prayers and offerings, Su Ruqing noticed her slender frame and pallid complexion. She gently grasped Lady Wang's wrist, discreetly checking her pulse, relieved to find it merely weak, without any grave illness. As the matriarch, Lady Wang may not have shown her sufficient concern, yet this was to be expected. After all, it is unreasonable to expect a matriarch to dote on the children of a concubine. Moreover, her daughter, born on the same day, had tragically passed away. Lady Wang had not harbored resentment towards her, but had merely chosen to overlook her, which demonstrated her education and composure. Su Ruqing suppressed her lips, contemplating that the old lady had likely sent someone to inquire about Lin Hui years past, suggesting that the reunion between mother and daughter was not far off. Regardless of the reason, she wished for Lady Wang's well-being. In a few days, a palace banquet would be held to welcome the Duke of Jinan and his two sons. Lady Wang, guided by Su Ruqing, seated herself and took a sip of the red date and goji berry tea offered by Qing Feng, gazing at Su Ruqing. "Since I have acknowledged you, I must inquire about your marriage. Do you have any thoughts on the matter?" Su Ruqing felt a headache coming on. Could she openly express her disinterest in marriage? She was financially independent and engrossed in her flourishing career. Why would she want to marry, serving not only a husband, but also in-laws and children? "Mother, I have just reached the age of marriage. There is no rush, is there?" Su Ruqing chuka hatwadili, recognizing the unconventionality of her own thoughts. The last match, Yu Wuyo, had proven unsuitable. Thus, she could continue to strive for a more fitting partner, perhaps a sickly gentleman, and revel in the independence of a highborn widow. Lady Wang smiled. "Very well. There is no hurry. We shall take our time in selecting. I will be returning to my family home tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Your maternal aunt has also returned from Suzhou, and your grandmother is soon to celebrate her 60th birthday." Lady Wang hailed from the household of the Minister of Rights, being a legitimate daughter with two elder brothers and sister. Her elder sister had married the eldest son of the Prime Minister, who is currently the governor of Suzhou, and Lady Wang was returning to the capital with her children to celebrate her mother's birthday. "Will it be inconvenient for you to take me along?" Su Ruqing asked softly, aware that she was recognized as a concubine's daughter, although recorded under Lady Wang's name. In the eyes of the minister's household, she was not regarded as a legitimate child. Having never visited in all these years, would it be appropriate to bring her along now? Su Ruqing was acutely aware that she had been inscribed under the name of the Wang family. Thus, to the outside world, she was the daughter of Wang. With her maternal grandmother's 60th birthday approaching, her absence would only furnish others with fodder for ridicule. Yet, the prospect of attending might provoke discontent among the officials of the minister's residence. "There is nothing inappropriate. You simply need to tell me. Do you wish to go?" Wang smiled, gently caressing Su Ruqing's hair, her eyes reflecting an indescribable sorrow. If her daughter had grown up smoothly, she too would have been this considerate. For over a decade, she had been ensnared in the anguish of losing her beloved daughter, entangled in grief for 14 years. It was time for her to awaken. Her mother was now 60, and she could not allow her to fret over her unfilial daughter any longer. "Mother, I wish to go. I will accompany you." Su Ruqing felt the warmth of Wang's palm, dry yet comforting. Was this what maternal love felt like? "Very well, we shall go together tomorrow," Wang replied with a smile, offering a few reminders before departing. The next day, Su Ruqing donned a festive outfit early in the morning, prepared some items to bring along, and, accompanied by Qing Ting and Qing Feng, set off with Wang to the residence of the Minister of Rights. Upon arrival, The doorman was already awaiting them, and the entrance was not bustling with carriages as one might expect of a third-ranking minister's household. It should have been brimming with guests. Wang seemed to understand Su Ruqing's confusion and said with a smile, "Your grandfather and grandmother are not fond of extravagance. They have no intention of hosting a grand banquet. Just a simple family gathering for a meal. You need not feel anxious. Just be yourself." At that moment, a lavishly dressed young lady emerged, flanked by maidservants. Her steps light and graceful, adorned with elaborate hairpieces and a splendid gown. Her radiant face bore a smile. "Second aunt, you have finally arrived. My mother has been waiting for you for ages. So, this must be the daughter recently registered under your name?" Chapter 36. "Uncle, you favor one over the other. Clearly, I am your true niece." Wang smiled and replied, "Yinjia, this is my daughter Ruqing. Ruqing, this is your eldest aunt's daughter, Zhuofian. She is 8 months your senior, so you may address her as Sister Yinjia." "Hello, Sister Yinjia." Su Ruqing sensed that the other party's enthusiasm was not as genuine as it appeared. Out of respect for Wang, she greeted her with a smile. Indeed, Ruqing is a well-behaved girl. It is no wonder that second aunt cherishes you so. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Su Ruqing, and in stark contrast to her bright smile, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in her eyes. She feigned warmth. "Let us hurry. Grandmother and mother are waiting for us." As the three of them proceeded inside, they heard voices and 3 elegantly dressed women, surrounding a silver-haired elderly matron, emerged. "Mother, why have you come out? It is quite cold. Let us go inside." One quickly stepped forward to assist the leading elderly lady. The matriarch, Madame Yao, though 60, appeared spirited, her silver hair framing a face adorned with wrinkles that held a kind smile. She looked at Su Ruqing and said, "No worries. This must be my granddaughter Ruqing. She is indeed a lovely young lady. Have you been chilled? Come inside quickly." As she spoke, her wrinkled yet warm and dry hand clasped Su Ruqing's, gently pulling her inside. Yao personally took Su Ruqing by the hand and seated her, smiling as she presented her with a delicate purse. "Here, my dear child, this is a token of my affection from your grandmother. Do come often to keep me company. I do enjoy the warmth of lively gatherings." The elderly matriarch, Yao, initiated the warm welcome, followed by the eldest daughter-in-law, Gu, and the second daughter-in-law, Wan, who each gifted Su Ruqing a finely crafted hairpin and exquisite butterfly earrings as tokens of their meeting. De Wang, too, smiled as she handed over a jade bracelet. "Entirely green. This is from your great-aunt. Here, take it." Su Ruqing looked at Wang, who nodded encouragingly, prompting her to accept the gift with a grateful smile. The Wang family's eldest uncle, Wang Ziding, served as a 5th-rank imperial censor, rumored to be quite rigid and unforgiving in his official dealings. In contrast, his second uncle, Wang Zixian, held a 5th-rank position in education, known for his gentle demeanor and amiable disposition. Both men were of unpretentious character. Meanwhile, De Wang's husband, Zhuozhiji, was the governor of Suzhou, a prosperous region with flourishing waterborne transport and trade, naturally leading to his affluent lifestyle. Thus, the jade bracelet gifted by De Wang was considerably more valuable than the hairpin and earrings. Su Ruqing, however, treated all gifts with equal regard, allowing Qing Feng to carefully stow them away, a scene that pleased Yao and her 2 daughters-in-law, Gu and Wan, who nodded in satisfaction. Only De Wang's gaze held a flicker of intrigue as she regarded Su Ruqing with a hint of something more. Zhuofian, observing Su Ruqing becoming the center of attention, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and muttered under her breath, "Country bumpkin." Before long, it was time for the official duties to conclude, and Wang Bai, the ceremonial minister, along with his 2 sons, Wang Zixian and Wang Ziding, returned home. Yao personally introduced Su Ruqing to the 3 men. "Greetings, grandfather. Greetings, uncles. I am Ruqing," she cheerfully greeted. Wang Bai and Wang Zixian appeared serious, merely nodding in acknowledgement and good. One presented her with a brush, while the other offered an inkstone, both aligning with their refined tastes. Wang Ziding, more akin to Yao in temperament, kindly handed Su Ruqing a piece of turquoise rough stone, saying, "I wasn't sure what you would like, so I thought a stone might suffice. Should you desire something else, we can have it crafted." Su Ruqing accepted the gift with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, uncles." The three men nodded appreciatively, charmed by the sweet and cheerful demeanor of their young relative. Before preparing to dine, Zhuofian could no longer contain her disdain. Flatterer. Her words happened to catch Wang Zixian's ear, prompting him to halt and fix her with a serious gaze. "Your conduct is unbecoming. You shall copy the rules for young ladies 10 times. Otherwise, you shall not be permitted to eat." "I refuse. Uncle, you are biased. I am your true niece." Zhuofian, who had been doted upon since childhood, with her father as the governor of Yangzhou and her mother as the daughter of a third-rank official in the capital, was accustomed to being the center of attention. This was the first time she felt so disregarded, and now she faced the punishment of copying texts. She would not comply. Her father had always indulged her, deeming her to be genuine, so why should she endure such indignities here? She was not accustomed to poor food, shabby clothing, or inadequate living conditions. One after another. How is it that a mere illegitimate daughter is treated as a legitimate one? Upon hearing the commotion, Mrs. Dong hurried out, while Wang Zixian, with a solemn countenance, addressed his younger sister. "Your daughter speaks disrespectfully and behaves without decorum. As her elder, it is my duty to discipline her. Yet she defies my authority and contradicts her seniors, lacking even the virtues expected of a well-bred young lady." Mrs. Dong, feeling a throbbing headache, recalled how this brother had always been rigid and exacting. She had never enjoyed his company as a child, for he was a living embodiment of strict rules. Observing Zhuofian's distress, she quickly interjected, "All right, brother, please do not be angry. Let me speak with her." With that, she took Zhuofian into the house. Wang Zixian shook his head disapprovingly, exclaiming, "A lenient mother only leads to a wayward child, indeed." Su Ruqing quietly diminished her presence. She had no desire to witness such tumult. Unexpectedly, Wang Zixian cast a glance her way, admonishing, "Do not emulate your cousin Yan. It is quite unbecoming." Su Ruqing felt utterly helpless. Must her uncle be so obstinate? Aunt Gu approached and gently pulled Su Ruqing aside, saying, "Keep your distance from your uncle. He can be rather intimidating. He is always so inflexible. Your two cousins flee at the sight of him." With a smile, Aunt Gu took Su Ruqing's hand, and they settled together at a large table with the rest of the family. Surprisingly, Uncle Wang Zixian refrained from making any comments about the propriety of seating arrangements between the genders. Meanwhile, the seemingly stern grandfather, Wang Bo, engaged in a lively exchange with grandmother Yao, responding thoughtfully even to her trivial anecdotes. He patiently listened until she finished her thought before reaching for the dishes, occasionally serving her with food. Though his expression remained stoic, his demeanor was unmistakably gentle, evoking a sense of warmth in Su Ruqing. Zhang Bo, 3 years younger than Wang Shi, held his first wife in great esteem. They had 4 children, all born to Wang Shi, while 2 concubines were merely decorative gifts bestowed upon him by his mother long ago. Though not numerous, the children's rivalries were significantly diminished. A life lived in such tranquil simplicity was indeed wonderful, Su Ruqing mused. Wang Shi, in a departure from her usual reticent demeanor at the Su residence, even jested with her 2 sisters-in-law. Wang Zixian, appearing accustomed to this familial warmth, remained somewhat reserved, but did not seem to notice anything amiss regarding the lively conversations around the dining table. Contrary to the rumors of his lacking compassion, his second son, Wang Chenglin, playfully entertained the family, eliciting hearty laughter, while Wang Zixian merely cast a warning glance without uttering any disheartening remarks. Wang Zixian had 2 sons. The elder, Wang Changchuan, had achieved the highest honors the previous year and was currently studying at the Imperial Academy, having returned specifically to celebrate grandmother Yao's birthday. The younger son, Wang Chenglin, preferred commerce and, after passing the provincial examination, had ventured into trade, rarely staying home. He had only just returned a couple of days prior. As for Wang Zixian's daughter, she had 1 son and 1 daughter. Her son was studying away and did not return due to the academy's schedule, while her daughter, recently married, was still in her confinement period after giving birth to her second child and also did not return. This pair of brothers had no concubines. indicating a strong bond between husband and wife. Then, there is the patriarch of the Wang family, who has 2 sons and 1 daughter, along with 2 illegitimate sons and 2 illegitimate daughters. She only brought back her daughter, Zhuofian. Lastly, there is Wang Shi, who returned with her only legitimate daughter. There were no outsiders present. To an onlooker, it might seem lacking in festivity, and the occasion was not grand enough. There were even no seats prepared, nor any gifts offered, making it rather meager. However, when the family gathered together, the atmosphere was warm and natural, aside from Zhuofian's slight displeasure. This meal could be described as harmonious, with an ambience that evoked her envy. After dining, Yao Shi spoke up. "You 2 brothers, take your 2 sisters for a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion." Su Ruqing immediately understood that this was an indication for a conversation that would not be suitable for the younger generation to overhear. Chapter 37. Have your eyes set on Ruqing, wishing to keep her in your household as a granddaughter-in-law? Zhuofian scoffed and walked out. Su Ruqing saluted everyone before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to her, her actions provoked Wang Zixian to express his discontent towards the patriarch. "Look at your daughter. She is less understanding than Ruqing. She throws tantrums, and you indulge her. Sooner or later, it will lead to her downfall. A kind mother often raises a wayward child." The patriarch felt a headache coming on and looked to Yao Shi for help. "Mother, look at my elder brother." All right. Yinner is just being true to herself. Moreover, she is a bit unaccustomed to the surroundings. Feeling a tad unhappy is quite normal. As her uncle, you should refrain from being disagreeable, Yao Shi chuckled, attempting to smooth things over. Wang Zixian huffed, turning his face away. Gushi quickly came to her husband's defense. "Oh dear, mother. Did you suddenly send the younger generation away because you have something to discuss?" Yao Shi glanced at her youngest daughter, Wang Shi, before speaking. "This Ruqing girl. I find her quite likable, understanding, obedient, and possessing a gentle temperament. She is neither petty nor overly ambitious, which is quite rare. She reminds me of our family." Yao Shi's words instantly clarified the situation for everyone present. It seemed she had taken a liking to Ruqing and wished to keep her in the family as a granddaughter-in-law, a perfectly natural inclination to strengthen familial ties. Although Wang Shi had brought Ruqing back with this intention, considering her 2 brothers each had 3 sons, she was quite fond of Ruqing. Marrying her to her nephew would provide her with peace of mind, while also avoiding potential mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. Regardless of whether she would have children in the future, Ruqing would always be regarded as her daughter. At this moment, hearing her mother state her thoughts openly caused her heart to flutter. Her mother had expressed her approval so quickly, indicating great satisfaction with Ruqing. However, mere maternal approval was insufficient. The mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship could be fraught with difficulties. Thus, she promptly observed the reactions of her 2 sisters-in-law. For a moment, the 2 sisters-in-law remained silent. Gushi even furrowed her brow, while Wang Shi sighed inwardly. Never mind. Matters of marriage require mutual affection, and her daughter was not someone who would struggle to find a match, so there was no need to force it. After a while, Gushi finally spoke. Chengchuan's teacher intends to betroth his daughter to her. As for Qinglin, he is as restless as a monkey, unable to stay at home. Which good daughter would willingly marry him? It is rather unkind to leave someone in solitude. Wang Chengchuan is the eldest, while Wang Qinglin is the second son. Wang Zixian furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately said nothing. Wang Shi smiled, saying, "Mother, I have a fondness for Ruqing, yet Qingrui is still pursuing his studies. Perhaps when he returns, we can arrange for him to meet the young lady." She paused momentarily, adding, "I do not concern myself with the family background of daughter, but I sincerely hope for the happiness of our children." Turning to Wang Zitting with a smile, she continued, "My husband and I do not desire our children to achieve great success. A harmonious family, filled with peace and happiness, is all we seek." Wang Zitting also smiled at her, and the couple exchanged glances filled with affection, indicating their harmonious relationship. Yao's expression softened considerably. "Of course, our family does not endorse blind marriages. It is essential that our children choose willingly." Wang Shi responded with a smile. "Our Ruqing has just reached her coming of age. This young girl has yet to fully comprehend these matters. It is premature to discuss such topics now. We shall see how the children feel in the future. Wang Shi provided an exit for everyone, indicating that Su Ruqing was still young and not necessarily bound to seek a connection with her maternal family, thereby preserving Su Ruqing's dignity. Wang Shi's expression darkened. Was her daughter to be deemed inferior to that illegitimate child? Meanwhile, Su Ruqing and Zhuofian followed the brothers Wang Chengchuan and Wang Chenglin, accompanied by a group of maids, into the courtyard. The two brothers exhibited strikingly different demeanors. Wang Chengchuan was mature and composed, akin to a steadfast pine tree, speaking little. If not for the gentle smile gracing his face, he might easily be mistaken for another Wang Zixian. In contrast, Wang Chenglin was playful and boisterous, reminiscent of a large boy who delighted in jesting. Upon their arrival, Wang Chengchuan presented them with gifts, treating both equally with earrings adorned with jade pendants, exquisitely crafted yet lively in essence. Though not of exorbitant value, they were indeed fine pieces. Zhuofian casually accepted hers and handed it to a maid, while Su Ruqing smiled as she received hers and expressed her gratitude before instructing Qing Feng to keep it safe. Wang Chenglin, however, prepared entirely different gifts: a piece of verdant jade with no inscriptions and a wooden bracelet with yellow and intricate patterns. Zhuofian unabashedly picked up the jade piece, exclaiming, "I have a preference for jade. I trust my sister Ruqing one team mind." "Not at all," Su Ruqing replied with a smile, picking up the bracelet and gently inhaling its rich fragrance. It was the scent of Dalbergia odorifera, commonly known as Hainan Wangwali, a wood with medicinal properties known for its ability to invigorate blood circulation, relieve pain, and possess antiseptic qualities. In powdered form, it could even stop bleeding from external injuries. In modern times, this tree has nearly vanished, and she was fortunate to have seen a piece of it, the size of a finger, in the collection of the National Medical Research Institute. She never anticipated to acquire an entire bracelet so effortlessly here. It seemed this species still existed, for the bracelet was freshly crafted. Su Ruqing's face lit up with delight. "Thank you, second cousin. It appears I must cultivate a good relationship with you." Wang Chenglin was amused by her reaction, stating, "I'm glad you like it." Zhuofian scoffed, a Navi bumpkin who has never seen the world, trying to ingratiate herself. "Cousin Yin, we are all family. How can you speak so?" Wang Chengchuan's smile faded. "You should apologize to cousin Ruqing. Am I wrong? A mere trinket brings her such joy. It is no wonder she is a daughter of a concubine, unaccustomed to the world." Zhuofian had held her breath for an eternity, finally releasing it. However, Su Ruqing remained unfazed, responding earnestly, different strokes for different folks. "Sister Yin, you have a penchant for precious jade, and you are free to indulge. I, on the other hand, have an affinity for Wangwali bracelets, which is equally my prerogative. Moreover, this is not just any Wangwali. It is aromatic sandalwood, an exceedingly rare medicinal material known for its benefits in promoting circulation and alleviating pain. Its advantages to health are manifold and cannot merely be quantified in monetary terms." Su Ruqing had effectively thrown the phrase ignorance is bliss back in her face. "You, how dare you mock me?" Zhuofian's face flushed with anger. How could this damned, illegitimate daughter have the audacity to ridicule her perceived superficiality? After all, what was an illegitimate daughter, really? How dare she scoff at her? Zhuofian resolved to inform her aunt to give this illegitimate girl a proper lesson. "I will tell my aunt to teach you a lesson," Zhuofian declared, turning to storm back inside to complain. Wang Chenglin, sweating profusely, hastily diverted the topic, exclaiming, "Speaking of which, I have returned with two remarkable treasures to show my two cousins." Indeed, their grandmother had summoned them, undoubtedly to discuss matters with their aunts. So it was best not to intrude. "I assure you, you have never seen anything like these. Today, I shall broaden your horizons," Wang Chenglin exaggeratedly proclaimed. Zhuofian recalled her unsympathetic uncle and felt a twinge of apprehension at the prospect of further reprimands. Listening to Wang Chenglin, she raised her chin defiantly. "I don't believe you. I have seen far more things than you can imagine. Sister Yin, you must pay close attention." Wang Chenglin wiped the sweat from his forehead, knowing that if his cousins clashed over his gifts, his father would surely make him regret it. He eagerly led the three of them to unveil the treasures he had acquired. With just a breeze, it can lift a person into the air, regardless of the wind's direction. Standing atop a mountain, it can swiftly glide down. It was an enormous kite, crafted not from mere paper, but from thick, oiled paper. With a frame not of wood, but of sturdy, lightweight bamboo, the strongest kind available. Josephine scoffed, "Country bumpkin, is this not simply an oversized kite? Is it truly worthy of such reverence? Second cousin, if you lack experience, you should visit Suzhou more often. These kites are countless there." Wang Chenglin retorted, "Sister Joie, the kind you speak of is merely for play. Mine can fly and carry people." Josephine, growing impatient, replied, "This very type, I have seen it before, descending directly from towering structures, not only capable of carrying people, but also cargo." Su Ruqing listened quietly, observing Josefine's demeanor with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. It seemed that Suzhou held many secrets. Chapter 38. She leaned in, pressing her lips against his. Wang Chenglin, unconvinced, declared, "If that is the case, allow me to show you something else." He produced a small vessel shaped like a bird, which appeared to be an ordinary boat, except for its underside, equipped with a roller and a rope. He swiftly turned the roller, and the rope retracted, then placed the boat onto the water. Upon releasing it, the boat astonishingly propelled itself forward. Su Ruqing, having witnessed countless advanced technologies of the modern era, recognized this innovation with familiarity. However, the presence of Wang Chenglin here suggests that he is perhaps the most favored talent of the Ministry of Works. Josephine cast a glance and, finding no interest, averted her gaze. Merely a common cargo ship, lacking in vigor. Bored, she strolled to the side, observing the flourishing peonies, casually plucking a blossom. Suzhou is more prosperous than Kyoto. Even the streets here are livelier. I have even seen individuals with yellow hair, she mused, but then abruptly fell silent. As a sudden thought crossed her mind. Impossible! How could there be anyone with yellow hair? You must be jesting. Wang Chenglin, however, heard her disbelief. Having traveled to numerous places, he had never encountered anyone with such hair. Josephine turned her head away. Could it not be dyed? I have seen wealthy matriarchs dye their hair black. It is entirely possible they could choose other colors as well. Wang Chengchuan regarded the two immature children and addressed the ever-silent Su Ruqing. "Cousin, if you find it too dull, you should read. I can have a couple of books sent to you. What subjects do you enjoy?" Su Ruqing shook her head. "I will return home after I digest my meal." "Thank you, elder cousin." She listened intently to Josephine, eager to glean more knowledge, aware that the Jiangnan region is intricate. Previously, someone had petitioned His Majesty, claiming there were tax issues in Jiangnan, a matter that had now fallen upon Su Mingxian. He had dispatched someone to investigate, but had yet to find an entry point. He intended to visit personally after the new year. If she could discover a lead from Josephine today, it would indeed be a significant assistance. Alas, Josephine seemed to feel she had misspoken and ceased her discourse. "Oh dear, how tedious! I shall return to my room and no longer play with you." Josephine hastily excused herself and walked away. Wang Chenglin, too, felt his enthusiasm dampened. He approached Su Ruqing. "Cousin, would you care to take a stroll through the market? I shall accompany you." "No, I am a bit weary and do not wish to browse the shops. Thank you, second cousin." Su Ruqing replied with a smile, jesting that venturing out at this time would be akin to seeking trouble. "What do you enjoy doing then? I could show you some of my treasures." Wang Chenglin smiled, observing Su Ruqing's face closely, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. "Cousin, I prefer to appreciate flowers and plants. These peonies are remarkably cultivated. I have never seen such large blooms before." Su Ruqing deftly shifted the topic, simultaneously creating distance. She had not forgotten that in this era, cousins could intermarry, a prospect she found unappealing. What if the offspring bore issues? The blame would inevitably fall upon the woman. Would she wish to live with such a burden? This particular flower was nurtured by my mother. She possesses a remarkable talent for gardening. Not only peonies, but over there are various other species. Should you wish, I can have my mother send you a couple of pots, Wang Chenglin patiently explained. Gentle and beautiful. Cousin Ruqing is far more understanding than that willful and ill-tempered cousin Fian. She embodies the essence of femininity. Su Ruqing boarded the carriage bound for the Ho residence with the Wang family, who smiled and inquired, "So, did you enjoy yourself?" Su Ruqing smiled, expressing her fondness for the harmonious atmosphere of a family devoid of cunning rivalries and trivial acquaintances. Her grandparents lived with remarkable clarity, adhering to their own principles and maximizing the comfort of life without forcing themselves to engage with inconsequential individuals. Wang remarked with a knowing smile, "I knew you would appreciate it. Whenever you have time, do accompany me back a couple more times." She suggested that it would be beneficial for Ruqing to meet Cheng Rue from her second sister-in-law's family, to explore any potential connections. In such an environment, free from concubines and the strife of illegitimate children vying for favor, only kin remained, and even minor disputes were taken lightly. This is what constitutes a true home. Sounds wonderful. Su Ruqing agreed, feeling no resistance. It would be even better to keep a close watch on the health of the entire family, especially considering the advanced age of the two elders, warranting no negligence. Upon arriving at the Ho residence, Wang returned to her quarters, while Su Ruqing instructed Qing Ting to relay a message to Su Lin. "Inform the young master that I wish to see him." Qing Ting soon returned, reporting, "The young master has gone to the palace and does not know when he will return." "Very well," Su Ruqing replied, understanding that it was not an urgent matter. Deciding to wait until Su Mingxian was available. Unexpectedly, in the dead of night, just as she had fallen asleep, Qing Ting hastily woke her. "Miss, Su Lin is looking for you. The young master has been injured." Su Ruqing quickly rose, hastily donning her clothes, and followed Su Lin to Tinglong courtyard. Su Mingxian lay weakly on a soft couch in the side hall, appearing semi-conscious, his clothes soaked through and his condition seemingly critical. Su Ruqing's expression changed dramatically as she rushed forward, realizing not only were there wounds, but also that poison had taken effect. How could this happen? Su Lin, too anxious to speak, moved forward to remove the upper portion of Su Mingxuan's clothing, revealing two deep sword wounds from which blood flowed profusely. She swiftly employed silver needles to staunch the bleeding, using the most effective hemostatic powder, managing to halt the blood flow, yet the poison had spread, causing relentless convulsions. Su Ruqing's countenance grew grave as she quickly prepared a prescription, handing it to Su Lin. "Go brew the medicine. Reduce 3 bowls of water to 1. Prepare 2 portions. One as swiftly as possible and the other on a gentle simmer." Su Lin hurried away, while Su Ruqing inserted numerous silver needles into Su Mingxuan's body, her expression tense. The poison had penetrated deep within. Should it reach his heart, even divine intervention would be futile. He was teetering on the brink of death. Losing a leg would be a tremendous loss, and the palace would undoubtedly retaliate against the loyal and brave Ho residents. Su Ruqing seized a dagger, decisively slicing the tips of Su Mingxuan's 10 fingers. Qing Ting, apply pressure to these 2 acupoints. As she directed the silver needles from the heart outward, sweat beaded on her forehead, yet only faint traces of dark blood emerged from his fingers. "Third miss the medicine," Su Lin exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he rushed back. "Administer it to him." Su Ruqing glanced at the bowl of medicine. Su Lin half-supported Su Mingxian as Su Ruqing pinched his chin with one hand while using the other to feed him the concoction. Alas, the one line there showed no sign of response. Su Lin's anxiety reached its peak. "Master, drink the medicine. Master, wake up, drink the medicine." The soup trickled down his lips, igniting a wave of urgency among those present. Su Ruqing gazed at the untouched medicinal soup, her eyes drifting to Su Mingxuan's flushed face. A shadow crossed her features as she raised the bowl to her lips and leaned down to press her mouth against his. Chapter 39. Had she just kissed her elder brother? Of course not. This was an act of desperation to save a life. Qing Ting widened her eyes, turning her head away as if to pretend she had seen nothing. Meanwhile, Su Lin observed the scene, his gaze flickering with an unusual intensity towards Su Ruqing. "What are you staring at? This is a matter of life and death. You should act as if you have seen nothing. Understood?" Su Ruqing spoke in a firm tone, her heart racing. Had she truly kissed her elder brother? Certainly not. It was solely for the sake of saving him. Yes, both responded hastily. Yet their minds raced with a singular thought. Heaven above. The master and the third young lady have kissed? Good heavens! Have the heir and the young lady truly shared a kiss? Before long, dark blood trickled from her fingertips, exuding an indescribable scent. Su Ruching checked his pulse, relieved to find it had stabilized considerably. With a slight exhale, she observed the blood on her fingers had finally turned a vivid red. Only then did she bandage her wounds, meticulously tending to them, as she removed the silver needles from his body. Standing up, she felt utterly drained. Third young lady, do you need a rest? Please arrange a room nearby for me. Su Mingxian had not yet fully escaped danger. If he were to spike a fever again in the dead of night, she would need to be close at hand. Understood. Su Ruching opened her eyes, momentarily disoriented, unsure of her surroundings. Miss, the heir still has a high fever. Qing Ting approached and whispered. I shall take a look. Su Ruching examined Su Mingxuan's flushed face closely. Frowning. I need to prescribe a new remedy. Do you have any Tian Shan, Snow Lotus in the manor? Su Lin Thou Wen. No, but I will send someone to retrieve it immediately. He hastily instructed his hidden guards and rushed to the palace. Observing Su Mingxian's feverish form, Su Ruching inserted several needles at points to reduce the fever, instructing Qing Ting, fetch me some strong alcohol. She removed Su Mingxuan's clothing and footwear, directing Su Lin to wipe his armpits, neck, face, and soles. Su Lin's hands trembled as he carried out her orders, yet Su Mingxuan's temperature showed no sign of abating, causing him to grow anxious. Third young lady, will the master be all right? Su Lin voiced his concerns, panic rising within him. The master had previously suffered from poison and injury-induced fevers, but never to this extent, and now he seemed unresponsive. Su Ruching felt uncertain as well. The severity of the situation was unprecedented. She reapplied ointment to the wounds and frowned. Bring in a tub of warm water. Su Lin has tita, but the master has injuries. First, we must reduce the fever, Su Ruching declared as she removed the silver needles. Understood. Su Lin gave the order, and soon a bathing tub was brought in. He, along with others, carefully placed Su Mingxian in the tub. In the frigid winter, the warm water quickly turned cold, prompting Su Lin to cautiously add hot water, ensuring the temperature remained comfortable while steadying Su Mingxuan's body. Su Ruching personally wet a cloth with the strong alcohol, gently wiping his neck. Suddenly, a cloaked figure entered, whispering something in Su Lin's ear. What? Damn it! Su Lin cursed, his anger flaring. Despicable, shameless scoundrels. How dare they kick someone when they are down? Su Ruching furrowed her brow. What is the matter? Su Lin gritted his teeth in anger. The palace has been locked down. Our people are not allowed entry. After infiltrating, we found that His Majesty is with the Imperial concubine, and we cannot reach the chief steward. The Imperial Medical Bureau is evasive, claiming they cannot access the storeroom without His Majesty's command. Those wretched sycophants are merely taking advantage of our master's severe injury to kick him while he is down. Su Ruching immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The chief eunuch had evidently aligned himself with the second prince. As the emperor's confidant, this presented a significant predicament. Su Lin, his eyes reddened with fury, lamented, when our master was favored, they all fawned over him. But now that he is away, they have conspired against him. Su Ruching was aware that Su Mingxian had recently been preoccupied, returning just in time to deal with Su Rulian's matters. She had not anticipated the perilous circumstances that would ensue. Indeed, it appeared that any involvement with that throne would incite madness. Clearly, the investigation had encroached upon the interests of certain individuals. It was evident that the second prince was behind this. Without further ado, she resolved to procure snow lotus powder from Bai Keitang. Thankfully, during her previous collection of medicinal herbs, she had encountered an elderly man selling crushed Tianshan snow lotus. She had gathered the petals, ground them into powder, intending to incorporate them into a new beauty balm, yet had not found the opportunity to use them. The medicinal properties of the powder were far inferior to those of the entire Tianshan snow lotus, but it was better than nothing. Qing Ting swiftly darted out and soon returned with remarkable speed. Su Ruching prepared the medicine anew, incorporating the snow lotus powder. Concerned that the potency might be insufficient, she added it all at once, wincing at the thought of depleting her entire stock. It seemed she was still too impoverished. Once she completed her current tasks, she intended to cultivate a winter greenhouse, not only to ensure a year-round supply of fruits and vegetables, but also to cultivate numerous perennial herbs at will. She envisioned a time when she could utilize any remedy without constraint, refusing to allow anyone to look down upon her. After thoroughly mixing the medicine, she gazed at the unconscious Su Mingxian, noticing from the corner of her eye that Su Lin and Qing Ting had already turned away, resignedly sighing. She pinched Su Mingxuan's chin, administering the medicine while feeling a twinge of anxiety. "Elder brother, you must awaken, otherwise I shall suffer a loss of both my medicinal resources and my reputation, along with the support of powerful allies." Suddenly, Su Mingxian coughed softly a couple of times, and Su Ruqing's eyes brightened. With a swift motion, she plunged a silver needle into an acupoint. Su Lin felt a jolt of instinctive pain, as if the needle had pierced him instead. Indeed, under the excruciating agony, Su Mingxian let out a muffled groan and opened his eyes. Initially clouded with confusion, his gaze sharpened upon seeing Su Ruqing. However, the moment he recognized his own condition, his expression darkened. "Get out!" His voice was hoarse yet commanding, leaving no room for argument. Su Ruqing blinked, quickly withdrawing all the silver needles. "All right, elder brother. I shall leave at once. Your awakening is what matters." She gestured to Su Lin, whispering instructions to forego a bath, change clothes, and promptly take the medicine. Once Su Lin had attended to Su Mingxuan's medication and clothing, Su Ruqing re-entered to take his pulse. "Be attentive to your wounds, change the dressings regularly, and take your medicine on time." She then recounted the words spoken by Zhuo Fian during their visit to the Wang residence. Su Mingxian heard the resounding sound of a gigantic kite descending from the high wall, and the expression of the blond man instantly darkened. Su Ruqing had long harbored suspicions. If there were issues with taxation in Jiangnan, it could only be due to intertwined interests. All officials in Jiangnan seemed to be in collusion, secretly smuggling goods, as it was only overseas that one would encounter such blonde individuals. Evidently, despite Jiangnan's flourishing industries over the past 2 years, visibly thriving, the tax revenue had not significantly increased, which itself posed a considerable concern. Throughout history, tax evasion has been an insurmountable dilemma. After all, a crystal-clear river yields no fish. However, when it exceeds the tolerance of those in power, it becomes a path to self-destruction. Observing Su Mingxian's expression, she swiftly comprehended that calamity was looming over Jiangnan. "You must be weary today. It would be wise to return and rest early." At this moment, Su Mingxian realized it was just before dawn, evidently having spent the night. He cleared his throat. "There is a palace banquet tomorrow. Dawn is approaching. Let Su Lin escort you." Su Ruqing nodded in acquiescence, not wishing to refuse. Su Lin could aid her in avoiding encounters on her way back to the courtyard. Despite their familial ties, her prolonged stay overnight was inappropriate, and should they be discovered, both might find themselves in trouble. As Su Ruqing and her attendant entered the courtyard, Su Lin was about to depart when his gaze suddenly fell upon a glimpse of a dress at the corner, and his expression shifted. "Damn it, someone has seen us. Zap the bon mui, Su Ming Sun. Dare you act without bearing the consequences? That is your third sister." Upon entering her room, Su Ruqing collapsed onto her bed, utterly exhausted. She intended to rest, but it seemed she had barely closed her eyes when Qing Feng roused her. "Miss, the matriarch requests your presence." Qing Feng, recalling Anne's stern countenance, added, "Miss, it doesn't seem to bode well." When I inquired with Anne about the matter, she did not elaborate, merely stating that you would understand upon your arrival. Su Ruqing nodded, her body aching as she rose, hastily tidying herself and changing clothes before swiftly heading to Songbai Courtyard. Upon entering, she was met with the cold countenance of the matriarch, who fixed a sharp gaze upon her and commanded in a low voice, "Everyone leave." In an instant, aside from Su Ruqing, Qing Ting, the matriarch, and Jiang Momo, the room was emptied entirely. "Su Ruqing, where have you gone astray? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions?" The matriarch gritted her teeth, her gaze towards Su Ruqing laced with disappointment. Su Ruqing's mind buzzed, utterly at a loss as to where she had erred. She endeavored to observe the matriarch's expression, her demeanor earnest as she sought to convey an attitude of contrition. Qing truly does not know. I implore grandmother to enlighten me. Her response seemed to further infuriate the matriarch. Taking a deep breath, the matriarch pointed towards the inner room. Go there and kneel. Rise only when you comprehend your faults. Yes. Su Ruqing, witnessing the matriarch's barely contained fury, wisely refrained from arguing and proceeded into the inner room. Jiang Momo hastily placed a cushion before Su Ruqing, subtly indicating towards the east. The east? To the east lies the main house, and beyond that is Su Mingxian's courtyard. In an instant, Su Ruqing understood. It appeared that Su Lin had returned her, and the matriarch had discovered it. Truly, one fears what one encounters. Her cousin returned early in the morning from her brother's courtyard, and it spread that they had both finished playing. It is no wonder that grandmother was so furious. After all, she was the only granddaughter of the second branch, while the other cousin was the future heir of the Marquis's estate, destined to represent the family's prestige. If she were to drag Su Mingxian down with her, not only would the old lady not forgive her, but she herself would also find it impossible to forgive her actions. This was a strong ally she had painstakingly secured, and her future ability to live as a dignified widow in high society depended on the strength of this alliance. Yet, she had foolishly turned this strong ally into a mere shadow of its former self, even dragging herself into the mud alongside it, leaving her with nowhere to weep. She realized she had been somewhat careless and indeed deserved to be punished. With this in mind, she knelt obediently, determined not to shirk her responsibility. It was as if she was tightening the skin around her own conscience. However, after a night of exhaustion, her entire body ached, and she could not help but sway slightly. Upon seeing her struggle to maintain her posture, the old lady turned her head in anger. After a moment, noticing that Su Ruqing remained dutifully kneeling, seemingly oblivious to her transgression, she could not resist approaching her. Third miss, do you understand that what was offered was not a favorable transaction? The old lady implied, interactions between individuals must adhere to a certain measure. Excess can be detrimental. For a woman, being overly proactive may diminish her value. Moreover, a woman's chastity. Su Ruqing was perplexed. On the surface, her actions as a younger sister, showing initiative towards her future brother-in-law, did not seem to lack dignity. How else could she lead a carefree life in the future? Cough, cough. Grandmother, the third miss will surely be more mindful of her distance from her cousin in the future, won't you? Third miss? Old Madame Jiang, sensing the old lady's harsh words might hurt the girl's dignity, quickly intervened, attempting to soften the tone. After all, it was merely a matter of cousins growing a bit closer. Such severity could damage the child's self-esteem. Yes, indeed, I will be careful in the future, Su Ruqing replied, following Jiang Mama's lead, yet still bewildered by her grandmother's words. As a cousin, she certainly should not have spent the night in her brother's courtyard. But what did transaction and diminished value mean? Furthermore, how had it escalated to the point of chastity? She was not clandestinely meeting with a man. Old Madame Su immediately sensed she had nearly revealed too much. Yet upon seeing Su Ruqing's evident confusion, she felt a headache coming on. She turned and walked back to the outer hall, deliberately facing away to avoid the sight. Observing the seemingly clever young girl acting so foolishly, kneel there. Rise only when you comprehend your folly. Nevertheless, she pondered whether to summon a discreet physician to check the girl's pulse, lest she find herself in an unexpected predicament without any formal commitment. The more old Madame Su thought about it, the angrier she became, and even the soft-spoken Mama Ma's attempts to soothe her were in vain. Consumed by rage, she recalled that such matters require mutual understanding. One hand cannot clap alone. She commanded Mama Ma, have the heir summoned. Her tone bore a hint of barely contained fury. Yes. Mama Ma approached the door, but returned again. What now? Is it forbidden for me to even invite him over for a discussion? Old Madame Su snapped, her irritation spilling over onto everyone around her. Madame Ma reluctantly took 2 steps aside, exclaiming, the young master has arrived. Elder Madame Su cast a cold glance, her eyes resting on the grandson she once took pride in, now filled with regret. At that moment, as Su Mingxian approached leisurely, It was as if the suppressed flames of anger had been doused with oil. Upon entering, elder Madame Su could no longer contain herself, demanding, "How dare you show your face here?" Su Mingxuan's gaze shifted slightly, revealing Su Ruqing kneeling in the inner room. The calm demeanor he had maintained dissipated, replaced by a hint of sternness. What does grandmother mean by this? Elder Madame Su glared at him. Su Mingxian, you dare to act without taking responsibility. That is your third sister. Having already learned from Su Lin about Su Ruqing's accident that morning, and knowing the witnesses were from the elder lady's courtyard, he felt compelled to offer an explanation. However, he pondered, was it truly a matter of daring to act without accountability? What exactly had he done? Su Mingxian furrowed his brow slightly. I must admit my oversight in this matter. It is not my third sister's fault. I implore you, grandmother, to allow her to rise while I provide an explanation. Elder Madame Su's expression darkened as she prepared to question him further, but Madame Ma tugged at her sleeve, casting a glance towards the inner room and subtly shaking her head. Taking a deep breath, Elder Madame Su finally declared, "Third girl, return to your courtyard." Su Ruqing recognized her presence was of no assistance, and, feeling fatigued, gracefully bowed to Elder Madame Su and took her leave, glancing at Su Mingxian as she passed. How could she still walk over in such a condition? Su Mingxian noticed her gaze and subtly shook his head, signaling her to remain at ease. Elder Madame Su observed this exchange with a cold snort, remarking that if she did not wish to leave, she might as well return and kneel in place. Su Ruqing hurriedly stepped out, not daring to look back. Once she departed, Elder Madame Su fixed her cold eyes on Su Mingxian. "Now, enlighten me, you rascal. How will you explain the third girl returning from your courtyard this morning? If anyone were to witness this, Shi Wunti survived the day. If he were to regain his status, it would merely be a tale of his youthful indiscretions, but her granddaughter would face far graver consequences. The side consort of the crown prince, though still a concubine, could not compare to the ordinary ones. If he treated the third girl well in the future and they had children, she would have some security. Yet, he had not yet regained his status. The chaos among siblings would only lead to disastrous rumors, potentially driving the third girl to despair. The audacity of this rascal. Even a rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow, yet he dares to pursue his own cousin so openly. And he had not even restored his status yet. How outrageous. Chapter 41. If I do not come, I fear my third sister may kneel until dawn. Su Ming Sun Baoet Zet Pet Fun. Grandmother, I truly underestimated the gravity of this situation. Straightening his posture, he signaled Su Lin to close the door, then unfastened his cloak, revealing his outer garment once again drenched in blood. It was evident that the blood, which had seemingly stopped, had begun to flow again due to his reckless movements. What has happened to you? Su Lin, alarmed, exclaimed quickly, "Summon the doctor." Madame Su was taken aback, not expecting such severe injuries beneath the cloak. With such grievous wounds, nothing could have transpired last night, could it? No need for concern. I have made some progress on the matters entrusted by His Majesty. I was ambushed upon my return, but I have already received treatment and am not in danger of losing my life. Initially, I was no longer bleeding, yet when I received the urgent summons from grandmother, I dared not delay my arrival. Su Mingxian, recalling the sight of Su Ruqing kneeling, deliberately made a pointed remark. "Please take a seat. What were you thinking? Coming here in your injured state?" It would suffice for Su Lin to convey the message. Madame Su gazed at Su Mingxian's pale visage, unable to suppress her reproach. "At your age, how can you not take better care of yourself? If I do not come, I fear my third sister would kneel until tomorrow." Su Mingxian's tone betrayed his discontent with grandmother's punishment of Su Ruqing. He continued, "I had a high fever last night, and the physician in the manor was at a loss. We were missing a precious herb, the Tianshan snow lotus, which I could not procure despite searching high and low. I remembered that my third sister enjoys concocting skin creams, and she possessed powdered Tianshan snow lotus. So I sent word to her. Upon hearing of my injury, she felt it improper to feign ignorance as a sister. So she came personally to deliver the remedy and check on my condition, considering whether to inform you. After all, at your advanced age, I worried you might be frightened. Once she saw I was safe, she returned, only to be unexpectedly encountered by others. This oversight on my part nearly compromised my third sister's reputation. Clearly, Su Mingxian had spoken at length, and fatigue began to show in his labored breaths and pallid complexion, as if he might faint at any moment. Enough. Now that matters have been clarified, you must return to rest. If the imperial physician is required, your father can summon him. Madame Su observed Su Mingxuan's state, feeling both exasperation and concern. Then, grandmother, I shall take my leave, Su Mingxian said, wrapping his cloak around himself once more before slowly making his exit. Madame Su watched his retreating figure, releasing a deep sigh. You truly frightened this old woman. Madam, is it possible you have misunderstood something? Asked Jiang Mama, puzzled. Madame Su felt a flush of embarrassment. Can you truly blame me? Given the last incident where the second girl harmed the third, it is evident that he is far closer to the third than to the second, threatening the eldest, his adoptive father, and marrying the second girl off to a poor scholar to avenge the third. Such treatment of the fourth girl pales in comparison to that of the third. Indeed, the heir treats the third young lady exceptionally well, Jiang Mama acknowledged. The bond between siblings is strong. Thus, upon learning of her cousin's injury, it is not too outrageous for the sister to visit and deliver medicine, even if the timing was a bit premature. Suddenly, she recalled Madame Su's pointed remarks about Su Ruqing, and with her understanding of Madame Su's character, she halted abruptly, her eyes widening. Madam, you cannot possibly think. Madame Su, feeling a twinge of guilt, cleared her throat. After all, they're not true siblings. One is aware of his identity, and he shows no caution around the third young lady, despite their lack of blood relation, and at such an impetuous age. She gestured towards the palace, within those walls. Arrangements for concubines have long been made. Although the second prince has yet to marry a primary wife, he has several concubines. Unexpectedly, the third young lady returned early in the morning, and upon entering the house, she was so fatigued that she fell asleep. Did I misinterpret the situation, or is it genuinely as it appears? At this moment, Nurse Jiang laughed heartily, unable to contain herself, until the matriarch, Lady Su, became vexed and indignant. She hastily responded, My dear lady, you are truly overthinking. The third young lady is far more sincere than the second miss, and possesses a greater understanding than the fourth. It is evident that the heir, having grown up in the Su household, regards the third young lady as a beloved sister, which explains his attentive care. Lady Su pursed her lips, for after all, she had watched the child grow up. Though she seemed cold and indifferent, she was genuinely so. Typically, silence speaks volumes. However, just moments ago, her explanations concerning the third young lady surpassed all the words she had heard in an entire year. Could he truly be such a caring and devoted brother? Why was she so skeptical? Su Mingxian collapsed upon entering the side gate. Su Lin was startled and hurriedly summoned the physician to check his pulse, relieved to find no serious issues, just a need for rest. He sighed in relief. What a fuss over such a minor matter. Why must he come in person? He could have simply sent a message. When Su Ruqing awoke, the sky had already darkened. After a light meal, unable to sleep, she revisited her previously organized medical records and confirmed that the prescriptions were satisfactory before handing them to Qing Ting, instructing, Deliver this to Manager Zhou and remember to keep a copy. Let them learn the basics for now. The specifics will be tailored once I meet those individuals for further instruction and comprehensive training. Qing Ting hurried off, and Su Ruqing organized the medicinal herbs sent by Su Lin from Yaojiang, discovering that some were indeed missing. She skillfully concocted a prescription to counteract the goo poison with the available herbs. It seemed another trip to Miaojiang was necessary, not only to detoxify Mo, but also to procure some robust herbs for transplantation. One day, she aspired to concoct any potion at will, regardless of whether the imperial physicians had it or not. She would possess it all. The following day, the palace banquet did not distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate daughters, and many from prominent families attended. Su Ruoyan was not yet betrothed. Thus, madam, you brought her 3 daughters along. Su Ruqing observed Su Ruoyan, who appeared as she always did. And the earlier outburst of madness seemed but a figment of her imagination. She had reverted to her usual soft-spoken demeanor. Moreover, Su Ruoyan was exquisitely adorned from head to toe, clearly putting in effort. Was she intending to outshine all at the banquet, Or was there mischief afoot? Given her understanding of Su Rulian and her aunt, it was quite unusual for these two to act honestly. Unusual behavior often indicates deception. These two clearly had schemes in mind. Even Su Rushuang cast a perplexed glance at Su Rulian, remarking, "You are on the verge of marriage, yet you dress so flamboyantly. Do you intend to marry someone else?" Su Ruching shared this sentiment, but refrained from speaking, resolved to embody discretion today, as serious matters took precedence. She glanced at Qingting, who clutched a box tightly, subtly nodding to Su Ruching, indicating all was well. Su Rulian defiantly insisted, "I simply wish to broaden my horizons." Su Rushuang let out a cold laugh, clearly unconvinced, yet she opted to remain silent. A few horse-drawn carriages swiftly arrived at the gates of the palace, forming a line at the western entrance before disembarking in unison to proceed inside. Su Ruching spotted an acquaintance, who evidently recognized her as well. Noticing the furrowed brows of the other, Su Ruching furrowed her own slightly, hoping that this encounter would not disrupt the overall situation. Chapter 42. The disguised matchmaking banquet in the palace. "You're the one. Last time you collided with my carriage and then fled." A brazen voice approached, belonging to the young lady who had previously claimed to reside at the Duke of Zhengguo's estate. Regarding the previous incident, there were numerous witnesses to discern right from wrong. Your mere words cannot reverse the truth. If your memory fails you, perhaps you should consider taking some medicine to remedy it, Su Ruching retorted without hesitation, though she maintained her composure due to the location. "Ruching, what is going on?" The Yu family and the Wang family approached, astonished by the audacity of this young lady at the palace gates. Even the matriarchs from the Wang family, Gu and Wan, came over silently to express their stance. Su Ruching briefly recounted the events of that day, including how the young lady obstructed her carriage, and how Su Mingxian later intervened, sending for members of the Duke of Zhengguo's household to resolve matter. She spoke at a volume just loud enough for those nearby to hear. In an instant, the gazes of onlookers towards the young lady shifted with a hint of disdain. They had seen unruly behavior before, but never at the palace gates. Surely, if the child lacked sense, her parents could not be utterly foolish. Did they not fear the trouble such a fool might bring upon their family? He nodded knowingly. She understood Ruching well. The young lady's arrogance at the palace gates spoke volumes about the events of that day. Unashamed, the girl turned to complain to the ladies from the Duke of Zhengguo's household. "Aunt, it was her who made me walk back last time. My feet are blistered." The ladies attending the palace banquet from the Duke of Zhengguo's household included Lady Zhao, the esteemed first wife, and Lady Min, the second wife, who brought along their younger kin. Lady Zhao remained at a distance, while Lady Min approached. With an apologetic tone, Lady Min said, "Sister, my niece has been spoiled. Please do not take offense." Qing Jia apologized to the countess. Min Wanqing, the daughter of Lady Min's brother, resided in the Duke of Zhengguo's estate, hoping her aunt would assist in finding her a suitable suitor. Su Ruching remained silent as you smiled and remarked, "It is understandable. Daughters are often pampered at home, and a bit of arrogance is to be expected. However, dear sister, your niece truly needs better guidance. I recall your Xinjia is not so presumptuous. Certainly not at the palace gates." Xinjia refers to Yulan Xin, the legitimate daughter of the second branch of the Duke of Zhengguo's family, known for her grace and accomplishments in music, chess, painting, and literature. At the tender age of maturity, suitors were already vying for her. Yet the Duke's household had declared their intention to delay any discussions of marriage for a couple more years, presumably to await the palace's confirmation of the crown prince before making a decision. U.S. comparison of Yulan Xin was a subtle jab at Lady Min. For after all, whose daughter was not cherished at home? One may exhibit a degree of affection within the confines of one's home. However, to display such sentiments before others may be deemed rather thoughtless. Moreover, this individual is merely the niece of the Min family and does not qualify as a genuine daughter of the Duke of the state. Her lineage may be impressive, but her demeanor is decidedly lacking. Lady Yu, while addressing her as sister-in-law, spoke with less courtesy than one would extend to a stranger. "I refuse to apologize. Who are you, a married woman, to speak to Min Wanqing?" At that moment, Lady Yu's second wife, Min, interrupted. "Silence. You risk disturbing the esteemed guest." Be wary of the consequences. My apologies. I shall escort her away, she replied. Min sensed the disapproving gazes of those around her and felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Hastily pulling Min, Wan Qing away, increasingly doubting her husband's judgment. With such a person, could one truly ensure no calamity would befall the family if she were to enter the residence of the second prince? Su Ruiyan observed quietly, her eyes shimmering. It was evident that the young lady from the Duke of the State held a strong disdain for Su Ruqing. An enemy's enemy is indeed a friend. This banquet, a splendid opportunity, had presented her with a scapegoat, and she could not afford to squander it. Upon entering the palace and greeting the esteemed consort Zheng, the group strolled through the imperial garden, separated by a pond adorned with lotus flowers from a multitude of men engaged in activities such as pot throwing, archery, and chess. Clearly, yet another indirect matchmaking banquet was being held by the palace. The main focus was undoubtedly the two legitimate sons of the Duke of Southern Pacification, though it remained uncertain which unfortunate soul would be chosen for an alliance. Su Ruqing sat quietly in a pavilion, careful not to approach the pond's edge, wary of falling into a trap. Soon, the banquet commenced, and the attendees took their seats in the grand hall according to their respective ranks. To her surprise, the male and female guests were merely separated by a screen. Following her plan, Su Ruqing took a delicacy containing peanuts, having previously cured her allergy. She delicately applied a small amount of medicinal powder to her face, and, as anticipated, she soon felt a slight swelling. The Duke of Southern Pacification had also arrived. Although he was the emperor's brother, he appeared significantly older than the sovereign seated above him. Perhaps the harsh winds of the border had aged his skin. Beside him was the holy maiden of Miaojiang, seemingly in her 20s, clad in traditional Miao attire, her attire light and airy, complemented by sheer veil. Her delicate features hardly suggested a connection to insect manipulation. However, the adornments she bore and the several pouches clearly indicated they were not mere decorations, but rather items related to sorcery, deserving of respect. Outwardly, they seemed an ill-matched pair, yet one sought beauty while the other sought power, and that was sufficient. Su Ruqing mused, discreetly observing as the Duke of Southern Pacification took his seat among the male guests alongside the holy maiden. Halfway through the banquet, Emperor Li Feng, donned in a dragon robe, rose from his throne, as did consort Zheng, dressed in a hue closely resembling imperial red. Today, I have specially organized a welcoming feast for the Duke of Southern Pacification, my royal brother, to commend his diligent service at our southern borders. Li Feng proclaimed with a smile, raising his cup, contemplating how the holy maiden of Miaojiang would become a concubine to the Duke, undoubtedly assisting the Li dynasty in restraining the southern Liao, yet it was ultimately due to the Duke's efforts. Should the Prince of Zhennan harbor treachery, the region of Miaojiang would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable threat. His desire for a union and the placement of spies in the capital must not culminate in alliances with those wielding power. It is imperative to ensure that the individuals involved are utterly trustworthy and capable of relaying information regarding the Prince of Zhennan. A contemplative gaze swept across the assembly of officials. Your Majesty, the Prince of Zhennan proclaimed with a smile, rising to toast with a seemingly respectful demeanor. Yet his stance bore a hint of recklessness, his eyes brimming with ambition. At that moment, Consort Zheng interjected with a smile, suggesting, to enliven the atmosphere, why not invite the esteemed young ladies present to showcase their talents? It would indeed be a delight for me and the other ladies. Her words hinted at the notion of the prince's son selecting a future bride. Upon her suggestion, the banquet hall fell into an immediate silence. After all, the daughters of noble families were not mere entertainers, akin to courtesans. While such exhibitions might be acceptable at palace feasts, where they could garner attention from the elite, today was a matter of matrimony. One misstep could lead to far-flung marriages, and what difference did it make if it were the son of the Prince of Zhennan? As beauty fades, affection wanes. Should they later find themselves in distress, with a powerful in-law and a distant maternal family, who would heed their cries for help? Moreover, should the Prince of Zhennan conspire against the throne, it would be a mere trifle for the emperor to suspect the entire family involved in this alliance, potentially leading to their ruin. In that instant, every noble daughter diligently sought to diminish their presence, fearing the attention of the dignitaries might fall upon them. Su Ruqing discreetly observed her surroundings and noted that the women were dressed in understated elegance, far removed from ostentation, merely ensuring they did not appear ill-mannered. Only a handful of illegitimate daughters dared to adorn themselves extravagantly. Just then, a young woman boldly stood up, Su Rulian. All eyes turned towards her, and the expressions of the Yu and Wang families transformed dramatically. The sound of a cup shattering echoed from the male guest's side as Su Zhiqing, the loyal and brave marquis seated across, was equally astonished at Su Rulian's audacity to stand forth. Su Ruqing's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Su Rulian truly did not miss any opportunity to seek her own demise. Chapter 43. Was that a mosquito? No, it was a cursed insect. Your Majesty, I am the second daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, Su Rulian. Allow me to perform a dance, to cast a stone to attract jade. Upon her declaration, Consort Zheng, who had previously received no response, appeared considerably more at ease. You are quite the sensible one. Do showcase your talents, Consort Zheng replied, her expression laced with satisfaction as she regarded Su Rulian. Su Rulian beamed with pride, casting a fleeting glance at Su Ruqing before stepping forward to commence her dance. It must be said that the favored concubine's influence over the years was truly remarkable. Despite her humble beginnings as a mere maid, she had cultivated her daughter's skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, evidently well-versed in the preferences of men, having learned from her own tribulations to ensure her daughter was well-prepared. Su Ruqing silently observed Su Rulian's graceful movements, clearly indicating that Su Rulian had devoted considerable effort to her craft. Once her performance concluded, Su Rulian executed a soft, elegant bow, declaring, I have embarrassed myself. Consort Zheng, smiling, responded, Rise, for you truly are a daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, talented and perceptive. You flatter me. Su Rulian respectfully performed a curtsy before returning to her seat. As soon as she settled down, she sensed the palpable disdain from those in the Ho residence, particularly from Madame Yu, who cast her a frosty glance. Ignoring it, she observed Su Ruqing's serene countenance. The resentment flickered in her eyes. What did it matter if she was punished? It wouldn't cost her life. In any case, she had no intention of marrying a poor scholar. She firmly believed that her graceful dance would leave an indelible impression, and she was determined to wed a man of high status. Su Ruqing would see. Subsequently, several elegantly dressed concubines showcased their talents one after another. Concubine Zheng, upon noticing that all the performers were concubines, wore a displeased expression and inquired, Pray tell, are all the talented individuals from lesser birth? Are the legitimate daughters merely for decoration? Her words were decidedly blunt. Concubine Zheng, though not an empress at present, wielded the phoenix seal and commanded the harem. How dare these individuals look down upon her, presenting her with mere trifles from the lower ranks? Her gaze swept across the assembly, and she was eager to see who would dare defy her. Her attention suddenly fell upon the residence of the Duke of Zhen. To make an example, one must select a suitably plump chicken to slaughter for impact. Who could be more appropriate than the royal family and the empress's niece? I have heard that Miss Lanxin from the Duke of Zhen's household possesses both grace and talent, renowned as the finest lady in the capital. Might I have the honor of appreciating her skills? Although concubine Zheng appeared courteous, her demeanor brooked no refusal. Who would dare to decline such a gracious invitation? Yu Lanxin's complexion paled slightly, yet she could only rise and respond, Your Highness, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise. I am grateful for your kindness, and I shall humbly present my talents. With that, she stepped forward to unveil her preparations. 4 easels were arranged around her, each adorned with a canvas, while 2 specially crafted brushes and a large canvas lay before her. Her gaze subtly scanned the male guest's direction. Soon, as the drums began to beat, Yu Lanxin gracefully wrapped the 2 brushes in her silk scarf, holding them firmly in her hands. Following the rhythm, she spun around the table, simultaneously releasing the scarf, which landed on 2 separate canvases. She then retrieved the brushes and continued to paint on the canvas before her. As the tempo intensified, she twirled faster, her hands moving with increasing speed. Gradually, the four canvases revealed elegant characters in cursive script, while the large canvas began to depict majestic mountains, flowing waters, and rocky terrains. Clearly, this was a dance of painting, a formidable display of skill, demanding both artistic talent and physical endurance from the performer. To rotate while writing and painting was a challenge in itself, and to accomplish it across 5 canvases elevated the difficulty immensely. Instantly, the expressions of all the legitimate daughters soured, and Su Rulian's visage was particularly grim. Her earlier assertion of merely wishing to inspire was nothing but modesty. She had anticipated that her performance would shine brightly in comparison and could not fathom falling short. As a result of Yu Lanxin's overwhelming performance, she has indeed become the proverbial brick to attract jade. Her earlier humility now seems almost laughable. With Yu Lanxin setting such a high bar, anyone who follows will inevitably be diminished to insignificance. Su Ruqing observed quietly, when suddenly her eyes flickered. Was that a mosquito? No, it was a cursed insect. By this time, ordinary mosquitoes would have long perished. Su Ruqing focused on the minuscule flying creature that had ventured and unnoticed, her brow furrowed. Was it attempting to cast a spell on everyone? She had anticipated that today's banquet was nothing less than a treacherous trap. She quietly instructed Qing Tian a few words, to which Qing Tian nodded, carefully clutching the box in her arms, and stealthily departed. At that moment, Yu Lanxin had just completed her performance, slightly out of breath. Your Majesty. Lanxin takes her leave. She returned to her seat, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the male guests, her eyes betraying a glimmer of hope. The next moment, a round of applause erupted from the male guests. Indeed, she truly lives up to her lineage from the Duke of the State. The Prince of Jinan laughed heartily. It was evident that he was the one applauding. With his words, Zheng Gefei's expression darkened immediately. She denied the prince an opportunity to speak, fearing he might propose a marriage, and hastily interjected. Even if Lady Lanxin is exceptional, I know well that throughout history there has never been a first in literature nor a second in martial arts. Each of you young ladies is naturally distinguished in both appearance and talent. As she spoke, her gaze eagerly sought out the prominent young ladies present. Yet, all she could see were their heads bowed, clearly reluctant to step forward after Yu Lanxin had stolen the spotlight, fearing they would be overshadowed. Internally, she couldn't help but feel exasperated. A group of fools, each claiming to be talented, yet now they appeared like quails. The Prince of Jinan surely would truly consider an alliance with the Duke of the State. Would he? If the prince became a supporter of the Duke, that woman from the harem would surely resurface. She knew that the wretched child from 18 years ago was still alive. Once she discovered the identity of that child, she would ensure their demise to eliminate any future threats. The crown prince must be her son. The throne must belong to her son. Zheng Gefei's expression was evidently unsatisfactory as her gaze roamed, contemplating which family loyal to the second prince had a suitable young lady for a union with the Prince of Jinan. Su Ruqing observed those cursed insects now approaching. She furrowed her brow, pondering how she might discreetly eliminate these flying nuisances. Just then, a young lady stood, drawing the attention of all. Which bold maiden dared to perform after the first talented woman of the capital, only to reveal that she too was a daughter of the Duke of the State? Your Majesty, I am Min Wanqing, a cousin from the Duke's household. Since my cousin has just showcased her talent, I humbly feel unworthy to step forward and risk embarrassment. Ignoring the warnings from the Duke's second wife, Min boldly continued after capturing everyone's gaze. However, I know there is someone who wishes to display her talents, but fears your mockery. I believe your Majesty is magnanimous and kind-hearted, and thus would not act in such a manner. I implore your Majesty to grant her an opportunity. Oh, I wonder whom Miss Min is referring to? Zheng Gefei was acutely aware of the lowly ploys at play. Nevertheless, she found amusement in the spectacle of the Duke of Zhan's household embroiled in conflict. Su Ruqing, sensing something amiss, cast her gaze towards Min Wanqing, who regarded her with a malicious glint. Min Wanqing audibly declared her desire for the esteemed lady to grant Su Ruqing, the third miss of the loyal and valiant Marquisate, an opportunity to showcase her talents. The blatant attempt at sabotage was apparent even to the dim-witted. It remained a mystery to all why the third miss had incurred the ire of the Duke's cousin. The malefactor's methods might have been crude, yet the timing was impeccable. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the Duke of Jean's position, with sympathy scarce and malicious curiosity abundant. Chapter 44. A flirtation with the blind cerulean had already been noted as the first to speak out, prompting those unfamiliar with the situation to speculate on which of the remaining two ladies from the loyal and valiant Marquisate was the third miss. One had a complexion so dark that, while not quite resembling charcoal, it was still far from beautiful, making it impossible to truthfully describe her as lovely. The other, though pale, was excessively so, her round face resembling a large steamed bun, rendering her features almost unrecognizable, far removed from the realm of beauty. The three misses of the loyal and valiant Marquisate were either foolish attention-seekers, a dark-skinned girl, or a doughy-faced maiden. Truly, none were commendable. Jean Guifei, momentarily taken aback, soon realized that the one with a bun-like face must indeed be the third miss, as she had previously encountered the legitimate fourth miss. Although she was unaware of how this Su San had offended the Duke's cousin, the discord among these distant relatives posed no threat to her. Thus, Jean Guifei smiled and said, "Third miss, since you seek an opportunity to display your talents, please come forth." Her tone carried a hint of mockery. The foremost Qi Tingting attempted to rise, only to be restrained by the Grand Princess. Su Ruqing's mother, concerned, exchanged worried glances with her companion. After all, the girl's face was still swollen, leaving an unflattering impression that could jeopardize her prospects for marriage. Yet, Su Ruqing smiled reassuringly at them, indicating that she was unperturbed, and stepped forward. As onlookers beheld Su Ruqing's appearance, some young ladies could not suppress their laughter. Even the male guests murmured among themselves. The third miss of the loyal and valiant Marquisate resembles a bun. How extraordinarily pale she is. So adorably plump. Just like a bun. The hushed whispers reached Su Ruqing's ears, yet she maintained her composure. This humble daughter is not adept in the traditional arts. Instead, I wish to present a unique talent. Jean Guifei straightened her posture, and even the previously silent Emperor Li Feng exhibited newfound interest. Oh? What might this unique talent be? Day in and day out, he witnessed the same performances of music, chess, calligraphy, and dance, which had grown rather tedious. Perhaps this bun-like maiden, no, Su San, could offer something refreshingly different. Please allow me a moment to prepare, Su Ruqing requested of those nearby, who complied, albeit with expressions of confusion as they departed. This only heightened the curiosity of those present. Could it be that something truly extraordinary was about to unfold? Soon, the items were brought forth, and Su Ruqing made her way to the entrance of the hall, requesting the doors to be opened. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the threshold. She lit a fragrant incense, and its rich aroma swiftly permeated the air. Noticing that Qing Ting had discreetly carried a basin to a corner, she proceeded with the preparations. A large sheet of rice paper was secured to a stand, and she personally moved the basin of water into the sunlight, the shimmering surface dazzling to behold. The emperor observed Su Ruqing's laborious effort in shifting the water and could not help but exclaim, "Bring forth my commands, heed the instructions of Miss Su." Su Ruqing promptly responded, "Thank you, your majesty, but this task must be accomplished by me alone." Only she could prolong the moment. She noticed Qing Ting finally signaling, prompting her to cease her adjustments as if she had at last found the perfect spot. She then retrieved a nearby glass mirror and gently placed it upon the water's surface, angling it so that the sunlight refracted through the mirror and onto the expansive rice paper. Everyone craned their necks, curiosity piqued. Finally, Su Ruqing declared, "It is done." The brilliance on the rice paper soon transformed into a resplendent rainbow. In an instant, all present were left agape in astonishment. Whispers of wonder erupted. How marvelous! It truly resembles a rainbow. After rainfall, a rainbow does not always appear. One must rely on fortune to behold it. How remarkable is Miss Su? Does this mean we can witness rainbows at will from now on? As Su Ruqing observed Qing Ting departing with her items, she secured the mirror and rose to her feet. Your Majesty, this is the rainbow, the very talent I wish to showcase. Indeed, indeed, exclaimed Emperor Li Feng, his face alight with excitement and curiosity as he even stepped down from his dragon throne to approach the rice paper, reaching out so that the rainbow seemed to rest in his palm. When he withdrew his hand, the rainbow returned to the paper. He burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. This art is truly novel. Can you explain how this works? All eyes were on Su Ruqing, eagerly awaiting her response. She cleared her throat softly. This is a performance I once witnessed by a juggling artist, and I've endeavored to replicate it. As for the mechanics, I'm not entirely certain. It is merely a simple scientific experiment. How could she explain that it was common knowledge? And what are the incense? Should she say it was to ward off insects while simultaneously masking the scent of the blood in Qingting's basin? Once the insects were lured by the blood, would it ultimately nourish the little Qing's organs? Indeed, from the very beginning, Su Ruqing had surmised that the Prince of Zhen, brazenly attending the banquet with a concubine of the Miao Saintess, was bound to stir trouble. Thus, to be prepared, she had instructed Qingting to carry little Qing with her. As long as the insects were not overly large, little Qing could consume them. Large insects would be visible, easily squashed beneath a shoe, rendering them ineffective. Su Ruqing exhaled in relief, yet dared not relax entirely, for having released the insects. She could not dismiss the possibility of further plots at play. At that moment, the chief eunuch approached to report, "Your Majesty, Su Shaoqing from the Dali Temple requests an audience. Quickly summon him." Emperor Li Feng waved his hand casually. The chief eunuch hurried away. A faint murmur echoed in the background. The banquet was already halfway through when Su Shaoqing finally arrived. It was widely known that Su Shaoqing enjoyed the emperor's deep trust, and it certainly seemed to be the case. One could not help but wonder why Su Shaoqing chose to intrude at this moment. What urgent matter could he possibly have? Curiosity swelled among the onlookers as Su Mingxian approached with measured steps. Emperor Li Feng, observing him, could not suppress a frown. "Did I not instruct you not to come? Given your injuries, should you not be resting properly?" Su Mingxian stepped forward slowly, his gaze seemingly casual as it brushed past Su Ruqing, eventually resting on the heavens above. His slightly furrowed brow relaxed a fraction before he laboriously bowed. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. You all carry on. I shall return shortly," Li Feng declared without hesitation, rising to accompany Su Mingxian. This scene further solidified the belief among all present that Su Shaoqing was destined for great heights in the future. Su Ruqing silently observed the reactions around her, only to see the esteemed maiden Yu Lanxin from the Duke of Zhengguo's household step forward. Unable to restrain herself as she watched Su Mingxian depart, her lips moving slightly, her gaze tinged with disappointment. She focused intently on his lips, as if she had heard him call, "Cousin." A sudden realization struck her. Had this talented maiden previously assumed Su Mingxian was among the male guests? Was that elaborate performance she had given intended solely for his viewing? Alas, her elder brother, grievously injured, would never benefit from such attentions, arriving too late. What a waste of the talented maiden's heartfelt efforts. Su Ruqing mused silently, knowing well that it would be exceedingly difficult for Miss Yu to achieve her desires. If her memory served her right, the destined fiancé of her elder brother in the narrative was not this Yu girl. Chapter 45. The Kiss Between Two Women. Quite scandalous. Upon seeing that the banquet had nearly concluded, concubine Zheng led the guests outside, providing an opportunity for the young men and women to become acquainted. This also allowed the two legitimate sons of the Duke of Zhen to engage with esteemed ladies. Su Ruqing strolled leisurely with Qingting for a distance, taking the box and peering inside to find a plump little creature, even rolling onto its back and sleeping soundly. Su Ruqing could have easily mistaken the little Qing for a lifeless frog had it not been for the gentle rise and fall of its belly. Satisfied that all was well, she entrusted it to Qingting. Su Ruqing hastily caught up with the main group, who had already reached the pond, admiring the colorful koi that were typically found only in the palace. Just as she arrived, a girl clad in a pale yellow dress turned around upon noticing Su Ruqing and broke into a smile. "Your rainbow is truly delightful. Could you share how you made it? I couldn't see it clearly from such a distance." "Of course. Su Ruqing felt the warmth of her friendliness and smiled in return. Suddenly, Qingting tugged at her. "Miss, be careful." A figure had rushed towards them. Su Ruqing, caught off guard by Qingting's pull, collided with the girl in the pale yellow dress. Suddenly, a startled cry pierced the air, and a figure plunged into the depths below. Su Ruqing and her attendants' expressions shifted dramatically. Panic ensued among the crowd. "Help! Someone has fallen into the river. Quickly, come help." The person in the water struggled, on the verge of sinking. Lives were at stake, especially since this individual had fallen only after she had dodged out of the way. Su Ruqing lifted her leg, ready to leap in, but Qingting blocked her, thrusting the box she held into Su Ruqing's hands before diving in herself. Another person had fallen. The chaos was overwhelming. Even the Empress and Emperor were alarmed. The Empress hurried over. "Fool, hurry and save them," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with fury, and summoned the imperial physician. Her voice cracked with urgency. If anything happened within her jurisdiction, she could not escape blame. The Emperor, Li Feng, had entrusted her with hosting the welcoming banquet for the king of Southern Town. If she failed, the repercussions would be dire. Emperor Li Feng approached with Su Mingxian, who immediately glanced at Su Ruqing, relieved to see her unharmed. Yet her eyes were fierce as she searched for Qingting's figure. The attendant who failed to protect her master during such a perilous moment deserved severe reprimand. Just then, Qingting finally emerged, having rescued the individual, perhaps having swallowed water. The person lay unconscious. As Qingting went to change, Su Ruqing's gaze fell upon the young woman in a pale yellow dress, and she could not help but frown. "My dear, what has happened to you?" A lady, clad in the attire of a first-rank noblewoman, rushed over, disregarding her dignity as she fell to the ground, desperately shaking the young woman's arm. "Xing, please, check on your mother. Save my daughter, I implore you." Just as Su Ruqing moved forward, she noticed the imperial physician hastening toward them. The elder physician knelt down to take the pulse, rolling his eyes back as he furrowed his brow. The patient must expel the water, he declared, implying they needed to turn her over to extract the water from her stomach. Present were only esteemed young ladies and noble women, who lacked the strength for such a task. The matrons and eunuchs had their limitations. It was inappropriate for unmarried daughters to be handled by men. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, one had to choose between life and reputation. The lady frantically bowed to Emperor Li Feng, at a loss for words. The emperor spoke solemnly. "Which unmarried gentleman is willing to assist the wife of Minister Liu?" As his words echoed, several young men stepped forward. Upon recognizing them, Minister Liu's wife was filled with agony and conflict. None of these men were suitable matches. Yet, her daughter's life hung in the balance. Su Ruqing could no longer contain herself. She knew she should not act impulsively, but the urgency was too great. If she delayed, it would truly be too late. Stepping forward, Su Mingxian suddenly reached out, taking the box from Su Ruqing's hands, whispering, "Go." Su Ruqing nodded, advancing a step, and knelt before the young woman. Just as the imperial physician was about to speak, he halted, for Su Ruqing had already placed her hands on the young woman's abdomen, applying firm pressure again and again, leaving the onlookers in shock. Su San, the third daughter of the loyal and valiant marquis, had surely lost her senses. As the situation grew dire, the Lady Zhang, wife of the Minister Liu, was momentarily taken aback before sharply exclaiming, "Release my daughter." Su Mingxian stepped forward, blocking her path, and whispered sternly, "If you wish to save your daughter, silence yourself." Her already expressionless face darkened further, instilling fear in all present. For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless, with only the rapid breaths of Su Ruqing breaking the tense silence. Time was slipping away. Su Ruqing felt a pang of regret. She should not have hesitated, delaying the crucial moment. It was entirely her fault. Frustrated, she dared not loosen her grip. Sensing the ineffectiveness of her efforts, she took a deep breath and leaned in. The crowd gasped in shock. The sight of two women kissing was utterly scandalous and astonishing. Su Mingxian observed with a flicker of light in her eyes, her fists slowly tightening. Lady Zhang, losing control, screamed, "You wretched scoundrel! Release my daughter!" Her words jolted everyone back to reality, and they rushed forward to intervene, only to witness the previously unresponsive woman suddenly expelling water from her mouth. She coughed violently, water pouring forth. Gradually, she opened her eyes. She had expelled the water. She was awake. A miracle. A lifeless person had returned to life. It turned out that Miss Su was not dishonoring the daughter of Minister Liu, but was, in fact, saving her. Truly, Miss Su was remarkable. The imperial physician, stunned, finally grasped the situation. Su Ruqing, exhausted yet relieved that the woman had awakened, felt her legs weaken. It had been utterly draining. She staggered slightly, and Su Mingxian reached out to steady her. As Su Ruqing regained her footing, she glanced at Su Mingxuan's pale face, instinctively checking her pulse before withdrawing her hand. Su Mingxian felt a cool sensation linger on his wrist, and unconsciously, his countenance softened. Before the multitude, he rarely displayed a semblance of delight. You, my dear girl, dare to apply the knowledge from your books so boldly? Yet, it seems your learning has not been in vain. Su Ruqing immediately understood he was coming to her aid, and she smiled. So, brother, you won't object when I peruse travelogues in the future? Knowing when to stop, Su Mingxian handed a box to Qingting, who had hurried back after changing clothes, then returned to Emperor Li Feng's side. Lady Zhang, gazing at her revived daughter, half embraced Miss Liu and expressed her gratitude to Su Ruqing. Third Miss, thank you for saving my daughter. You are a benefactor of the Liu family. Su Ruqing quickly replied. I was startled by someone rushing towards me and barely managed to evade. That person collided with Miss Liu, so I bear some responsibility. I did what I ought to do. She spoke candidly, acknowledging that if the individual had been targeting her, she would have endangered Miss Liu, and thus it was she who owed an apology. Lady Zhang, not lacking in discernment, recognized that such matters were best addressed discreetly in public. Nodding in understanding, she requested noble consort Zheng to find a place for her daughter to change clothes and sought forgiveness from Emperor Li Feng, intending to depart promptly. Upon receiving his consent, Lady Zhang hastily left with her daughter. In an instant, many young ladies were intrigued by Su Ruqing, inquiring about the books she typically read. Su Rulian clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, cursing Su Ruqing for stealing her limelight. Meanwhile, Min Wanqing gritted her teeth, furious that Su Ruqing had managed to evade her. Just then, several maidservants approached with tea and pastries. Su Ruqing took a cup of tea, but her peripheral vision caught a blinding flash, and upon turning, her expression changed drastically. An assassin. Chapter 46. When two tigers clash, one must be wounded. Emperor Li Feng observed Su Mingxian returning to his usual calm demeanor and could not resist teasing. I thought I would never have the chance to see Su Shaoqing's expression change. Su Mingxian replied coolly, Your Majesty, you jest. That is my third sister, Li Feng Shukulat. Your sister is indeed fascinating. Her performance was entertaining, and she even saved the daughter of Minister Liu, preventing the welcoming banquet from becoming a farce. Speak. What would you like me to bestow upon her? Su Mingxian paused for a moment before responding. Perhaps silver notes, the more the better. Li Feng laughed in exasperation. You are quite unreserved. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. An assassin. Protect the emperor. At that moment, a blinding light flashed as someone disguised as a palace made charge towards them. As Su Mingxian instinctively reached out to subdue the intruder, a thought struck him. He feigned weakness, staggering forward to shield Li Feng with his own body, taking the dagger meant for the emperor. Li Feng watched in horror as Su Mingxian fell before him, blood spurting from his mouth. Terrified, Li Feng embraced Su Mingxian, who managed to smile through the pain. Blood trickling from his lips onto the dragon robe. Father, you are safe, as long as you are unharmed. Before he could finish, Su Mingxian lost consciousness. My son, wake up. Li Feng instantly felt a pang of heartache, followed by chaos and fury. Helplessly, he watched as Su Mingxian lay in his arms, teetering between life and death, while the failed assassins chose to end their own lives. Imperial physician. Someone call the physician. Hurry, save the crown prince. Li Feng roared in anger. The crowd, still reeling from the shock of the assassins, now found themselves startled by the emperor's outburst. My son? What son? What crown prince? Had the emperor lost his mind in the face of danger, calling Su Shaoqing the crown prince. Everyone present sensed the scent of royal secrets in the air. Su Ruqing stood frozen, witnessing Su Mingxian lying on the ground, resisting the urge to rush to his aid. She observed that the dagger had missed any vital organs, and the blood was bright red, allowing her to breathe a slight sigh of relief. The once secure support was now beset by calamities. Just as he had narrowly escaped death from his duty, now he risked his life to save the emperor. She watched as the emperor urgently carried Su Mingxian away with the physician, exhaling a deep breath. When Su Mingxian awakened, everything would change, wouldn't it? Restored to his identity as crown prince, he would no longer return to the loyal and brave marquis's residence. He would only visit as a guest. A sense of indescribable disappointment washed over her. Alas, clinging to this powerful figure was no longer as convenient as it once was. Zhang Guifei hurriedly followed the imperial physician, only to be intercepted, thus dissuading Su Ruqing from pursuing further. The banquet, marred by an assassination attempt, was left unresolved. Meanwhile, at the postal station S Annex, the southern town prince roared in fury, "Fool! Were the cursed insects you released." His palm struck the face of the Miao holy maiden, causing her to stumble and fall, cradling her cheek. "I did release them, but I do not know why they failed," she exclaimed. "You do not know? Your ignorance has cost me the finest opportunity." He seethed. "Didn't you claim it was foolproof? Such a rare chance, and now it is lost forever." The southern town prince was beside himself with rage. He had anticipated that the cursed insects would incite chaos, providing the assassins with a perfect opportunity to eliminate Li Feng, allowing him to swiftly deploy his forces to the capital and vie for the throne. Instead, the insects had inexplicably failed. Following this debacle, the palace guards would only become more vigilant, thwarting his carefully laid plans. To make matters worse, not only was there the second prince vying for the throne, but now Su Mingxian had emerged as an even more formidable contender. This assassination attempt had cost him every ally, while simultaneously granting his adversary a legitimate path to reclaim their identity. Su Mingxian was proving to be exceedingly troublesome, once merely an assistant minister of the Dali Temple. His prior scrutiny had already given the southern town prince a headache. If he had perished, it would have been one matter, but if he survived, he would ascend to princehood, wielding even greater power. He would become a more challenging adversary than the second prince, an irreplaceable loss. The Miao holy maiden, with trepidation, vowed, "Next time, I shall exercise utmost caution to prevent such an incident." Next opportunity? The southern town prince clenched his jaw. Who could predict when the next chance would arise? The presence of the second prince was already a nuisance, and now there was an even more troublesome Su Mingxian. "You truly are more adept at causing failure than achieving success." He fumed, tightening his grip around the Miao holy maiden's neck. "Let me make this clear. Should you cause my downfall, I will personally annihilate your Miao clan, ensuring your family meets the dire fate." The Miao holy maiden coughed in agony, yet her plight garnered no sympathy. She hastily replied, "My lord, please release me. There is still a chance." The southern town prince loosened his grip, intrigued. "Oh," she gasped for breath, and seeing his growing impatience, she quickly added, "Both princes are of considerable age. Yet the emperor is still young and may not willingly abdicate so soon. As long as he harbors suspicion towards his two sons, my lord, how can you fear failure in your grand ambitions?" The southern town prince pondered her words and nodded. "Indeed, however, since Su Mingxian is currently favored due to his injuries sustained while rescuing the emperor, this scheme may not be feasible in the short term." Upon hearing this, the Miao holy maiden's eyes sparkled with insight. "Then if one second prince has been joined by another, my lord, when two tigers contend, one must surely be wounded. At that moment, you shall reap the rewards of their conflict. We can bide our time. These two princes harbor enmity and can never coexist peacefully." The southern town prince, listening intently, erupted into laughter. "Indeed, you are not entirely foolish." He seized the Miao holy maiden and lifted her from the ground. The saintess of Miaojiang leaned in, delicate and fragile, allowing her hand to glide over the robust chest of the Prince of Zhennan. "Your Highness, I hold such deep affection for you, always wishing for your well-being, She spoke with an enticing tone, her crimson lips drawing closer. "If our desires are fulfilled, you shall have me as your most cherished woman." The Prince of Nan laughed heartily, tossing the woman in his embrace onto the bed. A glimmer of moisture flickered in the eyes of the Miaojiang saintess as she slowly closed them. Meanwhile, within the Duke of Zhongyong's residence, someone was too excited to sleep. The concubine was positively elated, unable to contain her joy. She had thought herself destined to be overshadowed by Su Mingxian, especially since Su Mingxian had been appointed as the Vice Minister of Justice, gaining the emperor's favor. She felt the title of heir slipping away. Yet the heavens had seemingly smiled upon her. What a twist of fate! Su Mingxian must surely be a prince. Thus, the Duke of Zhongyong would belong to her son. Su Rulian had received a beating, her body aching terribly, yet it did little to diminish her exhilaration. As long as her elder brother became the heir, the Duke of Zhongyong would be her domain. The humiliation she suffered today would be repaid in full to Su Ruqing. Everyone awaited news from the palace in a hushed anticipation, activating all their information networks, eager to be the first to learn of the developments. They strained to hear every whisper from the palace, particularly regarding whether Su Shaoqing was indeed the emperor's son. Many were aware that the legitimate son born to the empress had perished 18 years prior, leading to speculation. Was this heir from the Su family the very same child who had been lost? The emperor's casual mention of a crown prince, was it a slip of the tongue, or was he genuinely intending to bestow the title upon him? All were desperate to be the first to receive the news, yet the palace had sealed its lips, revealing nothing. Some even dared to wonder if the emperor was inconsolable over a possible loss. Chapter 47. A mirror image. Su Ruqing, however, was untroubled for Su Mingxian. No, Li Xian had sent word to her the moment he awoke. Her greater concern lay in whether he was willing to wager his life for this opportunity. Uncertain if the emperor would grant him the title of crown prince. The fate of Su Mingxian becoming the crown prince directly affected the support she could rely on. Suppressing her feelings of restlessness, she decided to visit the apothecary. Coincidentally, she encountered Su Ruqing and Madame Yu there. Madame Yu appeared visibly despondent, having raised her child with her own hands, only to discover he was a prince. Su Ruqing pondered whether her aunt had known this from the start, or had just found out. What had happened to her own child? Had he been sent away, or had he perished? Despite her curiosity, Su Ruqing handed the prescribed medicine to buy fueling to deliver to them. As long as my aunt takes her medicine diligently, she will surely restore her health, and bearing another child will not pose a problem. Su Ruqing expressed her gratitude, paid for the medicine, and departed. Su Ruqing watched their retreating figures, a slow smile gracing her lips. Her aunt, still under 40, was certainly capable of bearing more children. She had not forgotten that once Su Mingxian became Li Xian, the duke's family would lose its legitimate heir. Among the illegitimate children, the eldest, Su Mingho, would become a strong contender for the title of heir. She held no particular grievances against her second brother, Su Mingho. His simplicity and scholarly demeanor were merely a tad naive. However, his innocence was ill-suited for the role of heir in the marquisate, especially given the presence of a restless concubine and an ambitious sister, which posed an imminent catastrophe for the family. One could only surmise that at this moment, the concubine and Su Rulian must be in high spirits. Yet, when the news of Madame Yu's pregnancy or the acknowledgement of the previous child's legitimacy arrives, would they still be able to maintain their mirth? As Su Ruqing returned to the estate, she unexpectedly encountered Qing Feng, who was hastily searching for her. Qing Feng's face was aglow with joy as he exclaimed, "Miss, the master has returned." Instantly, a smile illuminated her features. Father has returned? In the recesses of her mind, the original owner's memories surfaced. This father had always treated her with kindness and patience, perhaps the very reason she had thrived within this household. A sense of anticipation welled within her. Upon seeing the figure clad in armor turn towards her, she could no longer contain her tears. It was her father. He was indeed her father. Gazing at the face that mirrored her father from her past life, she fought to hold back the tears. Yet they cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Father." Su Ruqing's voice trembled, filled with emotion as she beheld the warm, affectionate smile that left her momentarily disoriented. Without thinking, She rushed forward, embracing the man she had longed for throughout her life, and wept bitterly. I have missed you so much. At last, we meet again. Her voice grew hoarse with emotion, affecting everyone present. Foolish girl, your father has returned, has he not? Come, I brought you a gift. Do have a look and see if you like it. Su Zitao, a man of iron resolve, who could shed no tears on the battlefield, now found his eyes glistening. Madame Wang's eyes, too, were misty as she approached, gently patting Su Ruqing's back and offering her a handkerchief to dry her tears. You're a grown young lady now. Don't let your father tease you. Your father would never mock Ruqing. Come, take a look, Su Zitao said, gently patting Su Ruqing's shoulder. He retrieved a sizable box and handed it to her with care. Su Ruqing struggled to hold it, prompting Su Zitao to assist by placing on the table. Gulme, see if you like it. If not, your father will exchange it for you next time. As he spoke, he lifted the lid. In an instant, a dazzling array of golden and orange hues emerged. The box brimmed with exquisite jewelry, an impressive collection of hairpins, bracelets, earrings, and various jade ornaments. Each seemingly priceless, yet casually nestled within the box. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. The sheer quantity was overwhelming, and its value was beyond measure. Su Ruqing was taken aback. Father, my dear, do you like it? Su Zitao inquired earnestly. During the campaign against the Shidi, we reclaimed 2 cities, and the spoils of the town lord's treasury were partly bestowed upon me as a reward. I love it. Thank you, father. Su Ruqing beamed with joy, realizing once more that her father was indeed the one who cherished her most dearly. Though she was fully aware that the man before her was her biological father, she could not help but perceive him as her beloved dad, captivated by his familiar visage, demeanor, and tone. As long as you are happy, Su Zitao smiled. Next time your father returns, he will bring you gifts. Su Ruqing gazed earnestly at Su Zitao. Father, more than the treasures you bring back, I wish for your safe return. She found herself powerless to prevent a warrior from going to battle. She understood well that it was his duty, his passion. However, she resolved to diligently expand her medical practice throughout the Li dynasty, striving to fortify the rear and ensuring that he could fight without worry, thus maximizing his safety. Su Zitao nodded solemnly. Rest assured, my child, your father will take care of himself. I still wish to see you married. Should any suitor dare to mistreat you, they shall face my wrath. As he spoke, he clenched his fist in a gesture of determination. All right, I trust you, father. Su Ruqing beamed with joy. Madame Wang smiled gently, observing the harmonious trio, a scene so warm that one could hardly bear to intrude. The Su family members nearby looked on with smiles of their own. Yet, where there is joy, there is often envy. Su Rulian watched this scene unfold. Her heart filled with jealousy at the sight of the lavish jewelry and Su Zitao's affection for Su Ruqing, as well as the joyous atmosphere that enveloped the family. How could Su Ruqing, a mere concubine-esque daughter like herself, receive the same love as a legitimate daughter? Unable to contain her feelings, she spoke up, shattering the moment. Uncle, you brought so many jewels for third sister. I presume you have even finer gifts for second aunt and grandmother? Would it be too much trouble to let your niece have a glimpse? Su Rulian's voice was sweet and innocent, yet her words dripped with malice, easily discernible to anyone present. Su Ruqing raised an eyebrow, noting the lack of subtlety in her pretense. Upon hearing her words, Su Zitao's demeanor shifted from warmth to fury, as he directed his gaze towards Su Zhiqing. Elder brother, is this how you discipline your concubine-born daughter as the head of the family? If a household cannot manage its own, how can it hope to govern the world? A mere concubine-esque daughter dares to meddle in the affairs of my branch. Has her reach exceeded her grasp? Or is this your directive, brother? As he spoke, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. Su Zhiqing felt a shiver run down his spine, memories of being forced into rigorous training by his younger brother flooding back. He quickly clarified, "You've misunderstood, brother. It was not my intent. This unruly child has been led astray by her mother. I disciplined her, yet I know not why she came here to disrupt the peace." He turned to Su Rulian, whose face had turned pale. "Why don't you hurry back? Stay out of sight unless you wish to embarrass yourself. Go home and study the rules of conduct for women." "I apologize, uncle. I misspoke. Please forgive me and do not take offense." Su Rulian hastily admitted her fault. attempting to kneel in apology. Madame Sue, the matriarch, interjected with a disapproving snort. Enough with the kneeling. Such antics only invite ridicule. I shall personally request a lady-in-waiting from the palace to instruct you on proper decorum. Su Rulian's complexion grew even more ashen, her entire being swayed as if on the brink of collapse. The daughters of noble families are well aware of the strictness and fearsome nature of the court officials. Lady Su slightly raised her chin, prompting the servants to hastily escort her out. At that moment, Lady Su suddenly spoke. There is a matter concerning the second son and his wife that you should be informed about. Chapter 48. The exchange of stillborn for a legitimate daughter. With that, she called out, "Bring her in." Two servants ushered in a woman of around 50 years of age. Ms. Wang and Su Zitao stared at the woman, with Ms. Wang remaining indifferent, while Su Zitao furrowed his brow. This woman seems somewhat familiar, but I cannot recall. Please enlighten me, mother. Su Ruqing, however, felt an inexplicable suspicion arise within her. Lady Su's expression darkened. This person was Lin Huiyer's midwife 14 years ago. Lady, I beg you to spare me. I was wrong. The woman cried, desperately kneeling and begging for mercy over the mere 10 taels of silver she had greedily accepted. Su Zitao's fury surged, his eyes glinting with a crimson haze. Could it be that Yuer's child was her doing? The doctor had said that the fetus was healthy. How could it possibly be born still? Ms. Wang's maiden name was Wang Yu. Though 14 years had passed, the excruciating pain had never faded, as if it had occurred only yesterday. Tears streamed down Ms. Wang's face as she implored the old matron, "Mother, please tell me, is this the person who caused my child's demise?" Seeing the couple's agitation, Lady Su quickly interjected, "Actually, whether your child was indeed a stillborn is not the crux of the issue. Was it she who wielded the poison hand? All for 10 taels of silver." Su Zitao gritted his teeth, the surge of anger overwhelming him. He kicked the midwife, sending her crashing against the door. "Do not act rashly," Lady Su urged. "There are more pressing matters at hand. If the midwife were to be killed now, how could the truth of the past be unveiled? What could possibly be more important than bringing justice to the murderer of my child?" Su Zitao's eyes burned with fury. Lady Su hastily replied, "First, summon a doctor. Do not let her die. Have someone bring Lin Yinyang back from the estate immediately." Su Zitao frowned. Could it be that this matter is also related to Lin Huiyer? As he spoke, Su Ruqing sensed a shift in Ms. Wang's gaze towards her, filled with twofold intensity. Su Ruqing felt a bitter pang. What kind of situation was this? "Grandmother, why couldn't you simply reveal the outcome? Did you not see that my mother had begun to harbor doubts about me?" Lady Su noticed Ms. Wang's unusual reaction and quickly added, "I've already sent someone to investigate this matter and have inquired repeatedly with those aware of the situation at the time. It is indeed connected to Lin Huiyer." She could no longer afford to delay and bluntly stated, "It was not Ms. Wang who gave birth to the stillborn, but Lin Huiyer who swapped the 2 children with the midwife." Upon hearing this, both Su Zitao and Ms. Wang's gazes fell upon Su Ruqing. Ms. Wang's voice trembled as she looked at her with tear-filled eyes, full of expectation. "So, Ruqing, you are indeed my daughter, correct?" "Indeed. The third girl is the child you bore all those years ago. This is why Lin Huiyer has treated her so poorly all these years." Lady Su sighed, her gaze towards Su Ruqing brimming with compassion. The legitimate daughter, who was destined to be cherished, found herself in the hands of a stepmother, enduring relentless trials throughout her upbringing. Having finally reached adulthood, she narrowly escaped a treacherous plot. What a cruel fate. With trembling hands, Mrs. Wang reached out to touch Su Ruqing's face, exclaiming, "My dear Ruqing, I have wronged you." With that, she embraced Su Ruqing tightly, bursting into tears. Su Ruqing, overwhelmed by Mrs. Wang's intense emotions, felt a complex mixture of feelings within her heart. Mrs. Wang clung to Su Ruqing as if she were a precious treasure returned from the brink of loss. Her daughter had survived, but she had suffered unspeakable abuse throughout her childhood. The haunting memory of seeing Su Ruqing's emaciated frame and hollow eyes would forever linger in her mind. She had once lamented that Lin Huiyer, living in comfort, was ungrateful towards her own child. Yet, When she thought of her own daughter, who had perished at birth without ever seeing the world, she chose to turn a blind eye to Su Ruching's plight. It turned out that the one being tormented by Lin Huer was her very own daughter, the one she had believed to be lost forever. Despite having countless opportunities to rescue Su Ruching, she had willfully ignored her suffering. Mrs. Wang was filled with profound regret. Thankfully, fate had smiled upon her. Her daughter was still alive. Overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, Mrs. Wang suddenly fainted. After a thorough examination, the physician concluded that her fainting was merely a result of emotional turmoil, advising her to rest and to avoid excessive emotional fluctuations in the future. Soon, Lin Huer was brought back. At that moment, Lin Huer appeared ashen. Her once rosy complexion now faded. She seemed to have aged a decade, dressed in worn-out garments. Yet, upon seeing Su Zitao, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed toward him, exclaiming, "My lord, I knew you would not abandon me. It was they who persecuted me and confined me in the manor. They wanted to take away my child with you, Ruching." Lin Huer desperately sought Su Zitao's protection, all the while casting aspersions on others. Su Zitao, already unable to contain his fury at the sight of her, could no longer tolerate her mention of Su Ruching. He raised his foot and kicked her to the ground. "Ah, my lord!" Lin Huer cried out in pain as she fell, spitting blood. Her gaze towards Su Zitao was filled with hurt and confusion, unable to comprehend why he treated her so harshly upon his return. Su Zitao gritted his teeth, stating, "Your father once saved my life. With his passing, his greatest concern was for you, a lone girl without family or kin. Thus I took you in, intending to provide you with a refuge. Yet, in the midst of my wife's pregnancy, you resorted to vile tactics, resulting in a child. If you had been obedient, even without affection, I would have cared for you for life, ensuring you wanted for nothing. But you dared to conspire against me. You had the audacity to swap children and abuse my daughter. Such treachery deserves punishment." Lin Huer's complexion shifted dramatically, though she could not fully grasp the gravity of her exposure. "She dare not confess, my lord. I am wronged. You must not listen to slander. It is the mistress who envies me for bearing you a daughter, and thus she has conspired against me." Su Zitao's forehead throbbed with anger. "Then let me ensure you understand your fate. Bring her in." The midwife was brought in, her lips stained with blood, trembling uncontrollably, evidently having suffered a severe fall. "I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistake. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I should not have exchanged your child for a stillborn. I should not have accepted those 10 taels of silver. I should not have been so foolish," the midwife pleaded. Collapsing to the ground, shrinking in fear, Lin Huer, upon seeing the midwife, instantly panicked. "My lord, do not heed her words. She harbors ill intentions, unable to bear witness to my happiness, and seeks to sow discord between us. I do not know her at all." The midwife, upon recognizing Lin Huer, immediately erupted with hatred. "It was you who gave me 10 taels of silver, compelling me to swap the children, leading to my current plight." Lin Huer vehemently denied the accusation. "Since you do not recognize her, how do you know she is the midwife?" Su Zitao exposed Lin Huer's deceit, stating directly, "Take both of them to the authorities and disclose their crimes. This woman shall receive whatever punishment is deemed appropriate." And regarding Lin Huer, "My lord, have mercy. I know I was wrong. I shall never dare again. For the sake of my father, I beseech you." At this moment, Lin Huer was truly terrified, desperately pleading for her life. "Sever all ties between Lin Huer and the Su family, and sell her to the brothel, where she shall serve as a courtesan for life." Su Zitao's expression was stern. "Take her away. My lord, I was wrong. Spare me just this once." Lin Huer cried out as she was dragged away. "Father, I'm grateful you are still alive." Su Zitao sighed. "From now on, you shall be the legitimate daughter of the Su family." The gazes of everyone towards Su Ruching shifted, especially that of the servants. At this moment, Su Ruching profoundly felt that she was indeed the rightful daughter of the second household. The Su family decided that once the assassination incident had passed, they would host a banquet to celebrate Su Ruching's restored identity. Su Ruching was elated throughout the night, yet as she lay in bed, worries crept into her heart. She wondered about that person in the palace. Was everything going smoothly? Meanwhile, Within the palace, an atmosphere of cold severity prevailed. Chapter 49. To die for the crown prince's position? The Ronghua Palace, where Consort Zheng resided, was shrouded in a chilling silence. Apart from the headmaid, Xuan Mei, and Hong Mei, the remaining eunuchs and palace maids trembled in fear, kneeling on the floor amidst the chaos. Consort Zheng's face contorted with rage. If you cannot gather even a whisper of news from Longxiang Hall, you might as well end your lives. She turned sharply, instructing, Hong Mei, go and summon the second prince. Yes, I shall go at once. Hong Mei responded, ready to dash out. Stop, your highness. Xu Mei, observing her mistress's loss of composure, hurriedly restrained Hong Mei. Taking a deep breath, she said, Your Highness, no news from His Majesty is in fact good news. Consort Zheng shot her a piercing look, her eyes reddened and her face betraying her exhaustion. What do you mean? If His Majesty truly favored that Su Shaoqing, he would have announced a decree at the very first opportunity, restoring the crown prince's status. After all, he was designated as such a birth. Yet, there has been no word. Either the emperor is hesitating or that individual has not survived. Xu Mei gestured swiftly. Since the day of the assassination, when Su Shaoqing was taken by His Majesty to the Longxiang Hall, the master has not enjoyed a moment of restful sleep. It has been 5 or 6 days. Yet no news has emerged from Longxiang Hall. It is no wonder the master is filled with rage. After all, His Majesty has favored him for over a decade. One would have thought that with the demise of the legitimate crown prince, the position of heir apparent would inevitably fall to the second prince, the undisputed successor to the throne. Other princes are either neglected, possess too lowly maternal backgrounds, or are simply foolish and incompetent. Only the second prince has been groomed with the expectations of an heir. Yet, out of the blue, a crown prince has appeared, and judging by His Majesty's demeanor, he seems to have known all along, deliberately withholding the truth from the master. Clearly, this is a ploy to guard against him. However, she cannot voice these thoughts. She must not add fuel to the fire, nor allow the master to make a hasty decision that could jeopardize the larger scheme. It is imperative to first help the master regain his composure before plotting further actions. Indeed, the concubine Zheng gazed at her with an intensity that suggested she recognized the core of the matter. Continue. Xu Mei suppressed her mounting anxiety and diligently analyzed the situation. Your Highness, the foremost priority is for you not to unravel your own strategy, which has been carefully constructed alongside the Duke's residence over the years. If His Majesty is truly hesitating, any actions taken by the second prince or the Duke's residence at this juncture will surely provoke His Majesty's suspicion and displeasure, thereby losing the initiative. Your Highness, do not sacrifice the greater good for the sake of minor gains. You speak rightly. I must remain calm and collected. This is merely the beginning. Concubine Zheng inhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she regarded Xu Mei. You are truly considerate, Xu Mei. As she spoke, she removed a golden hairpin from her head and handed it to her. As long as you remain steadfastly loyal, I shall not neglect you. Thank you, Your Highness. Xu Mei knelt with poise, her face reflecting a serene acceptance of the honor. Even if that individual were to be officially titled Crown Prince, it would matter little. As long as the master and the second prince do not heir, that individual will have no hope of solidifying his claim. After all, the intricate strategies devised by the master and the Duke's residence over the years are not to be taken lightly. She must convey the message to the Duke's residence to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Longxiang Hall, where the emperor's attention was keenly focused, he glared at the imperial physician. Speak plainly. What is the condition of Su Shaoqing? Physician Zheng, the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, was believed to be favored by the emperor, yet he understood well the perilous nature of serving the throne. At this moment, he wished he were a mere quack, unable to uncover any troubling ailments. Alas, he was not so fortunate. He had discovered all too much. Reluctantly, he spoke. Su Shaoqing has been poisoned by at least 8 different toxins. Though he appears robust, his body is already in decay. If this continues, he may only live for 4 or 5 more years. However, with proper care and the finest medicines, perhaps he could reach adulthood. The agony of enduring such a multitude of toxins is beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Yet, he continues to function as though he were an ordinary individual, investigating and performing his duties. Such fortitude is rare indeed. Regrettably, I command you to exert every effort to save the Crown Prince. The resources of the Imperial Medical Bureau are to prioritize the Crown Prince's health. Do you understand? Li Feng's voice was low and stern. His gaze at Physician Zheng laden with warning. Physician Zheng quickly acquiesced, bewildered by the Emperor's intentions. How did it come to pass that, during the assassination, the identity of this individual was acknowledged, only for him to later assume the title of Su Shaoqing? Ultimately, it was confirmed that he was poisoned and would not survive to see his 30th year, yet he still accepted his identity? What could the Emperor possibly be thinking? Was it a desire to prevent any regrets, even to the point of dying in the position of Crown Prince? Nevertheless, for the sake of prolonging his life, perhaps it was best not to speculate on the Emperor's intentions. Time elapsed, and eventually, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. He beheld Li Feng seated before him, his expression enigmatic. Clearing his throat twice, he weakly inquired, "Father, your Majesty, are you well?" Li Feng, observing Li Xian's pale visage and frail demeanor, suddenly broke into a warm smile. "My child, why do you refer to me as your Majesty? Call me Father. You know full well that I hold you in the highest regard. This is merely an opportunity to acknowledge your lineage. I perceive this moment as splendid. Before all, you saved my life. This act of salvation warrants the restoration of your identity and the title of Crown Prince. No one could possibly contest this, could they?" As he spoke, Li Feng's gaze remained fixed on Li Xian. Li Xian, taken aback by the favor bestowed upon him, replied, "Father, your Majesty, to be by your side and restore the honor of the Li lineage is already a fulfillment for me. I dare not accept the title of Crown Prince. The future heir bears the weight of a nation's stability. My health." His emotions surged, prompting an uncontrollable fit of coughing. Suddenly, he expelled a mouthful of blood, hastily covering his mouth with a handkerchief, taking a moment to regain composure. His already pale face now flushed with color, indicating the toll the exertion had taken on him. Li Feng furrowed his brow. "Your body is merely recovering from injury. I shall summon the nation's finest physicians to restore your health. I believe that with your talents, you will assist me in governing the realm. After my time, you shall safeguard our ancestral legacy." Coughing, Li Xian gazed at Li Feng with profound gratitude. "Father, your regard for me is an honor. However, I fear my health may disappoint you. I am acutely aware of my condition and have consulted countless doctors. I have resigned myself to fate, but I shall endeavor with this frail body to support you in becoming a wise ruler, worthy of your trust." Li Feng, visibly moved, patted his shoulder. "I will seek out renowned physicians for you. I shall not give up. Promise me, you too shall not lose hope. All right?" Li Xian nodded earnestly, ready to respond, but was interrupted by another bout of coughing, which took him a moment to recover from, revealing a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. Li Feng appeared oblivious, adjusting the blanket for him. "Rest well. I must return to the study, but shall visit again later." "Yes, Father, please take care of your health. Your well-being is the greatest support for the nation," Li Xian reiterated, only to succumb once again to coughing. Li Feng departed without looking back, his face alight with satisfaction. Yet, Li Xian, who should have been incessantly coughing, slowly smiled, rising from his bed and gently stretching his limbs. It had indeed been a struggle to feign unconsciousness these past few days. Nevertheless, the outcome was somewhat satisfactory. However, it would not be easy to meet with anyone. It seemed imperative for him to move to the Crown Prince's residence swiftly. Chapter 50. Did His Highness the Crown Prince climb in through the window? Soon, the imperial edict resounded throughout the palace. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaimed, "Today the heir of the loyal and brave Marquis, Su Mingxian, is confirmed to be the long-lost legitimate son, Li Xian, of myself and Empress Yu. 18 years ago, he vanished without a trace. Acknowledging his exceptional capabilities as the vice minister of the Dali Temple and his unwavering loyalty, I hereby restore his identity as a scion of the Li family and his rightful status as Crown Prince. Thus it is decreed. Upon the issuance of this decree, The capital erupted in astonishment, akin to water splashing into hot oil. Families were astounded by the sudden emergence of this crown prince, who was already well known to many. The heir of the loyal and brave marquis, a figure of remarkable talent, had once been the most sought-after suitor by various noble ladies and a favored choice among many prestigious families. However, due to the uncertainty surrounding the crown prince's position, they had chosen to bide their time. This cautious approach now rendered their previous prospects unattainable, while countless individuals lamented their lost opportunities. The Duke of Jingguo's household was abuzz with joy. Yu Lanxi knelt in the ancestral hall, tears brimming in her eyes, exclaiming, "Thank you, ancestors, for your blessings. May my cousin's identity be restored, and may I soon marry him. I shall be his most loyal support." With a face full of devotion, she offered incense and bowed in reverence. The Duke of Jingguo's family was jubilant. The crown prince had been bestowed with titles, and the empress had made her appearance. The days of their family reclaiming its former glory were surely near. With Su Mingxuan's reinstated identity, the status of the loyal and brave marquis's household, which had nurtured the crown prince, soared to new heights. Truly, one person's elevation brings prosperity to all associated with him. Su Rushuang, Su Rulian, and even Su Ruqing, the unwed daughters, saw their prospects flourish as suitors now flocked to them. As the palace issued a decree to honor the loyal and brave marquis for his contributions in raising the crown prince, the title of loyal and brave duke was conferred upon him, hereditary for 3 generations, marking the apex of the marquis's glory. Loyal and brave Duke Su Zicheng now garnered significant attention wherever he went, striding with an air of confidence. Even families previously deemed out of reach expressed a desire for an alliance with him. Although he understood their motivations stemmed from wanting to associate with the newly favored crown prince, his adopted son, it did not diminish his elevated mood. When the obsequious Zhao Chongwei approached him with a beaming smile, saying, "Esteemed Duke, I wish to inquire when would be an appropriate time to propose marriage. Once the engagement is settled, I can focus on my studies for the imperial examinations." Su Zicheng's expression darkened. "What engagement? You should concentrate solely on your studies. Do not concern yourself with marriage." It was absurd. His illegitimate daughter marrying a destitute scholar was already a disgrace. Now that he was the duke and the crown prince's adoptive father, how could he possibly allow such a union? Even the legitimate son of a vice minister was considering marrying his second daughter. He knew very well how to make prudent choices. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Chonghui's tattered attire, he condescended to pat the young man's shoulder, saying, "Young man, it is wise to remain grounded. A toad should not aspire to eat swan meat." With that, he turned and strode away. Zhao Chonghui spat vigorously onto the ground. Yet, it was merely a prince born into the world. Whether he could ascend to the throne in the future remained uncertain. The second prince hailed from the illustrious Zheng Guogong mansion, backed by the continuous favor of the formidable Zheng Guifei for over a decade. Look down upon him. Once he aligns himself with the second prince and aids him in claiming the throne, he shall ensure that Su Zicheng kneels like a dog before him. The imperial harem descended into an icy stillness reminiscent of the harshest winter. This was not solely due to the emergence of the queen from her cold palace, but also stemmed from a deep-seated fear of Zheng Guifei's ruthless tactics honed over the years. The future's dominion remained uncertain, and in such precarious circumstances, adopting the role of a quail was undoubtedly the best means of self-preservation. At such a time, anyone who dared to stand out would be courting death. The harem experienced an unprecedented chill. Even the owls passing by at midnight fell silent upon spotting a mouse. Within the splendid halls of Zheng Guifei, she shattered everything in her path, leaving the room in disarray, yet no one dared to intervene. Those who attempted to advise her had already been forced to kneel outside as punishment. Zheng Guifei's gaze fixated on the direction of Fengming Palace, filled with rage at the audacity of that wretched woman to still be alive. She should have ended her misery swiftly back then, instead of allowing her to linger, thus granting her an opportunity to emerge. From this point onward, she would show no mercy. Let that vile woman and her wretched offspring perish together. Meanwhile, the attention of all was drawn to the crown prince, who, after regaining consciousness, discreetly relocated from Longxiang Palace to the East Palace, remaining in silence to recuperate. Even the countless visitors who sought to inquire after his condition were turned away at the door. Whispers circulated that the crown prince's health was deteriorating, with the imperial physician suggesting he would not live beyond the age of 30. As the crown prince's maternal family, the Zhenguogong mansion, and the loyal Yonggong mansion he had grown up in, were met with closed doors, suspicions grew. Could it be true that the crown prince was unable to rise from his bed? Was the physician's prognosis accurate? A prince fated never to ascend the throne? What value remained? As a result, all families vying for union with the crown prince vanished without a trace, save for the Zhenguogong mansion. Madame Min of the Zhenguogong mansion glared at Yulan Xin, who knelt on the ground, nearly beside herself with rage. "Mother, you told me since childhood that my cousin was still alive, that he was the heir of the loyal Yonggong, destined to reclaim his status. You advised me to delay my marriage until he regained his position. I have waited so long. Why do you now oppose it?" Yulan Xin, defiant, remained on her knees, unwilling to yield. "Your cousin is now the crown prince, yet his frail condition ensures he is doomed to miss out on the throne. If you marry him, what will you do when he perishes? Will you live as a widow? Moreover, the throne will belong to the second prince. A crown prince who cannot ascend is a thorn in the side of the future emperor." Madame Min lamented in frustration. "I am unafraid. In time, I will have our children by my side, and none will surpass my cousin's excellence. I have longed to marry him since childhood. I fear nothing," Yulan Xin declared stubbornly. "Cousin, so handsome, so tall, and so exceptional, has garnered the affection of many of her sisters. From the moment she learned that he would be her future husband, she eagerly awaited this day. Now that it has finally arrived, she is resolute in not letting it slip away. Are you not afraid? Do you not fear the repercussions on our family? Are you not concerned that your father and younger brother might end up imprisoned because of you?" Min was exasperated. How could she not know that her usually obedient and commendable daughter, whom she took pride in, would dare to defy her elders? This cannot be. After all, our family is the duke of the state. Yulan Xin was unwilling to yield. "Mother, perhaps cousin will remain steadfast until our child is in his teens. By then, our entire family could support my son." She envisioned a new hope blossoming before her. "You are simply being fanciful." Min was utterly disappointed. What if the child is still in swaddling clothes when he departs? In any case, I cannot consent to your marriage with the crown prince. The risks are far too great, and your father and I will never agree. You must relinquish this desire." With those words, Min turned to depart, intending to consult her husband about sending Min Wanqing to the residence of the second prince, keeping a distance from a frail crown prince. Yulan Xin bit her lip. Why should she abandon something she has clung to for over a decade? She would not relinquish it so easily. She believed that her cousin would not pass away so prematurely. Meanwhile, the crown prince, who had been the subject of discussion regarding his mortality throughout the night, had evaded all prying eyes and quietly exited the crown prince's residence. Su Ruqing stared in astonishment at the very person who should have been bedridden, now suddenly appearing in her room. The crown prince, did he truly climb through the window? Chapter 51. He can take risks, she, however, cannot. Big brother, crown prince. What brings you here? Su Ruqing's gaze swiftly roamed over his entire form. But are you not feeling unwell? There are still 10 days until your acupuncture session. Li Xian listened to her awkward address and felt similarly uncomfortable. "I am not unwell." As she took his pulse, he allowed her to proceed. And when she withdrew her hand, he lowered his gaze to draft a new prescription before speaking. "The Su family's banquet is approaching, where will be announced that you are the legitimate daughter of the second house, is it not? I could not attend that day, so I came early to present my gift." As he spoke, he placed an exquisite box on the table beside her, a congratulatory gift presented in advance. "Thank you, Crown Prince." Su Ruqing hesitated, wanting to stand and bow, yet feeling it inappropriate. Li Xian, unable to bear it, reached out to press her down. "You should still refer to me as Big Brother." He paused. "Regardless of the occasion, you may call me Big Brother. Would that not be unreasonable?" In truth, Su Ruqing wished to inquire whether the emperor would disapprove if he heard this. "It will not be an issue." Li Xian's tone was calm and assured. "Thank you, Big Brother." Suzuking instantis umai. Calling him Big Brother felt far more intimate than addressing him as Crown Prince. She would be foolish to push away such a wonderful opportunity. Once he established his footing, it would be more convenient for her to wield his authority. After all, the Crown Prince is her big brother. As Li Xian observed, Su Ruqing regaining her former composure. He finally conveyed the purpose of his visit. I have relocated to the Eastern Palace. Should you wish to see me, specifically if there is a matter requiring my attention, simply instruct someone to seek out the proprietor at Rui Pavilion and order a piece of Rui pastry. I shall emerge post-haste to meet you. Alternatively, you may have them convey that you are willing to wait. Once he had fully secured the Eastern Palace with his own people, she would be able to visit the Crown Prince's residence at her leisure. Very well. You may proceed with your affairs, but do not forget to attend to your acupuncture session, he added. Su Ruqing glanced at the hourglass. Elder brother, do you have any further matters to discuss? No, you should rest early. I shall take my leave now. Li Xian's fingers twitched as he suddenly yearned to ruffle her hair. But alas, she stifled a yawn at that moment. He regarded her with a mix of helplessness and affection, noticing her apparent fatigue, before reluctantly climbing out the window. Su Ruqing observed his actions, noting that his health had evidently improved if he was capable of such agility. Take good care of yourself. If anything arises, have Qingting relay the message. Li Xian reiterated his concerns, witnessing another yawn escape her lips, a mix of exasperation and amusement washing over him as he vanished into the night. Upon exiting the residence of the loyal duke, Li Xian realized he was being followed. Remaining composed, he signaled Su Lin, and the two altered their course towards a deserted street. After rounding a corner, they positioned themselves to trap the pursuer between them. When Li Xian discerned the identity of the individual, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of guilt. Uncle, what brings you here? The one who had followed him was none other than Su Zitao, who had just returned from the frontier. He had not intended to conceal his identity, but to avoid attracting unwanted attention, he chose to follow silently. I noticed some ruffians entering the courtyard, fearing for your aunt and sister's safety. I refrained from making a scene and followed discreetly, only to discover it was His Royal Highness, Su Zitao remarked, his expression laced with discontent and mockery. The esteemed Crown Prince, reduced to the antics of a common rogue, even climbing walls. Had it been anyone else, he would have broken their legs. Ahem, well, uncle. I was thinking about the upcoming banquet for the third miss in a few days. As her elder brother, I find it inappropriate to attend, so I brought her gift in advance, Li Xian explained, his face burning with embarrassment, grateful that the moon was absent and darkness enveloped them. He had managed to shake off the spies from the Crown Prince's residence and hastened to deliver the gift, momentarily forgetting that his uncle had returned. Is that so? Su Zitao's gaze shifted to Su Lin. Indeed, rest assured, sir. The master is merely delivering a gift to the third miss. No one will witness this, nor will it inconvenience her, Su Lin assured him, though he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, knowing that in such darkness, the other party might not clearly see his face. Very well, that is for the best. Su Zitao turned to leave, but paused. Addressing Li Xian once more, you are His Royal Highness, and your every action is scrutinized by countless eyes. You may not fear this, but I do, and so does my daughter. Should you require assistance or need to send anything in the future, I can relay it on your behalf. Su Zitao spoke with politeness, yet the underlying tone was far from courteous. It was as if he were hinting directly that the Crown Prince should keep his distance from his daughter. Li Xian pressed his lips together, refraining from speaking. A deep, unfathomable shadow clouded his gaze. As Su Zitao was about to depart, he finally uttered, "Second uncle. I would never harm her, not ever." Su Zitao paused momentarily, replying, "It is best you hold true to that. Otherwise, as your second uncle, it wouldn't be considered overstepping to discipline a disobedient nephew." Li Xian felt helpless. He had known from a young age that his second uncle had a volatile temperament. Even his adoptive father, the loyal duke, had been subjected to forced sparring sessions at the hands of this younger brother. To think that after only one transgression, he was already being reprimanded. Fortunately, he had escaped without being seen climbing through the window to enter the house. Otherwise, he would likely have returned home bearing injuries. He realized he must exercise greater caution in the future, For today, it was his second uncle who discovered him. But tomorrow, it could be someone else. He could afford to take risks. She, however, could not. The next day, Princess Qi Tingting of Anyang invited Su Ruqing to accompany her on a shopping excursion. The two, accompanied by their maid, ventured out. I must tell you, I spotted a comb that is simply exquisite. If you fancy it, I shall gift it to you as a congratulatory present, Qi Tingting declared, leading Su Ruqing to the grandest jewelry shop in the capital, Huaxiangrong. As soon as they entered, Qi Tingting called out to the shopkeeper, "Bring forth the comb I admired." "Certainly," the shopkeeper replied, swiftly retrieving a delicate box and carefully placing it before the two ladies. "Esteemed guests, please take a look." Upon the box being opened, a dazzling brilliance emanated forth, revealing a magnificent comb before them. Its intricate hollow design showcased the craftsmanship of a master artisan. The slender fan-shaped structure flowed with elegance, and the silver sheen was enhanced by the latest multifaceted techniques. The glimmering silver sparkled even more brilliantly, with every intersecting node embellished with rubies that radiated their top-tier brilliance. The interplay of silver and red created a mesmerizing spectacle. Suspended from the top of the fan was an exquisite tassel, crafted in an ancient blue enamel hue, lending the entire comb an air of timeless sophistication. Even the final embellishment, a plum blossom, was woven with exquisite filigree techniques, displaying the utmost delicacy. This comb was undeniably beautiful, striking in its refinement, light in weight, yet impossible to overlook in value. It was undoubtedly a masterpiece among masterworks. "What do you think? Isn't it lovely?" Qi Tingting observed Su Ruqing's expression, her face beaming with pride. "My taste is absolutely reliable." She concluded. "Now, please wrap it up for me." "Wait," suddenly interjected a voice from the entrance. A woman strode in, asserting, "Shopkeeper, didn't I mention I would return a purchase this? How can you sell it to someone else?" A figure rushed forward, pressing her hand upon the box. "I had my eye on this first. Ask the shopkeeper if I didn't visit yesterday." Upon recognizing the two, her brow furrowed. "Princess Anyang, what brings you here?" Princess Qi Tingting regarded the newcomer, silently cursing her misfortune, yet wearing a feigned smile. "Ah, Princess 8, is that you? What a surprise. Have you ventured out of the palace again? Is His Majesty aware?" Qi Tingting's grandmother, the Grand Princess, was the Emperor's paternal aunt. In common parlance, Qi Tingting would refer to Emperor Li Feng as her uncle, but out of respect for his imperial status, she opted for His Majesty while still conveying a sense of intimacy. "Do not threaten me with my father. I did not sneak out." The 8th princess, Li Jiao, scoffed and turned to her second brother. "Hurry here. Anyang is attempting to seize what I have set my sights on." Chapter 52. Is this grand gift to your satisfaction, my esteemed royal brother? As she spoke, a tall, slender man clad in brocade entered, casually waving a fan. Su Ruqing observed him closely. He bore a resemblance to Li Xian, albeit lacking his striking handsomeness, yet possessing an air of refined elegance. Approaching the group, he gracefully closed his fan and gently tapped the 8th princess on the head. "Mind your manners. Anyang is your elder. You ought to address her as sister." He turned and smiled. "Anyang, you have also arrived. May I inquire, who is this?" His gaze fell upon Su Ruqing's face, momentarily dazzled by her beauty. Anyang smiled brightly. "Cousin, you are here as well." Her sincerity marked a stark contrast to her earlier indifference towards the 8th princess. Responding to the 2nd prince's inquiry, she replied with a smile, "This is my dearest friend, the niece of Duke Zhongyao." However, she refrained from specifying which niece. Su Ruqing's eyes flickered. Her uncle indeed had many nieces, and she was one of them, being her aunt's niece as well. The 2nd prince nodded in acknowledgement, his fan fluttering open as he feigned sudden realization. "Ah, I see now. You are the cousin of my royal brother, the 3rd miss of the Duke Zhongyang's household, rumored to be the legitimate daughter who was swapped. Am I correct?" Su Yuqing, with a hint of resignation, curtsied. This humble servant pays her respects to the 2nd prince and the 8th princess. There's no need for such formalities in informal settings. You may simply call me second brother, as you are my royal brother's cousin. The 2nd prince, Li Ju, replied with a smile, his gaze drifting to the comb. "Indeed, it is a fine piece." The 8th princess, Li Jiao, protested indignantly. "Second brother, You must judge. I clearly reserved this yesterday. Yet today, Anyang dares to take it from me. Anyang could hardly contain her laughter. How am I the one snatching your belongings? You claim you reserved it. But did you pay any deposit yesterday? Although her question was directed at the 8th princess, her eyes were fixed on the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, perspiring profusely, stammered. You did visit yesterday and mentioned a reservation, but you never returned nor provided a deposit, as we could not wait for you. This young lady happened to express her fondness for it. Typically, without a deposit, reservations are not upheld. Yet, standing before him with the 2nd prince and the 8th princess, the words he dared not utter weighed heavily on him. After all, he could not afford to offend either the esteemed Anyang or the cousin of the crown prince's foster mother. I, the illustrious 8th princess, would not be in want of such a trifling deposit. But do you think you are to look down on me? Li Yao exclaimed, head ide palpable. The shopkeeper promptly knelt. Your Highness, it is my folly for failing to recognize you. Enough of this chatter. Wrap up that comb for me. The 8th princess commanded with an air of entitlement. Su Ruqing tugged gently at Anyang's sleeve, subtly suggesting that they let this go. After all, exquisite adornments were plentiful, and it was unwise to offend the 2nd prince and the 8th princess at such a pivotal moment. It was not worth the risk, especially considering Qi Tingting, who stood firmly on the opposing side of the 2nd prince's faction. Qi Tingting is the granddaughter of the Grand Princess. As long as she does not choose a side, her status will remain unaffected regardless of who ascends the throne. It is indeed the wisest course to preserve one's own safety. Surely, the Grand Princess thinks along these lines. Otherwise, why would she never attend any gatherings outside the palace? Her attendance at the recent coming-of-age ceremony, solely due to her grandmother's influence, left many in astonishment. Yet, Anyang remains unmoved. The 8th princess may be formidable, but her grandmother is not to be underestimated. Su Ruqing, observing this scene, felt a throbbing headache, surrounded by royal relatives. She felt insignificant, devoid of the right even to speak. Anyang turned to the 2nd prince, pointing at the banknotes on the counter. Cousin, please arbitrate. I arrived first and placed my banknotes here. Yet the 8th princess is attempting to force a purchase. Is this appropriate? The young lady of Anyang was quite unreserved, almost directly accusing the 8th princess of attempting to leverage the 2nd prince's influence to seize her belongings. The 2nd prince glanced at the silent Su Ruqing, then at the tenacious Anyang, and suddenly smiled. Of course, it is inappropriate. There should be an order of arrival. Since we came late and the 8th princess did not place a deposit yesterday, this naturally belongs to you. Upon hearing this, the 8th princess immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Second brother, whose side are you on? Why are you supporting them? I had my eye on it yesterday. Why should I relinquish it? Before she could finish, impatience flickered across the 2nd princess' face, his tone taking on a warning note. Li Jiao, are you attempting to bully others with your status? I'm not. I wouldn't dare. Out of respect for my 2nd brother, I will concede this to you, Li Jiao said reluctantly, noticing the fierce glances from Anyang and Su Ruqing. It was clear that she was only backing down due to the 2nd prince's intimidation, and she would certainly seek to regain her lost ground. Anyang smiled graciously. Thank you, cousin, for your fair judgment. Her smile was radiant, even as she curtsied to the 2nd prince, who in turn seemed to soften, saying, Enjoy your shopping. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Let us gather again when the opportunity arises. After casting a glance at Li Jiao, he waved his hand, departing with his fan in hand. Anyang, smiling, handed the package comb to Su Ruqing. Here, take it. Thankfully, the 8th princess didn't seize it. Otherwise, I would have been furious. Su Ruqing, reflecting on the day's events involving Qi Tingting, suggested, You should report this to the Grand Princess. If she finds anything amiss, there might still be a chance to remedy it. Do not worry. I am well aware, Anyang replied with a smile. My grandmother has always said to avoid major disputes, but not to concede on minor matters. After all, one must let others know that she is not to be trifled with. If we concede on small matters, won't anyone be able to manipulate us in the future? Moreover, this trivial issue has no bearing on the contest for the throne, so rest assured and accept it. Su Ruqing smiled as she accepted it, yet she harbored a nagging intuition that the 2nd prince had, in an instant, discerned her true identity. It seemed that his intentions extended beyond mere pleasantries. Upon returning to the manor, the second prince, Li Ju, instructed, "Have that individual named Zhao come to see me." Soon, Zhao Chonghui, dressed in faded white garments, was brought forth. Upon seeing the second prince, he immediately knelt and greeted, "Your Highness, I respectfully present myself." Li Ju looked down from his elevated position at the man before him. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "Rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhao Chonghui understood that this was a deliberate act of intimidation from someone in power. He felt no resentment. Instead, he became even more respectful. Lowering his gaze and patiently waiting, Li Ju lifted his teacup, scrapping non-existent tea foam with the lid before speaking. "I have heard you are a distant nephew of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor?" Zhao Chonghui replied honestly, "No, the Duke's concubine is my aunt. I am merely her nephew." Naturally, a relative of a concubine does not count as a legitimate relative in the estate, and thus, he cannot claim to be a distant nephew of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor. "How much do you know about the Duke's household? Share what you can." Li Ju appeared remarkably patient. Zhao Chonghui recounted everything he had heard from his aunt and cousin, Su Ruyan, but cleverly omitted the details of their past schemes against Su Ruqing. He wished to leave a favorable impression. A person of questionable character would garner no respect. To maintain a good reputation, he mentioned how the Duke looked down upon his aunt and how she and her daughter were often bullied, which fueled his desire to make a name for himself and vindicate his aunt and cousin. Li Ju, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "So, you came to seek refuge with me merely to vindicate your aunt and cousin?" His tone was laced with sarcasm, clearly skeptical of Zhao Chonghui's words. Remembering the Duke's disdainful remarks about him, Zhao Chonghui candidly admitted, "I harbor feelings for my cousin, yet the Duke dismisses me, likening me to a toad desiring to eat swan flesh. Thus, I aspire to prove myself worthy in his eyes." As he spoke, he could not help but grind his teeth in frustration. Li Ju observed the sincerity in his expression and slowly smiled. Indeed, it is a toad that yearns for swan flesh. However, that swan meat might indeed be within reach. He continued to partake in swan meat. One must first bring the swan down from the sky. Zhao Chonghui, recognizing the gravity of the situation, knelt again. "I humbly request your highness to indicate the way." Li Ju beckoned with his hand, his gaze piercing as he whispered a few words to Zhao Chonghui. Zhao Chonghui stared at the second prince in shock, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Li Ju, impatient, warned, "Surely your loyalty does not rely solely on empty words. I despise being trifled with. Those who dare to cross me are tossed into the river to feed the fish." His tone bore an unmistakable threat and malice. Zhao Chonghui, drenched in cold sweat, knelt heavily before him. "I shall not fail to meet your highness's expectations." Li Ju smiled slowly. Would his royal brother be pleased with such a display of reverence? Chapter 53. Do you wish for Ruqing to be your sister-in-law? Su Ruqing and Qi Tingting had lunch together before returning to their respective homes. Upon returning, Qi Tingting recounted the events, including Su Ruqing's words, to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess affectionately patted Qi Tingting's head, commending her for a good deed. However, she paused, her expression reflecting a mix of understanding and sarcasm, aware that her presence was an impediment to your ambitions and that she wished to preserve her own integrity. Yet, the individual occupying that esteemed position insisted on drawing her into the fray. If that were the case, she was not one to shy away from peril. She turned her gaze towards Qi Tingting, inquiring whether Ruqing could become your sister-in-law. Qi Tingting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly, she would be an exceptionally suitable mistress of the household. Her temperament is favored by my grandmother. The Grand Princess smiled gently, stating that whether Ruqing could indeed become your sister-in-law depended solely on you. "Yes, I will strive for it," Ruqing exclaimed. "If she becomes my sister-in-law, I shall soon find a suitable match, allowing me to visit her at home daily." Qi Tingting's eyes twinkled with delight. The Grand Princess playfully tapped her forehead, admonishing, "Look at your aspirations." Upon entering the residence, they encountered Lady Wang dressed for an outing. "Mother, are you going out?" she inquired curiously. Your maternal grandmother has requested that I escort you to her, as I have received a visit invitation from the Lu family, Lady Wang replied, glancing at Su Ruqing. I was just about to send for you. Go wash up and rest for a moment before meeting our guests. All right, Su Ruqing responded, her thoughts drifting to the unfortunate Miss Lu, who had suffered an undeserved misfortune and fallen into the river, her attire a pale yellow. She wondered about the girl's fate, concerned that such frigid weather might have led to a fever. Before long, Lady Zhang, the wife of Minister Lu, and her daughter, Lu Yingying, arrived. Lady Zhang displayed none of the haughty demeanor expected of a woman of high rank. Instead, she greeted Lady Wang with warmth and familiarity, lavishly praising Su Ruqing and presenting her with substantial gifts, clearly indicating an intention for future camaraderie. Lu Yingying earnestly thanked Su Ruqing, saying, I'm truly grateful for your help that day. My mother has told me that you risked your reputation to save me. Otherwise, I might not be standing here today. Su Ruqing, fully aware that her own actions had inadvertently put Lu Yingying in danger, felt a twinge of guilt at the gravity of the apology, even though she herself was not the aggressor and had nearly become a victim. However, Lu Yingying shook her head gently, stating, My father investigated the matter and only found that a palace maid had committed suicide. The blame does not lie with you. It rests squarely on the shoulders of the perpetrator. Regardless, it is a blessing that we are both well. She smiled brightly, although her complexion was somewhat pale. I returned home that day with a high fever that lasted for several days, which is why I have come a visit today. I have taken a liking to you, and I hope you will be my dearest friend, someone I can turn to for anything. Su Ruqing nodded with a smile. Lu Yingying truly lived up to her name, embodying a clear and sparkling disposition, exuding a refreshing charm. The two enjoyed a delightful conversation, and as they parted, Lu Yingying gifted her a herbal recipe, saying, I too have been feeling weak. This medicinal dish has proven quite effective. Observing Su Ruqing's rosy complexion, Lu Yingying left with a sense of joy. Upon returning to the Lu residence, she shared the details of her encounter with Lady Zhang. Mother, I have taken a liking to Ruqing. May I have her as my sister-in-law? Her brother is renowned for his gentlemanly demeanor, and Ruqing is lively and perceptive. I believe they would be well suited to one another. Lu Yingying has 2 elder brothers and a younger brother. She is the only daughter and is cherished deeply. However, Zhang hesitated before saying, Allow me a moment to ponder. In the past, such matters could be easily navigated, but now a prince has emerged from their family. The intricacies of alliances cannot be equated with the social interactions of a young daughter. The engagements of a younger daughter are often overlooked as once married. She becomes another's wife. Yet alliances signify a declaration of allegiance. The confrontation between the crown prince and the second prince has only just begun. Aligning oneself now would be rather unwise. Once the larger picture is established, it will be too late. For enhancing a situation is never as impactful as providing aid in times of need. Lu Yingying remained silent, aware that if her mother agreed to something, her father would not oppose it. Thus, she wisely chose not to disturb the conversation. When family interests are at stake, she trusts her parents' judgment, merely expressing her own thoughts. Su Ruqing, however, did not contemplate such complexities. As long as Lu Shangshu was not aligned with the second prince's faction, she could associate freely with Lu Yingying. The following day, Mrs. Wang returned to the Wang family with Su Ruqing, and this time, the treatment was markedly different. There was not only a natural warmth, but an abundance of enthusiasm. Aunt Gu praised Su Ruqing profusely, implying that it was no wonder Ruqing appeared so agreeable, as she was indeed one of their own. The matriarch, Madame Yao, simply patted Su Ruqing's hand, saying, Child, you have suffered. The sentiment made Su Ruqing's nose tingle, and Mrs. Wang's eyes glistened with tears as she reassured, Mother, this matter is in the past. In the future, Ruqing will be cherished by us, and my daughter will take good care of her to remedy the pain she has endured over the years. As for that concubine, the first lady, Madame Gu, was indignant, declaring, How dare she swap the master's child? She deserves to be punished severely to serve as a warning. The second lady, Madame Wan, agreed, Indeed, we must show no mercy. Mrs. Wang wiped her tears and stated, Her husband sold her, consigning her to the brothel for a lifetime as a courtesan. Everyone felt a sense of relief at this revelation. Aunt Wang returned with Zhuofian from outside, her smile radiating warmth as she looked at Su Ruqing. "Child, I thought you resembled your mother in her youth, but I never expected you to be the very image of her." As she spoke, she placed a newly purchased hairpin into Su Ruqing's hair, saying, "This suits you perfectly. It is indeed beautiful." Zhuofian, too, rarely spoke, a rare smile gracing her face, though it appeared somewhat forced. "Thank you, Aunt," Su Ruqing replied, not wishing to engage with this inexplicable warmth, merely offering a perfunctory acknowledgement. "Come, come." Aunt Wang took Su Ruqing's hand. "Would you like to accompany me to Suzhou? I shall personally return you at the end of the year." Her inquiring gaze turned towards Mrs. Wang. "Yes, yes, Sister Ruqing. I will take you to Suzhou to taste all the local delicacies and to see many dresses and adornments that are completely different from those here," Zhuofian chimed in, her invitation noticeably more enthusiastic than before. Su Ruqing sensed an underlying motive behind their fervent affection, feeling a weighty insincerity in their eagerness. "I just mentioned to Mother that we should keep Ruqing here for a few days to spend time together, and she agreed that little sister cannot be separated from Ruqing right now. We could discuss it later." Ji's laughter brought forth a topic, and Su Ruqing instantly comprehended the implications of her aunt's words, yet she chose to remain silent, merely gazing at Mrs. Wang. With a smile, Mrs. Wang gently declined. "Sister, I have just found Ruqing. Do you intend to snatch my daughter away? How could you be so heartless?" Half jokingly, she pulled Su Ruqing into her embrace, declaring, "My daughter has just returned. No one shall take her from me." This playful banter not only responded to Mrs. De Wang, but also subtly rejected Ji's advances. The two exchanged smiles, their words unspoken. Mrs. Yao chuckled, "Rest assured, no one will steal your precious daughter. She is irreplaceable." Suddenly, a maid rushed in, breathless and alarmed. "Oh no, third young master has been struck by a carriage. They are bringing him back now." The announcement landed like a stone in a serene lake, sending ripples of panic through the room. "Quick, where is he?" Mrs. Wang rushed out in haste. Mrs. Wang furrowed her brow slightly. At this hour, why has Rouge returned? While speaking, she assisted Mrs. Yao to follow her outside. Beside them, Gu remarked, "I heard that several of the master's students wish to experience local customs, claiming that reading thousands of books is not as enriching as traveling thousands of miles. As the master is from a capital, they decided to return to visit their families." Mrs. Yao's face was etched with urgency. "Hurry, we must move swiftly." Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld a figure curled up on a door plank, thick garments soaked in blood. Chapter 54. Seizing the favor of the crown prince, choosing a reliable family for marriage rouge. Mrs. Wang gasped, her voice laced with dread. "How are you? Look at your mother. Tell her where it hurts." Mrs. Yao quickly instructed a maid, "Immediately send for the imperial physician." Su Ruqing, however, quietly urged Qing Ting, "Send someone to fetch Bai Ji." She observed the curled figure groaning in agony, clutching his legs, and with great effort, he managed to look at Mrs. Wang. "Mother, my leg hurts." Indeed, blood was seeping from his leg. "Quick, summon a doctor." Mrs. Wang finally grasped the situation, frantically giving orders. "I have already dispatched someone for the imperial physician. Let's bring Rouge inside first," Mrs. Yao said, suppressing her emotions and striving to maintain composure. "Yes, yes. Quickly call for the physician." Mrs. Wang anxiously followed as they carried Wang Chengrue inside. Soon, the imperial physician arrived and, after an examination, shook his head. "The bone is fractured. Even if it heals, he will likely be left with a limp." He glanced at Wang Chengrue, dressed in the scholar's attire of Yangzhou Academy, and sighed, "Take good care of him. Perhaps, with time, he may walk without drawing attention." In that moment, it was as though a thunderclap had struck above the gathered crowd. Mrs. Wang covered her mouth and wept openly. Wang Chengrue silently clenched his fist, the sound of his despair resonating with all present. They understood well that the imperial examination does not accept those with disabilities. Should he become a cripple, Wang Chenrue's prospects in life would be irrevocably shattered, and it was no wonder that despair enveloped them. The physician, feeling regret, left behind a prescription and departed. Su Ruqing observed the severity of Wang Chengrui's injuries. It was evident that he had sustained a fracture, with the bones slightly misaligned. She glanced at the white lily waiting nearby and quietly relayed a few words to him before leading him over. Heir, why not let Dr. Bai have a try? Su Ruqing's suggestion seemed to instill hope in Wenshi. All right, Dr. Bai, please examine my son. If he can be saved, I would spare no expense. Sister-in-law, please remain calm. Let Dr. Bai assess the situation first. Wang Shi reassured her. Indeed, sister-in-law, even if the imperial physician has spoken, let's first heed what the doctor has to say. It is still a chance. Wang Shi comforted as well. Wang Shi nodded repeatedly, fearful of disturbing Bai Qi as he examined her son. Bai Qi conducted a meticulous examination and found the situation to be exactly as Su Ruqing had described, which only deepened his admiration for Su Ruqing. He gave a barely perceptible nod to Su Ruqing and proceeded according to his instructions. It can be treated, but you must visit our pharmacy, Bai Chao Tang, and follow our guidance. You should be able to walk normally again, Bai Qi stated cautiously. Su Ruqing indicated that avoiding strenuous activity would suffice, and he could return to appearing indistinguishable from others, not affecting his imperial examinations. Although Bai Qi held faith in Su Ruqing's medical prowess, he still expressed concerns about potential mishaps, speaking conservatively. Is that true? That's wonderful. Did you hear? You will be saved, and you will recover. Wenshi could hardly believe her ears, excitedly soothing Wang Chengru. Su Ruqing and Wang Shi climbed into the carriage for their return, and Su Ruqing curiously inquired, what do Anta and Heir mean? Does her relationship with us carry such weight? I feel there is something I have overlooked. Wang Shi sighed, her voice tinged with disappointment. Your aunt merely seeks to strengthen her ties with our family. It would be even better if she could connect with the crown prince. As for your aunt Heir, she has 2 sons and wishes to arrange a marriage with our family, hoping to leverage our connection to the crown prince to send your sister Yin into the Eastern Palace. What? Su Ruqing could scarcely believe it. Sister Fian? Yes, Wang Shi replied, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Your aunt Heir has always been overly ambitious, wanting her younger son to marry you in exchange for us sending her daughter into the Eastern Palace. What a fanciful dream. Does she truly believe her sons are worthy of my daughter? As if her son is some prize. Wang Shi did not conceal her scorn. Su Ruqing remained silent, aware that this was nothing but a daydream. Wang Shi, seemingly unsatisfied, added, with her daughter's lofty aspirations but little sense. She dares to dream of marrying the crown prince. Even if she were to enter as mere decoration, it wouldn't be her turn. Su Ruqing observed her mother, finding her endearing. Why are you looking at me like that, silly girl? Wang Shi moved closer, tucking a stray lock of hair behind Su Ruqing's ear. In the past, not knowing you were my biological daughter, I thought that since you called me mother, I should consider your future. She confessed. I initially believed that your maternal grandfather's family was simple and devoid of intrigue, making it a suitable choice. However, your aunt is clearly unwilling, and while your aunt Heir seems somewhat agreeable, I know she is forcing it. A reluctant fruit is never sweet. Wang Shi gently caressed Su Ruqing's face. You have observed that your aunt is not without her flaws, yet she tends to be somewhat sycophantic. While this may be a common human trait, should our family face adversity, she may not be so accommodating. Conversely, your second aunt possesses a lack of decisiveness in difficult situations. If her husband falters or harbors ulterior motives, life could become exceedingly burdensome. Mrs. Wang earnestly elucidated these matters to Su Ruqing. Unless you truly harbor affection for your cousin, I shall never pressure you, she gently declared. That is my maternal home, and in the future, we shall frequently return, but when confronted with distasteful individuals or circumstances, do not feel compelled to endure. At present, everyone is aware that we are the guardians of the crown prince, intertwined with his highness inextricably. Should the prince succeed, so shall we prosper. In contrast, we must remain humble and prepare for a position of subservience. Thus, let us seize the favorable winds of the crown prince to secure a more reliable matrimonial alliance for you. Su Ruqing nodded in agreement. She still contemplated that Yu Wuyo, lamenting what a splendid match he would have been. Born into a prominent family, he could have afforded her the freedom of widowhood. Alas, she must strive to select a family that could assist Li Xian, for once he ascends to power, she could revel in her independence. Regarding marriage, she held little expectation. In fairy tales, the union of Snow White and her prince is portrayed as the culmination of their story, yet there is no mention of what follows. The reality of married life, aside from the mundane concerns of daily sustenance, is often fraught with trivialities. This is a world where male superiority reigns. It is natural for men to seek out concubines. She considered herself not magnanimous enough to tolerate such arrangements. Perhaps it would be better to remain solitary from the outset, thus ensuring her peace. The more she contemplated, the more she felt regret over Yu Wuyo, who could have been such a valuable ally. Upon returning to her residence, Qingting informed her that the Crown Prince's people had discovered that the second miss was in contact with a scholar surnamed Zhao. Following the announcement of Li Xian's ascension, those within the Marquis's residence who were not to be taken away were left for Su Ruqing. It was imperative to maintain control over the Marquisate, not only to alleviate Li Xian's concerns, but also to safeguard her own interests. Hence, she took charge and instructed Qingting to keep watch. Oh, Su Ruqing raised an eyebrow. Continue monitoring and investigate where the Zhao family has recently ventured and with whom they have associated. She could not help but harbor suspicions. For given Su Rulian's vehement resistance to marrying him, how could they suddenly have drawn closer? Abnormalities often conceal ulterior motives. What schemes were these two concocting? Soon, it was revealed that Zhao Chonghui had visited the residence of the second prince, and not just once. Chapter 55. A solitary life may be challenging, yet living for another decade or so remains feasible. Su Ruqing learned that Zhao Chonghui had obtained an invitation to the banquet from Su Rulian. She narrowed her eyes, awaiting the event with quiet anticipation. To ensure prudence, she informed Mrs. Yu of this development. When the day of the banquet arrived, Su Ruqing and Mrs. Wang set out early to assist Mrs. Yu in hosting the guests. Su Rulian gazed upon Su Ruqing's exquisite makeup, beautiful hair adornments, and elegant attire. Her jealousy barely contained beneath the surface. Su Ruqing feigned ignorance, deliberately treating Su Rulian as if she were non-existent, all the while discreetly monitoring her movements. Soon, the guests arrived, including Zhao Chonghui. Strangely, upon entering, he did not mingle with the crowd to establish familiarity or assert his presence. Instead, he quietly retreated to the back. It is worth noting that behind them lay only the residence of the female family members and the study. Su Ruqing subtly exchanged a few words with Mrs. Yu, who nodded slightly and issued a low directive. Before long, someone discreetly conveyed a message to Mrs. Yu, who, under the pretext of taking Su Ruqing and Mrs. Wang aside, moved away from the throng. Once isolated, her expression darkened, and in a hushed tone, she recounted the items Zhao Chonghui had placed in the study. Her words laced with resentment. That ungrateful wretch, despite the generous support from the household, he has turned into a treacherous ingrate. Su Ruqing found this entirely predictable. As the saying goes, he who is given a grain of rice will resent a bushel, and the excessive generosity had only whetted their appetites. Once they were denied, it would surely breed deep animosity. Given that he had sought out the second prince, and considering the relationship between the second prince Li Ju and Li Xian, it was certain he would seize this opportunity to orchestrate a grand scheme. Small-time antics and petty thefts were hardly of interest if one were to act. It must be grand. The ultimate aim was to unseat Li Xian from his precarious position as crown prince. The most effective strategy would be to publicly accuse the loyal duke of betraying the nation, thus implicating Li Xian, raised under the duke's auspices. Not to mention, being reduced to commoner status or stripped of the title of crown prince would be inevitable. Indeed, it was a clever plot. Su Ruqing whispered a few words to Mrs. Yu, who, taken aback, glanced at her in surprise before nodding. To allow such a scheme to unfold without retaliation would be a grave insult. Su Ruqing penned a letter and entrusted it to Qingting for swift delivery to Rui Pavilion. The sooner, the better. She then returned to the banquet, greeted Qingting and Lu Yingying, and assisted in attending to the female guests. Su Rulian had never felt so cherished. Her joyful laughter rang out amidst a flurry of compliments, erasing any sense of inferiority she might have felt as a common girl in the presence of these noble ladies. After all, her brother, who had grown up alongside her, was none other than the crown prince himself. A sense of inexplicable superiority washed over her as she observed that there were few people around Su Ruching. Do you see how these noble ladies are vying for her favor? She mused. What can I say? After all, the crown prince is from the same household as me. Yet, upon seeing Su Ruishuang surrounded by a larger group, she could not suppress a disdainful snort. Just as the banquet commenced, the second prince arrived. This took everyone by surprise, even the loyal Duke Su Zicheng, who was momentarily astonished before hastening to greet him. All the ministers hurried to pay their respects. The second prince wore a composed smile, but Su Ruching discerned the malice lurking behind his grin. He had evidently come to exert pressure, ensuring that no one would dare suppress the matter out of deference to the crown prince. Just as he settled in, Li Xian arrived. Many rose once more, hastily approaching to pay their respects. It was unavoidable. Even if this crown prince was destined for a short reign, he was still alive for the moment. As long as one sat on the throne, one was a ruler. The crown prince was still a ruler. The second prince tightened his grip on the fan slightly, but still approached. Has your health improved, brother? I thought you were to remain in the Eastern Palace for recuperation. His words were clearly a veiled jab at Li Xian's health. Li Xian replied with a calm demeanor. Indeed, my health is not ideal. Yet I could live for another decade or so without issue. So your concerns are noted. The implication was clear. Feel free to worry, but as long as I live, you shall never ascend to the throne. Ignoring the second prince's increasingly grim expression, he turned to the gathered courtiers and waved dismissively, signaling them to refrain from excessive formalities. Before addressing the second prince, Li Ju, brother, there is no need for formality. Please take a seat. A shadow of displeasure flickered in Li Ju's eyes as he regarded Li Xian's tranquil smile, which felt piercing to him. Smile all you want. He was eager to see if that smile would endure. Su Ruching observed quietly, unable to suppress a thought. Comparing individuals and their worth is indeed a harsh endeavor. Initially, she had found Li Ju somewhat agreeable. Though slender, he was still a distinguished figure. Yet, standing beside Li Xian, the disparity was stark. He was neither as tall nor as handsome as Li Xian, and even his demeanor paled in comparison. How lamentable that he had spent so many years in the palace. Hearing the hushed discussions around her, she had to concede the audience's perception is remarkably astute. They all lamented the crown prince's poor health. Otherwise, the Eastern Palace would surely overflow with occupants. She truly had an eye for talent. Even in seeking alliances, she chose the most exceptional. Both Li Xian and Li Ju took their places at the main table, and Duke Su Zicheng had never felt such honor. The two adult princes of His Majesty were seated beside him. It was indeed a matter of great familial pride. His face nearly beamed with delight. Meanwhile, Su Zitao, seated nearby, furrowed his brow. It was entirely normal for the crown prince to attend, but what was the second prince doing here? Would he genuinely extend goodwill to enhance the duke's reputation? Given his connection with the crown prince, he ought to wish for the crown prince's household to falter. Thus, his presence here could only signal ill intentions. With that thought, he became vigilant, refraining from drinking, fearing that indulgence might cloud his judgment. As the banquet progressed smoothly, a sudden flurry of people burst through the main door. Leading the charge was the Minister of Justice, Luo Zheng, who had personally brought his men. There have been reports that the Duke's residence is engaging in treason. Please allow me to conduct a search to clear your esteemed household's name. Su Ruching raised an eyebrow. They had arrived sooner than expected, and she did not anticipate the Minister of Justice himself to be at the forefront. This matter seemed far removed from the second prince's domain. Having met the crown prince and the second prince, the Duke addressed the minister with courtesy. Please do not hold me responsible for interrupting your noble pursuits. Duty calls. And I beg your pardon. With that, he gestured, preparing to commence the search. Li Xian rose slowly, regarding his former superior with a neutral expression. Is His Majesty aware of this? The Minister of Justice nodded. Indeed, His Majesty entrusted this matter to me. instructing me to investigate thoroughly and ensure that no innocent is wronged. Li Ju smiled. My brother would naturally not impede the Minister of Justice in his duties. Would you? Brother? Li Xian gazed deeply at him. Of course not. He turned to the Minister of Justice. Luo Qing, please proceed. Luo Zheng signaled, and all officials began the search. Wait, Li Xian suddenly spoke. Luo Qing, in order to ensure that no false accusations arise, I request that officials from the public office accompany us during the search. This demand is not excessive, is it? This was the first time Luo Zheng had heard someone express suspicion regarding the actions of the Supreme Court. It was his former subordinate, now the Crown Prince. Su Zitao also stepped forward. Lord Luo, I am Su Zitao, the loyal general of the Jinshi army. He clasped his hands respectfully. I have fought valiantly for my country, and I believe my family shares the same sentiment of loyalty and patriotism as I do. He shifted his tone. However, if anyone can easily slander a general who has fought on the battlefield as a traitor, I would rather die to prove my innocence. Chapter 56. Still just a young girl. It's remarkable that she hasn't cried. His words resonated powerfully, filled with helplessness and bitterness, striking a chord with all the martial generals present. Indeed, they had sacrificed themselves for their country, yet their families were wrongfully accused. Who would be willing to charge into battle, surviving the war only to perish in a conspiracy? If anyone dared to stab me in the back while I was on the battlefield, I would rather not go at all. What glory is there in achieving merit when one's home is lost? I despise those treacherous scoundrels. Charging into battle, they're all cowards. Yet, they wield their scheming knives against their own, proving themselves quite capable. Seeing the reactions of everyone present, Luo Zheng hesitated but nodded. But the second prince, Li Ju, slowly interjected, Lord Luo, there are national laws and family regulations. This may not comply with the rules. He had prepared for both scenarios, yet he did not expect Li Xian to be so vigilant. Moreover, this Su Zitao, although a martial general, was not reckless. He understood how to rally the martial generals present to pressure Luo Zheng. His identity had already been exposed. He could not return empty-handed. Li Xian looked at Li Ju. What is the matter? Is this matter arranged by my second brother? Otherwise, why would you be so anxious? Or perhaps among the searchers? They're your people? Your Highness, you jest. I merely wish to prevent any misunderstandings regarding Lord Luo's integrity. After all, your relationship with Lord Luo is rather unusual, Li Ju said solemnly, casting a warning glance at Luo Zheng. Oh, how could I be unaware of my unusual relationship with Lord Luo? Li Xian replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Otherwise, why don't you accompany me to the palace and ask our father, the emperor, about the nature of my relationship with Lord Luo? Li Ju's expression stiffened. He had thought that Su Shaoqing was simply stubborn, yet he was unexpectedly resolute, even threatening to report to the court. Indeed, his previous identity had been arranged by His Majesty, who would dare publicly question it without risking the emperor's ire. Li Ju realized he could no longer obstruct this matter, for if word reached the palace, it would surely backfire on him. Reluctantly, he turned away. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You all may proceed. He understood that his second plan was futile. All he could do was ensure a safe exit for the exposed individuals. Otherwise, who would dare follow him in the future? Li Xian nodded to Luo Qing. Luo Qing, please proceed. Luo Zheng nodded in response and gestured. Su Zitao also took charge of monitoring the situation personally. With stakes as high as family annihilation, no one dared to relax their vigilance. Those present seized the opportunity to take their leave. After all, the accusation of treason carries the weight of annihilation, leaving no one daring to linger to witness the spectacle. Qi Tingting and Lu Yingying cast worried glances at Su Ruqing, who, after signaling her reassurance, was subsequently pulled away by her family. Suzus ultimeti dipat, for as a married daughter, her presence at her natal home served little purpose other than to provoke her in-laws. It was far more prudent to return and hastily prepare her dowry in anticipation of aiding her family should the need arise. Soon, the courtyard was cleared of guests, leaving only the loyal servants of the Duke of Zhongyong, along with Li Xian and Luo Zheng. Upon discovering the search had reached the study, Luo Zheng followed suit. Su Rulian, her complexion pale, hurriedly exited towards the rear courtyard, evidently in search of her aunt. Su Ruqing stood quietly alongside Madame Yu, Madame Wang, and Su Rushuang. As Li Xian approached slowly, the four promptly bowed, exclaiming, "Your Highness, we pay our respects. May your Highness enjoy long-lasting peace and prosperity." Li Xian raised his hand, saying, "Aunt, second aunt, third sister, and fourth sister, there is no need for such formalities." He cast a glance at the composed Su Ruqing, a faint smile gracing his lips. "There shall be no trouble." "Indeed," Su Ruqing replied. Although she appeared calm outwardly, she felt a knot of anxiety within. After all, a nest without a cover cannot harbor an unscathed egg. If the Duke of Zhongyang were to face any issues, none would escape unscathed. Hearing Li Xian's words, she finally felt a sense of relief. With him standing firm, the heavens were unlikely to fall. Li Xian observed the ongoing search, his peripheral vision catching Su Ruqing's relaxed demeanor, and he sighed inwardly. Encountering such a grave matter, she remained composed. It was commendable that she had not succumbed to tears. Shortly thereafter, the search concluded, and Luo Zheng approached, cupping his hands. "Your Highness, I take my leave." "Did Lord Luo discover anything?" Li Xuanning Kidat. Noticing Su Ruqing craning her neck, her eyes fixed eagerly on Luo Zheng, awaiting the outcome. "The Duke of Zhongyang has been wronged. I shall proceed to the palace to report the matter truthfully to His Majesty," Luo Zheng declared, bowing once more before preparing to depart. "I shall accompany you." Li Xian nodded to the others, casting a fleeting glance at Su Ruqing before stepping away. This harrowing search had stirred a tempest, setting the entire city abuzz. Those with a keen political instinct could easily discern that it was a conspiracy aimed at the crown prince, signaled by the sudden appearance of the second prince at the Su residence. Yet, it was evidently a failed endeavor, with the imperial decree bestowing rewards upon the Su family, and a minor official of the 6th and 5th rank facing exile. The situation concluded. In an instant, the capital was rife with vigilance, as citizens dreaded the prospect of becoming the next victims. Meanwhile, Su Zuching glowered at the kneeling concubine and Su Rulian, his face a stormy shade of anger. He had gleaned the entire truth from Madame Yu's lips, a revelation that filled him with dread. He had scarcely assumed his role as a nobleman, believing it a path to glory, only to find himself nearly ensnared by this troublesome daughter, faced with accusations of treason that would bring shame upon their ancestors and threaten the family's very existence. This troublemaker could not be allowed to remain in the household. With such thoughts in mind, he stated directly, "There is no need for an engagement. Select an auspicious day and send her to the Zhao family." He paused momentarily. No need to choose a day. She could be dispatched at once. Ignoring the desperate pleas of his aunt and the supplications of Su Rulian, he hurriedly departed. Filled with trepidation, he feared that should he encounter that wretched girl again, he might be compelled to suffocate her with his own hands. In a small sedan chair, Su Rulian was conveyed to the Zhao household. Meanwhile, at the second prince's residence, Li Ju shattered his teacup in a fit of rage. "Did I not instruct you to manage this?" he exclaimed. It was agreed that only the men would be exiled to the common folk. Yet now the entire female contingent has been banished as well. His teeth clenched in fury. What difference was there between the exile of an entire family and the annihilation of that lineage, having failed to protect even the women? Who among his followers would dare to serve him now? Fortunately, he had sent away 2 young boys in advance. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly lost the support of many. It was the crown prince's people who intervened. The emperor, furious, sought to execute the entire family. The crown prince interceded, resulting in their collective exile. Curse Li Xian. Li Juas just fababulanli. Exile was far worse than execution. When the emperor's wrath was kindled, countless lives were extinguished. Once people perished, they swiftly faded from memory. Who among them had sought Li Xian's intercession? With everyone exiled yet alive, they would inevitably attract much attention. Anyone observing would think, "Behold, this is the fate of those who align with the second prince." It was nothing less than a malicious display to intimidate all officials contemplating allegiance to him. That detestable Li Xian was truly loathsome. "Your Highness, please take care." Li Ju closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them again. Bring that Zhao fellow to me. Zhao Chonghui was unceremoniously cast to the ground, terrified. He had clearly placed a letter in the study. How could it possibly be missing? Upon being brought forth, he bowed repeatedly in fear, not wishing to be tossed into the river to feed the fish. Chapter 57. The young girl must be frightened. Let us soothe her fears. Your Highness, I have truly placed it in the study as you commanded. He dared not cut corners, bowing fervently. I do not know where the error lies, but I swear I have not betrayed you. I implore you to grant me another chance. Li Ju appeared somewhat amused. Oh, pray tell. Aside from being fed to the fish, what value do you possess? Zhao Chonghui dared not withhold any information, divulging everything he knew, whether about his failed schemes against Su Qiqing or the prior engagement with Su Rulian, all of which had been meddled with by Li Xian. He even disclosed how Su Rulian had now been sent to the Zhao family. Listening intently, Li Ju suddenly laughed, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. You say the crown prince dotes on his third sister? Indeed, I intended to ruin Su Qiqing's reputation. Once exposed, the crown prince, Li Xian, would surely wish to eliminate me. The look he gave me at that time still terrifies me, and he has defended her on numerous occasions. Thus I surmise their sibling bond is quite strong. Zhao Chonghui ingratiated. Perhaps this Su Qiqing is a potential leverage. Li Ju contemplated Li Xian's reaction from that day, and after a moment, remarked, I never would have imagined that my imperial brother, who appears so aloof and unfeeling, actually places great importance on emotions. Yet it makes sense. If he did not value feelings, how could he have risked his life to shield our father from harm? He turned to Zhao Chonghui, who was kneeling before him, and condescended to say, You may rise and bring your Su Rulian here. Zhao Chonghui was taken aback. What do you want with the commoner's woman? Li Jua Shuklat legally. Your woman? Have you been involved with her? Zhao Chonghui immediately felt a sense of danger and shook his head vigorously. She has only just arrived at my home, and I was brought here to report to your highness. Very well. Have her brought here, Li Ju replied, narrowing his eyes. Having one more or one less in the back courtyard makes no difference. She may prove useful in the future. After all, she still has an aunt and brother in the loyal and brave duke's residence. Upon learning that Su Rulian had been sent to the second prince, Su Ruqing promptly relayed the news to Li Xian. Li Xian remained unperturbed and instructed, informed the third miss that Su Rulian poses no threat. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. He then picked up a box, saying, Here, I have recently acquired this. It serves no purpose for me. Send it to the third miss to craft a bracelet. The little girl must be frightened. This will ease her worries. Su Ruqing, having received the response, opened the box to reveal a warm, gentle glow. It was filled with pearls, not the ordinary cultivated pearls found in the market, but Eastern pearls. Such pearls were to be offered as tribute, each one as large as her fingertip. She could hardly contain her delight, reaching out to feel their smooth texture, marveling at how their brilliance could cast shadows of figures. These pearls, even in an age of advanced technology and widespread freshwater pearl cultivation, remained exceedingly rare and worthy of collection. Not to mention, in this backward era, such treasures were priceless and unattainable for someone of her status. They could only be given as tribute. How could he have bestowed all of these upon her? Su Ruqing couldn't resist asking again, What did His Highness say? Qing Ting, confused, repeated verbatim. The words of the one from Rui's residence were, Here, I have recently acquired this. It serves no purpose for me. Send it to the third miss to craft a bracelet. That is the exact quote. All right, I understand. Su Ruqing smiled unconsciously. This was quite a fortune. Crafting a bracelet would be such a waste. She naturally intended to keep it safe. In the future, if she needed money, selling them would yield a significant sum. She carefully closed the box, reluctantly handing it to Qing Feng. In her cheerful thoughts, she realized that whether it was the letter or the matter concerning Su Rulian, she had acted correctly in both cases. With the former, her timely report had averted a potential catastrophe that could have led to her family's ruin and caused Li Ju significant losses. If she was not mistaken, the two officials who were exiled must have been Li Ju's associates. Li Ju was unfortunate, and Li Xian should be quite pleased. As for the latter, It had allowed him to be forewarned and take precautions against any schemes Li Ju might concoct using Su Ruian. He was satisfied, and thus had rewarded her. The distinction between reward and punishment is clear. A good supervisor rewards employees for their commendable work. Ms. Wang approached Su Ruqing to discuss hosting a banquet in a few days, intending to announce a restoration to her rightful status to everyone. As Ms. Wang managed the related affairs, she also hoped to teach Su Ruqing how to manage household matters. Quietly listening, Su Ruqing observed Ms. Wang adeptly handling the tasks at hand. Her mind began to wander. Were these trifling matters to be the focus of a woman's life in the inner quarters? She increasingly affirmed her disdain for such a lifestyle. She could not simply resign herself to marriage. There must be a solution. On the day of the banquet, although the charge of treason was entirely fabricated, the atmosphere was thick with tension surrounding the interactions between the crown prince and the second prince. Consequently, everyone adopted a cautious stance, fearing to be the next family exiled. In this charged environment, the scale of the Su family's banquet significantly diminished, with more female relatives circulating about. Su Ruqing was indifferent. She did not care whether the banquet proceeded or not. However, her parents, who constantly believed she had been wronged, were determined to compensate for her status. So she decided to acquiesce, content as long as they were happy. Qi Tingting and Lu Yingying arrived, and the three enjoyed a delightful conversation, making the banquet quite pleasant. Unbeknownst to Su Ruqing, several ladies were discreetly observing her. She noticed them, but paid no mind. After all, she was the center of attention at her own banquet, and it was only natural for many to be curious about the appearance of the legitimate daughter who had lived under her stepmother's care for over a decade. Let them look. She was thriving and unafraid of scrutiny. In the days following the banquet, invitations began to flood in unexpectedly. Ms. Wang, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked that these ladies must be pleased with Su Ruqing and were likely seeking to arrange marriages for their sons. Su Ruqing felt a heaviness in her heart. Had it come so soon? Mother, you may select first. I'll take a stroll, she replied. She was overwhelmed. The recent days had been filled with chaotic matters, and she had not visited the apothecary in several days. Upon entering the apothecary, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. The sense of various herbs, which others might find unpleasant, invigorated her spirit. Wearing a headscarf, she took her place at Bai Fuling Station, confidently diagnosing patients with remarkable speed that left Bai Fuling astounded. She stood quietly, openly learning from her. Su Ruqing paid no mind. She believed in sharing her knowledge, readily prescribing remedies in front of Bai Fuling. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and upon closer inspection, she confirmed her observation. She quickly rose to relinquish her spot to Bai Fuling. Before her stood none other than her elder sister, Su Ruxue. However, noticing Su Ruxue's furtive demeanor, her brows furrowed. What transpired this time? Chapter 58. If one wishes to incapacitate him, it would be simpler to transform him into a woman altogether. Su Ruqing concealed herself at the back, while Bai Fuling took her pulse. After a moment, Bai Fuling moved to the back room, observing Su Ruqing's delicate face, still bearing a hint of youth, and hesitated to speak. What is it? Is the illness severe? Su Ruqing furrowed her brows and said, Speak plainly. Why the hesitation? Bai Fuling sighed and leaned closer. Your elder sister desires that kind of medicine. What? Su Ruqing was perplexed. Could you be more specific? Bai Fuling hesitated before responding. It's the medicine that incapacitates men. Which one? Su Ruqing was truly confused and was beginning to lose her patience. Bai Fuling, I hope you remember one thing. A healer has no parents. Similarly, in the eyes of a healer, there is no distinction between male and female. In special circumstances, special treatment must be applied. Nothing is more important than life. Bai Fuling understood Su Ruqing's warning and replied, Master, I understand. She leaned in closer and lowered her voice. What she desires is a medicine that renders men infertile. Su Ruqing raised an eyebrow, finally resolved to proceed with the castration. Although it was a bit late, it was better than allowing things to continue unchecked. It would have been much better if this had been done earlier. It would resolve everything. Without the tools for wrongdoing, there would be peace of mind. She calmly nodded. What do you plan to do? Bai Fuling appeared troubled. I'm a doctor, responsible only for saving lives, but this would harm someone. Su Ruching interrupted. Any medicine, when applied correctly, becomes beneficial. For a man who continuously brings harm to women, this medicine may harm him, but will save countless women. What is your choice? Master, I understand. I will prepare the medicine immediately. Bai Fuling seemed enlightened. Don't rush. First, tell me your plan, Su Ruching said, looking at her. Unable to use silver needles for acupuncture, I intend to prescribe a tonic to stimulate his virility, which will lead to an uncontrollable state, eventually rendering him impotent. Bai Fuling whispered, that is too risky. It may easily be discovered. Go tell her to come collect it tomorrow, Su Ruching advised. Bai Fuling acknowledged and left. Upon returning home, Su Ruching instructed Qing Ting, send someone to procure the urine of a mare that is 3 to 4 months pregnant. Have it ready for me by tomorrow morning. I have use for it. Qing Ting was astonished. Although she did not understand why Su Ruching needed such a substance, she complied. The following day, Su Ruching took the prepared urine to the apothecary and handed it to Bai Fuling. Inform her to collect it every morning. It must be used in meals on the same day and not left overnight. A continuous use for half a month should suffice. Overnight would be too pungent, she continued. Based on her observations, given Meng Yutong's excessive indulgence, a week would be sufficient. To be cautious, she decided on half a month. Afterward, he should take it for 7 days every 6 months. Within 2 years, he would be completely impotent. Though troublesome, it was absolutely safe. No one could trace the cause, nor could they provide evidence. Even if they knew what he had consumed, how could they prove who the true instigator was? After Bai Fuling bid farewell to the individuals sent by Su Ruching, her face was filled with curiosity. Master, what kind of medicinal concoction can render a man impotent without his awareness? Bai Fuling had never heard of such a miraculous formula. Even Bai Ji, who was sorting herbs, leaned in to listen. Su Ruching replied nonchalantly, the urine of a mare that is 3 to 4 months pregnant, collected in the morning, is the best. Bai Yi, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out. Cough, cough. Master, what did you say? He put down the cup, questioning his own hearing. Indeed, you heard correctly. Su Ruching calmly turned a page in her book, utterly unconcerned about the consequences of her actions. The 3 siblings exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Master, are you toying with us? Bai Fuling stifled her amusement, but met Su Ruching's serene gaze, causing her smile to fade. I never jest with medicine. Su Ruching stated softly. I cannot explain it clearly to you, so just remember it. Many men who have undergone surgery in modern times must consume substantial amounts of medication to suppress male hormone secretion while simultaneously ingesting large quantities of both male and female hormones to maintain feminine characteristics. Here, she had no means to extract female hormones, nor the necessary conditions. However, the urine of pregnant mares contains a significant amount of female hormones. Su Ruching merely wished for Meng Yutong to behave himself henceforth, ensuring he could no longer harm women. Transforming him into a woman would be a straightforward solution. Yet, considering Meng Yutong's frail constitution, she preferred to directly eliminate him. Nevertheless, to avoid complications, she decided against it, allowing him to retain that aspect of himself, which would serve as a reminder, yet remain unused. Su Ruching entrusted this matter to Qing Ting, instructing her to ensure that urine was regularly delivered to the pharmacy for Bai Fuling without further involvement. However, within 4 or 5 days, Qing Ting hurriedly approached, whispering to Su Ruching, I heard the British Duke summoned the imperial physician, who reportedly left feeling quite embarrassed. Su Ruching smiled slightly. It seems he is indeed in a precarious state. Meanwhile, Li Xian learned that the British Duke's residence had summoned an imperial physician. He sent someone to investigate, only to discover that the patient was Meng Yutong. Disdain flickered in his eyes. What ailment does he suffer from? He has not forgotten the scoundrel who nearly tarnished his third sister's reputation. Perhaps he could take advantage of the chaos to deliver a final blow to that scoundrel? Su Lin cleared his throat, and Su Ruching proceeded to the pharmacy, where Qing Ting recounted the developments, emphasizing Meng Yutong is incapacitated. Even the imperial physicians could not ascertain the cause. After summoning 3 imperial physicians and the court examiner, the final conclusion was excessive use, rendering him useless. Ha! Lixuan suddenly erupted in laughter. This mischievous girl truly knows how to torment others. For a man who revels in the company of women, it is far more agonizing to render him impotent than to end his life. Su Lin stared in shock, eyes wide. Had the master actually laughed? After years of service, he had never witnessed such a display of mirth from Su Ruching. The third young lady had unknowingly incapacitated a man, and yet the master found it amusing? At that moment, however, Su Ruching was troubled, gazing at the pile of invitations laid before her by Lady Wang. Even more daunting were the accompanying profiles of various suitors. Must it be so terrifying? There were no fewer than 11 invitations. How desperately did her mother wish to see her married? Quick, tell me, whom do you fancy? Lady Wang inquired eagerly. If you do not select one, we shall go through them one by one, taking our time. There is no rush. We shall surely find someone to your liking. Mother, allow me to peruse them first, and I shall respond to you later. Su Ruching spoke as she clutched a pile of documents and returned to the courtyard, tossing the stack to Qing Ting. She immediately instructed someone to investigate these individuals, who among them had childhood sweethearts or cousins, who had beloved maidservants in their households, and had fathered illegitimate sons. After a brief pause, she added, it would be best to find out who among them has an affinity for Dragon Yang. In the inner palace of Fengming, Li Chao, the most esteemed mother and son, sat at a distance from each other. Despite being the closest of kin, their demeanor was as distant and cold as that of strangers. The Empress, Diyu, gazed at her son, whom she had not seen for 18 years, as if he had swiftly transformed from an infant in swaddling clothes into a towering man. Although they had met several times, they remained as familiar yet as strange as before. Diyu, feeling helpless, wondered how her sister had raised him to possess such a taciturn disposition. Even in the presence of his mother, who had nurtured him, he merely sat in silence. You will soon turn 19 after the new year. It is time for you to consider marriage. Do you have a lady in mind? Diyu endeavored to soften her tone. As your mother, having spent many years in the cold palace, I am not well acquainted with the daughters of noble families. If you have someone you admire, I will surely assist you in your pursuits. Li Xian set down his tea, displaying a countenance that suggested he deemed the conversation a waste of time. You summon me merely to discuss this matter? This is a significant affair for your lifetime. Diyu observed his cold expression with increasing doubt, questioning whether she had asked something unnecessary. With such a detached demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he would ever experience a moment of romantic inclination. If you do not have a lady in mind, do you still recall your cousin, Lan Xin, from your second aunt's family? It is said she is the most talented woman in the capital. Diyu thought of the young girl who had visited her in the palace a few days prior, a faint smile gracing her pale face. It is evident to me that your cousin has feelings for you. She would make a commendable choice. Li Xian looked at Diyu with a perplexed expression. There are many who harbor feelings for me. Should they all be wed to the crown prince? He felt no particular attachment to the Duke of Zhangguo's household, neither in the past nor now. Having maintained a distance previously, he saw no reason to change that now. Moreover, was she enamored with him or with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? He scrutinized the U.S. gaunt, pallid face and asked, what is it? Have the people from the Duke of Zhangguo's household sent you as an envoy? Diyu felt as though she were speaking to a wall, yet she persevered. No, my intention is to consider your position as you have recently returned to the palace, to secure your place as Crown Prince. I can offer little assistance after years in the cold palace, but I can help mend relations with your maternal family, which may provide you with additional support. Li Xian's displeasure surfaced. It is best not to engage with those who harbor ulterior motives. Matters concerning me are my own to handle. You should focus on maintaining your health. With that, he rose and departed. Diyu felt a lump in her throat, unable to swallow or exhale. Chunwei, is this truly my son? He feels more like a distant ancestor. After spending over a decade in the cold palace, she believed she had cultivated patience and a serene temperament. Yet this estrangement with her own child proved overwhelming. Chunhui, feeling helpless, remarked, you truly are something else. Even if Miss Lanxin implores you, you ought not to speak so bluntly. After all, it has been many years since you last saw His Highness the Crown Prince. Some matters require a touch of subtlety, especially since I perceive that the second madam does not seem inclined in that direction. Da Hui sighed. Having endured the disdainful glares in this cold palace for so long, we have come to recognize that genuine sincerity is truly rare in this world. I can see that my second sister-in-law does not harbor such intentions. And it is precisely for this reason that Miss Lanxin's unwavering affection for Xian'er stands out as even more precious. She paused for a moment. The eldest sister has only 2 sons. If Lanxin from the second Madame's household were to wed Xian'er, then the Duke of Jinggua's estate would effectively become Xian'er's vessel. She continued, having enjoyed the privileges of a mother to the nation, it is only fitting that such support should not be squandered on others. Chunhui, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped her mistress's meaning. Are you suggesting that the Duke of Jinggua's estate is merely observing? Dahui scoffed coldly. Xian'er has returned and regained his position as crown prince. And I have emerged from the cold palace. As a member of my family, it is hardly normal for an eligible daughter to disregard Xian'er, especially when the Zheng family has begun seeking suitable matches for their son, eager to request a marriage from the emperor. How can one not resent the 18 years wasted in this cold palace? Otherwise, why would she, fully aware of her second sister-in-law's disinclination, permit Lanxin the opportunity to speak so freely? More infuriating still was that young scoundrel, who wasted all her careful planning. At that moment, Li Xian cast a curious glance at Su Lin. What do you suppose? The third young lady has commissioned inquiries into various unmarried men, particularly seeking to identify any among them who have an affinity for men. Had she stumbled upon something noteworthy? He extended his hand. Give me the list. As he cast his eyes downward and perused the stack of names, he found quite a number. However, what sort of individuals were these? Were they truly the promising youth they were purported to be? His third sister's standards seemed rather low. No, it was her parents' judgment that fell short. Why would they select such individuals for her? He pondered, considering the unmarried men in his circle. Were there any suitable candidates? Ideally, he would prefer someone close to him, allowing him to keep a watchful eye and ensure that the naive girl would not be wronged without knowing to seek his aid. These so-called talents, whose futures remained uncertain, could end up assigned to distant posts, leaving him unable to intervene. As the Laba festival approached, the custom in the capital dictated that every household would prepare Laba porridge. In official families in the palace, it was customary to send servants to prepare porridge for temples or the streets, distributing it to beggars and the impoverished. This year, the task had been entrusted to Li Xian, who observed the streets adorned with the festive spirit, lanterns, and decorations, with some households even beginning to paste window flowers. The bustling vendors eagerly shouted their wares, as this season brought the best business of the year. Upon learning that Emperor Li Feng planned to venture out incognito with several princes and princesses to assess the people's sentiments, he decided to personally oversee the distribution of porridge while also notifying the Wuqing military command to pay extra attention to security matters. All were astute individuals, and the message was swiftly understood, prompting their hasty departure. Li Xian had no intention of personally distributing porridge. She merely sat in a shadowed corner, where one could hardly discern her presence. Su Ruqing, invited by Qi Tingting, had come with Qing Ting and Qing Feng along with her guards to meet Qi Tingting. As they walked and chatted, they purchased a few trivial yet festive items. While Su Ruqing laughed, she unexpectedly arrived at the government's porridge distribution site and instinctively began scanning the area. Li Xian had already heard her voice and ambled over, only to find that she had not turned around. Instead, she was curiously surveying the vicinity of the porridge stall. Clearing her throat softly, he inquired, "What are you searching for?" Qi Tingting was startled, her smile fading instantly. "I've met the crown prince before," she replied. "I was merely out with Miss Su for a stroll and did not mean to intrude upon your charitable efforts." Su Ruqing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Elder brother, you startled me." Realizing that they were not in private and surrounded by others, she coughed awkwardly and quickly added, "This humble girl has met His Highness the Crown Prince." You're busy, so I shall take my leave now." "Wait," Li Xian suddenly interjected, "Su Lin, you should accompany." At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted. "Crown Prince, you're also out shopping? What a coincidence." Yu Lanxin approached with her maids, her gaze upon Li Xian filled with warmth and evident delight. Chapter 60. You siblings are indeed affectionate. Upon my return, I shall reward your efforts. Li Xian cast her a blank look before turning away, stating, "My duty is to oversee the distribution of porridge, not to indulge in leisurely strolls. Yulanqing felt somewhat embarrassed. Porridge distribution. Dear cousin, do you require my assistance? I brought many people with me. No need. Matters of the government are not suited for the involvement of officials' families. Li Xuan maintainata formal damiano. Directing his attention to the line of recipients. Then allow me to keep you company while we chat, Yulanqing suggested, her face burning. Cousin, why are you so unromantic? My task is to distribute porridge, not to engage in conversation with you. If you have nothing further, please leave. Your presence is a distraction. He turned his gaze to those behind her. Yulanqing glanced back just as her companions fell into line for the porridge. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I apologize, cousin. I will lead them away immediately. Please stand back. Be careful not to burn yourself. With that, she hurried off, mortified. Qi Tingting could not suppress a chuckle and nudged Su Ruqing with her elbow, exchanging knowing glances. Su Ruqing slightly shook her head, signaling her to tone it down and preserve some dignity. Is it amusing? Li Xian turned to them, his expression unreadable. Not all, it's not funny. You're busy. I shall take my leave, Su Ruqing replied, but her words were interrupted by the voice of the second prince. Father, my elder brother is over there. The three turned in unison to see the emperor approaching in his usual attire, accompanied by a host of princes and princesses. Su Ruqing and Qi Tingting exchanged glances, both filled with a sense of despair. Why had the emperor come? And with so many princes and princesses? Su Ruqing sighed inwardly, lamenting her misfortune. Did the emperor truly wish for everyone to know their identities? Although the king of Zhen had departed, who could say if he had left any loyalists behind? Moreover, there were countless individuals who coveted the emperor's life. Had she known, she would have stayed indoors today. In the event of a mishap, she would become the scapegoat. As the conversation unfolded, Emperor Li Feng approached. Su Ruqing and Qi Tingting merely offered a respectful bow, acknowledging his majesty with subdued voices. No need for excessive formalities. Li Feng replied with a smile, glancing at Li Xian, then at Qi Tingting and Su Ruqing. What are you discussing? His curiosity was evident. He was intrigued by how these three had come together. Just as Su Ruqing was about to speak, Li Xian interjected. What could I possibly discuss with these two young ladies? I am merely here to oversee the porridge stall. They happened to pass by, greeted me, and were about to leave when you arrived. Your humble servant takes her leave. Cousin, your niece shall also depart, Su Ruqing swiftly added, taking the cue from Li Xian to excuse herself. Emperor Li Feng chuckled at the down-to-earth mention of the porridge stall, who possesses an entire street dedicated to porridge stalls. As for the farewell from the two young ladies, he merely waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, the second prince narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this Su girl indeed held some significance in his elder brother's heart. Their presence seemed to have prompted an urgent need to escort them away, as if they were shielding her from any possible indignities. At that moment, a panicked female voice suddenly rang out nearby. Dogsy, what is wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. Speak. Everyone turned to look, including Su Ruqing, who had taken just a few steps. In the queue for porridge, a 4-year-old child was clutching his throat, unable to utter a word, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. It seemed he could no longer stand, and the woman beside him was frantic, struggling to support him. There's poison in the porridge. Someone shouted, and chaos erupted in an instant. Protect the emperor. Quickly, someone. The second prince commanded loudly. The guards and the imperial guards swiftly converged, intensifying the confusion among the already panicked crowd. Li Feng frowned, observing the tumultuous scene, his expression darkening visibly. He was about to question Li Xian when Li Xian, seemingly oblivious to the emperor's demeanor, signaled for the guards to escort the emperor to a corner. He then turned and moved through the throng of distressed citizens, guiding Su Ruqing along with him. Su Ruqing, propelled by Li Xian's urging, rushed forward without hesitation, heading straight for the child whose complexion had turned a sickly shade of blue. Li Xian halted momentarily, quickly following to restrain the frantic woman, separating her from Su Ruqing and the child. Su Ruqing lifted the child, cradling him from behind, one hand forming a fist pressed against the area just below his navel, while the other hand balled into a fist, applying sudden pressure several times against the child's abdomen. What are you doing? Let go of my son. The child's mother cried out in alarm, attempting to rush forward. The onlookers gasped in shock. Li Xian swiftly restrained her to prevent further disruption. Undeterred, Su Ruqing continued her efforts until, suddenly, the child coughed violently, expelling a large peanut from his mouth. Only then did she release her grip. The child gasped for air, breathing heavily, his complexion visibly improving at an astonishing rate. Instantly, the surrounding citizens were left in awe. Is the child alive? It turns out it was merely a matter of obstruction. There was no poisoning at all. The porridge distributed by the authorities must be safe. In an instant, everyone returned, though many continued to cast fearful glances at the individuals surrounded by the officials in the corner. Recognizing the absence of danger, they lined up to receive their porridge. Li Feng observed this scene, directing a discontented gaze at the pallid-faced Li Ju. What a fuss. She then approached Su Ruqing, offering a smile. Calm in the face of peril, unflustered in times of crisis, truly commendable. You are indeed the daughter of a general, a woman of remarkable fortitude. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I have merely read a plethora of miscellaneous books, which has emboldened me somewhat. I owe my safety to His Highness the Crown Prince, who prevented me from being trampled by the panicked masses. Otherwise, I would have surely met my demise. As for that child, alas, he has lost his life unjustly, bringing unwarranted shame upon the royal family. Su Ruqing articulated with clarity. Although she seemed to shun credit, she inadvertently attributed all the accolades to Li Xian. Li Feng chuckled softly. You two exhibit such sibling affection. Upon my return, I shall reward you accordingly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Father. They chorused in unison. Seeing that the distribution of porridge had returned to order, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction and, accompanied by a throng, made her way back. At that moment, Qi Tingting could no longer contain her excitement. Ruqing, you are truly remarkable. You saved a life. However, before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the usually impassive crown prince darkening his expression. Come with me, Li Xian commanded, seizing Su Ruqing's wrist and leading her away. Su Ruqing could not even bid farewell to Qi Tingting before she was whisked away. Qi Tingting's eyes widened in surprise. What was happening? She turned to Su Lin with a questioning gaze, but he had already turned away, pretending to be busy. Watching Li Xian drag Su Ruqing out of sight around the corner, Qi Tingting's curiosity ignited. She yearned to eavesdrop. Chapter 61. Just now? Was the master intending to court the third miss? Li Xian led Su Ruqing directly into the exclusive private room of the Rui building. Su Ruqing felt perplexed as she observed Li Xian, who was evidently struggling to contain his anger. To claim she was unafraid would be a lie. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her, despite her belief that she had done nothing wrong. Brother, what is the matter with you? Do you acknowledge your mistake? Li Xian scrutinized her from above, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Me? Mistake? What have I done wrong? Su Zuqing Guivit Buwi. Shouldn't I seek a reward from His Majesty? Li Xian, exasperated, abruptly turned his head away, taking a moment to exhale deeply before turning back, his expression having regained its usual calm. Seeking a reward is indeed warranted. I am not angry about that. Li Xian endeavored to suppress the turmoil and irritation swirling within him. He knew well that Su Ruqing had acted in the best manner possible under the circumstances. She had fundamentally resolved the situation, swiftly preventing the escalation of chaos while simultaneously demonstrating in front of everyone that the child had not been poisoned, thus preserving the royal family's reputation and averting losses. Yet, he could not quell his unbridled anger. What was the source of his fury? He could not express it. To do so would betray the responsibilities he bore as the heir apparent. Although Su Ruqing was utterly perplexed and could not fathom the reason for his anger, she understood that certain matters must be resolved at their inception, such as when two individuals are at odds. If left unaddressed, it would foster a chasm that could ultimately lead to irreparable rifts. By then, it would be too late to remedy the situation. Therefore, with patience, Su Ruqing gently inquired, Elder brother, have I erred in some way? She cautiously probed further. Is it that I should not have ventured out at night? Li Xian immediately grasped her intent. She sought to resolve the issue rather than evade it. His expression softened considerably. Of course not. Many noble ladies venture out in the evening, provided they are accompanied by proper guards. Is it I who should not have placed myself in jeopardy? Su Ruqing pondered, realizing that his ire seemed to stem from the moment Li Xian had extricated her from the chaos. Noticing his silence, her mind raced. The incident had occurred unexpectedly, and she lacked the foresight to anticipate it, nearly being trampled by the populace, a circumstance for which she could not be blamed. The only action she had taken was to save that child. Su Ruqing gazed at Li Xian in astonishment, while he pressed his lips together, aware that she had discerned his thoughts. He closed his eyes briefly before speaking solemnly. Your actions were too impulsive. You acted recklessly in saving that child. Had you failed to save him, what would have become of you? The mere contemplation of such a possibility ignited a fire within Li Xian. In front of the crowd, that child would have been the one you allowed to perish. You would have incited public wrath. The surrounding people, driven by madness, would have descended upon you. In that scenario, the emperor would not consider your initial intention to save the child. He would only seek the quickest and most convenient means to quell the outrage. Li Xian stared intently at her, his eyes dark and brooding, nearly overflowing with emotion that threatened to engulf her. Su Ruqing's heart began to race with mounting intensity. As she envisioned the grim outcome, either I am beaten to death by the frenzied mob, or I meet my end by the emperor's decree. Li Xian felt a wave of dread. If it had truly come to that point, how could he protect her? She had saved him countless times. He could not bear to watch her perish before his eyes. Yet, at that moment, he would be powerless to save her. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped Su Ruqing's arms, inadvertently trapping her between himself and the wall. Su Ruqing, promise me that from now on, regardless of the danger to others, you will prioritize your own safety. He paused, even if it is for my sake. This young girl had repeatedly risked her life to save him, genuinely considering him as her brother. Naturally, he cherished the idea of having such a caring sister. It was precisely for this reason that he could not tolerate the thought of her being harmed. Su Ruqing, captivated by the seriousness of Li Xian's demeanor, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion welling within her heart. Li Xian, could he truly regard her as a sister? As she basked in the warmth of this newfound sentiment, she could not help but smile softly, and then, just as Li Xian was about to release her, the door was abruptly pushed open. Both were startled. Master. As His Majesty summoned Su Lin, he stepped inside, but was taken aback upon witnessing the scene before him. I saw nothing at all. Please continue, Su Lin stammered, retreating in haste, only to trip over the threshold and tumble out in a most undignified manner. Su Ruqing could not suppress her laughter, while Li Xian, observing her mirth, could not help but chide, "You are utterly foolish." Yet, the agitation that had previously vexed him dissipated without a trace. He approached, inquiring, "What is it?" Su Lin promptly replied, "His Majesty has summoned you to the palace." Li Xian nodded slightly, then turned to Su Ruqing, saying, "Return safely," before addressing Su Lin. "You shall personally escort the third miss back." Su Lin hesitated, wanting to mention that Qin Ting was available, but the earlier scene flashed in his mind, prompting him to wisely remain silent, though his curiosity piqued. Was the master just now inclined to kiss the third miss? Upon entering the palace, Li Xian was greeted by Li Feng, who set aside the memorials in his hand. "Have you spoken to your third sister?" Li Feng's inquiry momentarily halted Li Xian, causing him to clench his fists involuntarily. "It seems a suitable match may have been found. I have heard it is General Su and his wife who are making the selection." Li Xian maintained a stoic expression. "I wonder if there have been any formal proposals." He spoke with feigned innocence, as if there were indeed such matters at hand. "Ah," Li Feng responded nonchalantly, shifting the topic, "as the new year approaches. You will be 19. Have you any suitable candidates for a crown princess? Speak up, and I shall assist you. Or do you require me to make the selection?" A bitter and sorrowful expression suddenly crossed Li Xian's face. "Father, let us not speak of my marriage. I am destined to be short-lived, and it would be unkind to burden any young lady." He continued, "Otherwise, my death would bring her no peace." "Nonsense! What are you saying?" Li Feng rebuked. "You are my legitimate son, the esteemed crown prince of the Li dynasty. Any noble lady who marries you would consider it a blessing. Speak not of such morbid thoughts. Should you persist, I shall have you kneel before the ancestral tablets. Li Xian abruptly knelt, bowing deeply. I wish to ask you for a favor. Li Feng regarded the humble figure before him, his expression inscrutable, yet his tone remarkably gentle. Rise and speak. I shall not rise unless you grant my request. Li Xian remained resolute, refusing to lift his head. Li Feng's demeanor darkened, his eyes narrowing. Speak your mind. I hope, father, that you shall allow me to choose my own crown princess, he implored, lifting his gaze, seemingly oblivious to Li Feng's suddenly grave expression. If she is willing to share my remaining days, I would ask that you grant her freedom to marry should I not survive. Yet, if fate decrees otherwise, I would prefer solitude, and I ask that you and Mother bear no ill will. Upon hearing his words, Li Feng's countenance visibly softened, his gaze towards Li Xian becoming tender. My foolish child, even in your frail state, you think of others. I have no desire to disregard another's wishes in arranging your marriage, for that would diminish your own fortune. Very well, I shall honor your request. Should your mother have objections, I will address them. His demeanor reflected that of a doting father. After expressing his gratitude, Li Xian took his leave. Li Feng observed his retreating figure, a smile gracing his face. Initially, one might have assumed that the intent was to select a formidable wife, yet unexpectedly, the conclusion was a desire to remain unmarried. Perhaps it is for the best, as marriage would only complicate matters further. Li Xian expressed his satisfaction with this newfound freedom from matrimonial ties, sparing him the burden of dealing with the insipid and unpleasant. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Li Xian observed Su Lin, who had just reported back, investigate who recently visited Longxiang Hall and what was discussed with the emperor. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to set their sights on my third sister. Chapter 62. The second prince emerged from a room, accompanied by a disheveled young woman. At that moment, within the second prince's residence, Li Ju gazed at the coy Su Rulian, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. You dare to assert that the crown prince's favored sister is neither you nor your fourth sister, but rather the reclusive Miss Su San? Indeed, Su Rulian was filled with resentment. It is unjust. My sister and I grew up alongside him. Yet he seems captivated by Su Ruching. I cannot help but wonder if that wretched girl possesses some enchanting spell over him. Initially, she believed that their rivalry for favor might have provoked him, as she sought to assist her brother in securing the title of heir. However, given that he was not born of the main house and was merely the lofty crown prince, it seemed unlikely that the title of heir would hold much significance for him. Thus, the notion of annoyance was rendered moot. Yet, why did Su Ruching capture his attention? She was not as willful as Su Rushuang, nor as foolish as Su Ruching, and while she may have ceased being foolish, her compliance and charm should have surpassed that of her counterpart. She had devoted considerable time crafting delicate pouches for him, all in an effort to win his favor. How could it be, then, that Su Ruching held greater importance in his heart? The second prince turned to Su Rulian and suddenly declared, I wish to take Miss Su San as a concubine. Do you have any clever strategies? Li Xian, sensing that you are particularly invested in Miss Su San, pondered, if I were to welcome her into my household, would that not also be to your advantage? Su Rulian's expression shifted, filled with reluctance, yet she dared not defy Li Ju. Biting her lip, she replied, Your Highness, I can assist you in ensuring that Su Ruching obediently follows you. Oh, Li Ju's interest piqued slightly. Might I also request a title for you as a concubine? It would afford me a respected ally within my household to help strategize on your behalf. Su Rulian leaned softly against Li Ju, her red lips brushing his ear, her delicate hand slipping under his clothing. Li Ju closed his eyes in enjoyment. You would do well not to deceive me. I possess the power to elevate you, but I can also cast you down, leading to your utter ruin. How could I ever dare? Su Rulian cooed sweetly in his ear, teasingly trailing her tongue along his earlobe and down his neck, employing every tactic to win his favor. You lack the audacity. Li Ju scooped her up with little regard for her delicacy and tossed her onto the bed. Li Xian lowered his gaze. Did Li Ju inquire about the marriage prospects of the third sister? Indeed, Su Lin replied, surprised that the second prince had taken notice of Miss Su. I heard he is deliberating over the selection of a noble consort. Li Xian's expression remained nonchalant. Ah, then let it be the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Works. He seeks to cultivate relationships with the officials, and I shall assist him in this endeavor. Understood. Su Lin observed his master's demeanor. So calm, it was as if they were merely discussing the weather, thereby determining the course of the second prince's lifelong commitment. The Minister of Works is the least esteemed among the various ministers. Alas, while the Ministry of Works is indispensable, it pales in comparison to the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Personnel, and even the Ministries of Rights and War. Zhou Zhao, the Minister of Works, is often labeled as a congenial individual, offending no one, yet in reality, he is but a reed swaying in the wind. At home, he cowers before his wife, earning a notorious reputation for being spineless. Even his legitimate daughter, Zhou Jiao, under her mother's indulgence, has gained notoriety in the capital as a fierce matriarch, a name that starkly contrasts with her demeanor. If her arrogance and capriciousness were the only issues, it would be one thing. Her imposing physique elevates her to the level of a formidable matriarch. Her stature is remarkably robust, and her personality is equally fierce. Su Lin couldn't help but silently light a candle for the second prince, who dared to entertain thoughts of challenging the third miss. Truly, it was akin to the birthday celebrant hanging themselves, an act of sheer disregard for life. After the Laba festival, Su Ruqing became increasingly busy. Whether training future key physicians, nurturing medicinal herb seedlings, or establishing branches of the 100 Herbs Hall, her involvement was indispensable. It must be said that when one possesses resources, efficiency follows. Su Ruqing relished this fulfilling busyness, particularly the structured nature of her endeavors, which yielded significant results. On the 12th day of the 12th lunar month, Su Ruqing continued her acupuncture sessions with Li Xian. As she prepared to depart, Li Xian unexpectedly exclaimed, "Don't leave. I shall take you to witness some excitement." Following Li Xian into a carriage, they arrived at a street-side residence adjacent to an official establishment, where Li Xian led her straight to the highest tower of books. Standing by the window on the top floor, Su Ruqing observed the people below, now appearing diminutive, while the distant scenery was splendid. "Look over there." Li Xian, standing behind her, noticed Su Ruqing gazing at the far-off landscape and couldn't resist pointing out a house directly below them. Startled, Su Ruqing suddenly felt a warm breath brush against her ear and instinctively stepped aside, only to bump into a nearby bookshelf. A book jutted out and tumbled down. "Be careful." Li Xian instinctively wrapped his arms around Su Ruqing's waist. With a swift turn, their positions exchanged, and the book struck Li Xian's shoulder. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Ruqing remarked, "Thank you, brother. Are you all right?" A tome of such thickness must surely hurt. "I me fine," Lixuan replied nonchalantly, adjusting his shoulder while casting a significant glance below. "The show is about to begin." Su Ruqing quickly lowered her gaze just as the door swung open, revealing a disheveled figure rushing out in undergarments, followed closely by a similarly unkempt and robust woman. "Damn it, you better stop right there. Otherwise, I shall make you pay." The sturdy woman hurled her shoe at the man ahead, striking him squarely in the back. "You wretched woman, how dare you claim to be my lord's mother? You must be tired of living." The man, furious, turned to issue a warning. Upon hearing his voice, Su Ruqing was astonished to discover that the man was none other than the second prince, Li Ju. The sight of the second prince fleeing from a room with a disheveled woman was not a product of her malicious imagination. Witnessing the two of them emerge from the house in such disarray was indeed suggestive of scandalous implications. The woman, undeterred by Li Ju's words, boldly declared, "Let's go at once to meet His Majesty. I wish to inquire whether the second prince's abandonment of a humble woman like myself constitutes a crime." Upon hearing this, Li Ju halted in his tracks and bowed in apology. "This is my fault. I too have been ensnared. Miss Zhou, I implore you to show mercy and refrain from pursuing this matter further." "Of course not. I am a virtuous woman who has been forced into such a predicament by you, and you expect me to remain unaccounted for?" Miss Zhou retorted fiercely, her robust physique resembling a female counterpart of the legendary warrior Li Kuei. Li Ju was nearly driven to exasperation by this shameless woman. Yet he dared not provoke her further. He maintained his composure. I have done no wrong. I merely require time to make amends. Before he could finish his sentence, the woman suddenly raised her fist, striking him squarely on the face. Caught off guard, Li Ju collapsed instantaneously, rendered unconscious by the blow. Miss Zhou, with a single hand, steadied him and commanded, "Bring him to the carriage. We shall proceed to the palace to present ourselves before the emperor. It is time for compensation." Su Ruqing watched in disbelief as the self-important second prince was so easily knocked out and forcibly taken away in the carriage, heading straight for the imperial palace. It was utterly amusing. One could well imagine that by the time the second prince regained consciousness, the moment would have long passed. Su Ruqing lamented, regretting that she would miss witnessing the despair that awaited the second prince upon awakening. Li Xian observed the look of disappointment on her face and found it somewhat amusing. "Do you wish to see what follows?" he inquired. Su Ruqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was far more entertaining than any script. "What do you think?" Li Xian cast her a sidelong glance. "Of course, that is not possible. It is the imperial palace. After all," Su Ruqing replied with a hint of annoyance. "Though I cannot see the outcome, I will ensure you hear about it," Li Xian stated without hesitation. "Thank you, elder brother." Su Ruqing expressed her gratitude with a smile. "You are truly wonderful." Although she was unaware of how the second prince had offended the cunning man before her, she felt a thrill at the misfortunes befalling the second prince. Chapter 63. The second prince marries a she-tiger. Following the events of that day, a decree soon emerged from the palace, designating Zhou Jiaojiao, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Works, as the second prince's official consort. The news of the second prince marrying a formidable woman spread like wildfire. Many noble ladies who admired the second prince were left disheartened, unable to fathom that the one to ascend to the position of his wife would be a woman of ample stature. Was it possible that the second prince had an unusual preference for larger women? Rumors began to swirl. Shortly thereafter, the second prince took the second daughter of the loyal and valiant duke as a secondary consort. Speculation ran rampant that the second prince, in an act of embarrassment, had chosen the illegitimate daughter of the crown prince's adoptive mother as a side consort to conceal his peculiar inclinations. The attempt to cover up was far too evident. Upon hearing the news, Su Ruqing was taken aback, amused by the unfolding farce. She reflected on how Su Rulian had inherited her mother's cunning ways of enticing men. Subsequently, she cast aside these matters and redirected her focus towards her own ambitions. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, the core physicians had already become adept at managing their responsibilities independently, and branches of the Baikayatang began to open one after another. To ensure the swift acquisition of first-hand information, each branch was equipped with carrier pigeons. When the swift horses of the post stations could not keep up, messages were sent directly by pigeon, significantly reducing transmission time. Each Baikayatang branch possessed a set of Morse code reference books, ensuring that even if a pigeon were captured, only incomprehensible numbers would be obtained, thus maximizing the security of communications. Furthermore, every 2 days, routine updates were sent to a designated location, should any anomalies arise. Designated personnel would investigate the cause with utmost urgency to ascertain the latest news from all branches of Baikayatang. Su Ruqing examined the accounts in her hands. The expenses for the various shops and related configurations had all been incurred by Li Xian. Her role had merely been in the nurturing of medicinal seedlings, and her expenditures had already amounted to 5,000 taels. Apart from the customary jade rui as a reward, the remaining gold and silver jewelry were minimal, with the total silver notes amounting to 4,000 taels, including the previous 2,000 taels from the skincare product revenue. All had been reinvested. The ledger before her was densely filled with records, with not a single entry deemed unwarranted. She clutched the accounts tightly, striving to minimize costs. To her dismay, her expenses had exceeded 5,600 taels. She estimated Li Xian's expenditures to be at least 50 or 60,000 taels. This newly appointed crown prince would likely need to implement austerity measures. She had prepared a range of ointments specifically designed for various skin issues, including acne, sensitive skin, redness, dullness, and enlarged pores. Additionally, she took the time to create facial cleansing sachets and sunscreen ointments. Her schedule was relentless. In order to venture out without raising suspicion, she established a pastry shop not far from Baikatang, assigning Mama to oversee it. Meanwhile, she clandestinely occupied the courtyard of Baikatang, working tirelessly. It was not until the early morning of the 28th that she was caught in the act by Madame Wang. "Ruching, you have been holed up in the pastry shop without a trace. How has it suddenly turned profitable?" Madame Wang expressed her dissatisfaction, longing to see her daughter and having rushed early to find her. A slight delay could mean Ruching's escape. She had already missed her 3 times. Each time she sent a message, it felt as if the words vanished into thin air. "Mother, I truly have matters to attend to," Su Ruching replied. Glancing at the sky, the sun was about to rise, and she needed just one more ingredient to complete the sunscreen, after which production could commence in earnest. A delay meant lost profits. "You never seem to finish anything," Madame Wang insisted, grasping Su Ruching's arm. "Mother has sent word that Su Rulian has been taken as a concubine by the second prince. She is hosting a family banquet today, and we must attend." Initially, Su Ruching did not take the news of Su Rulian becoming the second prince's concubine to heart, but she was taken aback by the necessity of a family banquet. Was this an affront directed at her? Steadying herself, she replied, "Then I shall return to change my clothes. Please call for me when you leave." Upon arriving, Su Ruching and Madame Wang discovered that members of the Su clan had also gathered. A sumptuous feast was laid out with 10 tables, attracting the admiration of many elderly women from the clan who surrounded Su Rulian, showering her with praises that rendered her beaming smile nearly uncontainable. Su Ruching, however, frowned slightly. Was this truly a family banquet? As a concubine of a prince, Su Rulian had orchestrated her gathering to resemble that of a crown princess. Such ostentatious displays at a so-called family gathering. What ulterior motives did she harbor? Clad in her grand attire, Su Rulian reveled in the attention, allowing her imagination to soar. When the second prince ascended the throne, she would become an imperial consort, and those who once flattered her would soon be the matriarchs of their respective families. At that moment, she noticed Su Ruching entering, arm in arm with Lady Wang. Su Ruching seated herself with poise, showing no inclination to rise. "Second aunt, third sister, you've arrived," Su Rulian greeted with a smile. "Third sister, come over. We sisters must have an earnest conversation." Su Ruching remained still, indifferent to the gazes around her, and replied candidly, "Let's forego that. I am no longer on the same path as second sister, so it is inappropriate for us to be overly familiar." Su Rulian's demeanor was gentle, yet a hint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. "It matters not. Even if I become a concubine of the second prince, my status will not diminish our bond as sisters." Su Ruching found her words somewhat amusing, retorting, "It is my misfortune to be close to a concubine. Otherwise, one might think I aspire to be a secondary wife myself." As soon as Su Ruching's words left her lips, Su Rulian's smile faltered. "Sister, royal concubines are indeed elevated above mere courtesans." Her statement prompted a chorus of agreement from the surrounding elderly women. "Indeed, a concubine is distinguished from an ordinary mistress," they exclaimed. "One cannot simply aspire to be a royal concubine. There are ranks to be observed." Su Ruching nearly burst into laughter at their insistence, while Su Rulian struggled to maintain her composure. What side were these old women truly on? Taking a deep breath, Su Rulian interjected, "Enough, the banquet is about to commence. Ladies, please take your seats." As the group dispersed, Su Rulian turned to Su Ruching. "Third sister, we harbor no deep-seated grievances. After all, we are sisters. Why dwell on petty squabbles from our youth? Now that we are grown and married, it is far better to have family than foes. Don't you agree?" Her words seemed to suggest a desire to bury past animosities. Su Ruching blinked, replying, "Second sister, perhaps you should consult your cousin from the Zhao family. When you conspired with Zhao Chongwei against me, did you remember we were sisters then? Now, with your ulterior motives to either exploit or deceive me, you suddenly wish to draw closer? Do you think me foolish?" Su Rulian maintained a facade of good humor. "Third sister, you jest. As a concubine of a prince, I must naturally keep my distance from men. However, it is getting late, and I must beg your pardon. Su Rulian realized that Su Ruqing would not maintain a facade of cordiality with her. Attempting to deceive her would prove futile. She merely sought to test the waters, and if unsuccessful, would devise another scheme. Time was of the essence, and she needed to resolve matters with Su Ruqing swiftly, by any means necessary. Chapter 64. Does she require his assistance in securing the position of crown prince? Time was of the essence, ever since that rotund man, surnamed Zhou, entered the residence. Her days of tranquility had come to an abrupt end. He seized every opportunity to torment her, and had it not been for His Highness's protection, she would have been subjected to unbearable humiliation. She understood all too well that once she failed to deal with Su Ruqing and lost her utility, His Highness would no longer concern himself with her. No, she had to swiftly bring Su Ruqing into the fold. With her presence, that insufferable fat man might just relent. Su Ruqing had only taken a couple of bites when she encountered her uncle, Su Ziqing, as she prepared to leave. Su Ziqing appeared to be in high spirits, and who could blame him? With the crown prince, whom he had nurtured for many years on one hand, and his daughter marrying the second prince as a concubine on the other, regardless of who ultimately ascended the throne, he faced no loss. He keenly understood the art of navigating dual allegiances. Observing the smile on Su Ziqing's face, Su Ruqing blinked and turned to seek out Yushur. After exchanging a few words with Yushur, she noted the grave expression on the latter's face and departed with satisfaction. That night, as Su Ziqing resided in the main courtyard, Yushur tossed and turned, clearly unable to sleep. This disturbance significantly affected Su Ziqing, who had only just fallen asleep. Irritated, he snapped, "Are you going to sleep or not? If not, then leave." Yushur, unfazed by his irritation, sighed instead. "My lord, considering our family's current standing, does this not resemble oil on a raging fire? I am genuinely fearful." Su Ziqing suddenly opened his eyes wide. "What are you afraid of?" "My lord, you see, it was His Majesty who entrusted the crown prince to us, out of trust. In His Majesty's eyes, we are indeed associated with the crown prince. Yet, the second girl has become the concubine of the second prince. What are you trying to say?" Su Ziqing asked, growing impatient. "That too was arranged by the second prince. His Majesty is undoubtedly aware that if he disapproves, he could refuse. But who sent the second girl to the second prince's residence?" Yushur sat up, gazing at Su Ziqing. "She ran there herself, but who knows? Everyone believes it was you, as if having the crown prince was not enough. Now you are fawning over the second prince." A grave expression settled on Su Ziqing's face as he regarded Yushur. "Continue." "In His Majesty's eyes, a trusted minister who simultaneously befriends his two most likely heirs to the throne. What do you think His Majesty would think?" Cold sweat broke out on Su Ziqing's brow. He sprang up and headed for the door. "I have matters to attend to." Yushur watched him hastily exit, scoffing, "I let you sleep, and now you can't." She lowered the bed curtains and soon fell into a deep slumber. After a night of contemplation, he finally made up his mind. Early the next morning, the Duke of Loyalty and Courage issued a declaration to the government. The Duke of Loyalty and Courage severed all ties with the second prince's concubine, declaring that they were no longer the maternal family of Su, the second prince's concubine. Upon hearing this news, Yushur burst into laughter, casting a glance toward the courtyard of the concubine. Let's see if he can still smile now. Su Ruqing, upon hearing the news, felt a sense of satisfaction. It was undeniable that her aunt's decisiveness was commendable. Su Rulian would not be able to return. A concubine without a maternal family faced a foreseeable downfall. Upon hearing the news, Su Rulian felt as if a thunderclap had struck her unexpectedly, a calamity descending upon her on a clear day. Could it be that her father was gravely ill? She had been perfectly well, hardly having stepped outside the courtyard. So how could he abruptly sever all ties with her? As the consort of the most favored prince, she was not some inconsequential figure. How could he dismiss her without so much as a word? A sense of dread enveloped her. Without the support of her maternal family, what path lay ahead for her? No, she must return and uncover the truth. She could not afford to lose the backing of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor. Just then, a rotund figure sauntered in leisurely. "Have you heard? The Duke of Loyalty and Valor has cut ties with you." Zhou Jiaojiao's plump face bore a smile brimming with delight. Yet, her grin only served to accentuate the grotesqueness of her features. Your Highness, you are mistaken. How can my father possibly sever our relationship? There must be some misunderstanding. Su Rulian implored, dropping to her knees. Please, allow me to go and seek clarification. Of course not. Zhou Jiaojiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. With your maternal family gone, I can finally teach you a lesson without restraint. Su Rulian's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to flee. However, Zhou Jiaojiao waved her hand, and the maids rushed forward, seizing Su Rulian with force. Come, let us take Su Rulian to try out my latest toys. Su Rulian pleaded for mercy until her voice grew hoarse, anxiously awaiting Li Ju's return. At that very moment, Su Zhiqing entered the palace, seeking an audience with Li Feng. Upon seeing Li Feng, he fell to his knees with a thud. Your Majesty, I am wronged, he cried out hoarsely. It is all that wretched girl's doing. I arranged her marriage to her maternal cousin, yet she brazenly ran off to the second prince's residence, seducing him to request a title for her as a consort. He bowed repeatedly. I would not dare to conspire with a prince, Your Majesty. I am your loyal servant, with no ulterior motives. You entrusted the crown, prince, to me, demonstrating your trust. How could I then act on my own to approach the second prince? I have severed all ties with that wretched girl. Your Majesty, you must believe me. With tears streaming down his face, Su Zhiqing feared for his life and the fate of his family, especially the recently acquired title of Duke of Loyalty and Valor, which he hoped to retain. Very well, I believe you. You may leave, Li Feng replied, irritated by the raucousness of his voice, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Su Zhiqing could hardly believe his ears. You truly believe me? So, my title will not be stripped away? Rest assured, return to your duties as Duke of Loyalty and Valor, Li Feng said nonchalantly, waving him off. Relieved that he would not face any repercussions, Su Zhiqing bowed deeply in gratitude before departing with a lighter heart. Li Feng watched his retreating figure with a cold sneer. Fool! Whether it is the crown prince or the second prince, neither shall inherit my throne. It matters not whom you align yourself with. In the end, you will all accompany me into the abyss. Soon, the events of the imperial study were reported in detail to Li Xian, who maintained his composure, knowing it unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Because it does not impact the overall situation, I remain unperturbed. The so-called grand scheme, whether it pertains to him or to Li Ju, is merely a stepping stone for others to ascend the throne. He had anticipated this long ago. From a moment he was bestowed the title of crown prince. Even as an infant oblivious to the world, he lost his mother, who was cast into the cold palace. Though they had recognized each other long ago, his true identity remained concealed for years, only being revealed when he saved him in the presence of all, calling out to him so that everyone could hear. Yet his father, the emperor, still refused to acknowledge his status. It was only when it was revealed that he was afflicted by various lethal poisons, destined not to live beyond 30, that his identity was finally accepted. How desperately must he require assistance in maintaining the position of crown prince? Alas, anything that falls into his hands is his. If it does not belong to him, it must still become his. However, to have only himself involved in this game, would it not be rather dull? Chapter 65. The Li Dynasty Annual Celebration. A festivity for monarch and ministers alike. On the day of the Li Dynasty Annual Celebration, civil and military officials, accompanied by their families, entered the palace to partake in the grand feast, celebrating together with the sovereign. Everyone was adorned in magnificent attire, creating a vivid spectacle of emerald and jewels. Li Feng radiated with the pride of spring, for under his stewardship, the Li clan had attained such opulent lives, and the dynasty had thrived, with the nation growing prosperous and its people strong. The banquet was a grand affair, filled with dazzling performances and resounding music, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. However, Su Ruqing noticed that the second prince had only brought his primary consort, while Su Rulian was conspicuously absent. Her intuition suggested that this was undoubtedly related to the severance of ties with the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's household. At that moment, a sudden urgent report burst forth. Your Majesty, a message of utmost urgency from 800 miles away. The chief eunuch rushed in hastily, chief eunuch and had followed Li Feng since the time he was an uncherished prince, rising to become the foremost eunuch in the palace. He was deeply trusted by Li Feng, and both ministers and favored consorts held him in high regard. After all, the king of hell may be easily provoked, but the little ghosts are troublesome. No one wished for him to cause them trouble before Li Feng, thus fostering his haughty demeanor. At this moment, he had shed his former air of superiority, collapsing to the ground in a state of panic. In an instant, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck. All present were taken aback. An urgent message of 800 miles signifies the exchange of horses, not men, at the expense of countless sweat-blood steeds, striving to deliver the news in the shortest possible time. Such urgency could only arise from military matters of great significance. On this day of military and civilian celebration, the sudden arrival of this urgent message clearly indicated that the military situation was dire and, undoubtedly, not favorable. Quickly relay the message. Li Feng's expression turned grave, and the previous revelry was abruptly halted. Soon, a soldier, grievously injured and covered in blood, was brought forth. Report, Your Majesty. The general of the West was ambushed last night, severely wounded, and the troops of the West are now leaderless. The soldier, bloodied and pale, managed to convey the message before succumbing to unconsciousness. In an instant, panic engulfed everyone. Fearing an invasion from the Western D, Li Feng surveyed all the civil and military officials present. Who among you is willing to immediately head to the frontier to support the general of the West and fend off the Western D? As soon as Li Feng's words fell, silence ensued, and Su Ruqing could not help but glance toward her father. Indeed, in the next moment, Su Zitao stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. I, Su Zitao, humbly request to return to the front lines, and I beseech your Majesty for your gracious approval. His resonant voice echoed with unwavering loyalty to the nation and a courageous resolve to face death in battle. Excellent, Li Feng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. General Su, as a leader of the Western Defense Army, your return brings me great reassurance. After a brief pause, he surveyed the assembly of civil and military officials and proclaimed with conviction, loyal and valiant General Su Zitao, devoted to his sovereign and country, is hereby granted the title of Grand General of Huaihua, elevated to the 3rd rank. Li Feng's words instantly sparked gasps of astonishment from all present. It is worth noting that the title of loyal and valiant general is of the 4th rank, while the Grand General of Huaihua is of the 3rd rank. Thus, he ascended 2 ranks in an instant, transitioning from 4th to 3rd, inciting envy among countless civil and military officials. Soon after, other generals emerged, each requesting to join the fray. The patriotic fervor of my generals shall be rewarded with promotions upon your return to the capital. I shall duly confer honors based on merit. Li Feng addressed the assembly. The Western Defense Army lacks leadership. Is there any general willing to take command? He continued, with your esteemed assistance, I am confident we can achieve a resounding victory over the Western D. His words were straightforward, serving merely as a rallying call to bolster morale. Should they triumph, the military accolades would be a mere gift. Everyone understood that such a victory could not be won by mere words alone. Given the current turmoil within the Western Defense Army, it was evident that a disheartened force would find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over the enemy. Li Feng's gaze traversed the venerable generals, those of the highest esteem. In that instant, all eyes turned to the 2 most respected among them, General Meng Qing, who had previously defended the borders against the Western D, and General Zhu Hua, who once safeguarded the southern Liao. General Meng Qing stepped forward with a wry smile, and as Li Feng offered a smile in return, he spoke with a bitter tone. Your Majesty, I can scarcely lift my sword. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a grievous wound on his right arm, nearly severing it. Grasping a wine cup from the table, his hand trembled uncontrollably, spilling most of its contents. He fell to his knees, exclaiming, a general who cannot wield a sword will only dampen the spirits of the troops. I implore your Majesty to forgive me. The old general's voice was laden with sorrow and helplessness. He understood well that this was a golden opportunity for military glory. If given the chance, he would willingly fight for the future of his descendants, preferring to die in battle than to wither away at home. Yet, he was not merely a father or a grandfather. He was a general, responsible for the lives of his soldiers. He could not allow his plight to dampen morale or jeopardize the overall campaign. If his inability were to lead to defeat, resulting in countless casualties among his men, he would bear the blame in perpetuity. Li Feng remained silent, absorbing the weight of everyone's gaze, before turning to another figure. General Zhu Hua, once the guardian of southern Liao, stood before them, his aged face awash with tears. He did not speak, but instead rose and stepped forward. Instantaneously, the assembly fell into profound silence. Only because General Zhu Hua rose to his feet, the sight was one of imbalance. As he took 2 steps, his form swayed precariously. Everyone beheld the stark reality of his legs, one long, the other short. It was evident that his left leg had suffered a grievous injury, one that had not healed properly, affecting the very bone. With a contorted body, he fell to his knees in a pitiful manner, concealing his face as he wept inconsolably. At that moment, a singular phrase echoed in the hearts of the onlookers, the twilight of a hero. This was a hero, one who had once charged into the battlefield, disregarding personal safety to protect his homeland. For the sake of the nation, he had risked his life, leading countless troops to repel innumerable invasions from the enemy. Yet now, in a bid to safeguard his country and its people, he had become a disabled elder, struggling even with the most basic of life's demands. Some could not suppress their tears. The brutal reality of war laid bare before all, an unspoken sorrow permeating the hearts of those present. The atmosphere grew heavy with despondency. Su Ruqing furrowed her brow slightly. Despite her cold demeanor, the urgent military situation of the Jinshi army rendered this a time unfit for sentimentality. Such an atmosphere could undoubtedly affect the morale of the troops. Just then, a figure rose abruptly, capturing the attention of all. Li Xian knelt down. As the crown prince, he may not have experienced battle himself, yet his very presence represented the immense grace of his father, the emperor. He expressed his willingness to personally go to the Jinshi army to stabilize the morale of the troops. No, your majesty, it is far too dangerous. His Highness the Crown Prince must not put himself in peril. A minister interjected. Indeed, your majesty, the Crown Prince's health is not robust. It is ill-advised for him to traverse the battlefield. Another echoed. Your majesty, please reconsider. Li Feng's expression was conflicted as he regarded Li Xian. Taking a moment before speaking, Crown Prince, have you truly considered this? I have thought it through, father. As the heir to the throne, it is my undeniable duty to stand forth when the nation is in need. Even if I were to perish on the battlefield, it is my choice, and I shall have no regrets. Li Xian's expression remained composed, yet his resolute words resonated deeply with many present. Very well, since you are so determined. I grant you permission. Li Feng finally nodded. The second prince, Li Ju, observed Li Xian's resolve, his gaze flickering before ultimately deciding to remain a passive observer. Leaving behind the capital and the throne, the urgency of war was undeniable. Victory would not come easily. Even if they were to triumph, the uncertainty of survival loomed large. Chapter 66. Oh dear master, the crown prince is quite fearsome. Save me. Li Feng raised his cup. In light of the urgent military situation, I shall take this moment to toast you all, bidding you farewell. I wish for your swift victory and an unyielding advance. On the day of your triumphant return, I shall personally greet you at the West City Gate. Li Feng's words ignited fervor among the assembled generals, prompting the kneeling figures to bow deeply in gratitude. We shall not disappoint your majesty's trust. Long live your majesty, they proclaimed in unison. With that, the 5 strode forth, and soon after, several ladies also took their leave, evidently to prepare provisions for the departing generals. As the Wang family prepared to depart, Su Ruqing hastily followed suit. As the Wang family busied themselves with packing, Su Ruqing took the opportunity to gather a variety of medicinal supplies, hemostatic agents, anti-inflammatory drugs, analgesics, antipyretics, and remedies for colds, even preparing a substantial assortment of anti-diarrheal and detoxification medications. She meticulously prepared 2 sets. One was dispatched to Su Zitao, while the other, particularly abundant in detoxification herbal packets, was arranged with detailed acupuncture points and sequences articulated on a sheet of paper. Handing the package to Qingting, she instructed, "Go to the apothecary and inquire if Bai Ji is willing to venture to the battlefield to administer antidotes for the crown prince. Inform him that should victory be attained, he may secure a promising future. However, if he fails, he may not return at all. Let him make his own decision regarding this matter. Furthermore, if he declines, deliver these supplies directly to Su Lin, so he may enlist a trustworthy physician. Be swift." "Understood," Qingting responded, darting out like a gust of wind. At Baikatang. Upon hearing Qingting's message, Baiji immediately fell to her knees. "Please convey my deepest gratitude to my lord. Should I perish, it is my fate. If fortune smiles upon me, and I survive, I shall return to repay my lord's kindness." She bowed deeply before rising to embrace the package, following Qingting to Riyiju. 2 carrier pigeons took flight from the rear courtyard of Riyiju. Li Xian received the message carried by the pigeons. As he read Su Ruqing's handwritten letter, he pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment before composing a response. He entrusted it to the waiting manager Zhou and Mo Yi, saying, "You two will handle matters of all sizes at your discretion. Should any issues arise, consult Miss San. The safety of Miss San is paramount. Do not jeopardize yourselves." After a brief pause, he added, "The Dark Character Camp will have 2 squads accompany me. One will protect Miss San, while the other will ensure the Empress's safety within the palace." He turned to Su Lin. "Your brother will accompany me this time. You shall remain here to assist Miss San in monitoring Baikatang and endeavoring to procure medicinal materials. If funds are insufficient, procure more from Longxi." This last directive was aimed at Manager Zhou. The 3 responded affirmatively. Li Xian glanced at the large package, his expression softening for a moment. "Ruqing, await my return." Su Ruqing stood at the city gate, gazing into the distance as Li Xian, accompanied by several generals and a contingent of troops, surged forth towards the border with remarkable speed. The unexpected deployment of Su Zitao took the Wang family by surprise, leaving the unprepared matriarch fainting at the moment her husband departed. Upon receiving the news, Su Ruqing hurried back, and after taking her mother's pulse, she turned to Zhuxiang, asking, "Has my mother exhibited any unusual symptoms lately?" "A little lethargy and a poor appetite. I wished to summon a physician, but the lady forbade it," Zhuxiang replied thoughtfully. "Is something amiss with the lady?" Su Ruqing harbored a few suspicions, but was pressed for time. "I am uncertain. Perhaps the end of the year has brought a flurry of affairs that have fatigued her. She ought to rest well. For the time being, direct any household matters to me. If I am unable to address them, consult my mother. Do you understand?" "Yes, miss," Zhuxiang replied promptly. Her gaze filled with admiration as she observed Su Ruqing's growth in maturity, recognizing her capability in alleviating her mother's burdens. The lady will surely be pleased upon awakening. Upon returning to her quarters, Su Ruqing received the letter that Li Xian had entrusted to Qingting. As she opened it, her brow furrowed in concern. Was the entire responsibility of the prince's residence entrusted to her? Faced with such unwavering trust from her superior, she felt a twinge of insecurity. The following day, Su Ruqing visited Baikatang, where she was confronted by the unexpected arrivals of Su Lin, Manager Zhou, and Mo Yi. Upon learning of Li Xian's directives, she fell silent. Such a monumental task, simply handed over without a second thought? Was there no fear of her mismanaging the affairs? The weight of expectation pressed heavily upon her. In the days that followed, Su Ruqing felt overwhelmed to the point of tears. Early each morning, she would head to Baikatang, which was originally designed for drying medicinal herbs and providing rest for the staff, but with so few employees, she took it upon herself to make use of the space. As she gazed upon a table laden with ledgers, her eyes were filled with skepticism towards Manager Zhou. Could this old fellow be attempting to set her up, simply because Li Xian had placed her in charge? Manager Zhou, exasperated, replied, "Please take a look. These are the accounts for various shops. The master has instructed that the finances are to be managed by you for Baikatang branches across different regions. Thus you will have to endure the burden of these ledgers." Accepting her fate, Su Ruqing immersed herself in the accounts, losing track of time until she finally finished. Just then, another batch of harvest records arrived from the estate, and as she perused them, she suddenly halted and turned to Manager Zhou. Immediately procure a substantial quantity of grains and fodder at the lowest price possible, and the sooner, the better. Manager Zhou, taken aback but compliant, responded, "Understood." With a perplexed expression, he hurried away. That evening, Su Ruqing returned to the residence to attend to her household duties. By the time she finally lay down, the moon had risen high in the sky. She had been so busy over the past 2 days that she felt a nagging sense of forgetfulness. As she closed her eyes, it suddenly struck her. Today was the day for Li Xian's detoxification. What could be happening with him at that moment? Meanwhile, far away at the border between the Li dynasty and Shiliao, within the camp of the Jinshi army, the atmosphere in the prince's tent was tense. Li Xian, shirtless and clad in only his trousers, sat on the couch, his expression icy as he fixated on Bai Ji. Bai Ji, holding the silver needle, struggled to maintain his composure. As he approached Li Xian's acupoint, his hand trembled involuntarily, causing him to miss the mark, and pain shot through Li Xian, eliciting a sharp cry. He had not anticipated such pain. After all, Su Ruqing had performed detoxifications on him numerous times before, and even through his clothing, she had never missed. In the next moment, Bai Ji collapsed to his knees. "I am worthless," he lamented, consumed by self-loathing. The opportunity had been laid before him, and yet he had failed to seize it. However, the moment he caught sight of the prince, his nerves overwhelmed him. The imposing aura was utterly terrifying, with a perpetually expressionless face and piercing gaze. It felt as though a single misstep would result in his being dragged out and beaten to death. "My goodness, this is the prince. Oh, my lord. The prince is frightfully intimidating. Please save me. Alas, I fear I may not survive to return and face my master." Li Xian observed the timid physician, who trembled like a grasshopper, nearly paralyzed by fear at having missed the acupoint, and felt utterly exasperated. Previously, when treating the Grand General of Jinshi, Bai Ji had exhibited commendable medical skills and deftness. Why then had he devolved into such a state in Li Xian's presence? He has not learned an ounce of courage from his master. The sight of him makes one want to cast him out. He exhaled slowly, reminding himself to look beyond the man and see the Buddha. In a deep voice, he commanded, "Get up. Continue." Bai Ji could not suppress his disbelief. Was he not dragged out to be executed? Cautiously lifting his gaze, he met Li Xian's impatient eyes, and he instinctively thought, "Yes, I thank the Crown Prince for sparing my life." As he spoke, he hurriedly got back to his feet. Sparing my life? How has his master tarnished his reputation behind his back? Is he truly perceived as a tyrant who resorts to murder at a whim? Once he returns, he will certainly interrogate his third sister thoroughly. It appears there is much discontent regarding him. Chapter 67. Third Miss, are you perhaps a seer? This time, Bai Ji suppressed his anxiety. Although his movements were somewhat sluggish, he indeed expelled dark red blood, just as his master had indicated in the letter. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. His life was preserved. Truly, he was blessed by his master. Half a month later, Su Ruqing received a letter from the western region. Upon reading Bai Ji's correspondence, she could not help but chuckle. Curiosity piqued. What had Li Xian done to frighten Bai Ji so? Yet, considering Li Xian's demeanor, as if everyone owed him a fortune, and his imposing presence, it was no wonder Bai Ji was terrified. However, the successful resolution of the poison was a relief. She then perused the letter from Li Xian, which succinctly recounted the events following their arrival at the Jinshi army, and ultimately, he expressed his dissatisfaction with Bai Ji's lack of courage, deeming him unfit for significant tasks. Su Ruqing found it amusing how these two individuals differed so greatly from her perception of them. Meanwhile, it had been confirmed that Mrs. Wang was indeed pregnant. Perhaps burdened by worries, she began to experience daily bouts of nausea and vomiting. Su Ruqing prescribed various sour and anti-nausea soups, even resorting to spicy concoctions. Yet none proved effective. Consequently, she took full control of the household's management, allowing Mrs. Wang to focus on her recuperation. In the ensuing days, Su Ruqing was busier than ever, compounded by the opening of various herbal shops across the region. Following her plans, they quickly established themselves. Various unresolved issues were communicated through the carrier pigeons of the herbal shops, and soon, a flurry of problems descended upon Su Ruching like snowflakes. She was engulfed in her tasks, to the point of losing sleep. Meanwhile, the border was engulfed in fierce warfare, with countless soldiers sacrificing their lives daily. Li Xian's countenance grew increasingly grim. After 3 months of battle, as nature began to awaken, the provision of fodder for the warhorses became the gravest challenge. This plight afflicted not only the armies of the Li dynasty, but also their foes in the west, where food was scarce. In a struggle for survival, the brutality escalated. Casualties among the soldiers of the Li dynasty surged alarmingly. The western Liao, already lacking arable land, could scarcely cultivate crops, as most of their territory was dedicated to pastures. Essential crops for survival could not be adequately planted, forcing them to rely on plundered wealth to procure food. As spring arrived, it heralded calamity. After all, in every nation, as winter fades and spring emerges, it marks the season for sowing crops. During this time, no one would recklessly sell grains, for it is essential to reserve sufficient supplies to sustain through the winter until the new harvest arrives. Thus, spring becomes the period when the western Liao poses its most formidable threat. Compared to other nations, the territory of the Li dynasty is exceedingly fertile, with vast expanses suitable for cultivation, yielding a bountiful harvest that has long piqued the interest of the western Liao, which covets the prime resources of the Li dynasty. As Li Xian listened to the latest reports of casualties, a frown unconsciously creased his brow. "Your Highness, should we procure provisions for storage, or request a transport of supplies from the capital?" Su Zitao suddenly inquired. Li Xian, having never participated in warfare, was rather unfamiliar with many matters. Since his arrival, he had come to understand individuals and situations he had never encountered before, diligently absorbing the counsel of those around him, striving to be a worthy mascot. Upon hearing Su Ziqing's question, he promptly asked, "General Su, could you kindly elaborate on the necessity of stockpiling provisions in advance? After all, the supplies can sustain us for 2 more months. Storing provisions not only requires funds, but also necessitates personnel to guard them, which is indeed time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, the daily requirements for a force of 300,000 soldiers represent a colossal figure. What, then, is the rationale behind the advance accumulation of provisions?" Su Zitao Zetponde. At this juncture, the crops sown in spring have yet to mature. The land lacks sufficient resources to support both men and horses, and with the rainy season approaching, transporting provisions will pose a significant challenge. Delays in the supply chain could lead to our troops facing hunger, which presents an opportunity for the enemy. He continued, "While we currently lack provisions, the enemy will be in a far worse predicament. If we find ourselves in a similar situation, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous for us. Therefore, it is imperative to gather supplies in advance." Indeed, the western Liao not only possesses formidable steeds, but also raises numerous cattle and sheep due to the abundance of pastures, nourishing their people who, having grown strong on meat, are robust and towering. The western Liao is truly a formidable force, were it not for persistent hunger and insufficient provisions. The outcome of a confrontation with the western Liao would be uncertain. Li Xian quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation and promptly issued orders. The forces would split into 2 groups, one to procure supplies from the capital, and the other to gather provisions through his own efforts. Soon, news arrived from the capital, indicating that, under normal circumstances, provisions were still 2 months away. The timing of this request seemed rather abrupt, requiring time for assembly. To expedite the process, it was decided that the Jinshi army would independently gather supplies, focusing on nearby areas to save time. In essence, this meant providing funds and allowing them to devise their own means of procurement. The success of this endeavor would hinge upon his capabilities. At this juncture, the procurement of supplies was not conducted under the auspices of the state, but rather in the name of the military, which granted many affluent households the opportunity to refuse. Li Xian swiftly mobilized resources under the banner of the Jinshi army, yet the progress was alarmingly sluggish. Gradually, the reach of the procurement efforts extended from the vicinity towards the capital. Unexpectedly, he encountered resistance, and it dawned upon him that there were those covertly undermining his endeavors. It is undoubtedly he who transmitted the news to Kyoto, enabling the other party to prepare in advance with the intention of severing his supply lines to ensure his defeat. Alas, they shall be met with disappointment. Li Xian promptly dispatched a message to Manager Zhou, instructing him to procure provisions in the name of the Town West Army. Upon receiving the news, Manager Zhou could hardly believe his eyes. Although he was unaware of the unfolding events, he was indeed astounded. "Miss San, could it be that you possess the gift of foresight? Such a substantial quantity of provisions, and you instructed him to purchase at once. The sooner the better." It turns out that he had been waiting for this opportunity. This transaction would undoubtedly yield a significant profit. With great enthusiasm, Manager Zhou sought out Su Ruqing. While calculating accounts, Su Ruqing stole a glance at Manager Zhou and was met with his exuberant expression. "What is it, Manager Zhou?" she inquired, setting aside her ledger. Manager Zhou leaned closer. "How did you know to stockpile such a vast amount of provisions? Are you perhaps endowed with the gift of foresight? This transaction," he mused, "would indeed bring in a substantial sum of silver." Su Ruqing chuckled. "Are you referring to my prior acquisition of provisions at a lower price? Did you perhaps foresee that such a day would arrive with your prescient abilities?" The more Manager Zhou pondered, the more he felt it was true. Thus, "The master had directed us uncertain souls to consult with you, hoping you might provide some foresight, correct? Could you perhaps predict when our master might triumphantly return?" Manager Zhou eagerly implored. Chapter 68. He must not return alive. "I do not possess foresight. I merely deduced it," Su Ruqing replied, amused. She picked up a ledger detailing the estate's income and expenditures over the past 2 years. "Observe, during this month last year and the year before, the estate procured numerous items for shelter from the rain, and there were also purchases of stones for road paving, citing excessive rainfall leading to landslides that hindered passage." Manager Zhou appeared skeptical. "Is that all? A bit more rain than usual. Is that not quite normal? Moreover, look here," Su Ruqing continued, retrieving the ledger for a nearby estate close to the border. "This estate produces the pear-like fruit that is absent in Kyoto. However, at this time last year, there were frequent incursions by the Shidi people, who raided the agricultural produce being transported from the estate on 3 occasions. The steward of that estate, perhaps out of fear of our master's displeasure, explicitly noted," she pointed to a barely visible inscription in the corner, "that other estates experienced similar fates." Su Ruqing regarded Manager Zhou. "Isn't this rather peculiar? They could have simply killed and plundered, ransacking the entire estate, yet they only seized the crops repeatedly. What does this imply? What does it imply?" Manager Zhou was bewildered by Su Ruqing's sudden leaps in logic, questioning how 2 seemingly unrelated estates could be connected. "It indicates that the Shidi people are severely lacking in food. They could kill if they wished, but they choose not to. If they were to slaughter, who would dare to cultivate the land? If everyone were killed or frightened away, whom would they have left to rob?" Manager Zhou's expression darkened. "So, the Shidi people are acting intentionally, as if they are raising pigs? A relentless wave of raids?" Su Ruqing's unspoken words reveal a truth that appears to be akin to harvesting chives. If it were not for an urgent need for sustenance, how could the Western D, with their inherent propensity for slaughter, limit themselves merely to plunder? Furthermore, considering the current season, the crops have only just begun to sprout, insufficient to meet the needs of livestock. Likewise, the Western D, in their struggle for survival, are compelled to embark on a desperate assault, leaving no other avenue for escape. Thus, conflicts are bound to be frequent. Zhou Zhangguo, with a look of admiration, remarked, "Indeed, with frequent battles, the consumption of provisions will be substantial. If the rainy season further complicates timely supply routes, the army will inevitably face a dire shortage of food and fodder." True, while the borders may lack resources, the Jiangnan region is abundant in fertile lands, adjacent to rivers, thus yielding a high grain output at naturally low prices, Su Ruqing replied calmly, a look of assured mastery gracing his visage. "This batch of provisions will only sustain the army for a month. Do we need to continue gathering supplies?" Zhou Zhanggue inquired. No need for now. With this batch included, the Army's supplies will last for nearly 2 months, sufficient to weather the rainy season. Su Ruqing contemplated the impending period. Following the rains, the Western D would surely mount frenzied assaults in their quest for survival. As long as His Highness the Crown Prince can hold the line for these 2 months, after which, with a strategy of waiting for the enemy to tire, they are bound to suffer significant losses and refrain from further incursions in the near term, even should they wish to attack. Their forces are vastly outnumbered compared to those of the Li dynasty. Zhou Zhangge nodded respectfully and withdrew, hastening back to relay the conversation to the border. At that moment, Li Xian, upon hearing reports from his subordinates, decisively stated, "For the next 2 months, we shall focus on regular training and defense, avoiding direct confrontation with the Western Liao." He turned to General Su Zitao. "General Su, ensure that our defenses along the Li dynasty's border are steadfast, denying the Western D any opportunity to invade and pillage our grain. Let us outlast this rainy season. I intend to starve them into submission." "Understood." Su Zitao deeply Lao Li, a smile illuminating his face. The Crown Prince truly demonstrates remarkable wisdom. Having transformed from a novice into a capable strategist brimming with military acumen in less than half a year, he acts neither impulsively nor with excessive rigidity, maximizing every advantage to minimize casualties. With such a leader, how could victory be in doubt? Meanwhile, Zhang Guofei's countenance darkened. Curse him! He has not perished there. Instead, he has repelled 2 assaults from the Western D. Mother, I have already exerted pressure. Once their supplies are exhausted, they will be left with no choice but to fight the Western D in a desperate final stand, resulting in countless casualties. Should they lose, he will not return alive. Even if they win, the loss of so many lives will surely be on his conscience. The second prince's expression mirrored the darkness of his mother's, a cruel smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "To be safe, let us dispatch someone to eliminate him," the second prince uttered. "He must not be allowed to return alive." Across various regions, the herbal hall has firmly established its roots, renowned for its exceptional medical skills and reasonably priced medicines, earning the trust of the local populace. Medicinal herbs have begun to be harvested and transported to different locales. Su Ruqing allocated a portion of these herbs, primarily those for healing wounds, stopping bleeding, and treating ailments of wind and cold, to be sent to the border. She felt a lingering sense of unease, prompting her to bring along some antidote, under the pretext of visiting the temple to pray for blessings for Su Zitao and the unborn child of the Wang family. Having informed both Wang and the elder matriarch in advance, she set out without further ado. At this moment, the cries of battle echoed through the borders. As flames of war engulfed the land, countless warriors clashed fiercely, one after another falling in the fray. Among them were soldiers from Western Liao, as well as those from the Li dynasty. Li Xian's expression was grave as he observed everyone charging into the fray. Clutching his treasured sword, he urged his steed onward, determined to confront the enemy's leader. Uncertain how long the combat had continued, his sword's edge had dulled. Yet Li Xian swung it to fell an approaching foe, only to see a figure cowering behind the enemy lines, poised to flee. His countenance hardened, and just as he was about to pursue, he noticed an ambush looming not far away. He beheld Su Zitao, engaged in fierce combat and utterly unguarded, and he shouted urgently, "Be careful, second uncle." In a moment of desperation, the familiar address slipped out. Simultaneously, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. The 2 men wielded their swords to deflect the oncoming projectiles, gradually retreating towards the edge. Li Xian spotted the local commander attempting to escape stealthily. "Your Highness, allow me to lend you my strength." Su Zitao crouched low, using all his might to lift Li Xian. With a nod, Li Xian sprang onto Su Zitao's palm, leveraging the support to hurl his sword with all his might, piercing the local commander's back. The man staggered and fell from his mount. "Your commander is dead. Surrender at once," Li Xian proclaimed with all his internal force. "The commander is dead. Everyone flee. I don't want to die. Save me." With the commander's demise, the enemy troops scattered in panic, and the morale of Li Dynasty's soldiers surged. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a scene of overwhelming victory. Just then, a group of cloaked riders charged forth, heading straight for Li Xian. Su Zitao, taken aback, urged, "Your Highness, flee quickly." He pushed Li Xian towards the nearest horse, and, sword in hand, charged at the approaching men. Clearly, facing many alone spelled inevitable defeat. Li Xian's expression darkened as he scanned his surroundings and mounted his steed. He could not allow Su Zitao to perish here. "You seek my life." With that declaration, he urged his horse forward. "Quickly pursue." The assailants immediately abandoned Su Zitao to chase after Li Xian. Su Zitao's expression shifted. "Help. Protect the Crown Prince." Chapter 69. Maintain a respectful distance from the Crown Prince, for there are distinctions between men and women. He dashed towards the nearest horse, mounting it swiftly to give chase. However, by the time Su Zitao reached the base of the mountain, he had lost track of him, gazing at the dense forest. He turned back to the camp to seek assistance. Li Xian, having left the battlefield, was pursued by a throng of cloaked figures, soon joined by his protectors. Amidst the wooded pursuit, after felling an adversary, Li Xian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Damn it, the poison has taken effect. He staggered, evading the onslaught, but the number of his companions dwindled, with 2 assailants hot on his trail. He wiped the blood from his lips, desperately attempting to elude his pursuers. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared atop the mountain. It was Bai Ji. Upon witnessing someone pursuing Li Xian, his expression shifted dramatically. "Your Highness, I shall protect you," he exclaimed, producing a vial of tranquilizer and hurling it towards the cloaked assailant. However, the adversary deftly deflected it with his sword. The dark-clad figure, with a grim countenance, raised his weapon menacingly at Bai Ji. "Oh no, I forgot to remove the stopper." Bai Ji exclaimed in terror, crouching down and clutching his head, desperately crying out, "Help me!" He braced himself for the impending pain. After a moment, he opened his eyes in astonishment to find the pale-faced Li Xian standing before him, while the assassin lay lifeless. "Thank you. Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Bai Ji barely had time to express his gratitude before noticing Li Xian swaying, blood spilling from his lips, prompting him to rush forward for support. "Find a place. I need to recuperate," Li Xian gasped, the poison taking hold, rendering him incapable of employing his internal energy. Despite his predicament, he had exerted himself, feeling as though his blood surged and pain gripped his chest, leaving his limbs feeble. Bai Ji exerted all his strength, realizing that despite Li Xian's seemingly slight frame, he was surprisingly heavy. At long last, they stumbled upon a cave, and Bai Ji collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Li Xian leaned against the cave wall, slowly attempting to circulate his energy to suppress the poison, only to be unable to contain a violent spasm that expelled more blood. Bai Ji, terrified, hastily retrieved an antidote pill that his master had instructed him to carry, and administered it to Li Xian. "This is a basic antidote my master provided. Please make do with it. I will seek help." Though his limbs trembled with weakness, he dared not delay, fearing that should anything happen to the illustrious figure before him, their entire family would be doomed. "Come back," Li Xian rasped, but before he could finish his sentence, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Ruqing, upon reaching the border, was immediately informed of the prince's disappearance. Her expression turned grave as she dispatched everyone around her to search. The secret guards naturally had their means of communication. Soon, her allies gathered all of Li Xian's companions. A search party combed through the mountains, ultimately discovering the unconscious Li Xian in a cave, alongside Bai Ji, whose eyes were red and brimming with tears. Bai Yi, usually composed, now appeared flustered and less steady. He had feared for the lives of his family, only to see Su Ruqing appear. "Master," he exclaimed in a panic, "the prince has been poisoned, and I cannot save him." Over these past months, he had healed countless individuals in the military, earning the title of divine physician. Yet he felt incapable of saving the prince. He was not a divine physician, but rather a hapless doctor on the verge of being a sacrificial offering. Fortunately, his master had arrived. Otherwise, their family would be doomed. In the eyes of the onlookers, Bai Ji revered as a divine physician within the military and often portrayed with an air of enigmatic profundity, now stood before Su Ruqing with teary eyes. Looking as ecstatic as a fool, Li Xian was taken back to the tent, and Su Ruqing gazed at the unconscious prince, her head throbbing with worry. How did this happen? She pondered. What are you doing here, you foolish girl? Su Zitao pulled Su Ruqing out of the tent, admonishing her. Do not hinder the divine physician's efforts to save the prince. Bai Ji watched helplessly as Su Ruqing was dragged away, reaching out too late. Who was hindering whom? Having drawn the master out, who else could save the crown prince? Su Ruqing found herself at a loss for words, her gaze landing upon Su Lin, who instantly comprehended the situation. Second master, General of the West requests your presence, he informed. Stay here for now. Later, Father will ask General Morong for an early departure to escort you home. Su Zitao instructed before following Su Lin out. Once Su Ruqing could no longer see Su Zitao's figure, she hastily turned back to the tent. Quick! Hot water, silver needles. Grasping a pen, Su Ruqing swiftly began to write when she heard footsteps. She promptly thrust the pen into Bai Ji's hands as someone entered. It was Mo Yi, and she let out a sigh of relief before turning to fetch the silver needles, instructing Mo Yi, remove the prince's clothing. Mo Yi surveyed the unconscious Li Xian and proceeded with efficiency. It must be noted that a man is far swifter at undressing another man than a woman is at doing so. Mo Yi was certainly quicker than Qing Ting in this regard. She approached, the silver needles in her hand moving with precision, soon transforming Li Xian into a hedgehog of needles. Mo Yi pricked up her ears. Someone is coming. It seems to be General Su. Their footsteps are light, and they possess skill. She quickly relayed her remaining instructions to Bai Ji before hastily exiting, only to collide with Su Zitao, who was about to enter. Upon seeing Li Xian's bare upper body, Su Zitao's countenance darkened. Come with me at once. Once outside, he remarked, though he was once your elder brother, there are still distinctions between men and women. He is now the crown prince. Regardless of past camaraderie, one must maintain the decorum befitting sovereign and subject. He recalled an incident where he had chanced upon the crown prince scaling walls to deliver a gift to his daughter, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of unease. When had the crown prince developed such a close relationship with Ruqing? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, when did you grow so close to the crown prince? Last time, he went to great lengths to deliver a gift to you. Coughing slightly, Su Ruqing felt an uncharacteristic sense of guilt wash over her. Under her father's scrutinizing gaze, she experienced an odd sensation akin to being caught in a secret romance. Her mind raced. Clearing her throat, she replied, the crown prince is truly kind. When he was still the heir, he once witnessed Lady Lin mistreating me. Since then, he has taken special care of me. His younger sister, back when I was an uncherished, illegitimate daughter, and you were far away at the frontier, while mother mourned the loss of her beloved daughter. It was my elder brother who shielded me from Lady Lin's bullying, making my life significantly bearable. She spoke fervently, striving to diminish her father's suspicions. Unexpectedly, her words only stirred Su Zitao's guilt. It is your father and mother who have wronged you, allowing you to suffer for so many years. He shifted his tone. Since the crown prince has shown you kindness, I shall find a way to repay that favor. However, you must maintain a respectful distance from him. Su Ruqing glanced at Su Lin peeking from a distance and coughed lightly. Very well, I shall be cautious. She sighed, contemplating the future. If Li Xian were to ascend the throne, her discreet allegiance would render her unable to publicly express her support. Such a reality felt profoundly unsatisfactory. What difference was there from a hidden journey in splendid garments? If one were to seek favor, it ought to be proclaimed widely to wield its true power. However, by that time, it is likely that father would no longer object. Perhaps she can find a way to rationalize the relationship between the two, ensuring that father has no grounds for criticism. This time, father is returning with you. Last time, your mother wrote to say she would accompany you on a matchmaker visit. What happened then? Father could offer you some thoughtful advice upon his return. Su Zitao was filled with enthusiasm. Su Ruqing observed him, sensing something amiss. She scrutinized him suspiciously. What did my mother write to you in her last letter? How could father have the leisure to accompany her on the matchmaker visit? Should he be by mother's side? After all, she is pregnant, 5 months along. How could he act as if nothing were amiss? He merely mentioned some trivial family matters, that everyone was well, and that many were eager to play matchmaker for you. Su Zitao looked at Su Ruqing, feeling a sense of oddity. Is something wrong? Su Ruqing was suddenly convinced that father knew nothing at all. Mother wrote 2 letters, and she hadn't informed father? She felt a sudden anticipation about returning home and witnessing her mother's large belly. She wondered how father would react. After Li Xian detoxified, the group prepared to set off for the capital. In the prince's carriage, Su Lin and a stand-in for Li Xian concealed her whereabouts, claiming the prince was gravely injured, thereby moving at a snail's pace towards the capital. Miide, Livuan, Orujing, Moye, Ozito, and a group of loyal warriors quietly separated from the main force, taking a detour through the southern frontier. Chapter 70. She is your sister who grew up alongside you. How could you treat her so harshly? Li Xian's body was ill-suited for horseback travel, and Su Ruqing's riding skills were rather mediocre. Mo Yi procured 2 carriages for their journey, but suddenly it began to rain. Li Xian's carriage wheels became stuck in a ditch. As the carriage tipped over, he leapt out, fortunately unharmed, though the carriage was rendered unusable. Li Xian opted to ride on horseback. By dawn, they arrived at the next stop. Su Zitao and Mo Yi went to find food while Li Xian dismounted, his expression somewhat grim. Get in the carriage. I will administer acupuncture, Su Ruqing said. A few days prior, Bai Ji had been responsible for detoxification, but just to be safe, she decided to use silver needles to suppress the toxins once more. Li Xian climbed into the carriage, and without further ado, he removed his outer garments, leaving only his inner clothes. Su Ruqing was unfazed, swiftly applying the silver needles to his body. Li Xian felt the slight sting of the needles and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, your technique is exceptional, third sister." Su Ruqing pricked his fingertip with a silver needle. Observing the dark blood drip down, she frowned slightly. The past 6 months on the frontier had delayed the detoxification process. Li Xian gazed closely at Su Ruqing's face, noticing that in just half a year, she had grown even more beautiful, blossoming into a young lady. Su Ruqing collected the expelled toxic blood, wrapped it in cloth, and discarded it at the carriage door, intending to dispose of it later. Time was of the essence, so she quickly withdrew the silver needles, looking at Li Xian's pale face. "Elder brother, rest in the carriage for a while before we head down. I can tell you about the properties in the capital." Li Xian nodded, adjusting his clothing. At that moment, the carriage door swung open, revealing Su Zitao, who stood at the threshold, his gaze fixed on Li Xian as she adjusted her attire. His expression darkened, and his eyes fell upon the cotton cloth inside the carriage, where a hint of crimson seeped through. Enraged, he drew his sword and leapt into the carriage. "You beast! How could you, as the crown prince, harm your own sister, who grew up alongside you?" With that, he lunged at Li Xian with his blade. Li Xian swiftly dodged, exclaiming, "Uncle Su, you misunderstand." Yet, Su Zitao, consumed by fury, paid no heed to her words and thrust his sword once more. Su Ruqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to shield Li Xian. "Su Yuqing, step aside. How can you protect him after all the humiliation he has caused you?" Su Zitao's eyes blazed with anger as he glared at Su Ruqing, his teeth clenched in frustration. Understanding dawned upon Su Ruqing, who quickly interjected, "Father, you are mistaken. I assure you, there is nothing between the crown prince and me. I was merely assisting him with acupuncture." The truth of her role as a physician could not remain hidden from Su Zitao, and she had no intention of concealing it any longer. After all, she had to oversee the delivery of the Wang family, and her presence would inevitably be revealed. Moreover, in their journey to the southern frontier, Su Zitao accompanied them precisely because her absence from the returning convoy would raise suspicions if he, her father, sought to find his daughter. If Li Xian were unable to make an appearance, the truth would inevitably come to light. It was far better to bring her father along. Furthermore, in critical moments, it was essential to have someone capable of addressing any encounters with officials, a role that Su Zitao uniquely filled. Acupuncture my foot. I witnessed everything with my own eyes. Do not attempt to deny it. Su Zitao's gaze bore into Li Xian. Crown Prince, a man must own his actions. Do not hide behind a woman. Li Xian, in a state of helplessness, thought to himself, what does he mean by owning up? The truth is, I have done nothing wrong. You are gravely mistaken. My third sister was aiding me with acupuncture to detoxify. Those were merely the toxins I expelled. He gestured to the wounds on his fingers. Su Zitao's face twisted with regret as he tightened his grip on the sword. Nonsense. You still refuse to admit it. Had I known this would transpire, I should have broken your legs the last time you scaled the wall. Father, please calm down. Su Ruqing dare not budge, fearing that if Li Xian were truly harmed, it would amount to regicide. The Crown Prince is still a sovereign. Seeing Su Ruqing persist in her defense of Li Xian only fueled Su Zitao's anger, and he hurled his sword to the ground in frustration. In a fit of rage, he leapt off the carriage, seized a horse, and galloped away. Father! Su Ruqing gasped, terrified that her father's wrath might lead to peril. My lord, Miss San, what has happened to General Su? Mo ye aprorochit, uterli bijidirit. Quickly, Mo ye, please help me pursue my father. I fear for his safety. Suzuking imlot ugenti. Understood. Mo ye immediately mounted his horse and rode off in pursuit. Li Xian glanced at Su Ruqing, who returned her gaze, both feeling the weight of the awkwardness in the air. Remembering the significance of the person before her, Su Ruqing hastily added, Brother, my father has misunderstood. Please, I ask you to forgive him. She was acutely aware that the individual before her was not merely her brother, but the Crown Prince himself. Her father's act of drawing a sword against the Crown Prince could lead to dire consequences if pursued. Li Xian gazed at her, contemplating the manner in which she had shielded him moments ago, feeling for the first time the warmth of being protected. It's nothing, he thought, dismissing any anger over the misunderstanding. Before long, Su Zitao returned, escorted by Mo Yi, his countenance marred by displeasure as he entered the carriage, skepticism gleaming in his eyes. Ruqing, when did you acquire such medical skills? Su Ruqing spoke calmly, recounting her childhood spent in neglect, unnoticed by others until she stumbled upon a medical book that piqued her interest. She dedicated all her monthly allowances to studying medicine, and when afflicted by wind cold, she gathered herbs and took her own pulse, gradually mastering the art. Su Zitao was clearly skeptical. Is that truly the case? If you doubt me, you may examine my study upon your return. The shelves are lined with medical texts I have perused, Su Ruqing asserted earnestly. To validate her claims, she took Su Zitao's pulse, then confidently stated, You have an injury on your back. Your qi is obstructed, and your muscles and bones are strained. Allow me to perform acupuncture. Hesitant, Su Zitao removed his outer garments, turning his back without a second thought. After all, she was his daughter. He felt at ease with her ministrations. He braced himself for a few sharp pricks, yet to his surprise, he only felt a subtle sting. As the warmth spread across his back, the pain from the earlier injury began to dissipate. Once Su Ruqing withdrew the silver needles, Su Zitao was convinced. After all, the physicians he had consulted previously had not yielded such favorable results. Adjusting his attire, he looked at Su Ruqing with a satisfied smile. Truly, you are my daughter. Su Zitao's pride, a genius. Li Xian interjected. Indeed, my third sister has always been astute. He echoed the sentiment, but Su Zitao merely snorted in response, refraining from argument. After a meal, they prepared to resume their journey. Li Xian and Su Ruqing settled in the carriage, while Su Zitao, claiming discomfort, joined them. Out of consideration for Su Zitao, Su Ruqing refrained from discussing the Baijiao Hall, the medicinal herbs, or the prince's private possessions. Li Xian attempted to engage in conversation, but under Su Zitao's watchful gaze, Su Ruqing found it difficult to speak, creating an awkward atmosphere. As evening fell and the carriage halted, Li Xian disembarked, followed swiftly by Su Zitao. Heaven knew that sitting in a carriage for half a day was more exhausting than battle. He was resolute in his determination to protect his daughter's reputation, even at the cost of his own exhaustion. For the remainder of the journey, Li Xian rode, feeling his inner strength surge, while he took brief moments in the carriage to recuperate. Li Xian rode, and Su Zitao followed suit. Amidst Su Ruqing's bemusement and Mo Ye's confusion, they arrived at the southern border. Chapter 71. Su Ruqing found herself in Li Xian's embrace upon their arrival. They were met with the sight of people clad in the attire of the southern regions, the exotic air enveloping them. Having prepared in advance with garments suited to the local style, Su Ruqing stepped down from the carriage, feeling somewhat exposed and opting instead to don a southern-style cloak. Li Xian's gaze swept over her, ensuring she appeared modest before returning his attention elsewhere. Su Ruqing dismounted from the horse-drawn carriage, her gaze fixed upon the apothecary on the street. To avoid arousing suspicion, she meandered around the shops, purchasing pastries, jewelry, and some apparel from the southern borders. Su Zitao frowned. "My dear daughter, such garments are not suitable for public display. I merely bought them for observation. Rest assured, father, they shall not be worn." Su Ruqing replied dismissively. "That is well," Su Zitao remarked as he handed her all the silver and banknotes he had on him. "Buy whatever you fancy." Su Ruqing, feeling exasperated, countered, "Father, I possess my own funds. Will you not bring back some local specialties for mother?" Su Zitao's eyes flickered, retracting half of the money. "Then I shall procure a gift for your mother." With that, he turned and departed. Finally, Su Ruqing entered the apothecary, where Li Xian took the items from her hands and casually passed them to Mo Yi. A fleeting glance from him made her pause. A hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. If he recalled correctly, the very garments she had just admired were from the same General Su who had just reprimanded his daughter. What a splendid display of double standards. Su Ruqing maintained her composure, requesting numerous common herbs before, seemingly inadvertently, inquiring about rarer ones until she arrived at the most sought-after medicinal ingredients. Initially, the shopkeeper smiled, but soon his expression faltered. "Esteemed guest, the herbs you seek can only be found on Sacred Maiden Mountain. The apothecaries at the foot of the mountain carry only these. No others will possess what you ask." Sacred Maiden Mountain, the highest peak in the southern territories, was home to the noble Sacred Maiden clan, who had resided there for generations. Ordinary southerners could not ascend the mountain, limited to foraging for herbs and searching for suitable insects in nearby hills. Su Ruqing feigned casualness, asking, "Must one be a member of the Sacred Maiden clan to harvest them? I am willing to pay. Can someone go on my behalf? I fear snakes in the deep woods." The apothecary shook his head. Only the most skilled members of the Sacred Maiden clan dare to enter. Common folk would perish from insect bites. Only those of the Sacred Maiden clan are permitted on Sacred Maiden Mountain. Even if ordinary southerners managed to ascend, they could not withstand the toxic miasma and the myriad dangers. For even the birds there are poisonous. Su Ruqing feigned resignation. "Very well then. If you come across these herbs in the future, be sure to reserve some for me. I will send someone each month to inquire. Price is not a concern." She deliberately stated this to lower the shopkeeper's guard and signal that she had no intention of venturing to Sacred Maiden Mountain. "Rest assured, esteemed guest, we shall keep them for you," the shopkeeper vowed earnestly. Upon exiting, Su Ruqing visited another apothecary, only to discover a similar lack of stock. She ordered some seedlings of common herbs, leaving a deposit with the intention of collecting them upon her departure. These ordinary herb seedlings were cultivated by many families in the region and sold to apothecaries, thus her purchase would not draw attention. The rarer herbs, however, would require a journey into the mountains. It seemed a visit to Sacred Maiden Mountain was inevitable. She had already researched the rare medicinal herbs she needed, sketched their images, and handed them to her covert guards, instructing them to find the herbs according to the illustrations and notify her when they did. The rarer the herb, the more delicate the extraction would need to be. A group of individuals inquired about the direction and prepared provisions, such as food and water, before quietly entering the mountains at the peak of noon. Upon entering, they frequently encountered the sporadic figures of individuals carrying baskets and wielding herb spades or sickles. These passers-by merely cast a glance at Su Ruqing and her companions before diverting their gaze. As they approached the foot of Saintis Mountain, the number of people dwindled, and curious glances began to fall upon them. Reaching the base of the mountain, they were confronted by a guard who extended his hand to obstruct their passage. "Halt! No idle folk are permitted to enter Saintis Mountain." Two individuals brandishing herb picks barred their way. "This is Saintis Mountain, is it? My apologies, I merely wish to observe." Not to intrude, Su Ruqing hastily explained. The guards remained silent, their picks still raised in obstruction. Su Ruqing, accompanied by Li Xian, Su Zitao, and Mo Yi, veered toward the nearby mountain. Surely, the dark guards have already entered, she mused as they moved closer to Saintis Mountain. Indeed, a protective barrier was erected to separate the common mountains from Saintis Mountain. Aside from Su Ruqing, her companions were all agile. Mo Yi was the first to scale the barrier, followed closely by Li Xian, while Su Zitao insisted on being the last to assist Su Ruqing. He crouched in a horse stance, offering his hands for support as Su Ruqing stepped onto them, gradually climbing upward. Upon reaching the top, she gazed across the gap. Though it was merely at her height, she felt an acute fear of heights. "Jump, don't worry," Li Xian encouraged, finding amusement in Su Ruqing's evident trepidation, yet feeling a twinge of sympathy. This little girl was afraid of heights. He stepped closer, preparing to catch her. Su Ruqing, observing his movement, swallowed nervously, voicing her concern. "Elder brother, perhaps you should step aside. It would be unfortunate if I were to land on you." She was acutely aware that he was the crown prince, and any mishap could be dire. "Jump!" Li Xuan suddenly commanda. Startled, Su Ruqing cried out as she fell. "Help!" She landed directly in Li Xian's arms, feeling the strength of his embrace envelop her, granting her an indescribable sense of security. Su Zitao scaled the barrier and witnessed Su Ruqing nestled in Li Xian's hold. Although he understood the intent was to catch his daughter and prevent injury, the sight was still disconcerting. Su Ruqing, Su Zitao gritted his teeth in admonition, then swiftly leapt down to pull her from Li Xian's grasp. Su Ruqing regained her footing, feeling inexplicably guilty. Elder brother, thank you." Li Xuan replied tersely, turning to leave, a subtle emptiness settling in his heart. His hand, concealed within his sleeve, instinctively clenched, his heartbeat quickening. The sensation of her soft touch lingered, and a unique fragrance of herbs still wafted in the air. He silently reminded himself that his third sister was now a young lady. There must be a distinction between the genders. He must maintain a respectful distance to preserve her reputation. Upon returning to the capital, his sister would undoubtedly seek to meet others, and he felt an inexplicable discontent. Who would benefit from her attention? He resolved to keep a vigilant eye on any potential suitors. Chapter 72. Two people riding one horse. The group, having made ample preparations in advance, swiftly gathered the necessary herbs and seedlings, filling each of the dark guards' baskets to the brim. As they proceeded to exit, Su Ruqing suddenly remarked, "Let us take this path, while you all take the detour to the apothecary to send someone back with the herbs. The rest of us will regroup here." Casually, Su Ruqing lifted one of the baskets, only to find two hands reaching out before her. She looked up to see Su Zitao and Li Xian exchanging glances. Yet instead of retracting their hands, they both directed their attention towards her. Su Ruqing was taken aback. Was there truly a need for competition in labor? "It's not heavy. I can manage it myself," she began to say, but before she could finish, Su Zitao had taken the basket from her. After glancing at Li Xian, he declared, with a father present, "The heavier tasks are not for you." Li Xian, feeling quite embarrassed, withdrew her hand. "Let us go. There are likely others waiting for us ahead." Only by leading the way could they ensure the dark guards could depart with such a substantial load of herbs. As the group reached the entrance, they were met by a throng of people blocking their path. At the forefront stood Miao Kai Dai, the saintess of Miaojiang, who also happened to be a concubine of the king of Southern Town. "Your Highness, it has been a while. I did not expect to encounter you here. What? Are you planning to abscond with my Miaojiang's herbs without so much as a greeting?" Miao Kai Dai initiated the conversation. "If I recall correctly, your Miaojiang is now a vassal of my Li dynasty. Thus, anything belonging to Miaojiang naturally falls under the purview of the Li dynasty. As the crown prince, the heir to the nation, do I need to seek your permission to take a few herbs?" Li Xian replied coolly. "You?" Miao Katie's expression darkened. Li Xian continued, "Or are you suggesting that Miaojiang surrendered not to my Li dynasty, but rather to the king of Southern Town?" Su Ruqing discreetly gave Li Xian a thumbs up. Even if Miaojiang had indeed pledged allegiance to the king of Southern Town, the saintess would not dare to admit it. To do so would provide Li Chao with justification to send troops to assault both the king of Southern Town and Miaojiang. Some matters may be acted upon, yet they cannot be spoken of openly. Li Xian cast a glance at Su Ruqing's thumb, clasping hers for a moment before realizing there was no anomaly, thus releasing it. Su Ruqing hastily withdrew her hand, meeting her father's warning gaze, and she awkwardly averted her eyes, feeling a bit guilty. She had not anticipated that this fellow would suddenly grasp her thumb. Certainly not. Miao Kai-dai gritted her teeth. Your Highness speaks too harshly. My Miaojiang has indeed aligned with the Li dynasty. Since that is the case, I am merely collecting some herbs from my own backyard. What is the purpose of your obstruction? Are you plotting rebellion or harboring ill will? Li Xian's tone shifted, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Miao Kai-dai. The Miao people would not dare. Miao Kai-dai and her companions immediately knelt before him. Since you do not dare, then step aside. You shall inform the king of Southern Town to dispatch troops to escort me to reunite with the main army. The sooner, the better, Li Xian commanded nonchalantly. I shall take a stroll in town. Speaking of which, I have yet to witness Miaojiang's unique characteristics. Find someone to act as my guide and show me around. Miao Kai-dai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly complied, pointing to a lean individual nearby, signaling him, serve His Highness well. If anything goes awry, your entire family will pay the price. The individual hastily responded, respectfully guiding Li Xian and the group towards the town. Miao Kai-dai had already departed in haste, evidently to inform the Wang of the southern town. Upon reaching the town, they made a beeline for the outermost tavern. As they entered the private room, Mo Yi, who had remained silent until now, swiftly incapacitated that person with a strike. Hurry, Li Xian commanded, and Mo Yi let out a sharp whistle. Soon, accompanied by the sound, a dozen shadow guards arrived with horses. The group swiftly mounted and galloped away. Su Ruqing also mounted her horse, fully aware that Li Xian's words were merely a ruse to deceive Miao Kai-dai. By instructing her to inform the Wang of the southern town, it openly suggested a lack of threat, thereby allowing her to lower her guard and suspect the army was nearby, which emboldened her to boldly request military escort. Even the Wang would likely first investigate the army's actual position before considering whether to confront them recklessly. This time gap necessitated their immediate escape. The group even managed to eat while on horseback. Su Ruqing was utterly exhausted, never having faced such a demanding ordeal. The soreness in her back and knees was trivial compared to the rawness at the top of her thighs. The pain was unbearable, causing her speed to gradually diminish. Suddenly, Li Xian pulled on his horse, causing it to turn sharply towards Su Ruqing. He leapt onto her horse's back, wrapping his arms around her, firmly grasping the reins from her hands. Don't strain yourself. I'll carry you. Sit sideways, his voice, deep and warm, resonated in her ear, penetrating her heart. All right, she murmured, suppressing any reluctance, acutely aware that each moment of delay heightened their peril. She grasped Li Xian's arm for support, attempting to lift her right leg, only to inadvertently tilt her body, crashing into his embrace. With one hand gripping the reins, his other instinctively encircled her waist, stabilizing her. Be careful, his voice, now tinged with a husky undertone, held a gaze laden with complexity as he looked down at Su Ruqing. Thank you, elder brother. She quickly expressed her gratitude, releasing her hold on his clothing. Yes, sit tight and hold onto my arm. I will accelerate, Li Xian advised, and with a surge, the horse bolted forward. All right. Su Ruqing felt an oddity in their exchange, but thought little of it. As the horse caught up, she noticed Su Zitao, who had slowed to wait for them, and an inexplicable guilt washed over her. Yet, Su Zitao averted his gaze, stating, once we pass the mountain ahead, we will be safe. However, it is also the most perilous point. Su Ruqing gazed towards the mountain, a strange feeling washing over her that if danger were to arise, it would surely be there. At that moment, a sudden rumbling noise erupted from behind. Clearly, a multitude approached, many riders. Evidently, the Wang of the southern town's men were in pursuit. A wave of dread washed over the group as they quickened their pace. Indeed, the mountain path was obstructed by a fallen tree. You all move the tree. I will handle them, Li Xian declared, vaulting back onto his horse, turning to face the approaching throng. Soon, the group halted, and at the forefront stood the armored figure of the Wang of the southern town. when a nephew arrived at his uncle's house. Why did he not enter, but instead leave? This seems rather impolite. At least offer the uncle an opportunity to extend a proper welcome. The Duke of Jinan chuckled. There's no need for that. The Duke has been tirelessly guarding the frontier, and I would not wish to impose further burdens upon you, Li Xian remarked, observing the bows and arrows held by the Duke of Jinan. What is this, Duke? Do you intend to forcibly detain me? The Duke of Jinan, noticing Su Ruqing and her secret guards surrounding the tree, evidently intent on moving it to avoid any unforeseen complications, stated plainly, since your highness has come here alone. For your safety, I must personally escort you back to the capital. Whether you return whole or in pieces remains uncertain. Chapter 73. Should anything happen to me, please find a good family for Ruqing. Li Xian regarded him and suddenly exclaimed, I never imagined so many would vie for a throne. He turned to the Duke of Jinan. Uncle, allow me to inform you. Though I'm the crown prince, my time is limited. There's truly no need for you to waste your time dealing with me. It would be far better to seek out a genuine future emperor. The Duke, though he had heard rumors upon his return to the capital, remained skeptical. He gestured to Miao Kai-dai, who approached and took Li Xian's pulse, returning with a low whisper. His time is indeed short. He is afflicted by at least 8 types of poison. He has but a few years left. The Duke furrowed his brow, gazing at Li Xian's pallid visage. So, you have come here in search of herbs to counteract the poison? Indeed, it is better to cling to life than to succumb. Though I may never ascend to the throne, I can still sit as the crown prince for a few more years and enjoy some semblance of fortune. Who does the emperor favor as his heir? The second prince? The Duke suddenly inquired. Neither I nor the second prince, Li Xian paused. My father is still in his prime, and he has more than 2 sons. Who precisely it is, I cannot say. Emperor Li Feng has 2 grown sons, while the remaining princes, aside from the late third prince, were born after the second prince turned 10, undoubtedly thanks to the influence of concubine Zheng and the emperor's acquiescence. Li Xian was stalling for time, while Su Ruqing, observing the severed tree roots nearby, realized that they had preemptively cut the tree to obstruct their path. She and her secret guards secured one end of a rope to the large tree and the other end to the thickest branch of a nearby tree. Following Su Ruqing's instructions, the guards exerted their strength, employing the principle of leverage to easily rotate the massive tree aside, clearing the entire path. Just then, the Duke of Jinan noticed the tree had indeed been moved. He sneered, Your Highness, once I ascertain the truth of your words, if they prove genuine, I shall personally escort you away. If false, your life shall remain here. The army was headed towards the capital. It was clear that the crown prince had come of his own accord, and it would be a pity to let him go so easily. Li Xian's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment, he heard the sound of hooves. Quick mount, Su Ruqing urged, fiercely kicking her horse's flank and charging towards Li Xian, scattering her medicinal powders towards the direction of the Duke of Jinan. Protect the prince. The entourage of the Prince of Jinan was taken aback. Upon regaining their composure, they discovered it was merely a concoction of narcotics, insidiously mixed with chili powder. The group was left gasping, unable to open their eyes. Only the ever-vigilant Prince of Jinan managed to evade this calamity. He tightened his grip on the bow, aiming at Li Xian. Even if what Li Xian claimed were true, the death of a trivial prince would leave only the second prince, causing the emperor considerable distress. For him, the fewer princes, the better. With the crown prince deceased, the court would inevitably descend into chaos, which would serve him well. Li Xian sensed an inexplicable danger as he looked at the woman in front of him, who was gripping the reins tightly with palpable tension, and suddenly threw her down. Your Highness, be careful. Mo Yi and the shadow guards rushed in, but they missed their target. Su Zitao, rising from his mount, leaped directly behind Li Xian. Get out of the way. Before Li Xian could finish his warning, a muffled groan escaped Su Zitao's lips. General Su, Li Xian exclaimed in shock, reaching out to grasp Su Zitao's arm, fearing he might tumble off. Su Ruqing cried out, Father, as she instinctively reached for the reins. Do not halt. Hurry and flee. Su Zitao coughed heavily. I did not hit a vital spot. We must depart swiftly. Tears streamed down Su Ruqing's face as she urged her horse forward. Elder brother, please hold on to my father tightly. Rest assured, came the response. The horses, burdened by 3 riders, struggled to maintain their pace. Yet they had already crossed the borders of Nan and sought a place to halt. In a flurry, Su Ruqing dismounted, and the group assisted the bleeding Su Zitao down. Yet he grasped Li Xian's arm tightly. "Your Highness, should anything happen to me, please find a good match for Ruqing." Li Xian's hand tightened instinctively, his thin lips pressed together as he gazed at Su Zitao, his eyes filled with complexity. "Your Highness!" Su Zitao clung fervently to his arm, his expression resolute. Li Xian closed his eyes momentarily, about to speak. "Enough, father. I shall not allow you to perish. Save your strength and refrain from speaking." Su Ruqing inhaled deeply. Having lost her father once before, she could not bear to lose him again. She closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her demeanor had transformed into one of calm resolve. Her gaze as steady as if she were observing a stranger, a stark contrast to her earlier agitation. Drawing Li Xian's attention, with silver needles glinting in her hand, she swiftly plunged them into Su Zitao's back, her movements so rapid they seemed to leave an afterimage. Li Xian, holding a handkerchief, observed the sweat on Su Ruqing's brow and reached out to wipe it away. Suddenly, Su Ruqing experienced a disconcerting sensation akin to being in an operating room, instinctively leaning forward for Li Xian to assist her. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, none daring to speak, as it was their first encounter witnessing someone being attended to by the prince so naturally. Mo signaled, and the group turned away. Li Xian scrutinized Su Ruqing's face up close, observing her focused and adept treatment of Su Zitao's wounds. Her skilled demeanor caused his gaze to flicker involuntarily. Was this truly the same once weak third sister he had known? Such remarkable medical prowess, could it genuinely be acquired solely through reading? Su Ruqing remained completely unaware of Li Xian's thoughts as she diligently wielded the fire-charred dagger in her hand, swiftly extracting the arrowhead. With deftness, she administered pain relief and staunched the bleeding, sprinkling various medicinal powders upon the wound. After adjusting the position of the silver needles, she observed that the bleeding had ceased, and she hurriedly bandaged the injury, finally allowing herself a sigh of relief. At last, she had preserved her father's life. Before long, the group rejoined the main army, seamlessly integrating into the larger contingent as they returned to the capital. Emperor Li Feng stood at the city gates, gazing at the battle flags of the Li dynasty fluttering in the wind, an indescribable sense of pride swelling within him. The emperor personally hosted a celebratory banquet for the generals involved in the campaign. In the midst of the jubilant atmosphere, Li Xian suddenly spoke. "Father, when I was about to slay the commander of the Western D, a multitude of black-clad figures emerged, charging directly towards me from the very rear of our forces." He turned his gaze to the assembled officials, both civil and military. "I do not know who they are, but they sought to end my life. Were it not for General Su's selfless rescue, I would not have returned alive." Li Feng's expression darkened. "Is there anyone who can corroborate this?" Li Xian shook his head. Those were all death warriors. Upon realizing their mission had failed, they bit down on poison and perished, the toxin hidden within their teeth. He looked earnestly at Li Feng, who appeared eager to quell the matter. "Father, I implore you to conduct a thorough investigation. These death warriors possess exceptional martial skills, capable of combating 10 soldiers each. Such a terrifying force, should they infiltrate the palace, the consequences would be unimaginable." Li Feng's countenance grew grave. "If they were to penetrate the palace, will my throne not be at risk of usurpation?" Without delay, Li Feng issued orders for a stringent investigation and, in light of Su Zitao's military achievements and his act of saving the crown prince, conferred upon him the title of Duke of Wuhan, hereditary for 3 generations. Suddenly, the Su family, already boasting a loyal and valiant duke, gained another title of nobility, drawing the attention of all around. The dual titles were indeed a matter of great honor for the family. Countless families began to inquire about Su Ruqing, eager to learn of her circumstances. Chapter 74. A glance? This is a veiled courtship. Meanwhile, Su Zitao stood before the heavily pregnant Lady Wang, rendered speechless. With pained expressions, he gazed at her. "My lady, I merely ventured onto the battlefield. It is not a place of execution. How could you treat me thus? A man in the prime of his life, having endured grievous wounds on the battlefield without shedding a tear, now found his eyes reddened, tears streaming down his face. Lady Wang was bewildered. My lord, what ails you? You should be rejoicing in my pregnancy. Su Zitao covered his face, tears trickling through his fingers. You carry another man's child, and yet you ask what troubles me? Lady Wang was nearly driven to fury. Whose child am I carrying? How would I know? What nonsense was this? As a woman of the inner quarters, who rarely stepped outside, could she be accused of infidelity? Enraged, she turned to leave, but Su Zitao hurried after her. Do not be angry. It is harmful to your health. He gritted his teeth. Tell me who it is. I vow I shall not spare him. Lady Wang promptly shut the door, nearly striking Su Zitao in the process. Resolutely, she bolted the door and lay down upon the couch. Every day, an incessant stream of complaints emanated from the man who had only just returned, leaving Su Ruqing both amused and exasperated as she beheld her father locked outside the door. Father, how could you possibly believe that mother is carrying another man's child? Su Ruqing lamented. You and she share such a deep bond. How can you harbor such doubts? Su Zitao gazed earnestly at Su Ruqing, inquiring, How many months along is your mother? 8 months, Su Ruqing replied candidly. She conceived just before the new year. Impossible. A pregnancy of 8 months would surely show much more. Your mother's belly is at most 5 or 6 months along. Su Zitao Fadawen. Recalling the time when Madame was pregnant with Ruqing, her belly had been frightfully large. He continued to doubt. Moreover, I distinctly consumed the contraceptive potion. Your mother could not possibly be pregnant. As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment crept in, for discussing such matters with his daughter was undeniably awkward. Yet, this situation pertained to the dignity of the Wang family, and he dared not consult another physician. Observing her father's demeanor, Su Ruqing sighed. Since the onset of her pregnancy, mother has experienced constant nausea, which naturally results in a smaller belly, akin to that of 5 or 6 months. Furthermore, the position of the fetus within the womb varies, and thus the shape will differ accordingly. She refrained from mentioning that the contours of a male and female fetus are distinct. If the child faces the mother, the abdomen appears round and prominent, while if the child turns away, it appears considerably smaller. Numerous factors contribute to the variance in belly shapes, and given her mother's persistent vomiting throughout the pregnancy, a larger belly would indeed be remarkable. Moreover, the contraceptive potion is not infallible, especially when it involves you. Su Ruqing was left speechless. How could her father make such a blunder? Suddenly, Su Zitao realized the folly of his actions. From this moment forth, do not enter this courtyard, he declared, hastily departing to appease the aggrieved party. Su Ruqing found the situation amusing. Her father's hasty tongue had certainly led him to this predicament. Days passed. It was unclear how Su Zitao had managed to placate Madame Wang, but the couple emerged from the courtyard, with Su Ruqing observing her father's cautious demeanor as he walked, his gait noticeably limping. Ruqing, let us go to the goddess temple to pray, Madame Wang suggested, glancing at Su Ruqing. Your attire is already suitable for going out. There is no need to change. She intended to visit the apothecary, as the operations of Baichao Hall and the herbal plantation were now well established, no longer requiring her vigilant oversight. Today, she had scheduled a meeting with Manager Zhou for account reconciliation. However, she also wished to ascertain whether the couple had reconciled. To her dismay, upon entering the goddess temple, she immediately regretted her decision. She spotted Yushur alongside an unfamiliar lady. A chance encounter? This feels akin to a matchmaking arrangement, Madame Wang thought, casting a glance at Su Zitao, who wisely withdrew to allow the ladies to converse. She led Su Ruqing over to Yushur, who greeted them with a smile, sister-in-law. Ruqing, what a coincidence to see you here to offer incense. Indeed, what a coincidence. I am on the verge of giving birth, and my esteemed uncle insisted on accompanying me to offer incense in hopes of safe delivery. Ms. Wang chuckled, rationalizing the situation. Ah, Lady Lu, this is my sister-in-law, the newly appointed Lady of Wuan. Ms. Yu smiled, introducing sister-in-law. This is Lady Lu, the sister-in-law of Minister Lu, who has brought her son Lu Chong, recently honored as the top scholar to pay respects. Su Ruqing immediately understood that she was Lu Yingying's aunt, and that Lu Chang, whom she had come to see today, must be Lu Yingying's cousin. Oh dear, Lady of the Duke, you are truly fortunate to have such a lovely and well-behaved daughter. I can't help but feel envious. Lady Lu exclaimed with a smile. Ms. Wang replied with a laugh. My daughter is indeed considerate and sensible. Ever since I became pregnant, I have been plagued by nausea, yet she has taken charge of the household affairs. I never imagined a young girl could manage so well. She has done even better than I did before. Listening to Ms. Wang, Lady Lu perceived it as self-praise. However, recalling that the newly appointed duke had accompanied them, it was evident that he indeed valued his daughter and wife. Her smile widened by threefold. The third young lady appears to be intelligent and considerate. You are truly blessed. Lady of the Duke. In contrast, my own daughter is quite the little imp, always getting into trouble. Nonetheless, everyone understood that this was mere flattery, and no one took it to heart. It would be foolish to blindly agree when others belittled their own children. Therefore, both Ms. Yu and Ms. Wang smiled and exchanged compliments about Lady Lu's daughter, whom they had yet to meet. As they became more familiar, Lady Lu casually addressed her maid, Xiao Yao. Please go check on the incense offering money from young Master Tian. Has something delayed him? Yes, Xiao Yao replied, hastily departing. Before long, Xiao Yao returned, followed by a slender, scholarly young man. He first greeted Lady Lu and, upon receiving her acknowledgement, bowed to Ms. Yu and Ms. Wang, before his gaze settled on Su Ruqing. A look of admiration flickering across his face as he smiled slightly. Good day, third young lady. Young Master Lu, you are courteous, Su Ruqing replied in a measured tone, her eyes assessing his merely passable features, feeling somewhat disappointed. Alas, he did not quite meet her expectations. Wasn't he said to be the top scholar? Su Ruqing soon lost interest. Even if she had no intention of marrying, she would at least prefer to behold a handsome man during her visit. It was all her elder brother's fault, parading that infuriatingly handsome face before her, elevating her standards. She glanced again, only to meet Lu Chang's meaningful gaze. She nodded slightly before looking away, her heart filled with regret. Oh dear, even upon further inspection, he was still unremarkable. He was no match for Li Xian, let alone Yu Wuyo. Seeing Su Ruqing glance at Lu Chang once more, a knowing smile flickered in Lady Lu's eyes. Changya, please assist your mother in purchasing a couple of pots of peonies. They're just over there, Lady Lu said, smiling at Su Ruqing. Could I trouble the third young lady to help select? Chapter 75. Once he becomes the brother-in-law of His Royal Highness, would he still need to worry about his future? Su Ruqing looked to Ms. Wang, who nodded. You should also help your mother choose a pot. In the temple, numerous peonies have been cultivated, renowned among the nobility, thus becoming a source of income for the shrine. Su Ruqing rose, and Lu Chang observed her with a smile gracing his face. They maintained a respectful distance while strolling westward, accompanied by Qing Ting and Lu Chang's servant. Third miss, may I inquire about your interests and pastimes? Lu Chang asked with a cheerful demeanor. As for me, Su Ruqing replied nonchalantly, my days consist of needlework, managing household affairs, shopping with friends, browsing shops, reading, and tending to flowers and plants, nothing more. However, the shops she frequented were apothecaries, the tomes she read were medical texts, and the flora she nurtured were herbs. Was that a lie? Indeed, those pursuits are quite nourishing for the spirit, Lu Chang remarked, his smile dimming slightly. What are the arts? Music, chess, calligraphy, or painting? Do any capture your fancy? Su Ruqing pondered for a moment. I do enjoy painting, particularly flowers and herbs. Lu Chang nodded in satisfaction. Painting cultivates one's sensibilities, while reading enriches knowledge and wisdom. Preferences well worth cultivating. Su Ruqing cast him a silent glance. What she cherished was of no concern to him. Meanwhile, Li Xian, upon arriving at the shop, discovered only manager Zhou present. Where's the third miss? He inquired. Returning to your master. The third miss's maid just informed me that the time has been altered, stating that she seems to be accompanying her mother to the temple. Manager Zhou reported candidly. Very well. Li Xian, having absorbed Zhou's words, swiftly turned and mounted his horse, galloping away. Su Ruqing and Lu Chang stood before a vast expanse of blooming peonies. Su Ruqing gazed at the flourishing flowers, each pot adorned with 2 or 3 blossoms as large as a bowl, resplendent in their display. A kaleidoscope of colors stretched before her, each unique, evoking a desire to bring them all home. Patiently, she wandered along, seeking her favorite pot. She encountered various species until her gaze fell upon a pot with blossoms transitioning from orange-red to creamy yellow, exuding a dynamic beauty. It struck her as familiar. Her university roommate had once nurtured such a specimen, reputedly a top-tier peony known as sunset coral, which had commanded a price of $1,800 at the time, making it one of the most expensive varieties. Inquiring about the price from a nearby nun, she smiled in response. "You have a discerning eye. This is indeed one of the finest peony varieties here, known as red crown fragrance, and its price reflects its quality, 50 taels of silver." As the nun spoke, Lu Chang, who had been eagerly observing the sunset coral, furrowed his brow. How can a single peony be valued at 50 taels of silver? Surely, you aren't taking advantage of the third Mrs. Gentle demeanor to inflate the price? The nun, taken aback, replied earnestly, "You wrong me, sir. It is well known that peonies require 3 to 5 years of cultivation to reach such size. Moreover, this red crown fragrance grows particularly slowly, taking a full 5 years to mature. It necessitates careful winter protection against the cold and summer vigilance against sunburn and pests. One of the most challenging varieties to nurture. Of the 20 cultivated here, only 3 have reached this size." Her lengthy explanation underscored the flower's rarity, a point Su Ruching understood, recognizing it as merely an attempt to elevate the pot's value. Lu Chang furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Even so, it cannot be that exorbitantly priced. 50 taels of silver could sustain an ordinary family for many years. My monthly stipend is merely 15 taels, a sum that only increased after I achieved the rank of 3rd place in the imperial examination. The family inheritance is scant, and my mother's dowry pales in comparison to that of my aunt. While we are not destitute, we certainly lack the surplus wealth to indulge in extravagance. 50 taels represent nearly 4 months of my stipend, just for a single pot of flowers." He clutched the 100 taels his mother had given him before departing, gazing at the pot of flowers but finding it impossible to voice his thoughts. Su Ruching maintained her composure. She had long surpassed the days of living on a meager 20 taels a month as a concubine's daughter. With a smile, she addressed her master, "This pot." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chang interjected, "Third miss, why don't we take a look over there? They have peonies as well, and the price is significantly lower at 10 taels. After all, they are merely ornamental items," he asserted, as the future matriarch of the Lu family. One must not engage in such lavish expenditures. Su Ruching slightly frowned as Lu Chang continued, unable to contain himself. "Third miss, you have overseen the household finances for some time now, so you must understand that silver should be spent wisely. Such ornamental items should not be overindulged in." His words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. "I shall take these pots." A commanding male voice resonated, drawing the attention of all present, who promptly knelt. Su Ruching glanced over and smiled. "Elder brother, you have come." She casually bowed, only to be pulled up by Li Xian. As Lu Chang observed Li Xian approaching, he grew increasingly respectful. Student Lu Chang pays his respects to His Royal Highness. She looked closely at the 2 men. Li Xian's striking features were undeniably superior. If Li Xian were the most exquisite creation of the goddess Enhua, Lu Chang felt as though he were merely a remnant of clay discarded to fill the gaps. A stark contrast indeed. "I, Li Xuan Zimat, noticing Suzuki Hapaden Ditsjatin." His gaze flickering before turning to the more expensive peonies. "These finest ones, 2 pots each. 1 set shall be sent to the prince's residence. The remainder to the Marquis of Wuen's estate. Do you understand?" He addressed the kneeling master. "You may rise and proceed to settle the account at the prince's residence." "Yes." The master responded promptly. Su Ruching, not wishing to be impolite, smiled. "Thank you, elder brother. It is merely a few pots of peonies. No need for such courtesy." Li Xian approached, his gaze falling upon the kneeling man, his expression inscrutable. After a moment, he said, "You may stand." "Thank you, your highness." Lu Chang quickly rose, his face alight with excitement. "Your highness has come to pay respects as well." "Indeed," Li Xian replied nonchalantly. Are you the newly appointed third place in the imperial examination? Yes, indeed, Lu Chang responded, somewhat exhilarated. Your Highness takes an interest in my humble self? You overestimate my attention, Li Xian retorted, withdrawing his gaze to Su Ruqing. Do you desire anything else? If so, let them be included in the delivery. Su Ruqing shook her head. No, that is sufficient. I initially had no interest in flowers. I only purchased them for my mother. Very well, then. If there is nothing else, you should return home early. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Farewell, Your Highness. Lu Chang bowed deeply in respect. After Li Xian finished speaking, he turned to depart. But as he passed Lu Chang, his gaze grew a touch colder. Su Ruqing felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. Why did this individual seem rather peculiar? He appeared out of nowhere, presented her with several pots of flowers, and then simply departed. Did such trifles warrant the attention of the esteemed crown prince? Moreover, was there not a dedicated floral pavilion within the palace to supply blooms throughout its grounds? Following this unexpected episode, Su Ruqing had no need to procure flowers, and Lu Chang was equally disinclined to do so. His gaze toward Su Ruqing grew a touch more fervent as he contemplated the earlier scene, and both returned with their own thoughts in mind. Lu Chang briefly mentioned encountering the crown prince, but refrained from elaborating further, leading to a simple farewell among the group. On their way back, even Yushur managed to catch a ride in Wang Shi's carriage. Once aboard, Yushur could no longer contain her curiosity. How did it go? What did you discuss? Wang Shi also felt compelled to share. To be frank, I sense that I am not quite aligned with that Lu Gongzi, Su Ruqing replied candidly. Yushur immediately understood. It appeared she was unimpressed. Wang Shi gently patted Su Ruqing's hand, reassuring her. I too feel that Lu Gongzi may not be the most suitable match. She then turned to Yushur. At the very least, they do not seem well matched standing together. Yushur chuckled, albeit with a hint of resignation. Very well, I shall decline. She recognized that as Su Ruqing blossomed into an increasingly striking young woman, she was not one to be paired with an ordinary family. Initially, she had presumed the suitor to be a talented scholar, possessing both commendable looks and a promising future, as well as a straightforward family background, thus making him a worthy candidate. Yet, it was unexpected that this particular scholar did not quite live up to his title. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lu Chang's words, Madame Lu and her son were filled with excitement. Miss Lu directly referred to the crown prince as elder brother, and instead of taking offense, His Highness generously gifted her a multitude of exquisite peonies. It seemed that the crown prince held this sister in high regard. Once she became the crown prince's sister-in-law, would he still need to worry about his future? The mother and son grew increasingly convinced that they must find a way to facilitate this union. At that moment, Li Xian returned to the East Palace, his expression darkening. Su Lin, summon the third miss to come tomorrow, he commanded, his gaze settling upon Mo Yi, who awaited orders. Mo Yi has been poisoned and urgently requires an antidote. Me? But why me, master? If I am not afflicted, do I still have to assist you with the medicine? Su Lin's eyes glimmered with a hint of malicious delight. Indeed, I shall attend to it immediately, he replied. She can come directly once she arrives. Li Xuan remarca, confident that the crown prince's residence was firmly under her control and that she would be safe upon her arrival. Yes, you may practice how to feign poisoning. Li Wan instruistet mo yin nonchalanti. How am I to practice? Is there a method to simulate blood spitting convincingly? Weren't we meant to begin this tomorrow? Su Zuqing, having received the news, sought an excuse to visit Rui residence, only to be informed that she could now go directly to the crown prince's residence. With a carriage already prepared, she climbed aboard, and the carriage made its way straight into the crown prince's manor, entering through the main gate. Su Ruqing was astonished. This was indeed the main entrance. Was it not customary to enter through the side gate? However, she did not dwell on it, since she was allowed entry. It was of little concern. Meanwhile, a carriage came to a halt at the main entrance. As the curtain was lifted, a graceful figure had yet to alight when Su Ruqing's carriage, without pausing, entered directly. Yulan Xin furrowed her brows and descended from her carriage. Her personal maid, Qinsa, approached the gatekeeper. This is the eldest daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. here to pay her respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Kindly relay the message. The gatekeeper, however, did not accept any coins. Please wait. He hurried away. Yu Lanqing gazed at the tightly shut main gate, unable to suppress her frown. Who could possibly be of such standing as to enter through the main entrance without disembarking? Su Ruqing observed the pale countenance of Mo Yi, whose lips were stained with blood, and, perplexed, took his pulse again. Do you have any other symptoms? This pulse does not seem indicative of poisoning. Mo Yi clutched his chest. Third miss, I find it hard to breathe. There is some pain in my heart, and I am unable to practice. Mo Yi strained to recall the symptoms of previous poisonings, yet felt uncertain about maintaining the ruse. He truly did not expect the third miss to arrive so soon. Was it not scheduled for tomorrow? Could it be that his master had anticipated her visit today, urging him to practice the symptoms of poisoning? Indeed, this condition did appear to align with poisoning, yet the pulse was rather peculiar. Su Ruqing felt a headache coming on. What could be the matter? The pulse seemed quite normal. Perhaps we should prescribe some antidote. He may feel better by tomorrow, Li Xian suggested aptly. Very well. I shall return tomorrow to check on him, Su Ruqing thought, accepting that this was the only course of action. Fortunately, Mo Yi's poisoning did not appear overly severe. After Su Ruqing wrote the prescription, she and Li Xian walked outside, settling into a pavilion where they discussed operational details regarding the Baichao Hall and the future direction of their endeavors. Li Xian personally poured a cup of tea for Su Ruqing. Here, take a sip to soothe your throat. Su Ruqing took a sip, just as Su Lin hurriedly approached. Meeting his master's warning gaze, he forced a smile. The gatekeeper reports that the eldest daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua has arrived to see you. Decline. Li Xian responded without hesitation, his gaze shifting to Su Ruqing, only to find her gazing down at her tea, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. A sense of inexplicable irritation surged within him. Su Ruqing feigned ignorance. It was evident that the eldest daughter had an interest in her elder brother. When it came to matters of the heart, it was best for outsiders to remain uninvolved, especially with the general of Jinshi returning soon, and his brother's official match likely to be announced. I have arranged for dinner. Would you like to dine before returning? Li Xian inquired, looking at Su Ruqing. Not necessary. I must dine with my mother this evening. I shall return to see Mo Yi tomorrow, Su Ruqing replied before making her way out, though her steps were deliberately slow, as if to delay her exit until the individuals at the entrance had departed. Li Xian quickly caught up with her, pointing to a nearby spot. The peonies have arrived. Could you assist me in deciding where to place them? Of course, Su Ruqing agreed, seizing the opportunity to prolong her stay. Observing the peonies, Li Xian recalled the matter concerning the lady's temple and could not help but ask, feigning ignorance. What of Lu Chong? Are you considering him? Yes, Su Ruqing nodded. It was introduced by my aunt. I thought it prudent to meet him to discern compatibility. Do you think Lu Chong is suitable? Li Xuanin kidat, her hand unconsciously tightening beneath her sleeve. Not suitable, Su Ruqing replied without hesitation, knowing that her aunt had already declined, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Li Xian released her grip, a smile flickering in her eyes, a sense of relief washing over her, her tone becoming markedly lighter. Indeed, how could Lu Chong be worthy of my third sister? My third sister undoubtedly deserves someone far better. As Su Ruqing absorbed Li Xian's words, a sudden spark of realization ignited in her mind. Could it be that her elder brother had someone more fitting in mind for her? If it were her brother's recommendation, she would certainly give it earnest consideration and not squander his goodwill. As she spoke, she felt an increasing sense of cleverness. Whoever Li Xian chose would naturally align with his circle. Even if she were to part ways in the future, it wouldn't be overly difficult for her, would it? Listening to her, an inexplicable anger flared within Li Xian, yet he found himself unable to express it while confronted with her radiant smile. Frustrated, he abruptly felt disinclined to continue the conversation. No, I have matters to attend to. You may leave, he uttered tersely, turning away. Su Ruqing, bewildered, pondered what had transpired. Why had he suddenly become angry? She hadn't said anything offensive. As she left, still perplexed, she boarded the carriage and exited the prince's residence through the main gate. Upon her departure, she found that no one lingered at the entrance. Just as the carriage rounded the corner, a figure approached and halted it. Please stop the carriage. Our young lady wishes to speak with those inside, a woman declared, stepping into their path. Su Ruqing signaled for the driver to halt, curious as she lifted the curtain, only to find a maid blocking their way. Recognizing her as the maid who had accompanied Yu Lanxin into the palace previously, she inquired, "Miss, is there something you need? This young lady has something to discuss with you. Please step down." The maid, Qinsa, of Yu Lanxin's household, spoke with an air of politeness that belied her assertiveness. "I do not know your young lady, nor do I have anything to say to her. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave," Su Ruqing replied, unable to suppress her curiosity regarding the manners of the Duke of Zhangguo's household. Having encountered a cousin who had once attempted to seize her carriage, she now faced another young lady obstructing her path. Was this truly the etiquette of the Duke's family? It was evident that Yu Lanxin had likely seen her carriage emerge from the prince's residence and sought to speak to her about matters undoubtedly concerning Li Xian. Soon enough, Li Xian's official match would be revealed. It would be foolish of her to risk offending her future sister-in-law, the princess, by attempting to cultivate a relationship with a so-called cousin, especially when that cousin was not favored by Li Xian. The carriage continued on its way, and Qinsa returned to her own carriage, visibly irked. "Miss," that woman in the carriage was resolute in her refusal to meet you, claiming urgent business, and she simply drove away. However, Yu Lanxin had already caught sight of the occupant when the curtain was drawn back, none other than Su Ruqing, the newly appointed daughter of the Duke of Wuan and the third sister of her cousin, the prince. It seemed her cousin placed considerable importance on this sister, granting her the privilege of entering through the main gate without dismounting from her carriage. Perhaps she could take a more circuitous route. Upon returning home, she found Yu Shi, with a face full of helplessness, accompanying Wang Shi. Seeing her, she offered a wry smile. In Chapter 77, "Since you are so eager for me to introduce someone, I shall oblige." Su Ruqing observed Yu Shi's expression and felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Could there be some changes on the Lu family side? She approached and greeted them, to which Yu Shi replied with a smile, "Ah, Ruqing, you have returned. Is there something you wish to discuss, eh?" Su Ruqing asked directly. She preferred to be informed of matters concerning her, so she could address them sooner rather than later. Yu Shi sighed. "The Lu family has expressed their satisfaction with you. That Lu Tanhua wishes to see you again, hoping to understand if there is anything he could improve upon. He is quite fond of you." Su Ruqing frowned slightly and glanced at Wang Shi, who also appeared displeased. "Is this some kind of sticky plaster? Once attached, it cannot be removed?" Yu Shi offered an apologetic smile. "I did not anticipate they would say such things. The initial agreement to meet was due to their simple family structure. Apart from a younger sister, they have only a 6-year-old illegitimate son. Lu Chong has already achieved the status of Tanhua, and if he manages himself well, his future seems promising. What are your thoughts, Ruqing?" Su Ruqing understood that Yu Shi meant well. After all, such conditions were indeed a breath of fresh air compared to families with numerous complications. A straightforward household would certainly ease the burdens of matrimony, avoiding unnecessary comparisons and chaos. However, her impression of Lu Chong was less than favorable. Their brief interactions had already revealed a fundamental clash in values. She desired to acquire a splendid peony plant, and being financially capable, found it disheartening that he subtly criticized her spending habits. Had her elder brother not unexpectedly purchased numerous flowers for her, she would have seized the opportunity to procure that peony and challenge his perspective. Moreover, with no established relationship, he seemed presumptuous in attempting to dictate her financial choices. "Aunt, I truly appreciate your kind intentions, but I am not inclined to meet him." She refrained from mentioning the peony incident, for it could easily be interpreted by outsiders as Lu Chong's viewpoint being reasonable, applicable to many. Yet, it did not resonate with her. She simply wished to provide herself with a better life within her means, whether concerning her daily needs or other facets of existence. Compared to the idea of self-sacrifice for others, she preferred to indulge in self-pleasure. She did not feel that Lu Chong was her only option. Thus, there was no need to force herself to align with his thoughts, rather than later being constrained by the outdated patriarchal norms that could exploit her due to differing values. It was better to deny him this opportunity from the outset. Seeing Ruqing's resolute stance, Yu Shi could only smile. "All right, I shall convey this." The Liu family's conditions are certainly more manageable, though perhaps not exceptional. It is rather surprising that a Tan Hua does not possess the looks befitting such a title, which indeed seems unworthy of our Ruching. This last remark was directed at Wang Shi. Yu Shi departed in haste, and Wang Shi turned to Su Ruching. You never had a favorable impression of Liu Chong from the beginning, did you? Su Ruching immediately protested. Am I such a superficial person? Unbeknownst to her daughter, Su Ruching recounted in detail the events that transpired while purchasing peonies, sharing her thoughts and gradually imparting her expectations for a spouse to Lady Wang, allowing her to come to terms with them. Listening intently, Lady Wang clasped Su Ruching's hand and sighed. Well, as your aunt said, they're not of particularly good standing. If we must refuse, then so be it. My daughter deserves better. Su Ruching smiled, yet her heart felt heavy, plagued by an incessant headache. When would this matter resolve? Must she truly marry? Reflecting on the results of her inquiries, she found it disheartening that no one of exceptional character remained. What a pity! There were cousins and childhood friends, yet none had produced illegitimate offspring or bastards. Alas, finding a man of virtue proved elusive. How challenging it was to seek a consort who would not demand her to forsake her rightful place. All she desired was to find a rogue, one whose departure would not burden her with guilt for delaying his pursuits. Why was this so difficult? The following day, as Su Ruching rose, she received an invitation from Liu Yingying, which piqued her curiosity. However, since the meeting was scheduled for the afternoon, she decided to visit Mo Yi in the morning. Upon reaching the corner of the Crown Prince's residence, she fortuitously encountered Yulan Xin, who waited there. A slight frown crossed her brow. Was it mere coincidence? Yulan Xin, upon spotting Su Ruching, greeted her with a warm smile, secretly relieved that her informant had successfully alerted her to Su Ruching's departure. To her surprise, Su Ruching had returned to the Crown Prince's residence. A delightful turn of events. Perhaps she could accompany her to see her cousin, the Crown Prince. With this thought, Yulan Xin's gaze grew increasingly amiable. Third miss, you are on your way to see the Crown Prince, just as I have business with him. How fortuitous that we may go together. Su Ruching, standing before the grand entrance of the Crown Prince's residence, wondered if she could merely claim to be passing by. At that moment, the gates swung open, and the doorman, having spotted Su Ruching, announced, Third miss has arrived. Then he noticed Yulan Xin beside her, causing him to retreat in alarm, as if he had stumbled into a misstep, leaving the door ajar. With no other choice, Su Ruching alighted from her carriage and strode inside. Yulan Xin followed closely, linking her arm with Su Ruching's. Since you are my cousin's third sister, I shall take the liberty of addressing you as such. I hope you do not mind. Su Ruching observed Yulan Xin's eager demeanor and reluctantly nodded. As you wish. The most talented young woman in the capital had indeed succumbed to Li Xian's charms. What a lamentable situation. As they entered the Crown Prince's residence, Yulan Xin covertly admired its opulence, affirming her cousin's esteemed status as the heir apparent, worthy of residing in such grandeur. With Yulan Xin by her side, Su Ruching found her movements hindered. Upon returning from court, Li Xian noticed Yulan Xin sitting across from Su Ruching, her laughter bright and uninhibited, while Su Ruching wore a strained smile. His expression darkened instantly. Cousin, you have returned, Yulan Xin exclaimed, rising with evident delight upon seeing Li Xian. Su Ruching, however, merely offered a subdued greeting, feeling a pang of guilt for having brought Yulan Xin in without prior consent, a rather inappropriate action on her part. Li Xuan raplia indifferently, his gaze fixed upon Yulan Xin, seemingly oblivious to the spark of excitement that illuminated her eyes upon seeing him. With an air of coldness, he stated, Miss Yu, I have matters to attend to. Please excuse yourself. It was a blatant dismissal. Yulan Xin's complexion instantly paled, and she awkwardly rose, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Cousin, you carry on with your business. Lan Xin takes her leave. With that, she covered her face and fled. Su Ruching watched sympathetically as Yulan Xin ran away, sighing at the sorrow of falling for someone who does not reciprocate those feelings. What, do you pity her? Li Xian settled down, fixing Su Ruching with an inscrutable gaze. Huh, what do I have to pity her for? It's her choice, and it has nothing to do with me. Su Ruching responded matter-of-factly. If one falls for someone who does not love them back, then They must be prepared for heartache. She proceeded to check on Moe, discovering he had not succumbed to poisoning, but had merely been prescribed an antidote before she departed. Li Xian stood atop the loft, watching Su Ruqing leave without a backward glance, a flicker of obscurity flashing in his eyes. Since you so desire an introduction, I shall oblige. Meanwhile, Yulan Xin exited the prince's residence, her face flushed with indignation as she contrasted her own disarray with Su Ruqing's nonchalant demeanor. Feeling increasingly mortified, she bit her lip and resolved to send a message to the palace, expressing her intention to visit her aunt, the Empress. Chapter 78. The Crown Princess, after all, is to be the future matriarch of the nation. Who wouldn't be tempted? Upon entering the palace, Yulan Xin joyfully greeted Empress to you. Aunt, it has been a while. You look even better. You smiled warmly. Rise, come closer and chat with me. She scrutinized Yulan Xin, noticing her dejected demeanor. What troubles you? Yulan Xin, with reddened eyes, managed to hold back her tears. The U.S. curiosity was piqued. What has happened? Have you been wronged? Could it be that Min has scolded you? It wouldn't pertain to the prince, would it? Suddenly, Yulan Xin embraced the Yu and burst into tears, sobbing as she recounted her woes. Upon hearing that Su Ruqing could freely enter the princess residence, the Yu paused, sensing she might have overlooked something. Aunt, do you think my cousin despises me? Have I lost all hope of marrying him? Yulan Xin gazed at the Yu in despair. Aunt, I've been taught since childhood that I would marry my cousin. Ever since I learned he was alive, I have patiently awaited his return. Yet now that he is back, he does not love me. The Yu sighed. Silly girl. Matters of the heart are unpredictable. Who knows what the future holds? Yulan Xin's eyes sparkled with hope. Aunt, do you mean to say that my cousin might still marry me? The Yu gave her a peculiar look, and has said nothing. I know you will surely help me. Thank you, Aunt. The banquet for your birthday is approaching. I will prepare in advance, Yulan Xin said, casting a glance around as if to ensure no one was listening, unable to contain her excitement as a smile broke through. With the Empress's support, her cousin was bound to be hers. She knew that her aunt would undoubtedly assist her. For the next crown princess hailing from the Duke of Zhan's household would ensure that the subsequent emperor also emerged from the same lineage, thereby allowing her, as the Empress Dowager, to enjoy her later years in peace. The Yu glanced at Yulan Xin, who was leaving with a joyful demeanor, her expression one of bewilderment. Although she had been granted authority over the 6 palaces, for many years they had been under the control of the Zhang family, with their influence permeating both inside and out. As a mere figurehead, what could she possibly achieve? Chunhui observed as Yulan Xin finally departed, and she cautiously approached. Your Highness, do you truly intend to assist Miss Lan Xin? The Crown Prince has already made it clear that he will not marry her. Please do not offend your son for the sake of your niece. The Yu shook her head. After so many years in the cold palace, the Duke of Zhan's family has treated me as if I were dead. Now that I have returned to life, they suddenly remember I am the Empress? Let them scheme as they wish. I shall not intervene nor obstruct them. Chunhui sighed in relief. Otherwise, offending the Crown Prince would only make life more arduous for the Empress who had already fallen from favor. At that moment, Su Ruqing received a letter from Li Xian, inviting her to the West Mountain Villa the following day to admire the flowers. Although perplexed, she rose early the next morning, donned her traveling attire, and found a carriage waiting at the door. Upon entering, she saw Li Xian seated inside. I have invited a few close friends to join in our outing. Do you think any of them might be suitable? Li Xian's tone was calm, his gaze towards Su Ruqing profound. Su Ruqing paused, astonished. Elder brother, are you truly going to help me find a suitable family? Yes, they are all dependable and far superior to that Lu Chong, Li Xian replied, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Su Ruqing looked at him quizzically, meeting his usual indifferent expression, causing her to question whether she was overthinking it. Elder brother, you hardly strike me as one to engage in such banter. Thank you for your concern. Su Ruqing promptly expressed her gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt it imperative not to dampen the spirits of someone who took the trouble to assist her, and thus she wished to convey her appreciation. Li Xian did not glance at her, rising directly from the carriage. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Ruqing, is that you in the carriage? It was Qi Tingting's voice. Su Ruqing hurriedly lifted the curtain. It's me. What a coincidence. Yes, I am accompanying my brother to West Mountain. I asked my cousin, the Crown Prince, and learned you would be attending as well, so I thought it best to share a carriage with you for some conversation. Shi Tingting climbed up the steps and took Su Ruqing's hand as she entered the carriage. Sitting beside Su Ruqing, Shi Tingting remarked. This is the first time since the Crown Prince's return to his position that he has invited the young scions of noble families to partake in an outing. My elder brother is usually quite busy. As the Crown Prince, he has numerous responsibilities, and even the Dali Temple falls under his jurisdiction, Su Ruqing unconsciously explained. I know. Precisely because of this, it is even more remarkable that the Crown Prince finds time to take us out, Shi Tingting said, wrinkling her nose. My brother was so excited he got up in the middle of the night to practice martial arts. It was quite bothersome. By the way, next month is the Empress's birthday banquet. Have you prepared a gift? Suddenly, Shi Tingting leaned closer to Su Ruqing and whispered in her ear. I heard that the Empress's birthday banquet is likely to choose a crown princess. Many aspiring candidates are offering substantial gifts. Su Ruqing was taken aback. Who disseminated this news? Li Xian hasn't mentioned anything. She pondered for a moment before asking, Isn't the General of the West returning soon? The daughter of the General of the West had been residing at her maternal grandmother's house in Jiangnan. She would only return after her father came back. It was upon her return that her engagement to Li Xian had been established. Doubts began to creep in as the unfolding events deviated from the narrative of the book. In the original story, at this juncture, Li Xian was still the son of the loyal and valiant Marquis, not yet restored to his rightful status. Thus engaged to the general's daughter, she furrowed her brow, wondering if there would be further changes. Indeed, I have a cousin from my uncle's family who serves as a vanguard in the Western Army. My aunt mentioned yesterday that once my cousin returns, she would invite me to visit. Shi Tingting frowned. My aunt wishes to forge a familial bond with our family, but I have no desire to marry my cousin. He is constantly at war, and I cannot bear the thought of languishing in solitude. It is far too lonely. Su Ruqing sighed. Do try to keep your voice down. You speak so freely. It's not just you. I wouldn't speak of it outside either. Shi Tingting lowered her voice. Today, I also wish to see if anyone catches my eye, to spare myself from the incessant concerns regarding my marriage.